During the May Day holiday, Japan's Golden Week, the sky was clear and the sun shone brightly, making it an ideal day for an outing. Early in the morning, Ran Mori, brimming with enthusiasm, set off with her friend Sonoko Suzuki, accompanied by Conan, as they boarded the subway, intending to journey to a park in the suburbs for a leisurely excursion. The Tokyo subway was unusually crowded due to the holiday. Upon reaching a station where the throng diminished, a seat finally became available. Just as Ran was about to offer it to Conan, her gaze fell upon an elderly man burdened with a heavy bag, prompting her to smile gently. "Please, sir, take a seat," she urged. The elderly man nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to sit, but at that moment, a figure darted past and claimed the seat for himself. Ran furrowed her brow. Upon closer inspection, the seat stealer was a young man, not much older than herself. In his 20s, with hair neatly parted and dressed in a sharp suit. He appeared rather dashing, engrossed in his papers. He seemed utterly oblivious to the disapproving glances from other passengers. Noticing this, Ran cleared her throat softly. "Could you please let us have the seat?" Yet, the young man remained fixated on his documents, seemingly deaf to her request. A hint of annoyance crossed Ran's face, but recognizing the public setting, she refrained from escalating the situation. Sonoko, however, was less restrained. She directly reached out and firmly tapped the young man on the shoulder. "Hey, we're talking to you. Are you pretending not to hear us?" The man finally seemed to comprehend the situation, lifting his head and regarding the two girls before him with an expression of surprise. "Are you speaking of me? Who else could it be?" Suzuki Sonoko retorted, hands on her hips, glaring at him. You are a grown man. Taking a seat from an elderly person, aren't you ashamed?" The man glanced around, his astonishment deepening. "Why is it considered theft? If I am not mistaken, this is not a seat designated for the elderly, weak, or infirm, but rather a public seat, is it not? Or are you suggesting this seat belongs to him?" A Suzuki Sonoko found herself at a loss for words. Mori Ran exchanged glances with her, striving to adopt a gentler tone as she interjected, "Isn't it customary in Japan to offer your seat to those who are more vulnerable, such as the elderly or those in poorer health?" "More vulnerable, you mean him?" The man glanced at the elderly gentleman, then back at the earnest young woman before him. "On what basis do you deem him more vulnerable? What criteria are you employing? Merely age and appearance?" His expression conveyed a playful curiosity. "Well then, here I sit before you, seemingly quite lively, yet I am actually a patient suffering from severe heart disease, with little time left to live. Would you categorize me as weak or strong?" "Ah, is that so?" Mori Ran immediately lowered her head, hastily apologizing. "I'm sorry, But before she could finish, the man's mocking voice interrupted her. "Forgive me, I was merely jesting." Mori Ran inhaled deeply, glaring at him with intensity. "You are an adult, and at the very least, you should possess a sense of moral conscience. Please, kindly vacate your seat." The elderly man beside her shook his head and replied, "Let's not make a fuss, young lady, I will be getting off shortly." "How can we just let this go?" Mao Lilan exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. This man. The man cast a fleeting glance at her before leaning forward to gently lift the heavy bag the elder was carrying. Although this elder appears diminutive in stature, he possesses remarkable strength, as evidenced by his ease in carrying a bag weighing over 20 kilograms. Clearly, he is someone who has engaged in regular physical training. The man continued to pat the elder's pectoral muscles, back and thighs. Moreover, he boasts a robust chest, taut abdominal muscles and well-defined calves. Even through his trousers, one can keenly perceive his vitality. In comparison to myself, who toils tirelessly for a living, this man, who is free to enjoy his pension without a care, appears to be in exceptionally good health. Mao Lilan and Suzuki Sonoko exchanged glances, bewildered. The man continued, "Furthermore, he is about to disembark. Have you not noticed? His backpack is filled with fitness equipment. The next stop is Beihu Park, which at this hour is always bustling with a plethora of elderly gentlemen engaging in exercise and camaraderie. With merely a 2-minute journey ahead, it is hardly necessary to offer your seat. Let alone the act of standing and sitting again seems utterly superfluous. Do you not agree?" The man spoke with sharp eloquence, his words flowing effortlessly, causing Mao Lilan's expression to darken further as the man's voice faded. The subway came to a halt. The elderly gentleman beside them glanced at a few individuals, then shouldered his heavy bag, standing tall and vibrant as he disembarked. The two girls aboard watched him leave, mouths agape, rendered speechless. It was evident that the reality before them was encapsulated perfectly by the man's earlier words. After a prolonged silence, Maori Ran finally stamped her foot and murmured, "How can there be such an annoying person?" The man smiled gently, casting a casual glance at the group before returning to his documents with a lowered gaze. At that moment Conan, who had remained silent for quite some time, suddenly spoke up. "Uncle, you are a lawyer, aren't you?" The man's eyebrows raised in surprise as he looked at the small boy clad in a blue outfit with a bow tie. "How did you deduce that?" "It's quite simple," Conan replied in his youthful, innocent voice. "Uncle, today is the Golden Week holiday, yet you are dressed in a striking suit, appearing on the subway, a mode of transport typically occupied by office workers. This scenario suggests you are either a traveling salesman, a civil servant working overtime, or a freelancer. Moreover, the documents you hold contain the addresses and family information of certain individuals, as well as their employment statuses, indicating that you are engaged in a profession requiring extensive information gathering, possibly that of a detective or a salesperson. Given your eloquent and incisive manner of speaking just now, it is also plausible that you engage in a profession that frequently involves debate, thus making you a lawyer or prosecutor. Undoubtedly, the most significant evidence is..." Conan pointed to the man's chest. There, affixed, was a badge, exquisitely engraved with a copper design, featuring the image of a scale at its center, symbolizing justice. "You wear a lawyer's badge on your chest. Thus, you are indeed an attorney." Upon hearing Conan's words, the man erupted in laughter, applauding. "Brilliant." He leaned closer to Conan, narrowing his eyes. "However, what perplexes me is that you should have noticed the lawyer's badge at first glance. You understand its significance, so why not state it outright instead of presenting a convoluted chain of reasoning? Please disregard him, he simply enjoys playing detective." Beside them, Suzuki Sonoko pressed down on Conan's head, gazing at the man before her with starry eyes and following Ran's rhythm. She had momentarily overlooked the fact that the man was quite handsome. "If it's not too much trouble, may I have your contact information?" "Of course," the man replied with a smile, retrieving a business card from his pocket. It bore his name, Kume Jensuk. "I shall treasure this." Sonoko joyfully clutched the card and tucked it into her pocket, exchanging her email address with him. "Sonoko," Ran chided, giving her a reproachful glance. "What does it matter?" Sonoko laughed. "Moreover, what he just said holds some merit. Does it not?" "Merit? It's all nonsense." All right, there's no need to get so worked up." The girls were engaged in playful quarrels, while a man named Gumaman squinted his eyes, once again directing his gaze towards the little boy who had just spoken. "You seem to have a fondness for detective games, don't you?" Feeling the man's half-smiling gaze, Conan's heart skipped a beat, yet he maintained a radiant smile on his face. "Of course. I adore reasoning. I aspire to be a detective when I grow up." "Is that so? Well, that may not be a commendable ambition." The man chuckled, raising a finger and shaking it in front of Conan. "Being a detective is perhaps the most nefarious profession in this world. They often cloak their actions in the guise of justice, employing despicable methods, such as invading the privacy of others to unearth what they perceive as truth. Then, from a position of superiority, they chastise and educate others, indulging in the thrill of life's game, or basking in the sense of accomplishment derived from standing atop others. Little one, I trust you do not wish to become such a person?" This man. His words were sharp, causing Conan to instinctively furrow his brow. He instinctively opened his mouth to retort, yet found himself unable to voice a response, resorting instead to an awkward scratch of his head, accompanied by the silly grin. Characteristic of a child. "Looks like you've been put in your place, haha. He's absolutely right. What do you expect, you little rascal, always strutting around with such bravado? You're just like that reasoning maniac." Unz giggled, playfully poking Conan's head with her finger. Conan, feeling somewhat helpless, twitched the corner of his mouth and shot an annoyed glance at the man. Uncertain as to why the man uttered those words, he appeared merely a child, and the sentiment conveyed was rather discomforting. Before long, the subway came to a halt once more. Xiao, fuming, disembarked alongside Conan and Sonoko. "Mr. Kume, do remember to contact me," Sonoko exclaimed cheerfully, waving at the man before departing. The man raised an eyebrow, casting a glance out the window at the trio, his eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. Then, with a gentle smile, he lowered his head, redirecting his gaze to the documents in his hands. Kume Ryusuke was not a native of this world, but rather a traveler from another realm. Upon awakening, he found himself enveloped in an environment where every individual conversed in Japanese. Realizing that he had likely traversed into another dimension, his first course of action was to gather information and tools, subsequently reaching out to his former social circle. However, such endeavors proved futile. He soon discerned that he had entered an alternate universe where his past connections had long ceased to exist. As he surveyed the map, encountering names like Mihua and Cupholder, the echoes of forgotten memories assailed him. He had unwittingly entered a fictional animated world known as Detective Conan. The reality of his transference had transpired, and with past ties dissolved, he was left to earnestly contemplate his future existence. Naturally, the first order of business was to ponder his prospective vocation. It is well acknowledged that the crime rate in the realm of Conan is among the highest. One could casually toss a stone on the street and potentially strike a criminal of some sort. Thus, several professions in this world have gained considerable popularity. Police officers, lawyers, prosecutors, and detectives. However, detectives can be dismissed first. This profession is notoriously unstable. Except for the elite detectives at the top, those at the lower tiers often struggle to make ends meet. Without sufficient renown, one is typically barred from engaging in cases, and without involvement in cases, it becomes exceedingly difficult to build a reputation in an inherently paradoxical profession. Next, we consider the roles of police officers, lawyers, and prosecutors. Being a police officer is indeed appealing. It offers the security of a civil service position and relatively straightforward opportunities for advancement, provided one is part of the right professional group. Yet, Guman does not believe he is suited for the role of a police officer. Guman possesses a clear self-definition. He is an unequivocal egoist, with his own interests always taking precedence. His demands from life revolve solely around material wealth, materialism above all. Nevertheless, even he adheres to a principle in his endeavors. One must act in accordance with their role. If one is to be a police officer, they must excel in the position. Otherwise, it is better not to assume the role at all. Guman believes that the mere notion of serving the people is enough to exclude him from such a vocation. This leaves us with the professions of lawyer and prosecutor. Both require passing Japan's judicial examination. As a result, Guman dedicated 2 years to study and, through a combination of innate talent and diligent effort, succeeded in passing the examination on his first attempt. After an additional year of judicial training and internship, he ultimately became a licensed attorney. Why not a prosecutor? As prosecutors are civil servants, their promotions occur in a gradual hierarchy. They endure a demanding workload, necessitating the handling of numerous cases, attending court sessions, and engaging in debates with various attorneys. Despite the multitude of responsibilities, their salaries remain fixed. For someone like Guman, who values material wealth, such a situation is evidently intolerable. Thus, the path of a lawyer emerges as the only viable option. The legal profession aligns perfectly with Guman's aspirations, offering the potential for a lower threshold of work coupled with the prospect of substantial income provided that one secures clients. However, Guman is unfazed. He possesses unwavering confidence in his abilities and believes he will soon thrive in this new endeavor. After a considerable journey on the subway, he disembarks at a new station. The adage "a towering skyscraper begins from the ground" rings true, as Guman has now accepted his first case and is en route to meet his client. During the Golden Week holiday, the streets are bustling with a myriad of people, particularly in Tokyo, a prime tourist destination that annually attracts visitors from various regions eager to explore. Thud. As he walks, a burly young man inadvertently collides with Guman's shoulder. "Hey, kid, are you blind?" The hefty individual glares at Guman, obstructing his path. Guman glances up to meet his gaze and notices 2 progress bars atop the young man's head, one of which has already dipped into negative territory. This phenomenon is visible only to Guman, an innate ability bestowed upon him upon his arrival in this world. This ability possesses no remarkable qualities. The progress bar above indicates the person's level of affection, while the one below reflects their degree of agreement. Apart from that, there are no additional functionalities. To be honest, had I not confirmed that I was in the world of Conan, Guman would have initially thought this was some sort of otome dating simulation game, as it appeared entirely out of place. However, this ability, though seemingly useless, proves to be highly effective in practice. I apologize, I was lost in thought. Are you all right? Guman spoke with a tone that sounded gentle and kind as he addressed the large man. No worries, just be more careful next time, the large man replied, his tone softening considerably upon witnessing Guman's polite demeanor. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling Guman to leave. Guman observed that the affection level displayed above the man's head had shifted from negative to positive. Typically, individuals with whom one has no connection possess a positive level of affection, while the degree of agreement remains stagnant at 0. As a side note, among the trio of Conan that he encountered earlier, only Suzuki Sonoko had a positive level of affection. Both Moriran and Conan were marked by negative values, and quite low ones at that. Nonetheless, the actions taken on the subway were deliberate on Guman's part. Frankly, he had no desire to engage in any positive or proactive social interactions with the protagonists of the Conan universe, as they could lead to entanglements and troublesome events, particularly the conflicts between the red and black factions in which he wished to remain uninvolved. Since he had fortuitously crossed paths with them on the subway, he opted to make himself unlikable to them outright. Certainly, Suzuki Sonoko can be excluded from consideration, as she seldom engages in the main storyline, and her identity is rather unique, being a member of a Japanese consortium and a practicing attorney, which naturally entails interactions with such individuals. In any case, with the capability of enhancing rapport, Guman can at least ensure that he will not encounter an untimely demise on the streets through inexplicable violence. Moreover, this ability possesses additional applications that are intricately linked to his legal career. After traversing the streets for a while, Guman soon arrived at a complex of buildings. The complex comprised several large structures and a playground, with the entrance wall inscribed with Tokyo No. 23 Detention Center. Due to the exceedingly high crime rate in the world of Conan, the administrative and judicial framework here is quite extensive. In just one of Tokyo's larger districts, there are numerous police stations and detention centers, as well as a multitude of courts and prosecutors' offices, with law firms in abundance. In such an environment, the competition is undeniably fierce. Under ordinary circumstances, novice attorneys struggle to secure worthwhile commissions. Hence, Guman's current assignment is not a private commission but rather a government-funded mandate. Government-funded mandates constitute legal aid, with the tasks assigned by the Bar Association, financed by the state, specifically aimed at defending defendants who lack the financial means to hire an attorney or are unwilling to seek legal representation. Why must individuals who are reluctant to seek legal representation be assigned a lawyer in this world? This is due to the fact that some may engage in frivolous litigation for various motives, such as taking the blame for another or being coerced into a false confession through ideological conditioning. Such occurrences are not uncommon. To uphold the integrity and fairness of the judicial system, the law mandates the presence of a defense attorney. There are many such distinctions in this world that differ from previous ones. Currently, the client whom Kamikado is about to meet is one who is unwilling to seek a lawyer and is ready to plead guilty. Chapter 3. On what grounds do you claim to be a criminal? Upon entering the gates of the detention center and greeting the on-duty officer, Kamikado was escorted to a meeting room. This room, a modest 20 square meters, serves as a space for visitors to meet with suspects, separated by a glass window. After a brief wait, a middle-aged man was brought to the opposite side of the glass. The man appeared to be in his 40s with a square face, a look of despondency and strands of gray in his hair. His name was Masayoshi Sakaguchi, an attorney specializing in juvenile delinquency, and also a suspect in a notorious case involving the murder of a beloved dog, featured in the Murder Case of Beloved Dog John episode of the Detective Conan series. Hello, Mr. Sakaguchi. I am Kamikado, your attorney, here to defend you. Is this a court-appointed lawyer? Sakaguchi lifted his gaze to Kamikado, his eyes devoid of any spark. Please leave. I have already decided to plead guilty and do not require anyone to defend me. This is precisely the troublesome aspect of this commission. Generally speaking, the client would not relinquish the right to defend themselves. However, according to the investigation conducted by Guman, this individual abandoned the notion of resistance after being subjected to a form of psychological persuasion by detectives Kagoro Mori and Conan. Evidently, the protagonists had previously instilled in him the concept of his guilt. Nevertheless, Guman arrived prepared for this eventuality. Facing Sakaguchi Masayoshi's pessimistic demeanor, he bluntly remarked, I must ask, Mr. Sakaguchi, have you forgotten that you are a lawyer? Yes, but what of it? Sakaguchi replied with a wry smile. I have indeed committed a crime. I am now a criminal. Oh, then may I inquire, have you discarded everything you learned previously into the trash? Or perhaps chewed it up and ingested it, only to regurgitate it to feed your pet dog? What did you say? The young man's sardonic words caused Sakaguchi's expression to shift dramatically, and he abruptly stood up. You may insult me, but you shall not belittle my profession. Is that so? Gumaman observed him with a gentle smile. Then, by what authority do you claim to be a criminal? Who bestowed that right upon you? Sakaguchi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the individual before him was correct. By legal definition, prior to a procedural court and the imposition of criminal judgment, no one possesses the right to be labeled a criminal. Even if one has committed a crime, they may only be referred to as a suspect. This is a regulation established on the principle of presumption of innocence, which asserts that one is considered innocent until proven guilty. Sakaguchi Masayoshi moved his lips. However, I indeed.mr. Sakaguchi, I possess no interest whatsoever in whether you have committed a crime or taken a life. Gamikado interjected directly. All you need to understand is that I am here to defend you. I am your defense attorney, specifically engaged to exonerate you. That is all that matters. Exonerate? Sakaguchi Masayoshi was taken aback, then shook his head, stating, I do not require that. I have already resolved to atone for my sins while incarcerated. Oh, then you truly are a fool, Gamikado chuckled derisively, his words laced with scorn. Regardless of guilt, once imprisoned, one must bear the corresponding consequences. Let me ponder. First, you will have your attorney's license revoked, and you shall never work again, nor will you enjoy the lucrative income associated with being a lawyer. Secondly, the victim's family will demand a substantial compensation from you. They will likely make exorbitant claims, perhaps asserting that the victim was their only son, and so. Fourth, I estimate that selling your house would barely suffice to cover this enormous debt. Thirdly, before Gamikado could articulate his third point, Sakaguchi Masayoshi's eyes widened, and he erupted in fury. What nonsense! Their son was the one who drove my son to his demise at that time. I did not demand any compensation from them. Yet they would not perceive it in that light. Gu Meimen chuckled softly. To them, you are the one who has taken their child from their perspective. They are the victims and are justified in demanding compensation from you. Sakaguchi Masayoshi's face turned ashen, and he slumped down with a thud. After a moment's pause, he lifted his head once more. However, Conan, that little boy once said, that John is also deeply saddened by Masaru's death. Every day, he waits silently by Masaru's room, hoping for his return. Yet, I have exploited such a benevolent creature to commit murder. Before he could finish, Gu Meimen's unrelenting words pierced the air once again. It seems you haven't merely fed your dog the knowledge of law, but have also fed it the biology you learned in high school. Gu Meimen sneered at him. Animals possess no concept of goodness. All values are ascribed to them by humans. Animals are devoid of understanding. They lack consciousness, guided solely by instinct. Do you comprehend? Tell me, if your John were truly intelligent enough to grasp that your son had perished, would he still wait by your son's room every day? This is merely the instinct you have conditioned him to exhibit. Do not allow your dog to dull your mind, nor let the words of others cloud your judgment. Cultivate some independent thought, dear lawyer. As Gu Meimen's words resonated, Sakaguchi Masayoshi felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow to the chest, his expression vacant as he stared blankly at him. After a long silence, the rigidity of Sakaguchi Masayoshi's face gradually softened, revealing a faint smile. You are absolutely correct. I should not relinquish my right to defend myself. This is a right I am entitled to, and how can I cast it aside based on the words of a mere child? He is but a child. What does he truly understand? Sakaguchi suddenly felt invigorated, unable to restrain himself from rising to his feet. Observing Sakaguchi's demeanor, Guman narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. In his gaze, the two progress bars above Sakaguchi's head indicated that the level of trust had advanced by one notch, signifying that the client had begun to place a modicum of faith in him. The trust level consists of 5 segments, and typically, achieving 2 segments allows for a smooth acceptance of the case. You possess quite the eloquence, young man. The words of Sakaguchi Masayoshi echoed in his ears. Guman nodded gently. You flatter me. However, I do not require your defense, Sakaguchi Masayoshi replied, casting a glance his way. I am a lawyer myself, capable of fulfilling the role of my own defender, which is permissible within the bounds of the law. Indeed, as long as he refrained from engaging in a passive defense, the courts of this world would acknowledge his status as a defender. Human regarded him with a smile. Are you certain? Absolutely. I shall utilize my professional knowledge to strive for a reduction in my sentence, Sakaguchi Masayoshi asserted. A reduction in sentence? Ha ha ha! Upon hearing this, Gyuman let out a harsh laugh. The laughter was jarring, causing Sakaguchi to furrow his brow in discomfort. What is it that you find amusing? I find your vision to be remarkably short-sighted, lacking in foresight. Kumamoto extended a finger and gently shook it before Sakaguchi. In my realm, there exists no such thing as sentence reduction. Should you seek my defense, I shall ensure your acquittal. Kumamoto's confident and audacious proclamation rendered Sakaguchi momentarily speechless. You can guarantee my acquittal? Surely, there must be limits to jest, young man. Perhaps having developed a modicum of respect for Kumamoto, Sakaguchi, despite being mocked twice, remained relatively unperturbed and offered a kind reminder. This case was solved by the renowned Detective Kogoro Mori, who possesses irrefutable evidence proving my guilt. Irrefutable evidence? No, you are mistaken, Mr. Sakaguchi. Kumamoto's smile remained unchanged. Under the dim light of the meeting room, his grin appeared particularly brazen, tinged with an unsettling quality. There is no evidence in this world that is absolute. Even the strongest shield bears a weakness. As long as one can find a spear more formidable than that shield, the so-called absolute evidence shall crumble effortlessly. A chill surged through Sakaguchi's heart as he fixated on Kumamoto's face, observing his unabashed smile, and instinctively swallowed hard. If you still doubt me, I can present my credentials. Kumamoto retrieved a stack of documents from his briefcase, revealing them for Sakaguchi's scrutiny. These are the results from every assessment I undertook during my training and internship at the Judicial Research Institute following my successful completion of the bar examination. Each document bore a singular grade of A, unmistakably evident. Sakaguchi's eyes widened in astonishment as he gasped. The strictness of Japan's legal system is widely acknowledged. Generally speaking, those who achieve an A in these assessments are truly exceptional, akin to the top students in an elite class. You are indeed a formidable individual, Sakaguchi remarked sincerely. Taking into account the previous remarks made by Kumamoto, and being a lawyer himself, he subtly sensed the nature of the other party and the potential tactics he might employ. This young attorney may not gain universal recognition in the future, yet his accomplishments will undoubtedly be boundless. After much contemplation, Sakaguchi finally nodded. Very well. I agree to have you as my defense attorney. Kumamoto's smile broadened, noting that the other party's level of agreement had risen once more, now reaching 2 notches. Excellent. Then let us proceed to sign the contract. He then retrieved a sheet of contractual paper from his bag and presented it before Sakaguchi. The document outlined the transition from public commission to private commission, along with the attorney fees for this engagement. 1 million yen. Upon seeing the figure inscribed on the paper, Sakaguchi exclaimed in astonishment, "That is exorbitant. Even the finest lawyers in Japan would charge no more than 3 million for such a case. Do you believe I have engaged in such lengthy discourse for any particular reason?" Komajima's lips curled slightly. "You ought to consider yourself fortunate. Mr. Sakaguchi, this merely reflects my current standing as a fledgling attorney. When you eventually witness the fees I command, you will surely appreciate how modest my initial charge was." Sakaguchi Masayoshi clenched his jaw, his expression fluctuating. He was not lacking the 1 million, rather, it was a matter of principle that troubled him. Do not hesitate. 1 million can liberate you from the impending doom of imprisonment and restore your freedom. Even if you were to rummage through your wife's secret stash, it would not compare to the value of this bargain. Haha, it seems you can be polite when it suits you. Sakaguchi chuckled helplessly, and after a moment of contemplation, he took pen and paper and inscribed his name. As he gazed upon the signed contract, Komajima's grin widened, his smile transforming into that of a devil concluding a transaction within a tale. Of course, I reserve such dialogues for the astute. Fools are never included in this category. In the ensuing period, Komajima and Sakaguchi Masayoshi engaged in an exhaustive discussion. Although this incident originated from the original Conan anime, Komajima's recollection of it was rather vague. It is rather straightforward. Who could possibly remember every detail of an anime with over 1,000 episodes, rife with convoluted main and subplots? Kumijima only retained a general outline, aware that Conan comprises numerous disjointed episodic narratives. Many cases he had seen had faded from memory, leaving him with no significant impressions of the intricate details. Moreover, animation remains animation, and the scope of what it can portray is exceedingly limited. How can it possibly be compared to the tangible realities of the world? Thus, he must engage in a thorough dialogue with the parties involved in this incident, compelling them to articulate every pertinent detail without omitting any nuances. The sequence of events surrounding this incident is as follows. Masayoshi Sakaguchi has a son named Masato who, 8 years prior, succumbed to the torment inflicted by his classmate, G. Marihara, ultimately leading to his tragic suicide. Masayoshi Sakaguchi, a lawyer specializing in juvenile cases, initially forgave G. Marihara, as he exhibited signs of remorse at the time. However, upon their reunion 8 years later, Sakaguchi discovered that Marihara had not genuinely repented. In fact, he had intensified his malevolence. Consequently, Sakaguchi employed a dog named John, training it through a series of commands. On a fateful day, he invited G. Marihara to his home, seizing the opportune moment to remotely control the dog via telephone. He lured Marihara to the second floor, where the dog was positioned, causing it to pounce and ultimately leading to Marihara's demise as he fell down the stairs and struck his neck against the wall. Subsequently, through the investigation led by Kagoro Mori with Conan's assistance, the commands used by Sakaguchi to train the dog were deciphered. In essence, there exists no direct evidence pertaining to this incident, Kumemon remarked immediately after listening to Sakaguchi's account. All of this was deduced by that detective, and due to the portion concerning the dog training commands, you found yourself unable to refute his assertions, leading you to simply confess? Indeed, Sakaguchi Masayoshi nodded. While this may not constitute direct evidence, the identification against me is sufficiently substantial. Any further attempts at denial would be futile. It appears your previous studies were rather lacking, Mr. Lawyer. Gamikado commenced his scathing critique. His manner of speaking was consistently brusque and unrefined. In judicial adjudication, direct evidence holds paramount importance. Merely relying on peripheral conjectures amounts to nothing more than speculation. Even if such conjectures happen to align with the truth and can be seemingly verified, they remain mere indirect evidence. Unless all indirect evidence is devoid of logical contradictions and devoid of any erroneous connections, conviction is impossible. Your ignorance of this fundamental principle, coupled with your swift admission of guilt, is a disservice to those accused. Sakaguchi Masayoshi felt a wave of frustration. You are a lawyer. For heaven's sake, your words echo those of a criminal. After a moment's pause, Sakaguchi continued, however, there is indeed some direct evidence. There was a witness at the scene of Marihara's death who witnessed the entire event. Oh? Who might that be? A 20-year-old university student named Sujitani Sanai, who attends the same institution as Marihara. Sakaguchi explained, on that day, she was invited to my home by Marihara and left the place in utter disarray. I see. Gamikado rested his chin on his hand, his eyes narrowing with an inscrutable glint. He had already discerned the path to victory. The turning point in this legal battle lies with a female university student named Saito Sanai. Chapter 5. You ask Conan to pet the dog, and Conan asks you to spend time in jail. The conversation between Gyumin and Sakaguchi persisted until midday. After acquiring all the intelligence Sakaguchi possessed, Gyumin departed from the detention center, making his way promptly towards the subway station. At this juncture, he had two paramount tasks to undertake. The first was to visit Sakaguchi's residence, the scene of the homicide, to conduct an on-site investigation and gather first-hand information in preparation for the forthcoming courtroom debate. The second task was to establish contact with the eyewitness, Ms. Sujitani Sanai. As he walked, Gyumin retrieved a smartphone from his pocket. In regard to the technological advancements of this world, the civilian personal computer had reached the sophistication of a 13th-generation Intel processor. However, the cultural atmosphere here was steeped in nostalgia. Some areas appeared remarkably modern, while others retained many facilities and devices reminiscent of the last century. Thus, it was not uncommon to see individuals on the street using brick phones, flip phones, and others wielding smartphones. Indeed, such a phenomenon was quite typical in the realm of Conan, and hardly surprising. Utilizing the smartphone, Gyumin dialed a sequence of numbers. After a brief interlude filled with the melodies of my karaoke, A considerable amount of time passed before an impatient female voice emerged from the other end of the line. "Who is this, interrupting my rare moment of leisure?" Guman endeavored to maintain a patient tone. "Good day, is this Ms. Sujitani Sanai? I am the defense attorney for Sakaguchi Masayoshi. May I inquire if you have a moment to speak? Could we conveniently arrange to meet? There are a few matters I wish to discuss with you." "Ah, I see." The tone on the other end of the line shifted immediately. "Of course, a meeting is possible, but first, please prepare a service fee of 20,000. Sanai Sugita is a materialistic woman, enamored with money, luxury cars, jewelry, and all things that glitter. She had previously dated Go Hayahara for a time, motivated by such desires. This information, including the phone number, was provided by Sakaguchi. Perhaps fueled by resentment, he had conducted extensive investigations into Go Hayahara prior to the murder case. Without a moment's hesitation, Kumigane agreed to Sugita's request. "No problem. I will provide it after our meeting. After all, this sum is not to be borne by him. Such additional expenses are categorized under the lawyer's miscellaneous fees, distinct from the 1 million entrusted fee, and he can later seek reimbursement from Sakaguchi, as clearly stipulated in the contract they had signed." On the other end of the line, upon hearing Kumigane's prompt agreement, Sugita's demeanor transformed instantly, her voice becoming sweet and coy. "Dear lawyer, you are indeed generous. Shall we agree on a time and place? How about 5 o'clock this afternoon at the Boston Italian restaurant near Mahamiki Station?" "Very well. I shall ensure to look my best. I look forward to our meeting." After hanging up, Kumigane retrieved his wallet and counted the cash within. The funds remain ample, and although the pursuit of a lawyer's license required a considerable expenditure, the remuneration during his internship at the Judicial Research Institute, amounting to 18,000 yen each month, has provided a cushion. He still possesses over 100,000 yen, more than sufficient to cover the expenses leading up to the conclusion of this legal battle. After confirming the appointment with the witness, Gumaman hurriedly navigated the subway and bus routes to reach Mahamiki, the residence of Masayoshi Sakaguchi. Upon arrival, he beheld a substantial edifice, an impressive 21-story standalone structure, larger than the typical Japanese buildings of its kind. Utilizing the key provided by Sakaguchi, he unlocked the grand entrance. The courtyard was expansive, adorned with fragrant rose bushes, and not far off stood a quaint doghouse, though it was unoccupied. Prior to the judicial proceedings, all evidence would be transferred to the prosecutor's office, and thus the dog named John, which had attacked, was understandably absent from this location. Gumaman unlocked the door to the house and stepped inside. The interior was a harmonious blend of Western and Japanese design. Traversing through the entryway and corridor led him to a vast living room. The spacious area boasted a ceiling that soared to the second floor, with a staircase on the right side leading upward. This was also the precise location of the late Masayoshi Maihara's demise. After wandering about the living room for a while, Gumaman approached the staircase. The staircase comprised 2 segments, and on the landing, remnants of a white chalk outline marked the position of the body, serving as an indication of the crime scene. Gumaman crouched down, intently observing the outline of the corpse for some time. The lower half of the outline rested on the platform, while the upper half was against the wall, confirming that the cause of death was indeed a broken neck from striking the wall. Subsequently, Gumaman rose and ascended the staircase to the second floor. At the top of the stairs was a platform of approximately 10 square meters, and to the right, there was a room marked with a sign indicating it belonged to Sakaguchi's deceased son. The dog named John also stood on this platform every evening, awaiting the return of its master. Gumaman stood on this platform, extending his arms to measure its dimensions. He then retrieved a document from his bag. This was a copy of the forensic report concerning the deceased, which he had previously obtained from the police department. In criminal proceedings, such inquiries controlled by administrative bodies are accessible to defense attorneys, who have the right to examine, excerpt, and reproduce them. Pondering over the document in hand and comparing it with the surrounding environment, Gumaman contemplated. After conducting the site inspection, he gradually began to formulate ideas regarding how to argue in court. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the courtyard. Gumaman glanced through the corridor window and observed several police officers transporting a cage containing a dog, accompanied by 2 individuals in prosecutor uniforms and several curious children. "Hurry up," There's still work to be done. Yes. Woof woof. The dog confined within the cage incessantly barked, baring its teeth at the police officers outside. Hasn't John been taken to the prosecutor's office? How has he returned? Whispered a little girl clad in a red dress among the group of children. Indeed, dogs often experience a degree of anxiety when placed in new environments, replied Conan, a boy dressed in blue with a butterfly bow tie, nodding thoughtfully. I heard that John kept barking day and night upon arrival at the prosecutor's office, and the staff there could no longer endure it, so they had no choice but to temporarily return him. How unfortunate! To be exploited by such an owner for murder. It's simply tragic. How could anyone force such a gentle creature as John to commit such an act? It is utterly despicable. They show no regard for John's feelings. The little girl, along with two other children, one slender and the other plump, displayed expressions of sympathy and vehemently condemned the dog's owner, Sakaguchi Masayoshi. At that moment, a sharp and mocking voice broke through, imposing your cheap sense of justice upon an unthinking animal, attributing it with unfounded personhood, and then casting judgment upon your own kind. Such hypocrisy is truly loathsome. Upon hearing the voice, the crowd turned to see a young man leaning against the doorway of the house. It was none other than Guman, who had descended from the upper floor in response to the commotion. To criticize one's own kind with strictness while exhibiting leniency towards the lower forms of life. Has anti-intellectualism begun to thrive once more? It is you. Conan frowned, recalling the events that transpired on the subway that morning. Conan, what did he mean by that? A few children beside him looked at Kumijima with puzzled expressions before turning their gazes in unison towards Conan. It was not a commendable remark. Do not delve too deeply into its meaning, Conan replied gravely. Perhaps it was the aura of the lawyer that caused him to feel an immense pressure from the individual before him. Yoshida Ayumi, Suji Kahiko, Kojima Genta, and this boy who had shrunk due to medication, originally a high school detective named Shinichi Kudo, now known as Adagawa Conan. These individuals formed a so-called junior detective club. Kumijima cast a casual glance at them, recalling their names in his mind. Isn't it somewhat embarrassing to quarrel with a bunch of children? At that moment, a mature voice, tinged with a hint of coldness, interrupted. Kumijima, you remain unchanged as ever. The speaker was one of the two prosecutors, a woman with straight black shoulder-length hair, a delicate face and figure, and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Clad in a neat and tailored prosecutor's uniform, she appeared both graceful and commanding. Kujo Reiko, 33 years old, a first-class prosecutor at the Tokyo District Public Prosecutor's Office, often referred to as the Madonna of the prosecutor's world. Oh, is that not my dear teacher Kujo? Gumaman turned his head to look at her, sizing her up from head to toe, and exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "It has been quite some time since we last met, and you have become even more beautiful. However, the flab around your waist remains unchanged. Alas, as one reaches middle age, various undesirable conditions inevitably arise. You insufferable brat." Veins bulged on Kujo Reiko's forehead. She had met Gumaman during her internship as a mentor, and she had a lasting impression of his character and his sharp tongue. Despite the months apart, he remained as infuriating as ever. Kujo Reiko took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. "I have heard that you have taken on the case of the dog-related homicide," Kujo Reiko stated coldly. "I advise you to abandon it sooner rather than later. There is clear evidence identifying Sakaguchi Masayoshi as the murderer. This is your first case since entering the profession, and for the sake of your future, do not let your debut end in failure." "Oh, the news from the prosecution seems quite astute." Gumaman raised an eyebrow. "So, it appears that you are the one who has taken on this case, and you wish to spar with me?" "Not at all, it is I." At that moment, a male prosecutor intervened. "Gumaman, I shall not allow you to be arrogant this time. I will stand in for Prosecutor Kujo and ensure you are utterly defeated." Ryushu Masanori, a second-class deputy prosecutor from the Tokyo District Prosecutor's Office, had been in the same cohort as Gumaman during their judicial examinations. His distinguishing feature was his square-framed glasses, which, when removed, rendered him squint-eyed due to his poor vision. Although he is merely an assistant prosecutor, he often follows Reiko Kujo, serving as her aide and secretary to accumulate experience. "Oh, it's you." Gumaman couldn't be bothered to glance at him, dismissing the timid creature who would likely soil himself at the slightest elevator malfunction. Perhaps he should first attach an antenna to his head to ascertain his own position. Ryuju Seinen ground his teeth, aware that he was no match for Gumimin in a verbal spar. He let out a cold snort. Gumimin, you are only adept at verbal bravado now. True judicial arbitration is far from the childish simulations you experienced during your internship. Prepare yourself for the consequences. I advise you to conduct yourself properly and act as a respectable lawyer. Kyujo also chimed in, and the two exchanged a fleeting glance with Gumimin before greeting the surrounding officers. They released the dog from its cage, tethering it in the yard and providing some food before departing. Gumimin shrugged and approached the dog, scrutinizing it closely. Before him stood a quintessential German shepherd, its body adorned with a striking coat of black and tan, exuding an intimidating presence with its robust physique. Gumimin produced a measuring tape to assess the dog's size for evidentiary purposes. To his surprise, as the stranger approached, the previously fierce German shepherd suddenly became calm and began wagging its tail at Gumimin, displaying an unexpected friendliness. Oddly enough, John was wagging his tail at someone he did not recognize. What could possibly be the reason for this? Bume and the others gazed at Gumimin in astonishment. A few children, who often visited this place to see the dog, felt a sense of familiarity with it. Witnessing this scene, they could not help but feel curious. Beside them, Conan pondered briefly before speaking up. Uncle, you met with the client this morning, didn't you? Ah, you do know. Gumimin replied without turning, crouching down as he persistently teased the dog with his hand. That's because the subway I took this morning had a stop that leads to the Tokyo Detention Center, Conan said in his seemingly innocent voice. Moreover, Uncle, didn't you just come from that direction by the entrance? This indicates that you came here for an on-site investigation. As he spoke, he cast a glance at John. The evidence lies in the fact that John, this dog, usually keeps its distance from strangers, yet it appears quite fond of you, whom it has just met. This suggests that you may carry the scent of someone familiar to it. If we consider this, it implies that you and Uncle Sakaguchi might have had some physical contact or exchanged items. He must have given you a key to his home for you to be here. Otherwise, wouldn't you be trespassing? Oh, is that so? You know the term trespassing too. Gumimin turned his head, regarding Conan with a gaze that seemed to blend amusement and scrutiny. For reasons unknown, Conan felt an unsettling peculiarity in the man's gaze, as if it possessed an uncanny ability to penetrate his thoughts. The words he spoke bore a sting, leaving an uncomfortable impression. Conan discreetly furrowed his brow, maintaining a facade of innocence. Of course, Uncle, I am well aware. Teachers at school always instruct us to be law-abiding citizens, proclaiming that one must not take a life. So, aside from murder, are we permitted to engage in anything else? The smiling figure of Cume looked at him with a glint in his eye. How I envy you, young rascal of such tender age. Despite the malevolence that dwells within your heart and the malicious intent that colors your actions, you consistently manage to evade retribution within the confines of the law, finding forgiveness from others if only it were possible. I too would wish to revert from adulthood to the innocence of childhood. Chapter 7. Plans and meeting witnesses. Kume's words dripped with irony, resonating like a soul's inquiry. Conan opened his mouth, eager to articulate a response. Yet his lips felt as heavy as lead, rendering him speechless. The truth was, he was not mistaken. At times, he did exploit his youthful guise to investigate crime scenes and those associated with the cases. Upon closer examination, many of these methods skirted the boundaries of legality. We harbor no malicious intent. Yoshida Ayumi spread her arms protectively in front of Conan, glaring at Kume with indignation. The Young Detective League had indeed solved numerous cases thus far, including the recent department store robbery, the Italian bandit group, and the library drug concealment incident. All credit to our resolute efforts. Indeed, we have consistently pursued righteousness. We are always assisting those in need, expecting nothing in return. The other two children, Toru Amuro and Genta Kojima, echoed her sentiments, furiously glaring at Kume, voicing their vehement protest. Oh, you claim to have always acted with virtue. Observing these defiant young faces, Kume smiled. In this fragrant garden filled with the melodies of nature, he slightly parted his legs and pointed firmly with his right index finger towards the ground beneath them. Now pray tell, what place do you currently occupy? His voice reverberated through the modest courtyard, startling a flock of birds into flight. His tone was notably harsh, particularly with the words what place, which startled several children. The youngsters lowered their heads, gazing blankly at the ground beneath their feet. It was the perceptive Round Valley Mitsuhiko who first reacted, hastily stating, "We merely followed those adults in." "Mitsuhiko, cease speaking." Conan interrupted his companion with a grave expression. "Let us depart." He shook his head, casting a deep glance at Guman, before turning and walking towards the gate of the courtyard. The three children exchanged bewildered glances and hurried to keep pace with him. "Conan, why are we leaving?" one asked. "Yes, we haven't done anything wrong. Do you not comprehend?" Conan replied, his voice growing distant. "We entered another's private domain without permission, and we mocked and insulted the owner of this land. Regardless of his prior actions, we have infringed upon his legitimate rights." The children's voices faded into the distance. Turning back, Conan cast one last glance at Guman in the courtyard, as if trying to etch his figure into his memory. Guman shrugged, producing a key to lock the door of the residence before securing the gate of the courtyard, departing soon after. Conan's fondness had plummeted to an all-time low during their earlier confrontation, and his level of agreement had sunk into negative territory, with the progress bar even lower than his fondness rating. This signifies the relationship between him and the core of this protagonist group. Unless faced with some significant event, the possibility for reconciliation has become exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, it matters not. Guman believes he has never truly been aligned with Conan and his companions. There is no necessity to cultivate any rapport with them. As previously mentioned, the closer one draws, the more troublesome the red and black collisions will be. Exiting the courtyard, Guman glanced at his watch. It was nearly 5 o'clock, just in time to meet the witness, Sujitani Sanai, as arranged. He turned to cast one last look at the courtyard, where his German shepherd lay on the ground, wagging its tail incessantly at him. Just moments ago, he had conceived a brilliant plan, one that would render failure in this lawsuit an impossibility. At the Mihanacho Station, Boston Italian restaurant. This establishment is elegantly and comfortably decorated, with warm-toned chandeliers illuminating the space, and walnut tables and chairs exuding an antique luster, all meticulously arranged. Of course, the prices here are rather steep. A plate of pasta outside costs less than 1,000 yen, while here, the price approaches twice that. Feel free to order whatever you like. This meal is on me, Guman said with a casual wave of his hand, knowing that he wouldn't be footing the bill. Really? Then I shall not hold back. The young woman sitting across from him immediately brightened, swiftly selecting several expensive dishes from the menu provided by the waiter, even opening a bottle of champagne. "Order anything. If we can't finish, we can take it home." Guman smiled at the girl. With her exquisite features, off-the-shoulder attire, and a minuscule skirt that left little to the imagination, adorned with manicured nails, a necklace and pearl earrings, she emanated an aura of material allure from head to toe. Such a woman could effortlessly attract a swarm of admirers with merely a handful of banknotes tossed into the street. "Mr. Guman, do all esteemed lawyers like yourself possess such charm and wealth?" While awaiting the arrival of their dishes, Ms. Sujita Sanai cast a flirtatious glance towards Guman, her eyes shimmering with a playful glint. Guman, however, feigned ignorance, lifting his glass of champagne to take a delicate sip. "Ms. Sujita, let us first discuss the matter at hand." "Oh, very well," Sujita Sanai replied, a hint of disappointment tugging at her lips. With the recent demise of Mai Hara, she was naturally seeking a new partner, yet regrettably, this man seemed unyielding. Without further ado, Guman retrieved an envelope from his bag and tossed it onto the table before her. Sujita Sanai eagerly seized the envelope, opening it to reveal an astonishing sight: 5 crisp 10,000 yen bills. "This is the agreed-upon fee for your services, and I have added an additional 30,000, Guman remarked casually, reclining in his chair. As she accepted the money, he observed with clarity that her affection meter soared from 1 notch to 3. "Of course, I understand your intentions, Mr. Lawyer," Sujita Sanai declared, patting her chest confidently. "During the trial, I will act according to your instructions. Thus, one must ponder, what purpose does such affection truly serve? Certainly, The focus lies on the exchange of witnesses concerning the legal proceedings. When a case turns unfavorable, witnesses are unlikely to align with you without cause, unless there exists a means to invert the truth. Individuals such as Ms. Sat can be relatively manageable, as financial incentives can resolve matters. Human beings are inherently emotional creatures. Absolute rationality does not exist. As long as the affinity reaches a certain threshold, a witness may choose to side with you. In the past, during his internship at the Judicial Research Institute, Gamikado has validated this notion on multiple occasions. There are no immutable facts, only insufficient leverage to achieve desired outcomes. Of course, Gamikado approaches his tasks with great caution. What are my requests? He mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. Ms. Sat, I am here to inquire about the circumstances surrounding the incident. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. What I provided earlier was merely a fee for your consultation. I understand. I understand. Ms. Sat nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Excellent. Now, recount to me in detail everything you perceived at the time of the incident, ensuring that not a single detail is omitted. Chapter 8. The tracking of Conan. Subsequently, Saito Sanai recounted every detail she had witnessed regarding the murder case to Gamikado. In truth, her account closely mirrored that of Sakaguchi Masayoshi from the morning. However, in legal terms, the testimony of a witness is entirely distinct from that of the involved parties. Moreover, to ensure the integrity of the case, Gamikado needed to verify every nuance understood by both sides. Having received a call from Mr. Sakaguchi, Maihara Go ascended the staircase, activating the speakerphone so that the large dog lurking on the second floor could listen. At that moment, I was indulging in a slice of pizza when suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, and I witnessed Maihara being pounced upon by the dog, sending him tumbling down the stairs. Thus, Maihara met his untimely demise. Seated across from him, Gamikado unscrewed the cap of his pen, jotting down notes in a small notebook while confirming the information provided by Saito Sanai. Did you hear the exact words spoken by Mr. Sakaguchi on the phone? He inquired. Wasn't it something along the lines of John, how are you? Or how are you, John? No. Miss Saito, what I need to confirm is what you personally heard. Gamikado interjected, correcting her. Saito Sanai pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Due to the considerable distance, I was unable to discern what was being said on the phone. I see. Gamikado twirled his pen between his fingers, a subtle smile gracing his lips. There is good news. He can now confirm that the testimony provided by the girl does not constitute what is known as direct evidence. What, then, is direct evidence? One might liken the entire sequence of events in a murder case to a blank sheet of paper. The testimony of eyewitnesses serves to gradually fill this sheet with ink. The more ink that covers it, the more details are accounted for, until the entire page is rendered black. Yet, if there exists even the slightest untouched area on that sheet, the witness's testimony cannot be deemed direct evidence. The girl's statement that she did not overhear the conversation on the phone thus excludes a portion of the truth from the case, rendering her words mere indirect evidence. Such is the law. Even a single discrepancy can alter the entire narrative. However, even indirect evidence is insufficient. The situation remains unfavorable for this side. It is imperative to overturn the entire set of facts. With this in mind, Gamikado smiled and rose, leisurely making his way to Sanai Sugida's side. Do you know, Miss Sugita, he murmured softly, leaning closer to her ear. The human brain is an astonishing entity. What one believes to have not heard or forgotten is, in fact, merely hibernating deep within, arranged in neat rows like books on a shelf. When awakened by certain stimuli, the books of memory will come fluttering out one by one. A gentle breath of warm air brushed against the university student's ear, causing it to tingle. Even amid a tumultuous private life, with an unknown number of romantic entanglements, Sanai Sugita found herself blushing and experiencing a slight flutter of her heart at this very moment. What do you wish me to do, Mr. Lawyer? She murmured, her gaze becoming somewhat dreamy. Surely you are aware of Mr. Sakaguchi's character? He is a lawyer dedicated to youth-related cases, having guided countless troubled youths back to the right path. He is indeed a person of great virtue, revered by all. The delicate voice of Gamikado echoed in her ears, whispering like a devil. Yet now, such a virtuous man was wrongfully accused of murder due to an unfortunate incident. Miss Sugita, The only one who can save him in this world is you. For with your testimony, perhaps this good man can clear his name. Oh, Mr. Lawyer. Without thinking, Sanai Sugita reached out her arms, wishing to embrace the handsome young man who had approached her. However, Kamikado swiftly sidestepped, evading the university student's embrace. Only then did Sugita regain her composure, clearing her throat and sitting up straight. Mr. Lawyer, my memory has suddenly been illuminated. I believe I truly heard something. After a moment's contemplation, the young woman asserted confidently. And it was not the words, "How are you, John?" as stated by the police, but rather another ordinary greeting. Oh, you are indeed a kind-hearted girl. Even the heavens would be moved by you. Kamikado nodded in satisfaction. Miss Sugita, I have heard that you are troubled about securing a job after your graduation next year. Given the current economic downturn and the layoffs occurring in numerous companies, there is no need for concern. My client will introduce you to a well-paying position. Upon hearing this, Sanai Sugita stood up with elation. Is that true? Thank you, Mr. Lawyer. It is my pleasure. This is merely a trifling gesture of assistance for a young lady with a righteous heart. Kamikado replied with a smile, lifting his glass. The witness issue has been resolved, and the winds of fortune are favorable. We are merely 20 days away from the court hearing. After dinner, Sanai Sugita expressed her heartfelt gratitude and cheerfully bid farewell to Kamikado as she exited the restaurant. Kamikado was also preparing to leave when he suddenly felt a flicker of attention. The lawyer's instincts prompted him to turn around. He noticed a little boy clad in a blue children's outfit, adorned with a bow tie and glasses, stealthily crouching beneath a nearby table. It is you, young one. Kamikado squinted. Have you been following me all this time? Since when? Oh, I was just passing by occasionally. Conan, caught in the act of trailing, could only feign innocence with a nervous chuckle. In truth, he had begun to follow Kamikado right after he left the home of Sakaguchi Masayuki, having made an excuse to leave the detective boys. His curiosity about Kamikado's words and actions compelled him to ensure the lawyer's well-being. Little did he expect to witness the encounter between Kamikado and the witness firsthand. Oh, dear child. You possess an extraordinary talent for becoming a ninja. Why not abandon the path of a detective and pursue this instead? Mr. Guman approached Conan with a warm smile, kneeling down to gently ruffle his hair. My dear child, it is quite late, and your mother must be worried about you. You should head home now. Mr. Guman, you are committing an offense. Conan, shedding his feigned innocence, spoke with a grave tone. Oh, do enlighten me. What crime have I committed? Mr. Guman gazed at him with a smile. You are suspected of colluding with a witness, enticing them to commit perjury. Such actions are not recognized by the law. They are illegal. Conan asserted confidently. I overheard your conversation with that female university student just moments ago. Conan, is it? Mr. Guman suddenly leaned in closer, his face approaching Conan's, causing the young boy to instinctively recoil. You claim I have acted unlawfully, so may I inquire if you possess any evidence? Conan tightened his grip on the hand tucked within his pocket. Inside lay a voice recorder, capturing the conversation between Mr. Guman and the girl. Let me guess. You are a rather clever child. Mr. Guman rested his chin on his hand, his eyes gleaming with amusement as they fixated on Conan's pocket. You recorded the dialogue between that girl and me, did you not? Chapter 9. The First Court Hearing, Part 1. Cold sweat trickled down Conan's forehead. How could this individual discern that he was equipped with a recording device at a mere glance? This was utterly inconceivable. To others, he appeared merely as a child. What kind of judgment did this person possess? Do not worry. I have no intention of pilfering anything from your pockets, came the smooth voice of Gumimin from ahead. Because it's unnecessary? Conan ventured cautiously. Under such circumstances, any recording made would be considered illegally obtained evidence, thus inadmissible in a court of law, which is why you remain untroubled. It seems you possess a modicum of understanding regarding the law, young one. Gumimin winked at him. Of course, that is only one aspect. You may retrieve your recording device and review what you have just captured. Conan regarded him with skepticism as he hesitantly produced his voice recorder. Upon activation, it played back the conversation between Gumimin and the female university student. As he listened, Conan's expression shifted dramatically. The recording lacked a crucial segment. Specifically, the part where Gumimin coaxed Sada now to alter her testimony. He recalled that Gumimin had whispered directly into the girl's ear. The sound was too faint, thus it failed to register on the recording. Do you comprehend now, young one? I shall not afford anyone an opportunity, Gumimin said, smiling as he gently patted Conan's head. At that moment, Conan's face resembled boiling water from an animated series, flushed yet pale, creating a rather delightful spectacle. As the evening drew to a close, Gumin rose, ready to depart. Wait, Conan called out from behind. Gumin turned, a smile gracing his face. Is there something else? Are you not aware of the truth? No, you must know, Uncle Sakamoto, that man is a killer. Conan's gaze bore into him. Why are you doing this? Why assist a murderer? The truth? Gumin turned away, refusing to meet his eyes. I'm afraid I have no interest in such matters. The role of a lawyer is to uphold the interests of their client, to win every case and earn substantial rewards. As for anything beyond that, well, it hardly concerns me. Conan stood silently, watching Gumin's retreating figure. His hand, clenched in his pocket, tightened around the recording pen, emitting a distinctive crackle. He could never endorse such a viewpoint. To prioritize profit over human life, employing all means to exonerate a murderer and allowing them to roam free? Preposterous. If that were the case, where would justice reside in this world? Regardless of the reasons behind the act, a murderer must serve their time in prison as penance. This conviction had always been Conan's belief. As the light glinted off his glasses, he contemplated briefly before bolting from the Italian restaurant. He was determined to find Miss Saito Sanai and persuade her to abandon the notion of altering her testimony, urging her not to heed the lawyer's words. Outside the restaurant, Kume Gate, concealed behind a car by the roadside, watched with a cold smile as Conan hurried away. Ha! A futile endeavor. In Kume's estimation, the esteemed detective was undoubtedly heading to seek out Sanai Sugita. Yet, it would prove to be of no consequence. For when Sugita departed, her affection for him had already soared to an impressive 5 levels. Humanity is an inherently capricious species. One's stance can shift with the alteration of interests, never remaining steadfast. Witnesses, when swayed towards one side, are not destined to remain there indefinitely. They may be compelled to switch allegiances for various reasons, either tempted by a more lucrative offer or coerced by the threat of losing something dear. Such occurrences are all too common within the courtroom. Based on Kume's experience, when affection levels reach 5, a witness's position becomes exceedingly difficult to alter. He had already exerted dual temptations on Sanai Sugita. In this context, it was sheer folly to believe that Conan's mere rhetoric could persuade her to change her stance. Time to head home. Humming to the tune of Yoko Kashino's latest song, Kume made his way toward his apartment. His residence lay in the Edagawa ward of Tokyo. Situated in the far eastern part of the metropolis, Edagawa may not boast the vibrancy of central Tokyo, yet it retains some quaint old shopping streets and is one of the more densely populated areas among Tokyo's 23 wards. After taking the subway and alighting in Edagawa, he strolled for a while before arriving at the entrance of a modest single apartment. Upon extracting the key and unlocking the door to room 204, one is greeted by a modest 30-square-meter space, equipped with rudimentary furnishings, devoid of a restroom, and furnished solely with a few tables, chairs, and cabinets. Despite its small size, the room basks in ample sunlight, and most importantly, it boasts an affordable rent of merely 20,000 yen per month, significantly cheaper than similar accommodations in other locales. The reason for this low cost? Because a death has occurred here. In this world, renting a home is advantageous as haunted houses are abundant, resulting in remarkably reduced rents. Naturally, Kamikado does not intend to reside here indefinitely. Once he accumulates wealth, he will inevitably relocate to acquire a residence far grander than that of Masayoshi Sakaguchi. After a refreshing wash, Kamikado indulged in a brief session of Nintendo Switch gaming, organizing the legal documents and intelligence he had gathered that day before retiring for the night. The ensuing 20 days leading up to the court hearing unfolded with relative simplicity. Kamikado maintained a routine of 3 primary activities: visiting Sakaguchi at the detention center in the morning, spending some time with his dog at the Sakaguchi residence in the afternoon, and returning home to sleep at night. Thus, time passed swiftly, and soon the day of the hearing arrived. Japan's judicial system employs a four-tiered, three-instance structure. The courts are hierarchically organized into four levels: the Supreme Court, High Courts, District Courts, Family Courts, and Summary Courts. The Summary and Family Courts are of the same rank, primarily addressing civil matters, minor criminal cases, and family-related issues. The District Court, where Kamikado is currently engaged in litigation, adjudicates nearly all types of civil and criminal cases. The aforementioned three courts serve as first-instance tribunals. The High Court is responsible for hearing appeals from these lower courts in the second instance. The Supreme Court acts as the ultimate judicial authority, adjudicating third-instance appeals stemming from second-instance rulings, as well as addressing significant cases of considerable consequence. Given that the recent canine homicide case is a fairly common murder incident in this world, it is only processed by the local court. In Japan, local courts are established in every area below the city level, with at least one in each jurisdiction, particularly in the crime-prone district of Mihinoku. There are even 3 local courts to accommodate the overwhelming number of criminal suspects. On that morning, Kamikado rose early, and after completing his morning routine, he donned his attire and took the subway to the 3rd local court of Mihinoku. Before long, he arrived at the scene. Chapter 10. The First Court Hearing, Part 2. Within the courthouse, in the spacious lobby outside the judge's chamber, a scattering of individuals had already taken their seats on the benches. Among them were representatives from the prosecutor's office, the police, and various journalists from different media outlets. Although this was merely a commonplace murder case within the confines of Mihua Town, the increasingly fierce competition in the realm of public opinion had drawn several reporters to this location, eager to capture any morsel of newsworthy information, driven by the notion that even the smallest of stories holds value. Mr. Kamikado, as a fledgling attorney, this marks your inaugural trial. What are your thoughts on this matter? Given that your first case involves a criminal homicide, and your opponent is a subordinate of Prosecutor Kujo, do you feel confident in your chances of success? Is there anything you wish to convey to the parties involved in this criminal case? As soon as Kamikado stepped into the lobby, he found himself encircled by a throng of reporters, their cameras flashing incessantly, nearly shoving microphones into his mouth. With a soft cough to clear his throat, Kamikado smiled and raised his hands, signaling for silence among the journalists. The law is unwaveringly just. It will not let a villain escape nor wrongfully accuse an innocent, he declared. Though I am a novice attorney, I cannot stand idly by in the face of injustice. Guided by my unwavering belief in defending what is right, I shall exert every effort to prove my client's innocence. His words rang out with conviction, resonating powerfully, as if he were embodying the very essence of justice itself. Among the journalists, a perceptive individual promptly posed a question. Mr. Kamikado, do you mean to suggest that the suspect in this case is wrongfully accused? Absolutely. My client is entirely innocent. The reporter's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and they eagerly flipped open their notebooks, scribbling down notes with fervor. It was evident that there was a story brewing here. While Tokyo is notorious for its high homicide rate, celebrated both nationally and globally, it is exceedingly rare for judicial proceedings to exonerate a suspect completely. Most defense attorneys merely aspire to mitigate sentences. Why is this the case? The presence of esteemed detectives and the prosecutor's office's relentless efficiency has ensured a conviction rate exceeding 95% in Japan. In reality, it stands at 99.9%. Only a select few renowned lawyers, such as the illustrious Eri Kasaki from the Kasaki law firm, who is hailed as the queen of the legal realm with an unbeaten legacy, manage to turn the tide in difficult cases. Now suddenly a newcomer has emerged, claiming to achieve victory in court. Tomorrow's reports are sure to be filled with sensationalism. Whether this is a case of a fearless novice or true metal being tested remains to be seen. The journalists excitedly conveyed their findings to the screen. After concluding the interview, Kamikado scanned the bustling hall and soon spotted several familiar figures. His adversary in this debate, Deputy Prosecutor Masanari Ryakusu, his superior, Reiko Kuju, and a small boy adorned with a blue bow tie. Are you prepared to face the first defeat of your debut career? As both parties made their way to the judge's chamber, Ryu's southern counterpart took the opportunity to provoke with a taunt. Regarding such a minor character, Yumimin merely rolled his eyes, too indifferent to utter a single word. Humph! Noticing the disregard, Ryo could only maintain a stern expression and let out a cold snort. Meanwhile, Kutoreko wore an icy demeanor, remaining silent. She likely understood Gumiman's character, realizing that any words of counsel at this juncture would be futile. Behind them, Conan cast a deep glance at Gumiman, yet chose not to speak. Upon entering the judge's chamber, each party settled into their respective seats. Within the chamber, the audience section gradually filled with attendees, predominantly journalists and a few onlookers. Shortly thereafter, a judge clad in uniform and bearing a badge, accompanied by 3 jurors, arrived and took their positions at the front. With the suspect, Sakaguchi Masayoshi, escorted to the defendant's seat by judicial police, the judicial proceedings commenced. Japan's court trials operate under a jury system, wherein the court is composed of either 3 judges and 6 jurors, or 1 judge and 3 jurors, collaboratively examining and adjudicating the case. The judges hail from the legal profession, while the jurors are selected by lottery from the general populace of Japan, typically comprising individuals not associated with the legal field or the case at hand. During the proceedings, judges are required to consider the opinions of these jurors. The litigation model draws upon the Western principle of party autonomy, wherein the individuals mentioned above merely adjudicate the question of guilt, while the actual litigation process hinges on the debates between the opposing parties. The outcome is determined by the volume of evidence presented and the legal arguments made. Upon the judge's announcement to commence the proceedings, the prosecutor begins by reciting the indictment. The defendant, Masayoshi Sakaguchi, on the evening of April 30th, invited the victim, Takashi Maihara, to his residence. At 9 p.m. that night, he contacted Maihara via telephone, remotely instructing a dog on the 2nd floor to attack the victim, resulting in death. This act constitutes a violation of Article 199 of the Japanese Penal Code, qualifying as indirect perpetration of murder. The court hereby proceeds with prosecution and requests a legal ruling accordingly. Ryosuke Nagasumi, holding the indictment, read it fluently. Reiko Kujo nodded approvingly from the side. Although this deputy prosecutor had only recently joined her, he already exhibited commendable proficiency. The judge then inquired of the defendant, "Do you acknowledge this charge?" Just as Sakaguchi began to utter a word of protest, he was abruptly interrupted by the voice of his attorney, Kamegawa. With a glance, Kamegawa signaled him to remain silent, assuring him that he would handle all matters as his defense counsel. "Defense attorney, please proceed," the judge prompted. Kamegawa stood, slamming his palm on the table, his voice filled with fervor, declaring, "I contest this prosecution. My client is utterly innocent. This is a miscarriage of justice." The personnel from the Metropolitan Police Department and the prosecutor's office exhibit a lamentable incompetence in handling cases, resorting to unfounded accusations against my client in the absence of solid evidence. The atmosphere among all present, the judges, the plaintiffs, and the spectators seated behind, was one of incredulity. While some contemplated the possibility of a defense counsel advocating for acquittal, none anticipated the fervor of his stance, which even included a critique of the police and the prosecution. At this juncture, the jurors on the bench turned their gaze towards the plaintiffs, their expressions betraying a sense of confusion. Remarkably, before the formal debate had even commenced, doubts had begun to surface among those in authority. Inwardly, Gumiman nodded in approval. This exemplified a strategic advantage inherent in Japan's jury system. The jurors, comprised solely of lay citizens lacking formal legal education, were left to navigate the complexities of justice guided only by their innate sense of righteousness and morality. Consequently, their perspectives, and the parameters guiding their judgments, are easily susceptible to various influences, such as emotional responses. Gumiman's deliberate display of strong conviction was a calculated maneuver to unsettle the jurors' emotions, planting a seed for the verdict to come. In this realm, while the law is ostensibly impartial, its enforcement remains a human endeavor. Thus, the essence of true fairness invariably hinges upon the human heart. Chapter 11. The First Court Hearing, Part 3, The Despicable Scoundrel. On the plaintiff's side, Ryuju Seinen gritted his teeth. He was no fool. He recognized the tricks employed by Gumiman, having encountered such stratagems during his initial training simulations. Yet, the prosecution found themselves at a loss. This exemplifies the vulnerabilities within the judicial system, where jurors are rotated for each case, lacking any substantial experience, making them susceptible to manipulation. Silence. The judge's gavel struck, and the tumult within the courtroom was instantly quelled. The defendant and their representative claimed innocence, and the investigation of evidence shall now commence. The first order of business was to ascertain the cause of death. Ryuju Seinen inserted a stack of photographs into the projector, displaying them on the large screen before the court. Images depicting various angles of the deceased, Takashi Maehara, at the time of his demise, passed by like an assembly line. These photographs were captured by the Forensic Division, one of the 9 departments within the Metropolitan Police Department's Criminal Investigation Bureau. The horrific scene of Takashi Maehara's death emerged. His head hung at an exaggerated angle, his neck completely severed, eyes wide with terror staring into the void. Beside him stood a German shepherd, baring its teeth. The cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation due to neck trauma. Ryuju Seinen gesture. The prosecution asserts that the cause of death for Maehara was due to an attack by a dog. However, I contend that the term attack is not entirely appropriate. The jurors exchanged glances, puzzled by the distinction. At that moment, Kyungane calmly approached the large screen, extending his hand to point at Maehara's corpse. It was evident to all that aside from the injuries to the neck, the rest of Maehara's body was as pristine as if it had just emerged from a bath, with not a single tear on his clothing. Simultaneously, he retrieved a photocopy of the forensic report from his prepared materials, inviting the judge and jurors to examine it. The forensic report indeed indicated only injuries to the neck, with no mention of any anomalies in other areas of the body. Kyungane continued his discourse. Even if the deceased had been subjected to a canine assault, it would have been merely a pounce, not a bite. Thus, how could one speak of an attack? The judge turned to glance at the jurors, who were permitted to express their opinions. Although they did not fully grasp the relevance of Kyungane's statement, they nodded in acknowledgement of his argument. Consequently, the judge struck the gavel, affirming the validity of the defendant's representative's claim and inviting the prosecution to respond. Meanwhile, Ryu Susan, from the prosecution, furrowed his brow as he glanced toward the defense. To mount a defense of innocence, it would be logical for the defense attorney to refute the prosecution's assertion that the deceased was attacked by a dog. After all, merely examining the photographs reveals a tenuous connection between the victim and the canine. However, Gumaman chose not to pursue this line of argument. Instead, he merely emphasized the erroneous nature of the dog's method of attack. What is he up to? Observing the slight curve of Gumaman's lips, Ryushu Masanobu felt an unsettling sensation in his heart. He suppressed his growing unease and conceded, "I have no objections." The judge nodded. "We shall now proceed to the testimony phase." Soon, the sole eyewitness, Sujitani Sanai, took the stand. "I received a call from Mr. Sakaguchi, and as I ascended the stairs, I activated the speakerphone for the large dog stationed on the second floor to hear. At that moment, I was enjoying a slice of pizza when I suddenly heard a scream. I then witnessed the dog pounce on Maehara, sending him tumbling down the stairs. It was then that Maehara met his demise." Sujitani Sanai's testimony was nearly identical to what she had recounted during her initial meeting with Gumaman. The judge and jurors nodded in acknowledgement as they listened. Based on the witness's account, it was at least established that the victim's cause of death was indeed the result of being knocked down the stairs by the dog. Thus, the situation became increasingly clear. Ryushu Masanobu stood and declared, "The defendant issued commands to the dog via telephone, instigating the attack that led to the victim's death. This constitutes ample direct evidence." With that, he cast a challenging glance towards Gumaman. He deliberately exaggerated. This can only be considered circumstantial evidence, for the witness's testimony did not indicate that she heard any commands. In the pursuit of justice, to ensure that the perpetrator does not evade punishment, it is not uncommon for prosecutors to resort to hyperbole. According to Long Su Zhengnan's expectations, the defense attorney would certainly attack the validity of the direct evidence. However, the subsequent words of Gu Meimen took him by surprise once again. "This is indeed direct evidence. I concur with the prosecution's assertion on this matter. What on earth is happening?" Long Su Zhengnan muttered. Forcing himself to remain composed to match the opposing party's aura, he declared loudly, "So, the defense acknowledges the testimony of the eyewitness, Ms. Sugita Sanai? Well, I have no objections to that. Then the truth of the matter is established. But I have a question. Before Long Sujingnan could finish, Gu Meiman's interjection interrupted him. With a smile, he turned his gaze toward the witness stand. Since everyone agrees this is direct evidence, Ms. Sugita, you must have heard the voice on the other end of the phone, correct? After that, up until Mr. Maihara was pushed down the stairs, what were the states and circumstances of both the dog and Mr. Maihara? Please elaborate. Sugita Sanai, the university student, surveyed her surroundings. At this moment, she stood in the expansive courtroom, countless eyes fixed upon her, while journalists in the audience scribbled furiously, preparing the narratives for tomorrow's reports. At that moment, she resembled a white swan performing on stage, basking in the spotlight of countless gazes. Sayaka Sugita closed her eyes and then opened them again. Indeed, I heard the voice coming from the other end of the phone. Sayaka Sugita asserted confidently as she bid her beloved dog good night. The dog barked twice, and Masaru Maihara gently patted its head, creating a scene of remarkable harmony. Suddenly, Risu Minami stood up with fervor. This contradicts the testimony you initially provided to the police, he exclaimed loudly, casting a sharp glance in the direction of KB. It was evident that the witness had been bribed. No wonder this fellow remained so composed. That's because Masaru Maihara is my ex-boyfriend. In a fit of anger, I spoke recklessly. Mr. Sakaguchi is an exceptionally good person, often extending help to Masaru and providing assistance to those in dire straits. How could someone like him possibly commit murder? The courtroom is a place where fairness and justice prevail. We cannot haphazardly accuse an innocent person based on mere conjectures. Otherwise, is there still any semblance of justice in this world? Thus, I resolved to stand up against all odds. I understand that my single piece of testimony could potentially exonerate a good person from wrongful accusations. Although I may be an ordinary citizen with limited power, clearing the name of an innocent individual is our most fundamental demand. This is the essence of our existence. Sayaka Sugita spoke with fervent emotion, her tone filled with passionate conviction. Some individuals present were deeply moved by her words, and from the audience, applause erupted. Bathed in the multitude of admiring gazes, Sadao Sugita blissfully closed her eyes, reveling in the adoration of the crowd. Meanwhile, Conan adjusted his glasses and let out a long sigh. This witness had indeed perjured herself. On that day, he had arduously pursued Sadao Sugita, employing all his persuasive eloquence. Yet he could not sway her even slightly, failing to evoke her sense of justice to defend the truth. This left him feeling helpless and bewildered. Although a crucial portion of the recorded conversation between Kume and the girl had not been captured, he had distinctly heard Kume's persuasive rhetoric as he stood nearby. If Kume could awaken the kindness within this girl, why could he not? Of course, he could not. Conan. Kume glanced toward the audience, observing Conan's despondent expression, a subtle smile forming at the corner of his lips. Each person harbors a scale within their heart, determined by what weighs most heavily on it. Conan perhaps believed that within Sadao Sugita's scale, there existed elements of kindness and justice. However, he was mistaken. What this girl valued was nothing but pure materialism. Materialism encompasses various forms: wealth, power, status, reputation, and vanity. On that day, Gume spoke softly into Sugita Sanai's ear, conveying a crucial message that Conan failed to capture. His intention was not to compel her to advocate for an innocent person, but rather to remind her that her words would be exposed to the world. Consequently, Sugita Sanai resolutely stepped forward, passionately articulating her righteous sentiments. Observing her enraptured expression, it became evident that her enjoyment stemmed not from speaking in the name of justice, but from the adulation she received while doing so. Perhaps you possess a commendable acumen in detective reasoning, but when it comes to understanding the human psyche, you are decidedly a novice, dear Conan. Chapter 12. The First Court Session, Part 4. As Sawano Satomi's testimony concluded, it became apparent that the defense had gained a significant advantage. Not only the audience in the gallery but also the jurors above, and even the judge, displayed expressions of agreement. How infuriating! It turned out that fellow was harboring such intentions. Ryuju Seinen, in that moment, realized the gravity of the situation. His eyes, concealed behind square glasses, glaring at the composed Kumajima across the courtroom. Kumajima had refrained from attacking the claims regarding direct evidence, instead opting for a straightforward acknowledgement, which initially seemed beneficial for the prosecution. However, the witness's testimony had unexpectedly swung entirely in favor of the defendant, resulting in an adverse effect. The potency of direct evidence surpasses that of circumstantial evidence, and since everyone had previously conceded this as direct evidence, its validity had been firmly established. Once the witness's allegiance shifted to the opposing side, the strength of the direct evidence transitioned to them, rendering the situation exceedingly difficult to navigate. Such a lack of experience. Meanwhile, in the gallery, Reiko Kujo, the Madonna of the prosecution, observed the now flustered Ryuju Seinen, shaking her head in disappointment. Just moments prior, she had praised him, only to witness his true colors emerge now. Had it been her in this position, she would have employed various methods to interrogate the witness, compelling her to recount the details heard over the phone and to demonstrate them in real time. The moment the witness showed the slightest inconsistency, she would have seized upon it like a serpent, relentlessly pursuing that thread until the fabric of deception unraveled, akin to a torn mask. Despite being from the same graduating class, why is there such a disparity? Reiko Cute cast a glance at Risu Seinen, then at Kamedo, her expression tinged with a sense of disappointment. Meanwhile, Kamedo, composed and unperturbed, commenced his oration. Indeed, the principle of legal equity must prevail, and justice must be upheld. Miss Sugita, it is precisely because of individuals like you that the world can become so benevolent. He feigned applause along with the spectators in the gallery. Uttering such falsehoods, he remained utterly unashamed. If a single lie could yield a piece of gold, Kamedo would construct a castle several times larger than the Twilight Mansion. It is evident that my client has been wronged by the Metropolitan Police Department. Unscrupulous officers, in their quest to enhance their case clearance rates, have resorted to arbitrary accusations. Furthermore, the prosecution has been complicit, riding the coattails of this injustice. Do we not recall the dark era of law enforcement in Japan during the last century? With this statement, the courtroom fell into a profound silence. The 1990s marked a bleak chapter in Japanese law enforcement, characterized by a series of scandals involving police misconduct, including excessive force, coerced confessions, collusion, and corruption, which rapidly eroded public trust in the police. This situation did not begin to improve until the turn of the millennium when the police agency, not the Metropolitan Police, but an oversight body, instituted the Police Reform Outline. Kamedo's words prompted deep reflection among those present. The judges and jurors in the courtroom nodded in agreement. A considerable segment of the populace has lived through that era, resonating profoundly with his statements. Objection. Sensing the atmosphere shifting unfavorably, Ryosuke Nagasaki hastily rose to his feet. The defendant's representative's remarks bore no relevance to the current adjudication, constituting nothing more than inflammatory rhetoric. The judge cast a glance at Gambiai, striking the gavel. Objection sustained. The defendant's representative may speak appropriately. Gambiai shrugged and took his seat. Nevertheless, the smile at the corner of his mouth remained unchanged. Although the judge acknowledged the validity of the objection, Gambiai had already achieved his objective. At that moment, in Gambiai's line of sight, the presiding judge and 3 jurors had progress bars indicating their favorability and agreement levels, which had risen considerably in response to the witness, Sanai Sugita, and his words. Furthermore, Gambiai's unwavering stance of the defendant's innocence from the outset had begun to sow seeds of doubt regarding the truth of the case. The scales of justice, symbolizing fairness, had begun to tip. Meanwhile, as the advantageous direct evidence had shifted towards the defendant, the courtroom's atmosphere increasingly favored the opposing side. Ryosuke Nagasaki realized that this trial might be unwinnable. Darn it, I will not concede so easily. He silently clenched his teeth. At this juncture, he could only present the final piece of evidence, the matter regarding how Masayoshi Sakaguchi instructed his dog, which had initially been deduced by Kagoro Mori. As long as the commands aligned with the dog's training behaviors, this evidence would hold validity. Yet, even so, it has become exceedingly challenging to overturn the opposing party, for they now possess direct evidence. Even if the commands for training the dog align, they would merely serve as indirect evidence, lacking the potency to contend with the opposing side, which may result in a ruling of insufficient evidence. The only recourse is to seek a postponement of the trial, thereby allowing for the opportunity to gather additional evidence to dismantle the adversary's case. With this contemplation, Long Su Zhengnan rose to his feet. I hereby request the introduction of new evidence, he declared in court. Application granted, the judge proclaimed, striking the gavel. Consequently, Sugiura Sanai was escorted away. Shortly thereafter, a large cage containing a German shepherd, along with a tape recorder and a telephone, was brought forth by the judicial police. John, cried out Sakamoto Masayoshi, who had remained silent until this moment. Inside the cage was his beloved dog. I now request the defendant to assist me in a demonstration, Long Su Zhengnan announced, retrieving a mobile phone from his pocket. Based on the evidence provided by the Metropolitan Police, Sakamoto Masayoshi's commands comprised the following steps. Dialing a number to elicit a ringing sound, upon connection playing a bell sound via the tape recorder, then voicing the corresponding command, after which the dog would initiate an attack. Long Su Zhengnan recounted these steps in the courtroom. Should the defendant's commands indeed provoke the dog to execute an attack, it would substantiate the possibility of the defendant harboring an intent to train the dog for lethal purposes, thus presenting an opportunity for such an act to be carried out. At the very least, one must first establish a motive for the opponent's crime to prolong the proceedings. The defendant and their representative have no objections to this request. Correct? Long Su Zhengnan glanced at Gumaman. Of course, there are no objections. After all, we are innocent. Gumaman maintained his calm demeanor, gesturing politely. Long Su Zhengnan furrowed his brow, noting that the other party's attitude remained unchanged from earlier. Could it be that this individual has a hidden strategy? Suppressing the unease within, Long Su Zhengnan handed his phone to Sakaguchi Masayoshi. Sakaguchi glanced at Gumaman, his expression betraying a hint of concern. Regardless of Gumaman's previous eloquence or his attempts to bribe witnesses, the fact that he had been issuing commands to train a dog remained undeniable. If demonstrated in court, it would be exposed without delay. Be brave, Mr. Sakaguchi. Justice and truth shall not be distorted by the adversary's slander, Gumaman asserted with conviction, simultaneously signaling Sakaguchi. Consequently, Sakaguchi Masayoshi had no choice but to comply with the prosecutor's request and dial his own number using his phone. Beep, beep. The sound of Sakaguchi's phone rang out. His phone, a relic from the last century resembling the large mobile devices of yesteryear, emitted a distinctly recognizable tone. Upon hearing the ringing, the German shepherd, previously confined, rose to its feet, bending its hind legs backward, mimicking an aggressive preparatory stance. It's here. Long Su Zhengnan's eyes brightened. The dog's behavior mirrored that of the demonstration conducted earlier by the police department. As long as the forthcoming dog training commands correspond appropriately, this evidence will be deemed valid, leaving the defendant with no escape. Chapter 13. The first trial, final. It is evident that the defendant harbors a certain motive for murder. Before the instructions could be fully demonstrated, Long Su Zhengnan eagerly interjected. He retrieved a stack of documents from a prepared folder on the desk and presented them to the assembly. These were records pertaining to the defendant's son, Sakaguchi Masato, from 8 years ago, encompassing photographs, school affiliations, and social connections. Due to enduring relentless bullying, Sakaguchi Masato ultimately chose to take his own life. The perpetrator of this bullying was none other than the victim in the current case. Consequently, this court possesses ample grounds to suspect that the defendant employed a dog training method to commit the act of intentional murder. Long Su Zhengnan spoke with increasing rapidity, his expression growing more animated. In the audience, Reiko Kujo observed with dismay, shaking her head. Such impatience. This exemplifies the stark disparity between the two students. The case was already challenging to win. One must at least await the conclusive validation of this circumstantial evidence before articulating a motive for murder. Otherwise, should the evidence fail to materialize, would it not play into the hands of the opposition? Objection. Indeed, one could see Gumaman raise a hand in protest. Is the prosecution merely engaging in baseless speculation? When did our nation's judicial institutions devolve to such a state? Have they been usurped by incompetent tax thieves? Gumaman commenced his customary venomous tirade, questioning the integrity of accusing an innocent person based solely on suspicion. Where, then, is justice? Where is the principle of fairness? The courtroom is a realm where evidence reigns supreme. If the prosecution insists upon the guilt of my client, they must present compelling evidence. At the very least, they should honor the taxes paid by our citizens, should they not? It is unacceptable for one to presume that you are merely a group of gluttonous idlers. The judge and jurors nodded in agreement to this impassioned statement. The judge rapped the gavel. The objection is sustained. Prosecution, please expedite the presentation of your evidence. This unrelenting critique left Long Su Jingnan's countenance darkened, gasping for breath. Being a fellow student, he was well acquainted with Gu Mei Men, a man who adeptly employed veiled insults without resorting to vulgarity, always managing to remain in the right. This made one both resentful and infuriated. Very well, you demand evidence, and evidence shall be provided. Long Su Jingnan hissed through clenched teeth. Then, with a fierce determination, snatched the mobile phone from Sakaguchi Masayoshi, pressing the answer button. Simultaneously, he activated the playback of a recording, which resonated with a rhythmic chime. Upon executing these preliminary commands, the German shepherd in the cage arched its back, baring its teeth, poised to spring forth. Let us see how you escape this predicament. Long Su Jingnan internally cursed fiercely and shouted to Sakaguchi Masayoshi. Now, immediately declare your command. Sakaguchi Masayoshi hesitated for a moment. Finally, he had arrived at the decisive moment. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the German shepherd in the cage. John? How are you? How are you, John? He then awaited the actions of the German shepherd, anticipating the shifting gazes of those around him. However, an astonishing event unfolded. The German shepherd, previously poised to attack, now rested its front paws on the bars of the cage, its tail wagging enthusiastically, emitting a near-pleading bark. It appeared utterly eager to engage in play with its owner. Where was the menacing stance that suggested it would lunge and bite? How could this be? Witnessing this scene, Ryuju Seinen gasped in disbelief. When the police department had transferred the evidence dog to the prosecutor's office, he had conducted multiple tests, which aligned perfectly with the deductions made by Kagoro Mori. How could it have transformed into this? Impossible. My reasoning is undoubtedly infallible. From the spectator's bench, Conan also found himself rising involuntarily. A sudden realization struck him, as he swiftly turned his gaze toward the direction of Kumiman, the bewilderment in his eyes vanishing in an instant, as if he comprehended everything. This confirmed it. The prosecution's claims were utterly baseless. Kumiman's voice, laced with a smile, resonated from the defendant's side. Now, all the prosecution's evidence is rendered invalid. I trust the circumstances of this case require no further elaboration from me. I implore the prosecution to withdraw your indictment and restore the defendant's innocence. No, this cannot be, Ryuju Seinen murmured, lost in despair, as if still ensnared in the throes of his recent failure. This was his final piece of evidence, which he had believed would ensure a certain victory, yet the outcome proved utterly unexpected. Suddenly, he rose to his feet, fixating intently on the face of Gumiman. Since you claim this is a miscarriage of justice, why not elucidate the circumstances surrounding Mai Hara-go's demise? Do you genuinely wish to hear? Gumiman replied with a smirk, surveying the assembly of individuals present. The defense counsel may present your views, the judge declared, striking the gavel. The jurors beside him bore expressions of curiosity. Very well. Discovering the culprit is typically the duty of the police. However, since this matter falls outside the purview of the current prosecution, the following assertions are purely conjectural on my part. Gumiman smiled as he strolled leisurely within the courtroom, beginning his narrative. Mr. Sakaguchi did indeed make a phone call that evening, summoning Mai Hara-go to the second floor to reassure his beloved dog, John. John was also elated to converse with his master. Perhaps overwhelmed by excitement upon hearing his owner's voice, John exuberantly sought to frolic with Mai Hara-go, but in a moment of unrestrained enthusiasm, he inadvertently knocked him down the stairs. Pausing briefly, Gumiman concluded, thus it was a mere accident. Upon hearing Gumiman's words, both the bench and the audience in the gallery displayed expressions of enlightenment. If it were indeed an accident, then everything would make sense. I refuse to accept this, Ryusu Masanori exclaimed, his determination unyielding. What evidence do you possess to substantiate that this was an accident? You too have nothing. Thus, I assert that this is merely a personal conjecture. Gumamin continues to smile. Although I possess no evidence, there does exist a fact that aligns with this hypothesis. What is it? It pertains to the photographs of the corpse presented by the prosecution, which I mentioned earlier, correct? Gumamin's smile gradually transformed, the curve at the corners of his mouth twisting into a semblance of a sinister grin. The victim did not perish from the dog's mauling, but rather was merely pushed down the stairs. The prosecution ought to recall this fact. You acknowledge its validity. Consider this. If Mr. Sakaguchi truly intended to train the dog to commit murder, there should be bite marks present on the corpse. For a mere canine assault does not possess sufficient lethality to account for the death of Mai Harago. Generally, an individual falling from the second floor down the stairs has a considerable chance of survival, does he not? Longshu Zhengnan plopped down onto the chair with a thud. It dawned upon him that Gumamin had orchestrated this scenario from the very beginning, continually enticing him to leap into the pit. He had unequivocally lost this case. Now let us deliberate on the final verdict. The judge and the jurors exchanged confirmations. The court hereby announces its ruling. The prosecution's demands are dismissed. The charge of intentional homicide against the defendant is deemed unsubstantiated, and he is to be acquitted. The trial is now concluded, and the court is adjourned. With the gavel strike, the conclusion of this case is signified. In actuality, under normal circumstances, it may not have been so straightforward. For instance, some jurors might be prone to idle chatter, posing a myriad of nonsensical inquiries. The inquiry into the witness's affirmation of their testimony and the defendant's perspective on the victim is indeed crucial. After all, according to the final information provided by Longshu Zhengnan, a palpable animosity appeared to exist between the defendant and the victim, suggesting a potential motive for murder. Yet, ultimately, none of the jurors pursued these lines of questioning. From the outset, not only the prosecution but everyone seemed to be led by the nose by Gu Meimen. Was it truly that simple? Before departing the courtroom, the defendant, Sakaguchi Masayoshi, seemed momentarily bewildered. Had he genuinely been acquitted in such a manner? Of course, human perception can often be fallibly indirect. Gu Meimen smirked, casting a glance at the heads of the jurors who were about to leave. Their levels of favor and agreement varied, with some reaching 3 stars and others 4. One must concede that Gu Meimen's performance in court was undeniably compelling, profoundly swaying the emotions of those present. This blind sentimentality clouded the judgment of these individuals. Very well, Mr. Sakaguchi, you have now been acquitted. It is time to fulfill your prior promise. Gu Meimen smiled warmly, rubbing his fingers together. Sakaguchi Masayoshi snapped back to reality and nodded. Rest assured, Mr. Gu Meimen, I will send you the check. Ah, you truly are a generous and kind-hearted individual. The two exited the courtroom, engaged in conversation as they traversed the corridor. At that moment, a calm voice unexpectedly resonated from behind them. Is this truly acceptable? Turning back, Conan found himself face to face with the man. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he locked eyes with Sakaguchi Masayoshi. Uncle Sakaguchi, do you intend to continue evading the condemnation of your conscience, living each day in a state of unease? Faced with Conan's probing question, Sakaguchi hesitated, for he indeed had taken a life. Youngster, might you refrain from spreading such malicious words here and return home to seek comfort from your mother? Ji Maimon raised an eyebrow, directly interrupting Sakaguchi, dismissively waving his hand at Conan as if shooing away a dog, intending to lead Sakaguchi away. The instructions from John were orchestrated by you, were they not? Conan's voice resonated once more from behind, imbued with earnestness. For the past 20 days, you have maintained a routine. Each morning, you visited Uncle Sakaguchi's detention center, absorbing his scent. In the afternoon, you arrived at his residence to train John in the eradication of his commands. Due to the lingering scent of Uncle Sakaguchi, John was compliant with your directives, rendering the training devoid of difficulty. Though a mere span of 20 days, all that remains is for you to eliminate the final command. Thus, the entire logical chain will disintegrate, the evidence will crumble, and Uncle Sakaguchi shall evade the charges of murder through your defense. Ji Maimon's steps faltered. It sounds as if you witnessed it all firsthand. Young one. He turned back, reapproaching Conan with a smile. So, do you possess any evidence? Are you once again equipped with a recording device, clandestinely infringing upon others' privacy? Conan asserted, rest assured, I possess neither a recording device nor any evidence. He withdrew his hands from his pockets, turning them inside out, and gazed intently into Guman's eyes. I merely wish to pose a singular question. Do you not fear that one day your clandestine activities will be exposed, leading to prosecution by the public authorities? Do you harbor a disdain for the law? Guman met his gaze, absorbing the seriousness of his tone. He chuckled lightly before responding, Conan, I have a question for you as well. Do detectives such as yourselves harbor a fear of the law? Conan furrowed his brow. What do you mean? There are certain matters that can only be fully comprehended through profound study, Guman replied. Prior to my legal studies, I believed that the law existed to uphold justice, to punish the wicked and exalt the virtuous, a notion widely held by the public. Yet, through my genuine engagement with legal principles, I have come to understand the true essence of the law. Do you know what that is? Conan pondered for a moment before articulating, it is fairness. The law must safeguard the equity of all individuals, including the rights of offenders. Indeed, you possess a modicum of intellect, yet this is merely one facet. Guman snapped his fingers, allowing a brief pause. Before ensuring fairness, the law serves an even more paramount function: deterrence. Thus, strict enforcement of the law and accountability for violations is essential. When an individual refrains from or abandons actions prohibited by criminal law out of fear of its sanctions, this phenomenon is known as deterrence, which is precisely the essence of what the law seeks to convey. In every case your detective agency has unraveled, prior to the exposure of their misdeeds, the perpetrators have employed every conceivable tactic, meticulously crafting elaborate schemes, concealing the crime scene or framing innocence to evade capture. This illustrates the deterrent effect of the law. Its objective has indeed been fulfilled. Although the offenders may still commit murder, they are gripped by the fear of apprehension and incarceration, trembling before the law, which compels them to tread carefully, as if walking on thin ice. Now, if we were to adopt a similar perspective towards you, the detectives, I would pose a question, Conan. Do you harbor any fear of the law? Conan fell into silence. Guman continued, asserting, you do not. Detectives have never entertained the notion of fearing the law. You can commit unlawful acts without any psychological burden. As long as you fervently proclaim to yourself that you do it for the sake of justice, to apprehend criminals, to represent the law. Indeed, just as you did last time, Conan, when you employed a recording device. Did you ever consider what I am doing is illegal and I might get caught? As a lawyer, I, like any ordinary person, still fear the law, for I understand its true representation. Thus, regarding your assertion, I will devise every possible means to ensure that no one can seize upon my vulnerabilities. However, you have not. None of the detectives have, nor has anyone contemplated the repercussions of their actions leading to apprehension. The deterrent effect of the law has evidently eluded you. You shamelessly infringe upon the rights of others, committing unlawful acts with blatant disregard. Thus, is it not you who holds the law in contempt? Conan bowed his head, lost in contemplation. The lenses of his glasses glimmered. Indeed, Kagoro's earlier remarks were, in essence, a profound interrogation of the soul. After a moment, he suddenly lifted his gaze. Despite all this discourse, it cannot alter the fact that you have fabricated evidence to aid the true perpetrator in evading the clutches of justice. But I am a respectable attorney. I have never engaged in any illegal activities. Young one, you must present your evidence to support such claims. Kagoro resumed his jovial demeanor, as though the earnest words he had just spoken belonged to an entirely different individual. He turned to pat Sakaguchi Masayoshi on the shoulder. Let us disregard this little detective game and focus on matters befitting adults. Mr. Sakaguchi, I have assisted you greatly. Do ensure to treat me to a meal. Sakaguchi Masayoshi opened his mouth to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. He sighed, casting one last glance at Conan before departing the corridor alongside Kagoro. Conan stood quietly, observing the retreating figures of Kagoro and Sakaguchi, his fists instinctively clenched. Regardless of the circumstances, this individual has consistently transgressed the law and has aided criminals in their efforts to assert their innocence. thereby enabling them to evade the consequences of justice. Furthermore, judging by his demeanor, it appears that he intends to persist in this manner throughout his future endeavors. This, in any case, is something that Conan cannot abide. Just wait, for I shall ensure that all your illicit deeds are eventually exposed. One day, I too shall see you incarcerated. Chapter 15. The notion that Hybrid AI dined with Masayoshi Sakaguchi is, of course, unfounded. This is due to the fact that Sakaguchi had other matters to attend to. Being acquitted does not imply an immediate return home, as he must first revisit the detention center. Personnel from the Metropolitan Police Department awaited him in the lobby to escort him back for the necessary formalities. Consequently, the two parted ways in the corridor. However, as he departed, Sakaguchi appeared to be deep in thought. Could it be that the young detective swayed him with mere words? Kumamoto mumbled to himself, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. The commission had concluded, the case was won, the legal fees settled. Thus, their relationship had reached its terminus, leaving behind only a negligible debt of gratitude. Whether Sakaguchi experienced a pang of conscience leading him to surrender, or if he roamed freely without any psychological burdens, held no significance for him. It was far more pragmatic to contemplate how to spend that 1 million yen. Humming along to my Karaki's melodies, Kumamoto stepped out of the corridor and into the waiting hall of the courthouse, his spirits lifted. From a distance, he could hear a cacophony of voices. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the center of the hall had been besieged by a throng of reporters, some hopefuls who had arrived early to test their luck, and others who had rushed in upon hearing the verdict. They had effectively rendered the entire hall impassable. Was it true that the Metropolitan Police apprehended the suspect without thorough investigation? Officer Magyar, could you share your thoughts on this trial? The prosecutor Longshu, it is said that you and your opponent, Lawyer Guman, graduated from the same law school, and you lost to him in your inaugural court session. What are your thoughts on this? Amidst the throng, officials from the Metropolitan Police and the prosecutor's office appeared utterly flustered, struggling to keep the reporters at bay. Observing this, Guman swiftly concealed himself behind a folding screen. Once the troublesome journalists had nearly dispersed, he confidently stepped out. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when a rotund officer, clad in a trench coat and hat, called out to him. Hey, you unscrupulous lawyer, halt. Are you addressing me, officer? Guman raised an eyebrow and glanced back at the portly policeman. Officer Magyar had indeed been addressed as such by the reporters moments earlier. Magyar J-san, a seasoned figure in the world of Conan, had handled the majority of homicide cases in the animated series. Without the assistance of a detective, he rarely solved a case, thus epitomizing the inefficacy of the Metropolitan Police. Do you realize that the individual you are defending today is a genuine murderer? Officer Magyar intoned gravely. Oh dear, here we go again, Guman remarked, scratching his ear. The red-clad advocates of justice and morality seemed to be cut from the same mold, their minds as rigid as iron, completely impervious to reason. Observing Conan's obstinate expression, Goman could easily surmise his thoughts, merely a reflection of his belief that everything you said was erroneous, and that one day he would apprehend you. Officer, this matter does not concern me, does it? Goman remarked with a smile, asserting that a lawyer's duty is to uphold the interests of their client, to assist them in winning their case, is it not? Yet some cases ought not to be won by lawyers. Officer Magyar retorted angrily, declaring that your actions would only allow the true culprit to roam free. The purpose of the law should be to unveil the truth and ensure that wrongdoers receive their due punishment. You unscrupulous lawyers are nothing short of a desecration of the judicial system. Please, do clarify a few matters, Goman sighed, casting a glance at the man beside him. Ryuju Sisu. The absence of legal repercussions for wrongdoers fundamentally lies in the negligence of public prosecution and law enforcement. It is the incompetence of the prosecutor that concerns us lawyers. Is it not? What did you say? Ryuju Sisu, infuriated, raised his fist, ready to strike Goman. Having just lost a case, now being humiliated by this individual, who could endure such indignity? Stop right there. A cool voice interjected from the side. It was Reiko Kuju, firmly gripping Ryuju Sisu's hand. Lady Kuju, Ryuju Sisu exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. Isn't it enough to be humiliated? Reiko Kujo shot him a glare and urged him to return promptly, insisting he should relearn the art of legal combat, for his performance today had truly disappointed her. Longshu Zhengnan clenched his teeth, begrudgingly swallowing his frustration for the time being. He cast a resentful glance at Komedo before turning to exit the courthouse. "You were right, Komedo. It is indeed our negligence," he conceded. Reiko Kujo's expression remained impassive, her clear, beautiful eyes gazing at him with a detached calmness. Setting aside Longshu Zhengnan's issues for the moment, the gravest blunder in this trial lay with the final piece of evidence. Regardless of the circumstances, the prosecution should never have allowed that German shepherd to be exposed to the outside world, thereby granting the opposing side an opportunity to tamper with the evidence. The courtroom resembles a battlefield. Even the slightest oversight can lead to inevitable defeat. "You've imparted a valuable lesson to us, one we shall remember," Reiko Kujo remarked, casting a lingering glance at Komedo before following suit out of the courthouse. Only Komedo and the officers from the police department remained within the courtroom. "May I take my leave now, Officer Mugir?" Komedo inquired with a smile directed at the stout police officer before him. Mugir Juzan, his face marked by indignation, ultimately relented and stepped aside, granting Komedo passage. Without sparing them a glance, Komedo exited the courthouse. Following this trial, it was evident that he could not expect to foster good relations with those on the opposing side. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. The profession of a lawyer cannot be compared to that of a detective, policeman, or prosecutor. They are inherently adversaries. Within the confines of an oval-shaped building in Mihua Town, Dr. Agasa was busy with his gadgets. "Hasn't the new recording device been invented yet?" Conan inquired, placing his backpack down as he faced the elderly gentleman, whose thinning white hair remained only in a small circle on either side, a remnant of his dignity in old age. "Do not rush me, Shinichi. I am still in the process of development," Dr. Agasa replied, fiddling with a multitude of instruments before him. Conan nodded. "Very well, but it would be best to expedite the process. The recording device you previously provided had a woeful sound capture rate. It could hardly record through any obstruction. Recently, you seem a bit out of sorts." A teasing voice chimed in from beside him. It belonged to a young girl with short chestnut hair and striking ice-blue eyes, her delicate features resembling that of a porcelain doll. Hybera AI, a girl residing in Dr. Agasa's home, looked at Conan with curiosity. He glanced her way and shook his head. "This is none of your concern, Hybera. Yet I find it quite intriguing," she replied with a subtle smile. Seldom had she witnessed him so anxious. "Could you enlighten me, great detective? I am eager to know what sort of trouble such a clever mind as yours has encountered." Chapter 16. "You and that guy are cut from the same cloth. Well, here's the situation." Conan had indeed been feeling somewhat troubled lately, yearning for an opportunity to confide in someone. Noticing Hybera AI's persistent inquiries, he divulged everything that had transpired regarding the lawsuit involving Sakaguchi Masayoshi, including the words exchanged with Kume, laying bare his thoughts to the two present. "I cannot agree with what that person said," Conan exclaimed, as if releasing a pent-up frustration. "The detective's duty is to unearth the truth, to deliver due punishment to the wicked, and to restore innocence to the genuinely wronged. As long as actions remain within a reasonable scope, avoiding casualties, what harm is there in slightly bending the law?" "I see. So this is what has been troubling you of late." The more she listened, the more intriguing Hybera AI's expression became. Her icy blue eyes scrutinized Conan from head to toe, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of her small mouth. "Personally, I find that individual's perspective quite reasonable. Regardless of the detective's intentions, be it to unmask the true culprit or to save lives, the principle remains unchanged. No matter the circumstances, a crime is a crime, and it deserves legal judgment. Is that not a phrase you often espouse?" I meant." Conan's face flushed crimson. He had sought solace in a familiar companion. Although Hybera AI typically exhibited a playful demeanor, he hadn't anticipated her lack of support in such matters. "What I did was justifiable. I recall that there exists a concept within the realm of law known as emergency avoidance." After much deliberation, he finally conjured up such an explanation. "It appears you are not omniscient after all. Or perhaps Hawaii did not impart to you specific legal knowledge." The corners of Hybera AI's mouth curved into a more pronounced smile. Indeed, the law is an expansive system. If you were capable of mastering it entirely, how pitiful would those who have studied law for over a decade be? What do you mean by that? Listening to Hybra AI's mocking remarks, Conan furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of discomfort since earlier. Article 37 of the Japanese Penal Code states, in order to avert imminent danger to one's own or another's life, body, freedom, or property, emergency avoidance actions that are unavoidable and do not result in harm exceeding that which is to be avoided shall not incur punishment. Hybra AI recited the law fluently as if turning the pages of a book. Her gaze towards Conan carried a hint of playful mischief. Remember, it must be unavoidable. Kudo, which of your actions can genuinely be deemed unavoidable? Gazing into Hybra AI's eyes and hearing words that seemed to mock him, Conan suddenly realized the source of his discomfort. Hybra, turns out you and that individual belong to the same ilk. With a sigh, Conan stood up, somewhat brusquely waving his hand. Enough. My affairs are none of your concern. With a sudden puff, Conan sprang from his chair, storming towards the door and slamming it shut with a resounding bang. Shinichi, doctor. Agasa urgently called after him, but Conan did not turn back. The doctor shook his head, exhaling a sigh. Despite his mental age of 17, there were aspects of his behavior that still resembled that of a child. Don't be upset, AI. He simply lacks understanding in certain matters. Meanwhile, Hybra AI stood in a daze, gazing at the direction in which Conan had departed. Her intention had merely been to tease him momentarily before offering a comforting remark. After all, it was quite rare to see Kudo in such a state, and this had always been her manner of speaking. However, she had not anticipated his sensitivity, and the words of solace she intended to express remained unuttered, trapped within her. After a prolonged silence, Hybra AI shook her head. Forget it, doctor. I never truly belonged here anyway. I will be moving out soon and won't cause you any trouble. AI observing the fleeting glimmer of disappointment in Hybra's eyes. Doctor. Agasa parted his lips, ultimately releasing a deep sigh. It must be acknowledged that Gokiman had been feeling somewhat restless these past few days. Each morning upon awakening, he would first check his phone to view his bank account, then promptly step outside to check the mailbox. After breakfast, he would again check his bank account and email. At lunch, the same routine would ensue. This pattern repeated itself throughout the day, accumulating to dozens of checks in a single day. Where, he pondered, was that promised check for 1 million? With a decisive slam, Kamaman shut the mailbox outside. Over the past few days, he had repeatedly checked for any checks or bank transfers, but the promised commission from Sakaguchi Masayoshi seemed to have vanished into thin air. After nearly a week of waiting, Kamaman could no longer endure the uncertainty. His wallet was severely strained, and without any incoming funds, he feared he might not be able to pay this month's rent, let alone anticipate the release of the new Nintendo game, The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, which he had eagerly awaited for quite some time. Had he truly decided to turn himself in, or was he merely attempting to evade his obligations? Regardless of the reason, Kamaman resolved to return to Mihinoku and confront Sakaguchi Masayoshi in person for clarity. After boarding the train and traveling for several minutes, Kamaman disembarked and walked for a while until he reached Sakaguchi's residence. From a distance, a commotion was evident at the front of the house. He observed several workers bustling in and out, transporting furniture, while Sakaguchi was directing the activity at the entrance. Mr. Sakaguchi, what is going on? Kamaman inquired as he approached the estate. Startled by the sudden appearance of Kamaman, Sakaguchi hesitated briefly before breaking into a smile. It's Attorney Kamaman. As you can see, I'm in the midst of moving. Are you planning to abscond and evade your debts? Kamaman retorted without reservation. I possess the contract you signed initially. According to its terms, should I pursue legal action against you, it is likely that you would incur even greater losses. Not at all, Attorney Gumaman. I have absolutely no intention of shirking my responsibilities, Sakaguchi Masayoshi said with a wry smile. It's just that I've been overwhelmed with matters recently, and your case has unfortunately been delayed. Rest assured, I will provide you with every penny owed today. Gumaman nodded in agreement. I surmise as much. With such a trivial sum of just over 1 million, how could our esteemed Sakaguchi fail to manage it? After a pause, he inquired, so what exactly has transpired? Gyumaman glanced at the moving workers. Given your current state, are you planning to sell this grand house? Have you encountered financial difficulties lately? Or perhaps someone has filed a lawsuit against you? If you need legal representation, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I offer a generous discount of 20% to my loyal clients. No, that's not the issue. Sakaguchi Masayoshi shook his head, hesitating momentarily. I intend to sell this house and allocate a portion of the proceeds to the family of Mai Harago, as compensation for the death of their son. Gyumaman took a step back, scrutinizing Sakaguchi Masayoshi for a moment. After a long sigh, he remarked, "How can there be such a fool as you in this world? Is it that the allure of money has diminished, or have you once again been swayed by that wretched child, stirring your pitiful empathy? For heaven's sake, he is the very enemy who caused your son's demise." Chapter 17. The great Buddha of Mihua Temple should be your responsibility confronted with the incredulous gaze of Kamikado. Sakaguchi Masayoshi offered a faint smile, his expression one of serene acceptance. Indeed, Mai Hara had caused me the profound anguish of losing my son. However, he too was merely a child with parents. As an attorney specializing in juvenile cases, I can empathize with the heart-wrenching despair of a parent separated from their child. Regardless, it was I who took a life, and thus I seek to offer some measure of solace to the bereaved, as a form of penitence. Kamikado scrutinized Sakaguchi for a moment before placing a hand on his shoulder, gently guiding him to the right while gesturing towards the distant horizon. Do you see that mountain? Atop it stands Mihua Temple, and I believe the great Buddha within should be your charge. Ah, you exaggerate, Attorney Kamikado. Sakaguchi understood that Kamikado was mocking him, yet he remained unperturbed, maintaining his tranquil smile. Kamikado shook his head. There exists a paradox in this world. Although homicides are rampant and anyone could potentially be a perpetrator, swayed by their emotions to commit impulsive acts, the majority of individuals here still harbor genuine goodwill towards others. This is most evident in that, for those unconnected to him, their sentiments towards him are predominantly positive, rather than neutral or negative. Consequently, many individuals, after committing a crime, will kneel in repentance, even in the absence of conclusive evidence. Should a keen detective provide but a hint? Is this what they call a conscience unblemished? Indeed, the human heart is inscrutable. Gyumaman curled his lips in disdain. In his view, they were merely a bunch of fools. Initially, I had not resolved to sell my house, Sakaguchi Masayoshi interjected. It was not until a few days ago that I encountered a little girl with chestnut hair, squatting outside my yard in tears. When I inquired about her distress, she revealed that her sister had been murdered, leaving her homeless and bereft of family. Witnessing her pitiable expression stirred something deep within me, and I thought to myself, regardless of the circumstances, Homaji was still a human being. Enough, enough. I grasp your sentiment, Gyumaman interrupted Sakaguchi Masayoshi, cutting off his heartfelt confessions. So what of that little girl? With your benevolence and charitable spirit, you haven't taken her in as a goddaughter, have you? Not quite, but she is indeed residing in my home at present. Gyumaman nearly bit his own tongue in shock. His mouth agape. He stared incredulously at Sakaguchi Masayoshi, observing his benevolent countenance. You truly are a remarkable individual. Gyumaman sighed deeply. Regardless, he could not comprehend this seemingly noble spirit. While he might admire such individuals, he would never emulate them. Enough with the frivolities. Hand over my money, please. Gyumaman extended his hand towards Sakaguchi Masayoshi. His purpose for visiting today was to demand payment, not to hear tales of altruism. Masayoshi Sakaguchi nodded, retrieving a stack of checkbooks from his pocket. He tore off a check, swiftly inscribing the amount and his name, then endorsed it to the other party. Gyumaman accepted the check, his eyes widening at the sum of 1,500,000 written upon it. The excess of 500,000 shall serve as my overdue penalty, he mused. Very well. May our collaboration be fruitful. Gyumaman replied with a beaming smile as he carefully tucked the check away. Having secured the funds, he had no intention of lingering any longer. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Sakaguchi, he prepared to take his leave. Uncle Sakaguchi, I'm back. At that moment, a young girl's voice floated over from the adjacent street. The girl, adorned with a backpack, had short chestnut hair and a delicate, oval face, her striking large eyes framed by gracefully arched brows. Gumimin furrowed his brow slightly, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he regarded the child. Her eyes held an unusual tranquility, imbued with a wisdom rarely found in one so young, which was quite astonishing. "Welcome home," Sakaguchi greeted warmly, gesturing towards the girl. "This is the child I mentioned earlier. Shall I come over and greet Uncle Gumimin?" The girl approached with an air of obedience, bowing slightly. "Hello, Uncle Gumimin. My name is Ai Hibara. I look forward to your guidance." It seemed he had inadvertently stumbled upon yet another thread of connection. Gumimin raised a hand to his forehead, acknowledging that this little girl indeed bore an air of familiarity. Originally, she was the legendary goddess among otaku in the animated series, Hibara Ai, whose real name is Shiho Miyano. She is renowned as a prodigious girl within the Black organization, having experienced a reduction in size akin to that of Shinichi Kudo after ingesting a particular drug. According to the storyline, she is currently residing at Dr. Agasa's home. However, one cannot help but ponder how she inexplicably ended up in such a peculiar place. Well, at the residence of the Miho Buddha. Gumin contemplated this but could not arrive at a resolution. Nevertheless, he felt no distress regarding the matter. The fate of characters from the original narrative held no significance for him. Although it is referred to as the world of Conan, this realm is vast, and life continues beyond the confines of the storyline. Young one, cherish your days with Uncle Sakaguchi. The outside world is fraught with danger, so do refrain from wandering aimlessly, Gumin said with a smile, gently patting Hibara Ai's head. Subsequently, he chose not to linger and bid farewell to the two before departing the area. In the courtyard, Hibara Ai quietly observed Gumin's retreating figure. Her calm, large eyes seemed to flicker with emotion for a brief moment but returned to their usual tranquility shortly thereafter. Upon leaving the Miho residential area, Gumin's first course of action was to visit the bank indicated on the check to withdraw funds. As he walked along the commercial street, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, keenly observing the affinity levels displayed above the heads of passers-by. It was previously mentioned that the majority of these affinity levels were positive. However, this only applies to individuals who have yet to exhibit any criminal inclinations. Should someone be on the verge of committing a crime, there exists a significant likelihood that their affinity level would turn negative. Why is that so? It is rather straightforward. Individuals often harbor negative emotions when engaging in criminal activities. According to criminology, those in such a state may perceive the world around them through a lens tainted by the thought that it would be better if everything were to be destroyed. If one were to notice that another's affinity score is in the negative, caution is warranted. There exists a possibility that they may be on the verge of committing a crime, potentially endangering those nearby. Should they visit a bank to withdraw funds, and an individual with a negative affinity score happens to burst in, brandishing a weapon and indiscriminately firing at others, while the likelihood of such an event is minimal, it is not beyond the realm of possibility in this world. Of course, a negative affinity score may merely indicate that the person is experiencing a particularly bad day. However, the ever-cautious Gumimin would never allow himself to err. After all, he is currently in possession of a substantial amount of money. Should he withdraw cash or transfer funds? A transfer, perhaps, as I hold an account at this bank. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. After a considerable time spent searching for a suitable bank to withdraw from, Gumimin exhaled in relief, noticing on his phone that the funds had successfully been deposited into his account. This matter has finally been resolved. Now, it is time to contemplate how to utilize this money, planning for future endeavors in both work and life. Chapter 18. The Gumimin Law Firm and the second lawsuit. On his way home, Gumimin witnessed 2 robberies and a theft, all occurring in real time. There was even an instance where a perpetrator, in a fit of madness, attempted to rob a bank, only to be swiftly subdued by the security system within. Such incidents of blatant criminality were a routine occurrence for Gumimin during his daily outings, with the offenders invariably possessing a negative charm. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, recognizing his own astuteness, as this experience had sharpened his instincts. Upon returning to his rented accommodation safely and soundly, Gumimin dined and subsequently retrieved a blank sheet of paper, upon which he began to sketch and jot down his life plans. To squander $1.5 million on indulgence and revelry would be an act only a fool, akin to one who has been kicked by a donkey, would commit. As a newly minted lawyer with a modicum of disposable income, what should one prioritize? Naturally, the establishment of one's own law firm. A fledgling lawyer typically operates as a sole practitioner, necessitating daily efforts to attract clients and generate business. However, most individuals would dismiss you upon noting your lack of a physical office and absence of reputation, resulting in the unfortunate reality of being relegated to accepting public assignments from other attorneys. The remuneration from such public assignments is pitifully meager, akin to charity, and the clients often prove to be a source of endless complications. Just as Gumimin had previously observed with Sakaguchi Masayoshi, he regarded such assignments as refuse, akin to the detritus of a garbage bin. Alternatively, a lawyer might choose to work under the auspices of an established law firm. Given the character of Kamikado, unless he encounters a discerning individual who appreciates his talents, it is likely that he would find himself embroiled in a quarrel with his employer on his very first day, consequently relegated to obscurity with no assignments forthcoming. Thus, establishing his own law firm became an urgent priority for Kamikado. On the following day, he ventured out early, seeking various real estate agents. Ultimately, he discovered a suitable office in a commercial building located in the Shibuya district of Tokyo. The office, approximately 30 square meters in size, was available for a 6-month lease, fully furnished with desks and chairs, as well as a sofa and bookshelf, all for a modest monthly rent of 100,000 yen. Shibuya is a prominent district in Tokyo, situated in a central area with a bustling flow of people and vibrant commercial activities. It is densely populated with department stores, fashion boutiques, dining establishments, entertainment facilities, and various other amenities, akin to Shinjuku, both being categorized as districts that never sleep, operating around the clock. One might wonder why the rent is so affordable. The answer lies in its grim history. It is rumored that the previous tenant, also a lawyer, met a tragic fate after an altercation with a client, resulting in his demise in the restroom. After securing the office, Kamikado proceeded to gather the necessary documents to register his law firm. In Japan, there is no department akin to a business bureau. To register a company, one must visit the relevant legal affairs bureau to designate a corporate representative, create a company seal, and establish the firm's name. Naturally, the firm was named Kamikado Law Office. Kamikado completed these administrative tasks in approximately 10 days. The final step was to hire an assistant. The role of a lawyer is predominantly administrative, necessitating the assistance of aides to manage a plethora of documents and engage with a vast array of textual materials. However, given Gumimin's current financial situation, he is not yet in a position to hire staff. The expenses associated with renting office space and registering the company have already consumed a significant portion of his capital. Consequently, this matter must be temporarily set aside. Once the company affairs are settled, the next pressing issue will be the acquisition of clients. However, attracting clients proves to be a formidable challenge. The number of law firms in Tokyo is overwhelming, leading to fierce competition. Whether renowned or obscure, they all converge, and unless one possesses a certain network, the only recourse is to accept public commissions to build a reputation. After a week, a few clients have indeed approached him, yet they all present trivial civil litigation cases, offering fees that are considerably inferior to those of public commissions. Currently, Gumimin's sole connection remains the client from his inaugural lawsuit, Sakaguchi Masayoshi. With no alternatives, Gumimin retrieved his phone and dialed Sakaguchi's number. Although a one-time client, Sakaguchi is an attorney and may possess some promising referrals. After a nostalgic ring, the call connected, and Sakaguchi's voice resonated through the receiver. "Hello, who is this?" "This is Gumimin. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." "Ah, it's attorney Gumimin. What can I assist you with?" "Well, here's the situation." Gumimin succinctly explained his circumstances over the phone. "Rest assured, should any commissions arise, I shall allocate a portion of the fees to you as a referral incentive." Indeed, it seems that Sakaguchi has grasped the intention behind Kamikado's call. After a brief pause, he spoke up. "Kamikado, I must express my gratitude, yet I do have a few remaining cases, albeit predominantly involving juveniles. Are you certain you can handle such matters? Then perhaps it is best to forego this," Kamikado replied, shaking his head, poised to terminate the call. Handling juvenile cases was not his forte. In his view, Japanese middle and high school students were the most troublesome. Their minds were simplistic, their understanding shallow, preoccupied with trivial matters of infatuation, often transforming into lustful creatures at the mere sight of the opposite sex. In essence, he regarded adolescents as a group of fools. In fact, should he represent them in court, they might very well turn into unwitting adversaries, inadvertently aligning with the opposition and leading to disastrous outcomes. Kamikado, please hold on. Just as he was about to hang up, Sakaguchi abruptly halted him. Although the cases I have pertained to juveniles not long ago, an old friend solicited my assistance for a legal matter, which I declined. Oh, what sort of case? Regarding that, it would be prudent to discuss it in person. Very well. Shall we arrange a meeting place? How about the Baro CAF in Mahanmiki? 5 Chom? Kamikado furrowed his brow slightly, as the name sounded somewhat familiar. However, in his eagerness to secure work, he dismissed any further contemplation and agreed. After hanging up, Kamikado prepared himself and promptly set off. After a brief ride on the train, he found himself once more in Mahanmiki. After the previous lawsuit, I have visited this place numerous times, and Gumaman has become somewhat of a seasoned veteran in navigating these streets. A simple inquiry for directions led me effortlessly to my destination. It is a 3-story edifice. The sign outside displays BOLOCAF on the first floor, while the second floor. Gumaman rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Good heavens! The Moly Detective Agency? The typically composed Gumaman could not suppress an expletive at that moment. He had thought the CAF's name sounded familiar, only to realize it was situated directly beneath the Moly Detective Agency. It's you! A voice filled with astonishment rang out beside him. Gumaman turned expressionlessly to his side. There stood a girl clad in a JK uniform, sporting an ambiguous protrusion atop her head, covering her mouth in shock as she gazed at him. It was Maoli Ran, the only daughter of Maoli Kagoro. They had crossed paths previously in the subway. Chapter 19, The Murder Incident at the Class Reunion. So, you are the esteemed lawyer Kume Gate? Have you come seeking my father's assistance? Mao Lilan quickly regained her composure, recalling the incident on the subway concerning the matter of yielding seats, which ignited a wave of anger within her. That episode left a profound impression. She had never encountered such an insufferable individual before. Leave me be. You are not welcome here, she declared, attempting to shove Kume toward the exit. Without hesitation, Kume slapped her hand away with a sharp sound. Young lady, do not mistake my intentions. I have come here to dine. This establishment, which obviously belongs to a third-rate detective agency, hardly warrants anyone seeking your services. What did you just say? Mao Lilan retorted, her anger boiling. This building belongs to my father, and I hereby declare that you are not permitted to step foot inside. If you wish to dine, do so elsewhere. Now, young lady, I presume you have not studied law? Kume sighed, extending a finger and gently shaking it. This floor has been leased by your family, has it not? According to the Japanese Civil Code, once a property is leased, the rights of use are transferred, and only the personnel of this CAF can evict me. Do you understand? Unless your lease explicitly states that no individual by the name of Kume may enter, you have no authority to dictate my presence here. You, Mao Lilan exclaimed, pointing at Kume's face, her chest heaving. She was so incensed that words eluded her. Following the previous incident on the subway, she had come to understand the sharp wit and incisive tongue of this individual. Engaging in a war of words, she realized, would be futile. As the daughter of a lawyer, she was acutely aware that debating with someone versed in law was akin to throwing eggs against a stone. Physical confrontation was even less advisable, for knowing the character of this lawyer, he might well retaliate with a countersuit. Please step aside. Thank you. The loathsome voice of the opposing lawyer echoed in her ears. With no other recourse, Mao Lilan shot him an angry glare and stepped aside, allowing him entry into the CAF on the first floor. Big Sister Lilan, this fellow is no good. A sudden voice pierced through from the side. It was Conan. Emerging from behind a tree, he had been lurking nearby, observing the scene as he was on his way home from school. I see it now. Mao Lilan nodded in acknowledgement, her voice laced with indignation. Conan, you should avoid such people in the future. They are truly detestable. Conan gazed at the figure of Kagoro Muri within the restaurant, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He was aware that this lawyer was not a resident of Baika town, yet had deliberately chosen to dine at this establishment. With this thought in mind, Conan silently slipped inside. Meanwhile, Kagoro Mori entered the CAF, glanced around, and not spotting Sajisaka, chose a seat at random and ordered some pastries. After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, Sajisaka finally made his entrance. Kagoro raised an eyebrow, noticing a familiar figure beside Sajisaka, the little girl he had encountered just recently, Hibara AI. Apologies for the delay, but Xiao AI insisted on accompanying me here, Sakaguchi expressed with a tone of regret. At that moment, the ever-timely Hibara AI chimed in, Uncle Sakaguchi, I would like to have a parfait and some ice cream. It is quite rude to speak thus, Xiao AI. Do address Uncle Kumigame properly. Very well. Hello Uncle Kumigame. Hibara AI pouted, reluctantly greeting him. She continued her act, and she was quite convincing. Kumigame cast a glance at Hibara AI's seemingly innocent child's face. He was unaware of why Hibara AI had come to Sakaguchi's residence, but he was certain she had employed some deceitful means to masquerade as a pitiful little girl, intending to take advantage of their hospitality. Perhaps she had fallen out with Conan and the others or something of that nature. Soon, the dessert and coffee sets that they had ordered arrived. Upon seeing the food, Hibara AI fell silent, quietly sitting to the side and dutifully savoring her delicious ice cream. Kumigame's gaze no longer lingered on her. Without further ado, he stated, Let us get straight to the point. Regarding what you mentioned over the phone, please present any pertinent information you have. Sakaguchi nodded and retrieved a document from his briefcase. This concerns a lawsuit from Chiba Prefecture. The party involved is a police officer from Chiba, who has been arrested in connection with a murder case. Kumigame took the document and examined it closely. As he read, his brow suddenly furrowed at a particular line of text. Is this yet another case solved by Kagoro Mori? Sakaguchi nodded. Yes. I have heard that the perpetrator is actually a former classmate of Mori's from university. I see. As the words on the document unfolded, fragments of memories began to awaken within Kume. This case was indeed recounted in the original animation and is quite a classic, titled The Murder Incident of Kagoro's Class Reunion. How intriguing. Kume's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, a smile gracing his lips. Then why do you not take on this case? I see the offered fee is as much as 2 million. Because this case was solved by the esteemed Detective Kagoro, and the evidence is rather compelling. The officer did indeed commit murder, Sakaguchi replied. My conscience tells me I cannot defend a murderer, hence I refuse to accept this case. Huh? What nonsense are you speaking? Kume laughed heartily, as though he had heard something amusing. A murderer refusing to associate with another murderer, that is the finest joke I have heard all year. If you truly wish to excel in the legal profession, refrain from incessantly invoking the notion of conscience. The law has never been concerned with such matters, do you understand? Sakaguchi offered a wry smile. Although Kume's words were harsh, he found himself unable to counter them. I shall take on this case. Kume gathered all the documents provided by Sakaguchi and stuffed them into his briefcase with determination. Having contemplated this matter thoroughly, I previously mentioned that this case was solved by Kagoro Mori, and there exists substantial evidence to support this assertion. Is it not true that your case also possesses evidence? Was it not he who unraveled it? Gomen remained unconvinced. Sakaguchi cast a deep gaze upon him. Individuals like you, driven solely by monetary gain, seem indifferent to the nature of any lawsuit, irrespective of which side justice may favor. You are utterly terrifying. On the contrary, justice has never truly favored any side. Gomen performed his signature gesture, raising a finger and gently shaking it, a peculiar smile gracing his face. In this world, only the victors embody justice. Sitting quietly beside them, savoring her parfait in silence, Hibara AI gradually lifted her head. A faint light shimmered in her icy blue eyes. Chapter 20. The diverging paths of two individuals. After finalizing the details of the commission, Gumaman proposed a commission fee of 10. This implies that if the entrusted amount, as stipulated in the contract, totals 2,020,000 would be allocated to Sakaguchi as a referral fee. Sakaguchi, however, declined, stating it was merely a gesture of gratitude. Yet, Gumaman insisted on offering it. I have always found such gestures to be the most exorbitant commodity in this world, and I wish to avoid entanglements in the future. A mere 20,000 could secure a clean break. What a bargain, Gumimin articulated. Seeing Gumimin's resolute stance, Sakaguchi ultimately acquiesced. All right, Shao AI, let us depart. After concluding the business at hand, Sakaguchi rose from his seat to beckon the young Hybera AI beside him. Not yet, Uncle Sakaguchi. I wish to have another cup of milk tea, Hybera AI implored, her voice laced with sweetness as she adopted a charming demeanor. Very well. I shall wait for you in the car outside. Please be swift, Sakaguchi replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Hybera AI's hair before exiting the CAF. Seated within the CAF were only Gumimin and Hybera AI, facing each other. Little sister, is there something you wish to discuss? Gumimin inquired, raising an eyebrow. You must have a reason for lingering. Hybera AI tilted her head, resembling an innocent child, her ice-blue eyes gazing intently at Gumimin. Uncle, I would like to pose a question to you. Dear child, please speak normally. Thank you. Gumimin cast a sidelong glance at the little girl, observing the deliberately exaggerated expression she wore. To be honest, he had nearly felt nauseous since earlier. Nevertheless, Hybera AI maintained her demeanor. Uncle, how do you intend to handle the forthcoming case? She inquired with her innocent eyes blinking. Before Gumimin could respond, another voice suddenly emerged from behind. Hybera, there's no need to put on an act in front of this guy. He can see right through it. Conan poked his head out from between the plants, then maneuvered his body around to sit beside Hybera AI. Gumimin squinted. This little rascal was indeed eavesdropping again. The question Hybera posed is one I share, Conan said, gazing coldly at Gumimin. Though I harbor no illusions that you will provide a satisfactory answer, I must advise you. This case is of great significance to my uncle, Kagoro Mori. The murderer is a police officer, one who has transgressed the law he is sworn to uphold. Such individuals are intolerable in our society. If you possess even a modicum of professional integrity as an attorney, I implore you to decline this case and avoid compounding your errors. Here we go again. Gumimin sighed deeply. I find it utterly perplexing how a mere child, one who has never truly experienced the world, who relies on their parents for sustenance and knows nothing of life's hardships, can spout such seemingly profound wisdom. I have but one question for you. What do you truly understand? I simply cannot grasp your mindset in defending a murderer. Conan took a deep breath, nearly shouting out loud. His voice rang so loudly that it drew the attention of other patrons in the CAF, who began to whisper amongst themselves, casting curious glances in his direction. Your demeanor reminds me of my own middle school days. Gumimin observed Conan with a half-smile, raising both hands to signal the onlookers to disregard the commotion. Back then, our language teacher assigned us to write an essay about autumn, requiring us to depict the desolation and the spectacle of frost-laden leaves swirling in the air. Pondered. With my early mornings devoted to studying and late nights extending until 11 or midnight, how could I possibly find time to grasp the essence of autumn's melancholy? Thus, the outcome was merely a tapestry woven from my imagination, adorned with grandiose phrases to illustrate an autumn I had never witnessed. Pausing, Gumimin regarded Conan with a subtly sardonic smile. Young one, little detective, your current predicament bears an uncanny resemblance to our own experiences back then. There is little distinction. Conan clenched his jaw tightly. Gumimin's words were always gems of wisdom, cutting like a knife. Moments later, he suddenly turned to his companion, Hybera AI, and inquired, AI, what do you think? At that moment, Hybera had shed the guise of the innocent little girl she had previously donned. I believe he is not mistaken. One must undergo certain experiences and witness particular phenomena to be entitled to voice corresponding opinions. A classic saying from a distant nation once echoed. Hybera AI spoke with a measured tone. Without experiencing the suffering of others, one should refrain from advising them towards goodness. The tone, though subdued, carries a trace of melancholy. Conan fell silent for a moment before speaking. I cannot comprehend. Hybera, do you intend to stand with this individual? No, that was not my intention from the outset, Hybera replied softly, shaking her head gently as her icy blue eyes gazed steadily at Conan. I merely approached because you claimed that I am of the same ilk as him. That was my sole purpose. And now, After witnessing what you have, Conan pressed, his gaze almost piercing. Hybra met his eyes unwaveringly. Now, I believe your initial statement was indeed correct. Hybra, is there truly no turning back? Conan inquired, observing the serenity in the girl's eyes. In that instant, he felt as if a valve had been released, and a hint of sorrow washed over him. You left a letter and then vanished. The doctor has been despondent, unable to eat properly for 3 days. He still awaits your return, standing by the door each afternoon, hoping to catch a glimpse of you coming back with your backpack. It is impossible, Hybra replied quietly, shaking her head. You are the light, dwelling under the warm and radiant sun, while I am the darkness, destined to hide in the depths of the night. Our paths shall never intersect. Hybra, perhaps it is better for the elementary students not to imitate adults in their performances of nighttime tragedies. Conan gazed at Hybra AI, poised to utter more, yet a mocking voice nearby abruptly interrupted him. Goman looked at the 2 7-year-olds before him and sighed. You two have been chattering incessantly, with such life and death fervor. As an adult, I find it rather embarrassing. Please be mindful of your influence, if you will. There are others here who are covertly capturing your antics on their phones. Upon hearing this, both children glanced around and promptly sealed their lips. Since you, Hybra, have made your decision, I shall refrain from further comment. Conan remarked as he rose from his seat, shaking his head. I can only hope that when we meet again, we shall not be adversaries. With that, he cast one last look at Hybra AI before making his way toward the upstairs Muri Detective Agency. Hybra AI watched Conan's retreating figure, her calm eyes revealing no emotion. Once a decision is made, there is little room for regret. Hey, little sister, he's already left. What are you still doing here? Goman's voice reached her ears. Chapter 21. A free assistant delivered to your door through the brief conversation exchanged between Conan and Hybra AI. Gokuman could glean a semblance of the events that transpired between them. It was likely that they had touched upon the case involving Sakaguchi, mentioning his character, and that Conan, with his remarkably low emotional intelligence, had inadvertently uttered some unfortunate remarks, thus displeasing Hybra AI, leading her to leave home. Consequently, the two characters, who were originally meant to be inseparably intertwined, found themselves inexplicably estranged. Is this what they call the butterfly effect? How peculiar. Gokuman mused to himself in a whisper only he could discern. Despite having never interacted with Hybra AI directly, save for a few encounters with Conan, he realized that this slight connection had indirectly influenced those around him, causing the world's logic to resume its normal course, thereby altering the events that were destined to unfold. Nevertheless, Gokuman held no interest in Hybra AI. From his perspective regarding Conan's universe, he believed that the characters ought to remain where they belonged and not trouble him. Hey, little girl, he has left. Why do you linger here? Thus, despite recognizing that Hybra AI had come to see him out of curiosity, he still issued her a dismissal. Is this how you treat a prospective employee? Remaining in place, Hybra AI cast a glance at Gokuman's lawyer badge, her delicate lips curving into a subtle smile. It appears that your so-called law firm has a significant likelihood of becoming a morally dubious enterprise in the future. Upon hearing these words, Gumaman narrowed his eyes. Young one, I fail to comprehend the meaning of your statement, he remarked. I have conducted a thorough investigation of your blog, your Twitter, and all your social media accounts, as well as your recently created company website. Hybra AI replied in a subdued tone. As a newly established law firm, you are currently its sole proprietor, and your staff is severely lacking, necessitating some subordinate talent. Although I harbor doubts regarding the prospects of your modest enterprise, I shall approach this opportunity with the mindset that even a dead horse can be transformed into a living one, and thus I intend to give it a try here. So, am I not welcome? No, it is the same doppelganger. Gumaman furrowed his brow, observing Hybra AI's tranquil visage. Beneath that porcelain doll-like countenance, she articulated words as venomous as a serpent, rivaling his own. Why should I employ you? What qualifies you to be my employee? Gumaman gazed intently into Hybra AI's eyes. She met his gaze calmly and then suddenly spoke. She began reciting the Japanese Penal Code from the very first article, progressing flawlessly without any interruptions or errors. It was as if she were reading from an invisible book, flowing effortlessly. Impressive. To achieve what others cannot at your age is truly remarkable, he exclaimed, but swiftly shifted his tone. However, are you not still an elementary school student? I consider myself a responsible citizen and do not wish to be unjustly accused of employing child labor. So I kindly request you to reconsider. I am willing to forego any salary. Very well, you are hired. Hybrid AI momentarily froze, gazing at the man before her who had so swiftly altered his stance, leaving her momentarily dazed. G-Men raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What are you staring at me for?" Regaining her composure, Hybrid AI shook her head and replied, "No, it's nothing. In this era, where the call for an 8-hour workday resonates loudly, where indeed can one find a capable employee who is willing to work without pay?" G-Men mused to himself. He then retrieved a sheet of white paper from his bag and swiftly scribbled several lines. "Please sign here." Hybrid AI cast a casual glance at the document, which outlined the employment details, job responsibilities, and most crucially, the matter of salary, stating quite plainly that it was to be unpaid. "This holds no legal validity," Hybrid AI remarked coolly, crumpling the paper and discarding it into a nearby trash bin. G-Men observed her, resting his chin on his hand. He was well aware that the document he had just penned bore no weight. After all, the other party appeared to be a child, and should this matter ever reach a courtroom, he would merely be charged with the abduction of a minor. His earlier actions were merely an experiment, for there is a profound difference between rote learning and practical application. It now seemed evident that her reputation as a prodigious young genius was well-deserved. A willing employee who demands no compensation is an opportunity too precious to overlook. Such chances are fleeting and should not be dismissed lightly. As for the black organization seeking Hybrid AI, who cares? The only truth is that money matters. Everything else is frivolous. After all, the distillery is merely a haven for counterfeiters, with only gin and a few lunatics engaged in any real work. Clean up and report to my office tomorrow. Kume handed Hybrid AI a freshly printed business card, inscribed with the address of his new law firm in Shibuya. Without even glancing at it, Hybrid AI shook her head. "No need. I will return with you today." "Are you certain?" Kume appraised Hybrid AI's petite form, her youthful figure still untouched by maturity, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Are you not afraid that I might be a twisted individual, transforming into a beast in the dead of night to ambush you?" "The likelihood of that is nearly non-existent," Hybrid AI replied coolly. "From my analysis, you embody a wholly egocentric personality. Your gaze is fixated solely on material wealth, showing indifference to all else. Should you engage in such an act, the ultimate outcome would merely be the loss of a free employee, with the long-term consequences far outweighing any benefits. Given your character, you would never allow such a scenario to unfold." Kume mused inwardly. Were it not for the fact that the other's true age exceeded 18, one might think these words were delivered by a possessed child. Thus, the matter was settled. As an employee of Kume's law firm, Hybrid AI would temporarily reside in his home, without any salary, yet her meals and accommodation would be provided. Afterward, Hybrid AI stepped outside the CAF and discussed the matter with Sakaguchi Masayoshi, who was waiting in the car. Naturally, the issue regarding the staff was concealed. She merely mentioned the need to change accommodations, citing the typical whims of children who were fond of Uncle Kamikado, among other fabrications. Initially, Sakaguchi appeared somewhat astonished, as Kamikado hardly seemed like a suitable guardian for a child. However, after Kamikado's assurances and Hybrid AI's fervent insistence, he ultimately acquiesced to the arrangement. Thus, the introduction of the new employee concluded, paving the way for preparations for the upcoming trial. Chapter 22. Work diligently, and life will become sweeter that evening. Hybrid AI accompanied Kogure to his newly established office in Shibuya. In an effort to cut costs, Kogure had relinquished his previous residence in Edagawa Ward, opting instead to reside within the confines of the office. 2 sofas were present, with each occupying one. As they prepared for sleep, Kogure tossed a cotton blanket to Hybrid AI. She surveyed the sparse surroundings of the office, which indeed appeared rather shabby. "Enough of this chatter. It's time to rest. We have an early train to catch to Chiba tomorrow," he urged. Hybrid AI glanced at the worn sofa, riddled with holes, and quietly curled herself into it, covering her small frame tightly with the blanket, closing her eyes. "Good night." That night passed in silence. The following day, Kogure locked up the office and led Hybrid AI to the train station. Just before boarding, he handed her a white, breathable mask. To prevent any complications, from this day forth you must sever all ties with your past. Henceforth you shall be known as Kogure AI, my sister from the countryside. I do not wish to hear the name Hybrid again. Severing all ties with the past. Hybrid AI no Kogure AI accepted the mask, a momentary haze clouding her icy blue eyes. Memories of her parents in the flames, the death of her sister. Please refrain from wearing that expression. It is quite bothersome. Stop pretending to be melancholic like a primary school student. Thank you. If I were to be discovered employing child labor, it would spell disaster. I must tread carefully, do you understand? The unceremonious words of Gumimin jolted Xiao AI from her melancholic reverie. I comprehend, she replied with a subtle nod, refraining from any superfluous remarks. Masking her visage, Xiao AI followed Gumimin onto the train, embarking towards Chiba Prefecture to meet the client there. Naturally, the pretext of not being found out for employing child labor was merely a superficial excuse. The primary concern lay with the dark organization. Gumimin had no desire to entangle with those deranged individuals. Just look at how Jin incessantly trails behind, calling out Shirley, Shirley, like a lunatic. With a resonant rumble, the train began its journey, clattering along the tracks. Within the carriage, Gumimin and Xiao AI sat facing each other. After a moment's contemplation, Gumimin retrieved a stack of documents from his briefcase and handed them to her, scrutinizing her with the discerning gaze of a superior. These are pertinent materials related to this commission. Please analyze how we might resolve this case. Xiao AI nodded, accepting the documents and perusing them page by page. It was evident that the contents primarily included the statements of the parties involved, testimonies from witnesses, and the first instance judgment from the Chiba District Court. Indeed, this case had undergone an initial trial. The court found the former Chiba Prefectural Police Detective, Nakado Kazushi, guilty of murder and sentenced him to 20 years of imprisonment. The lengthy prison sentence was, of course, unacceptable to the families of Nakado and Shur, prompting them to consider hiring another lawyer to appeal to the Tokyo High Court, in hopes of overturning the verdict in the second trial. After reading through the case details, Xiao AI looked up and remarked, "This case is quite complicated. An appeal requires the submission of grounds for the indictment." However, during the first trial, numerous witnesses identified him as the perpetrator, including 4 of his university classmates, among them Mori Kagoro. Additionally, there is physical evidence in the form of a handgun and various conflicts of interest between him and the victim, which provide ample motive for murder. So, what do you think could be done to overturn the verdict? Kaguru inquired, observing Xiao AI's earnest analysis with keen interest. Xiao AI paused momentarily before calmly uttering a few words, to call a stag a horse. Seeing the unwavering gaze of Xiao AI, Kaguru chuckled, resembling a heartless employer who compels employees to work tirelessly for days without remuneration, ultimately leading to their untimely demise without compensation. He patted Xiao Ai's shoulder and spoke earnestly, "Work diligently, and life will become increasingly sweet." Xiao AI shot him a sidelong glance. "The sweet you refer to, does it imply a situation where there is neither staff accommodation nor even a bed, leaving one to sleep on a tattered sofa riddled with holes? Let us not put it that way. After hardship comes ease. Once we disembark, I shall treat you to a cup of fully sweetened milk tea." Now that does sound delightful. I truly appreciate it. Although Chiba Prefecture lies outside of Tokyo, it essentially belongs to the Tokyo metropolitan area, with various interconnections in administration, economy, law enforcement, and judiciary matters. For instance, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department is also responsible for areas in Chiba. After less than an hour's train ride, they reached their destination. Kamikado and Kagoro disembarked and, following the guidance of their mobile navigation, headed towards the residence of their client. They transferred trains twice and took a bus, ultimately arriving at a rural area surrounded by fields. After inquiring with a passerby for directions, they arrived at a guest house marked with the name Nakado. Nakado Kazu, the elder brother of the involved Nakado Kazushi, was also the client for this case. Kamikado knocked on the door, and soon, a middle-aged man in his 40s with graying hair appeared, welcoming them inside. "I am Attorney Kamikado," the defense representative introduced by Attorney Sakaguchi. After taking a seat, Kamikado directly stated the purpose of their visit. Nakado Kazu nodded. Sakaguchi has already explained the details to me over the phone. But, he paused, scrutinizing Kamikado's appearance. To his surprise, Kamikado was remarkably young, truly a formidable newcomer. However, despite his words, there was a hint of disappointment in his tone. Kamikado was well aware of Nakado Kazu's thoughts. In the legal profession, while advancement is not solely based on age and experience as in the public prosecutor's office, age can still signify certain aspects, such as the level of litigation experience. Indeed, every profession operates in a similar manner. As the saying goes, a young man with no facial hair cannot be trusted to handle affairs. This is the assessment material from my initial internship and training at the Judicial Research Institute. Gu Meimen, employing the same method as before, presented a stack of documents filled with the grades to Nakado and his associates. Upon receiving them, Nakado's expression softened somewhat. However, a hint of hesitation lingered. Isn't lawyer Gu Meimen a novice? I am concerned that your lack of experience may hinder your competence. This pertains to the case I assisted Sakaguchi with. With a swift motion, another pile of documents landed before Nakado, which included the judgment of Sakaguchi's case and relevant local news articles. After a thorough examination of these materials, Nakado's gaze towards Gu Meimen transformed into one of uncertainty. The articles nearly elevated Gu Meimen, the rookie lawyer, to the status of a sensation. Are these claims genuine? Do you doubt the influence of the media? No, it's not that. Gu Meimen's lips curled slightly. Rest assured, while there may be some embellishments, the essence is undoubtedly authentic. Naturally, I refer specifically to my abilities. Chapter 23. The need for additional funds. The value of the newspaper's report was undeniably genuine. After all, having triumphed in his inaugural case against the Tokyo District Prosecutor's Office, renowned for its over 95% success rate, without a single recess, and achieving a complete victory in the very first trial, such an accomplishment is indeed a rarity throughout Japan. Regrettably, the fervor surrounding this news lasted merely a day or two. After all, Japan witnesses an abundance of homicides daily. Nevertheless, this achievement proved beneficial in persuading the client. Following a considerable internal struggle, Nakado Hito finally resolved his dilemma. Very well, I consent to your role as my brother's defense attorney. Kumiman smiled, noticing the approval meter above Nakado's head had risen by 2 notches. This endeavor to persuade the client was far more effortless than the last. Such is human nature. No matter how much one may argue or assert their capabilities, nothing is as compelling as presenting a few pieces of paper and slapping them onto the other party's face. Excellent. Let us finalize the contract. Kumiman signaled to the quietly seated and seemingly disinterested Xiao Ai beside him. Xiao Ai nodded, producing the newly revised contract and presenting it before Nakado. He accepted it, gasping in astonishment. 3 million. Kumiman raised an eyebrow. Naturally, this is the most favorable price I can offer. However, even the finest lawyers in Japan charge no less than 3 million. Nakado's expression reflected a tumult of emotions. Even the lawyer who defended us in the first trial, the renowned queen of law, Himegami Eri, introduced a certain lawyer, Sakuma H. Sure, who only charged a mere 1 million yen. Mr. Nakad, they are who they are, and I am who I am, Kumiad remarked with a smile. And what of Himegami Eri? The lawyer she recommended holds no significance. After all, your brother was still sentenced to 20 years. Rather than squander money on those ineffectual lawyers, it would be wiser to place your bets on someone deserving. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I can secure your brother's acquittal. What? Nakad was genuinely taken aback. Truth be told, he had never encountered such audacious legal counsel before. Initially, he had hoped that during the appeal, the sentence might be reduced by a few years. A small concession would suffice. An acquittal? Such a thought had never crossed his mind. If an acquittal is unattainable, I shall not take a single yen even if the sentence is merely shortened. Where else could one find such a lucrative arrangement? Wouldn't you agree? The confident, somewhat beguiling voice of Kumiad echoed in his ears. At that moment, Nakad and his companion hesitated no longer and promptly nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. He swiftly signed the contract and affixed his seal. Kumiad, with a beaming smile, carefully stored the contract away. Mr. Nakad, in the future you shall be grateful for your astuteness at this moment. Thus, the matter was officially settled. Subsequently, Gumimin had an imperative task at hand. To meet with the parties involved in the case, Nakad Kajushi, to glean specific details regarding the situation. This was, of course, essential. As reiterated, in the realm of litigation, a lawyer must comprehend every nuance surrounding the incident. It is inconceivable to enter the courtroom solely armed with a fragment of animated representation, especially considering that Gumimin had nearly forgotten the original material. The detention facility where Nakad Kajushi was held was nestled amidst the rustic charm of Chiba Prefecture, surrounded by the pastoral beauty of farmland. As the name suggests, Chiba is a place abundant with trees and lush greenery, presenting a landscape where verdant fields flourish. The trees stood tall, the scenery was enchanting, and a gentle breeze carried the earthy fragrance of the soil. Along the way, the companion, Xiao Ai, ambled leisurely, enveloped in the embrace of nature, unable to resist the urge to close her eyes. Regrettably, a jarring voice disrupted the tranquility. Could you please walk a bit faster? We do not have the luxury of dawdling here. Noon is fast approaching, and the detention center will be changing shifts. Xiao Ai opened her eyes and regarded him with mild reproach. One spends a lifetime ensnared in a relentless bustle. Is it not delightful to pause occasionally and savor the splendor of nature? Without a moment's hesitation, Gumimin retorted, if you seek to indulge in such aesthetic pleasures, I shall procure a potted plant for my office, and you may immerse yourself in the soil to your heart's content. However, we are pressed for time. We have a mere 14 days to file an appeal with the court. Is that so? If you were born in a country across the ocean, you would likely find yourself hanged from a lamppost. Before hanging myself, I shall first suspend you as a scapegoat. Oh, you might want to gather a few more hefty individuals. I fear there won't be enough for you to exploit. The two exchanged barbed remarks as they journeyed along, and before they realized it, they had arrived at the detention center in Chiba Prefecture before noon. After informing the on-duty officer of their situation, they were escorted to the meeting room designated for consultations with suspects. Shortly thereafter, a bald man was brought in from the opposite side of the glass window. The man, who appeared to be just shy of 40, was tall and imposing, exuding a certain formidable presence, yet his demeanor was rather disheveled, his face reflecting a defiant attitude. I am attorney Kumagai, and your brother has entrusted me with your appeal for the second trial. Kumagai introduced himself formally. This is my sister, Kumagai Ai, who has come from the countryside to assist me. Is that so? So my brother has hired a second lawyer for me. The bald man, known as Nakad Kajushi, glanced at them dismissively before shaking his head in disappointment. His demeanor suggested that he, much like his brother, harbored disdain for Kumagai's age and held little hope for the appeal. However, Kumagai remained unfazed. In truth, the client was his brother, not him. The man's attitude was of little concern to Kumagai, as he was not the one paying. All he needed was for him not to become a hindrance. Please recount the events as they unfolded, in detail, leaving no aspect unaddressed, Kumagai stated in a formal tone, gesturing for his sister Ai to retrieve the paper and pen she always carried. The detestable, arrogant fellow. The bald man muttered to himself before recounting the details of his crime. Within the detention center, when someone visits a criminal suspect, no one is permitted to overhear, nor are there any recording or monitoring devices present, ensuring the suspect's right to privacy. Thus, Nakado and Shure revealed the entire sequence of events surrounding his offense without reservation. Upon finishing, Nakado gritted his teeth in frustration. It's all that woman's fault. If only Yumi hadn't interfered with my marriage. If she hadn't toyed with me like a fool. Stop. I have no interest in your emotional turmoil. Kamikado decisively interrupted the bald man's lament with a wave of his hand. The bald man nearly choked on his words in disbelief. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "You're the one we're paying for. What harm is there in listening to my grievances? Please understand that I am your lawyer, not your therapist." Kamikado shrugged, casting an expressionless glance at him. "If you wish to indulge in unnecessary chatter, it will cost you more. My fees are charged by the minute." Chapter 24. So the so-called evidence is merely the confession of the perpetrator, is it? You, as a lawyer, are truly heartless. Upon hearing that complaints would incur additional charges, Nakado and Sure couldn't help but curse angrily. His expression was troubled as he hesitated momentarily. How much per minute? 100,000. Such an exorbitant fee? Are you robbing me? Nakado and Sure exclaimed in outrage. Yet, Gumaman maintained his impassive demeanor. If you lack funds, then remain silent. Nakado and Sure awkwardly took a seat. Since committing the crime, few had shown him understanding. His classmates did not, Kagoro Mori did not, and the judicial police certainly did not. As a policeman, he did not genuinely believe that murder was justifiable. Nevertheless, he yearned to voice his grievances, to explain the reasons behind his actions. He was suffocated by his emotions, desperately seeking someone who could comprehend his plight. After a long wait, a lawyer finally arrived. Yet the latter offered him no opportunity to express himself. Is that all there is to the situation at the time? Gumaman cast a sidelong glance at Nakado and Sure. The bald-headed man ignored him, perhaps still lost in thought. However, Gumaman was equally disinterested in his counterpart, casually picking up a notebook belonging to SHKO beside him. The notes within were elegantly penned, neat and forceful, each tiny character flowing like a gentle stream, a sight to behold. The handwriting is commendable. It was worth the investment in your education, Gumaman remarked casually, to which SHKO rolled her eyes in response. According to the descriptions provided by Nakado and Sure, it can be succinctly stated that he employed a technique during a physical activity that accelerated human muscle protein, leading those present at the time to misjudge the time of death, thereby fortifying his alibi of being absent at the moment of the deceased's demise. However, this method was discerned by Kagoro Mori, aided by a hint from Conan, and was publicly exposed. Thus, ultimately, there existed no tangible evidence. It was merely due to an inadvertent slip of the tongue that he was unmasked, resulting in his own self-detonation. Goman reviewed the sequence of events, sighed, and cast a look of incredulity at the bald man. I initially believed Sakaguchi to be the epitome of absurdity. Yet it appears there are indeed more foolish criminals in this world. Do not speak so harshly. It is precisely because of individuals like him that lawyers shall not starve, remarked Shiho from the side. Goman nodded in agreement. That is indeed true. Nakado and Sure, feeling exasperated, muttered, These two brutes are truly intolerable. His face flushed with indignation. He longed to erupt in anger. Yet in the end, this ire transformed into a deep sigh as he slumped down, cradling his head in a posture of considerable regret. After a prolonged silence, he finally lifted his gaze. Speak. Can you assist me in reducing my sentence? I could arrange for your acquittal, Goman replied nonchalantly. Do not deceive me, Nakado vehemently retorted. Currently, all 4 of my classmates have identified me. My method of committing the crime has been validated by the police department, and I possess a handgun. These are irrefutable pieces of evidence. I am not deceiving you, yet I find no necessity to elaborate further. Kagoro Mori shook his head, returning the notebook to AI, gesturing for her to continue taking notes. Now, I have 2 crucial questions to pose to you. What questions? Nato and Shure inquired. Firstly, among the 3 classmates who identified you, did any of them directly partake in Kagoro Mori's deductions? No, they were merely listeners at that time. What significance does that hold? Simply respond with yes or no. Secondly, during your relationship with the deceased, Yumi Horikashi, did she ever express any negative sentiments? For instance, did she ever mention a desire to end her life? Yes, she did state such sentiments during the gathering prior to my act against her. I mean during your relationship. It seems there were instances of that as well. Are there any corresponding documents or records, such as diaries or emails? Well, she did send me numerous faxes, threatening that if I were to marry someone else, she would resort to suicide. Excellent, now hand me the keys to your residence. As Kagoro Mori continued with his relentless questioning, observing his meticulous demeanor, Nato and Shure suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation. It felt as though this lawyer might genuinely be capable of exonerating him. Could it be false? How could that be possible? Nato touched his bald head, expressing his skepticism. Nevertheless, at this moment, the only person he could place his trust in was the insufferable lawyer who had just subjected him to relentless ridicule. After confirming the details recorded by Xiao AI, Gu Mei Men intended to take his leave. Just as he was about to depart, His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Nikado Kajushi's arm, which bore what appeared to be bruised markings. Although these marks were nearly faded, traces of the previous injury were still discernible. "What happened to your arm?" Gu-mei-men inquired. It was inflicted by the police officer who interrogated me," Nikado Kajushi replied. However, upon mentioning it, he seemed to ignite like a powder keg. "Those wretched scoundrels! They thought I had brought shame upon the police and resorted to physical violence during the interrogation, abusing their power. They are nothing but a band of self-righteous fools. Why didn't you mention such crucial information earlier?" Gu-mei-men interjected, slamming his hand on the table, his tone tinged with an inexplicable excitement. "Well, what good would it have done to say anything?" The bald man blinked in confusion. Gu-mei-men smirked, a strange smile playing on his lips. "This is vital evidence." He then produced his smartphone and began snapping a flurry of photographs of Nikado Kajushi, capturing his entire figure, including his arm. "Enjoy your fleeting time in the detention center." With this parting remark, Gu-mei-men stood and left with Xiao Ai. In the meeting room, only Nikado Kajushi remained, bewildered, scratching his head and staring blankly at their retreating figures. As they stepped out of the detention center, the two individuals continued their journey towards Nikado and Koji's residence. "Are you planning to write about the police's violent interrogation of suspects?" inquired the reticent Xiao Ai, breaking the silence. "Astute observation," replied Koji, as they walked. "This is evidence handed to us on a silver platter. Thanks to these brutal enforcers of the law, our chances in the second trial have significantly improved." At that moment, Xiao Ai halted. "I have a question for you," she said, lifting her head to gaze into Koji's eyes, which resembled sapphires, filled with a hint of curiosity. "I understand your intentions. You likely aim to accuse those violent interrogators in court, thereby undermining the legitimacy of the confessions obtained from the suspects, placing the police in a precarious position." "Indeed," Koji replied, stopping as well to meet Xiao Ai's gaze. He was taken aback by her intelligence, which surpassed his expectations. She was far more capable than the mere tool depicted in the animation. To be honest, having her as his assistant was quite a pleasant surprise. "So, what do you wish to inquire?" Chapter 25. The lawyer's existence as a sort of Damocles, is it truly necessary to take it this far? Xiao Ai inquired. Based on the words of Zhong Dao and Ji Gang, it seemed that the officers interrogating him could very well be commendable detectives. By accusing them in court, one might cause these individuals to face disciplinary actions, or even lose their livelihoods. Is this truly feasible? Gu-mei-men regarded her with a smile. What you are expressing now starkly contrasts with your farewell to Conan. Has the surge of hormones clouded your judgment, evoking a surge of empathy? Well then, esteemed lawyer, what are your insights? Xiao Ai retorted, crossing her arms in jest. Gu-mei-men's smile faded, his demeanor shifting to one of earnestness. Xiao Ai, what do you believe is the significance of a lawyer's existence? To safeguard the interests of the client and uphold the fairness of the law, the young girl promptly replied. Gu-mei-men shook his head. We have already discussed that. Let us narrow the focus further. He paused, gazing intently into Xiao Ai's eyes. What does a lawyer represent to the public prosecution and law enforcement? Xiao Ai tilted her head thoughtfully. An adversary? Indeed, lawyers and the public prosecution, encompassing police officers and prosecutors, have perpetually been in opposition, as they endeavor to defend those whom they seek to prosecute. That is partially correct, Gu-mei-men said with a smile. Take another guess. Xiao Ai bowed her head in contemplation, and after a moment, she shook it gently. I do not know. Ultimately, she is merely a novice. Although she can proficiently recite legal statutes, she has yet to engage in the practice of law. Within the realms of public prosecution and judicial authority, a lawyer serves as a vigilant overseer, akin to the sword of Damocles. Thus spoke Kumamura, as he reached for his chest and removed the lawyer's badge affixed there. In the radiant golden emblem, a scale was intricately engraved. As time has progressed, the Japanese judicial system has been significantly refined through numerous reforms by the police department. Kumamura spoke with deliberation. Nevertheless, within the judicial framework, certain loopholes invariably persist, whether due to ambiguities in legal texts or the conduct of law enforcement personnel. The internal mechanisms of public prosecution and law enforcement allow for self-examination and rectification of existing issues. However, some transgressors inevitably slip through the cracks. The role of a lawyer is to identify these overlooked individuals, ensuring that the scales of justice remain balanced and orderly. The extent of authority held by public prosecution and law enforcement must be matched by corresponding responsibilities. Should these responsibilities go unfulfilled, the sword of Damocles, the lawyer, will descend, stripping away the corresponding powers. This encapsulates the significance of lawyers within the entire framework of public prosecution and law enforcement. At this juncture, Kumamura smiled gently, observing the contemplative expression on Xiao Ai's face, and affectionately ruffled her hair. Do you now comprehend? Why must I accuse those police officers? It is not solely due to their violent interrogation of suspects, but rather because their position necessitates appropriate consequences. I understand. The young girl nodded, lifting her head. Her regarded Gumiman. You seem adept at using lofty justifications to obscure your various sordid actions, which, although seemingly rational, are not merely superficial. In reality, it all hinges on your eloquence, does it not? And your audacity as well. What, are you dissatisfied? The two continued their walk, gradually leaving the topic behind. However, following this conversation, the once naive young girl appeared to have gained an unexpected maturity. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at Nakad and Koji's residence. Gumiman retrieved the key he had previously provided and unlocked the door. Inside, akin to his brother's home, it exuded a distinct style, adorned with tatami mats and paper sliding doors. A fax machine was situated in the living room. Gumiman rummaged through a cardboard box beside the machine and unearthed a substantial stack of papers. Each sheet bore menacing messages, including threats of violence and declarations of self-harm. The pages were densely packed, with some entirely filled with such distressing words, evoking a chilling impression. It was evident that the victim was a woman of considerable inner turmoil. That bald man was indeed unfortunate to be ensnared by such a woman. Komiman clasped his hands together, his tone devoid of any trace of pity. What do you need this for? Xiao Ai inquired from the side. Komiman raised an eyebrow. I find it curious how you oscillate between brilliance and foolishness. Can you truly not discern what I intend to do now? Xiao Ai gazed at him with feigned indifference. After listening to your grandiloquent discourse, I feel I must adopt a more cautious stance towards the law. Is that not permissible? Is that so? There is still much for you to learn, Komiman remarked casually, as he gathered the chaotic papers into his briefcase. With these documents, one could obfuscate the manner of the victim's death. Look, she has penned numerous faxes indicating suicide. Thus there exists a possibility that she indeed took her own life. Does there not? Xiao Ai tilted her head. Yet, so many witnesses have testified to it being a homicide. In that case, does not your assertion of suicide lose its validity? This is merely one piece of a larger puzzle, Komiman replied, raising a finger and shaking it gently. The truth of the case resembles a complete jigsaw puzzle. To mount a defense of innocence, we must meticulously dismantle these pieces. Removing just one may seem inconsequential to the whole, yet as an individual piece it is indispensable. Only by disassembling all the pieces can we bury the truth. Xiao Ai nodded, comprehending his words. You, my dear, have a remarkable ability to speak of crime with such an impassive demeanor. Crime? Where is the crime? It is only upon my capture, with evidence in hand, that one could claim I am guilty. Kumamoto's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Very well, there are other matters to attend to. After tidying up the facts from Yumiko Horiguchi, he decided not to linger any longer. Upon exiting the door, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Following a soothing melody, the call was answered. This is the Hiroshi Daily. How may I assist you? Hello? I possess some intelligence regarding the Chiba Prefecture's criminal police, specifically concerning their use of excessive force. Would you be interested in discussing this? Upon hearing this, the other party immediately perked up. Certainly, certainly. Shall we arrange a meeting place? The two swiftly agreed on a location. After hanging up, the nearby Xiao Ai shot him a sidelong glance. You truly show no mercy, even seeking to amplify the impact through the media. Kumamoto shrugged lightly, his smile barely widening. In this world, whenever there are two parties in opposition, one will invariably be the villain. If I do not assume the role of the antagonist, then who shall? Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 26. The future you will surely be a three-layered fat, not only the GZ Daily, but also other news outlets such as the Sakurada Evening News, Sato News, and Koyama Media, any reputable local publication, had been contacted by Gumaman, who sent them the photographs of Nakado and Shure being subjected to violent interrogation. The power of the media proved formidable. Within 2 days, negative news regarding the Chiba police inundated local newspapers, magazines, and online platforms. Has the dark era of Japanese policing returned? Such officers are a disgrace to our nation. We hope the judicial authorities will curtail the activities of tax thieves and refrain from squandering our taxpayer money. Dismiss them. These sentiments echoed across various online forums. Remarkably, the top 3 search results on local websites were dominated by this incident. When it comes to matters involving official scandals, the Japanese public's reaction is akin to encountering enemy agents. The media seized upon this fervor, reveling in the influx of traffic. For these days, people are drawn to such scandals. The public sentiment was far more intense than anticipated. In the guest room, Nakado lay on the tatami mat, with Xiao AI reclining comfortably, her left hand propping her head, one foot resting atop the other, and her right hand leisurely scrolling through Gumaman's smartphone. I can envision your situation post-marriage, Gumaman mused, casting a glance at the girl's relaxed posture. Lying around the house all day, aimlessly browsing the internet, lacking the motivation to venture outdoors, indulging in a 3-hour afternoon nap daily, procrastinating household chores to a single day, and sporting 3 layers of flab around my waist that jiggle like tires. Are you suggesting that I assume the role of a housewife? Little AI reclined motionless, her eyes rolling back in her head, resembling those of a lifeless fish. Forgive me, but I have never contemplated the notion of marriage. The life of a Japanese housewife is ill-suited for me, and I fail to comprehend why women must tread this path, why they must become subservient to men. Guman raised an eyebrow. I never would have guessed you were an independent woman. What? Do you have a problem with that? No. It merely reminded me of a certain horned girl. A stark contrast indeed. Oh, you mean Mori Ran. Little AI immediately recognized who Guman was referring to, considering that there are hardly 2 individuals in the world sporting that hairstyle. After a moment of contemplation, little AI stated earnestly, Ran is a good person. You are not permitted to confront her in court. Guman outright rejected this. I'm sorry, whether I confront her depends on whether it benefits me. Honestly, do you not have any friends? Little AI shook her head in disbelief. Guman shot her a sidelong glance. And what about you? Little AI chose not to respond further. Essentially, they were alike, both devoid of any friends. After a brief pause, she added, the public sentiment has shifted. Our chances of success in this post-event review have improved. Concerning the case of Nakado and Yashikata, Xiao AI redirected the conversation. The Tokyo High Court has an appointment available next week, and the second trial should proceed smoothly. Gu Meimen nodded. How has the intelligence gathering you were tasked with in the past few days progressed? Indeed, I have collected a substantial amount of information, stored on a USB drive which I can print out immediately. Excellent, Gu Meimen remarked with satisfaction. This assistant was indeed a fortunate choice. Xiao AI, a prodigious talent, possesses an extensive array of skills. Beyond her expertise in law and biological research, she excels in the realm of electronic networks, demonstrating remarkable proficiency in hacking. With a few deft maneuvers, she can extract desired information from any website or personal social media account. Can you truly be but a 7-year-old child? Gu Meimen mused. Xiao AI rolled her eyes. In truth, I am 18. I would believe you were 88. Gu Meimen was aware of Xiao AI's past affiliations with certain organizations. However, they had never broached the subject. Xiao AI kept it concealed from him, and Gu Meimen chose to remain oblivious, allowing their relationship to maintain this delicate equilibrium for the time being. Very well, it is time for us to depart, Gu Meimen observed, glancing at the clock. It was 12:30. Around 1 o'clock, the Chiba District Court would conduct a post-trial review regarding the case of Nakado and Yashikata. What is a post-trial review? This is a judicial concept in this world. Following the verdict of the first trial, the defendant has a 14-day window in which to appeal. An appeal must be accompanied by a statement of intent, clearly articulating the reasons for the appeal. This statement must encompass the unreasonable circumstances that arose during the first trial, such as doubts regarding certain pieces of evidence or questions surrounding specific judicial procedures. Without such unreasonable circumstances, an appeal cannot be lodged. The appellate court will initially address these issues that emerged during the first trial. Should the defendant prevail, the first instance court will then forward the case to the higher court for the second trial. The second trial will completely overturn all aspects of the first trial, necessitating a fresh start for all arguments and evidence presented. In terms of specifics, this process differs significantly from previous experiences. In the past, the judicial second trial would not restart entirely. However, in this realm, the sheer volume of crime lends itself to a higher probability of misjudgments. Adhering to the principle of presumption of innocence, the legal philosophy here favors the notion of erring on the side of caution. Better to let 1,000 guilty go free than to wrongfully convict one innocent. Consequently, the litigation process is considerably more intricate, reflecting a worldview that evolves distinctly. Guman and Xiao Ai tidied themselves up and promptly set off towards the local court in Chiba Prefecture. The roads in Chiba are easily navigable, lacking the convoluted commercial streets of Tokyo. After a bus ride and a 5-minute walk, they arrived at a 2-story building. Upon glancing around, Guman spotted several familiar figures within the crowd gathered before the courthouse, including the unmistakable girl with a distinctive hairstyle, Maiko Ran, alongside a man with a small mustache. The individuals over there possess keen eyesight. Mao Lilan spotted Kume Men and initially displayed a countenance of indignation. However, upon noticing the masked figure of Shiho Miyano beside him, her fury transformed into astonishment. "Shiho, is that you?" she exclaimed, hastily dashing forward. "Where have you been these days? Conan mentioned you had left, and I heard you withdrew from school. Everyone has been searching for you. Worried sick." Tears welled in Mao Lilan's eyes as she reached out to embrace Shiho's shoulders. Yet, Shiho deftly sidestepped her attempt, silently evading the embrace. "Shiho, what is the matter?" Mao Lilan inquired anxiously, tinged with confusion. After a brief silence, Shiho shook her head. "You've mistaken me for someone else. I am Kume, not Shiho." Mao Lilan paused, momentarily taken aback. The voice emanating from the young girl bore a resemblance. Yet it was not the tone she had previously known. Furthermore, the girl's hair and eyes appeared somewhat dissimilar. Mao Lilan took a step back, scrutinizing Shiho's appearance from head to toe. Chapter 27. Doraemon and the aftermath of the first trial. "It can't be. You must be Xiao Ai," she murmured to herself. At that moment, an impolite voice interrupted her thoughts. "May I inquire, horned young lady, what do you intend to do to my beloved sister?" spoke Guman, extending his arms protectively in front of Xiao Ai, resembling a hen shielding her chicks, exuding an air of a caring older brother. "Horned young lady?" Mao Lilan was taken aback, then indignantly retorted, "I am not a horned young lady. My name is Mao Lilan." "Then let us refer to you as Horned Lilan." Guman replied nonchalantly, as if he had not heard her. "Might I ask, Miss Horned Lilan, what do you intend to do to my sister? Do you not see that she is frightened? Brother, this big sister is quite fierce. I am scared." Xiao Ai cooperatively hid behind Guman, clutching the lapel of his suit, appearing on the verge of tears. Mao Lilan was utterly stunned. She glanced at Guman, then at the frightened little girl. After a moment, she exhaled slowly. "I apologize. I mistook you for someone else." Mao Lilan cast a glance at Guman, surprised that someone like him could exhibit concern for his kin. Guman raised an eyebrow. Has your angelic disposition transformed into a sharp-tongued nature? I do not comprehend your words." Mao Lilan shook her head. "This time, I concede my fault and offer my apologies for the inconvenience." With a respectful bow towards Guman, she returned to the side of Mao Lilan's father, Kagoro Mori. Kagoro Mori, that mustachioed gentleman, cast a fleeting glance in this direction. However, his demeanor seemed rather nonchalant, as if he had yet to recognize Kume's true identity, which was to defend his university classmate here. A legend of the police academy, perhaps? Kume pondered, resting his chin on his hand, questioning whether this fade of ignorance was merely a ruse or a genuine lack of competence. Regardless of the answer, it bore little significance to him. At most, it might lead to a future encounter in the courtroom with his wife, Rei Fumio, merely a slight clash of rivals. Once the two had moved further away, the atmosphere around them shifted. Shiho's expression returned to calm, her delicate hand releasing its grip on Kumei's suit. She certainly played the part well, displaying a talent that could easily land her a role as a child star in the entertainment industry. Kumei smirked, observing her expression as if to say she bore not a shred of reluctance. How ruthless indeed. It's simply that I do not wish for that girl to be entangled with someone like me. Shiho shook her head, unusually refraining from her usual sharp retorts. Oh, the child is feigning profundity again. Kumei feigned ignorance, pretending not to understand. In the past few days, to preempt any potential troubles, Kumei had taken it upon himself to help Shiho revamp her appearance. First, they altered her hairstyle. While her short locks could not be changed immediately, they dyed it black. The plan was to refrain from cutting her hair, allowing it to gradually grow into the more common shoulder-length style for girls, which would enhance her beauty. Additionally, they focused on learning the art of makeup. It is well known that among the three great arts of East Asia, Japanese makeup techniques are unparalleled, radiantly beautiful by day, yet hauntingly ghostly by night. Xiao Ai casually sketched with a fine pen, merely outlining a beautiful phoenix eye, and in an instant, the original ambience transformed. Following that, she practiced altering her voice, striving to modify its tone. I must say, she is truly adept at everything, resembling a modern-day Doraemon. Within just 2 days, she had grasped certain techniques, allowing her to slightly adjust her vocal timbre. Given more time, she could easily become another kid, entirely unlike a certain bow-tie-wearing imp who still relied on a voice changer. Thus, with just a few strokes, even without a mask, it would be quite challenging for those familiar with her to recognize her true identity. However, unexpectedly, Mao Lilan managed to see through her disguise. Gu Meimen rested his chin on his hand, reflecting on her nature. That's just who she is, Xiao Ai remarked, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Whenever someone around her faced a predicament, she would invariably be the first to notice and rush to assist. She was just that kind-hearted. Well, anyone could discern it, except for that certain bow-tie-wearing imp, right? What? Nothing. Gu Meimen waved his hand dismissively. All right, dear sister, it's time for us to head to court. Xiao Ai flashed a warm smile. Very well, dear brother. I am quite tired. You must carry me on the way back. Not a chance, walk on your own. The two then entered the courthouse and proceeded to the courtroom in due time. As Xiao Ai was still a child, she could not stand alongside Gu Meimen at the lawyer's table and was relegated to a seat at the back to observe. As it was a retrial of a first-instance case, the courtroom was rather sparse, with few attendees. Soon, the designated time arrived, and the judge, jurors, an opposing prosecutor hastily gathered. The defendant, Nakado and Shure, was also brought forth. Gu Meimen casually glanced across the room. The prosecutor, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, was unfamiliar to him, belonging to the realm of the obscure. However, it mattered little. Today, he was not even worthy of being a supporting character, as this post-trial review would soon come to a close. Court is now in session, the judge proclaimed, striking the gavel. In accordance with the defendant's appeal, citing police brutality during interrogation and the unlawful acquisition of testimony, the judge requested the prosecution to present their perspective. Thus, the prosecutor took the floor. This matter is utterly baseless, he asserted, denying the allegations. Our evidence gathering has adhered to legal protocols. I urge everyone not to believe the rumors circulating outside, which are merely slanderous attacks from unscrupulous media against our judicial system. His words were eloquent, yet his confidence was evidently lacking, as beads of perspiration formed on his brow. For the prosecution, this post-trial review was exceptionally disadvantageous, akin to battling against the wind. What are the opinions of the defendant's representative? The judge inquired, directing his gaze toward Gu Meimen. Without unnecessary elaboration, Gu Meimen responded, I request the presence of the involved parties for confrontation. In no time, a uniformed police officer was brought forth. He was a portly middle-aged man, notable for a tuft of hair on his chin. This is Terabayashi, a detective from Chiba Prefecture. Featured in the animated series Summer Danger in the Garden, Gumaman rose with a smile, descending from the defendant's stand and circling around the stout, middle-aged man. As a criminal investigator from Chiba Prefecture, he addressed his former colleague. "What is your opinion regarding our defendant?" Terabayashi SHNI appeared visibly anxious as he stammered. I merely worked with him. We only shared casual drinks and conversations." "Surely that cannot be the case?" Gumaman replied with a knowing grin, retrieving a document from the table and reading aloud with vigor. "On February 3rd, Nakado invited everyone for drinks again today, yet failed to invite me. I truly wish to give him a sound thrashing. On February 5th, Nakado mocked me, claiming I was too overweight. The scoundrel, I merely appear a bit portly. On February 16th, Nakado taunted me for being single. Damn it, having a girlfriend makes one superior, does it? I wish you both a swift separation." As Gumaman's powerful recitation continued, Terabayashi SHNI's face grew increasingly rigid. These entries were excerpts from his personal blog, which he had presumed went unnoticed. Little did he expect that in this public forum, the attorney would unearth them entirely. Gumaman paused after reading a few lines from the document. "Mr. Terabayashi, these are entries from your blog, revealing your sentiments towards our client, which seem less harmonious than you had anticipated." Terabayashi SHNI's face flushed crimson, and after a long pause, he finally managed to stammer, "Why you perused my blog without permission? This constitutes an invasion of my privacy." "Invasion of privacy? Mr. Terashima, if I recall correctly, your space has not been set with any restrictions. It is indeed open to the public, is it not?" Gumaman regarded him with a smile that was neither fully amused nor entirely serious. "May I inquire, if I were to enter a public restroom and witness another engaging in an act of excretion, would this not constitute an infringement upon their privacy?" "You?" Terashima's face flushed with alternating shades of red and white. How venomous this person's words were, equating his personal space to a public latrine. "I merely vent my feelings occasionally within that space." His voice dwindled to a whisper. He sought a counterargument, yet found himself rendered speechless, for the evidence presented by the opposing party was not illegal. Gumaman turned to face the judge, a smile gracing his lips. "It is evident, Your Honor, that this officer has harbored resentment towards my client for some time, and has thus taken advantage of this interrogation to indulge in acts of extrajudicial punishment and violent enforcement. These media reports and photographs serve as irrefutable evidence." As he spoke, Gumaman unfurled a hefty stack of pre-cut newspapers, displaying them for the assembly to behold. The judge and jurors nodded slightly. In truth, prior to this courtroom session, even before the trial commenced, the prosecution had already lost favor in the eyes of the jury. After all, it is said that where there is smoke, there is fire. What does media represent? Media is akin to a puppet master, leading the public by the nose. Humanity is inherently subjective and emotional, easily swayed by their exaggerated proclamations. Observing the deteriorating situation, the prosecutor immediately rose to his feet. "Objection." The judge cast a glance in his direction. "Then, please, the prosecution may present its perspective. This is Mr. Terayama's attendance record from last year to the present, along with his assessment records. Additionally, there are some records of the cases he has participated in." The prosecutor presented a pile of documents for everyone to examine. It is evident that this officer has consistently demonstrated diligence, never being late or leaving early. He has never failed an evaluation. Each time he has apprehended a suspect, he has remained earnest and responsible. One must ask, how could such an exemplary officer possibly engage in the unlawful activities alleged by the defense attorney? The judge and the jurors confirmed the information provided by the prosecutor, affirming that the circumstances were indeed as he described. This police officer from Chiba Prefecture has, at the very least, been diligent in his duties, consistently fulfilling the responsibilities of his role. Kamegawa squinted his eyes, sensing that the opposing side had made some preparations. However, it seemed merely a desperate struggle. From the very first glance at Terayama, he discerned that this individual possessed a reserved demeanor, one who would not engage in conversation. Such individuals are remarkably easy to handle. Thus, Kamegawa turned slightly, smiling as he gazed at Terayama's face. "Since you deny the occurrence of violent interrogation, I must inquire, can you look into the eyes of my client and boldly declare, 'I did not do it'?" As Kamegawa uttered these words, he suddenly intensified his tone. He urged Terayama to touch the police manual concealed within his embrace, to feel the warmth of his badge against his heart, and to enunciate those words. Kamegawa's voice resonated with formidable strength. Startled, Terabayashi Province too tremulously raised his head, his gaze meeting the eyes of Nakado Kazushi. Nakado Kazushi silently returned his stare. I didn't do it, Terabayashi Province too uttered, his voice trembling, each word forced out with difficulty. However, as he reached the final word, he could no longer bear it. With a soft thud, the plump policeman's knees buckled, and he knelt down. It's just that Nakado has always treated me that way. I thought that since he had already broken the law, I might as well. I swear I only did it this once. In all my years as a police officer, more than a decade, this is the only time. Wah! Tears streamed down his face as he broke down. A grown man reduced to the state of a lost chick, weeping inconsolably in the courtroom. However, Kamikado seemed disinclined to let him off so easily. Once? How many times did you intend? The law is impartial. Not even once is permissible. Did you consider the police badge on your chest when you engaged in such actions? Did you reflect on the oaths you swore upon the police manual? Do you realize that your single transgression implicates other officers in acts of coercive interrogation? Look at the injuries sustained by my client, inflicted by individuals such as yourselves, all in the name of your so-called justice. Justice is not an instrument for the arbitrary imposition of the death penalty, nor is it a pretext for occupying a position of moral superiority. Silence descended upon the courtroom, so profound that the fall of a pin could be heard. Only the sound of Seiki Rinji's anguished weeping reverberated through the vast hall. The outcome of the subsequent trial was, of course, unequivocal. The judge and jury exhibited no hesitation nor deliberation, promptly declaring a victory for Gomen's side. You truly show no mercy. Xiao Ai gazed at Seiki Rinji, who emerged from the courtroom, utterly despondent. Following this incident, the officer found himself unable to continue in his vocation, facing nothing but dismissal or being dismissed. Is this truly acceptable? After all, this officer had been diligent in his duties, having committed but this singular error. Gomen raised an eyebrow. What, are you beginning to overflow with sympathy? Did you not hear the words I spoke in court? Xiao Ai blinked vacantly. Oh, those grandiloquent statements? I presumed they were merely fabrications, all falsehoods, were they not? Gomen regarded her. Do you consider those to be lies? If not, would you dare speak the truth? Xiao Ai tilted her head, countering the question. Gomen smiled slightly. Nevertheless, whether truth or falsehood matters not, our objective has been accomplished. Xiao Ai remarked softly, in this world, realities can be twisted into illusions, and illusions can manifest as realities, yet the outcome remains unchanged. Enough now, you are but a child. Refrain from uttering such profound and enigmatic phrases. Gomen patted her head before striding towards the courtroom exit. Come with me. What are we to do? What else is there to do but meet with our client? What's the matter? Aren't we supposed to be preparing for the second trial? Can't you see it? His condition was troubling just now. Gu Meimen sighed and murmured to himself, You murderers, can you not always concoct such absurdities and burden me with so much trouble? Chapter 29. Can you suspects stand firm in your stance? Upon exiting the courthouse, Kumamoto proceeded without hesitation to the detention center where Nakado and Yoshizumi were held. Chiba Prefecture, unlike Tokyo, is a quaint locale. The proximity of these two places is convenient. Within approximately 5 minutes, Kumamoto arrived at the detention center. After exchanging a few words with the on-duty officer, he was escorted to the visitation room, where he encountered the taciturn Nakado Yoshizumi. At that moment, Nakado Yoshizumi hung his head, resembling a sealed jar. Pray tell, what is amiss with your reasoning? Kumamoto tapped the glass window with his pen. Are you hesitating in your heart, contemplating the withdrawal of your appeal? At this, Nakado, still enveloped in silence, lifted his head in astonishment. How did you know? Did you think my role as your attorney was mere pretense? Kumamoto rolled his eyes. Your foolish demeanor clearly indicates a lapse in judgment. I surmise that someone visited you in the courthouse waiting room a mere half-hour before you entered the courtroom. Am I correct? Indeed, you have discerned it, Nakado sighed. Kagoro Mori, my university classmate, came to see me today. What a visit that was. He merely sought to cast a spell upon you, Kumamoto said bluntly. Did he not attempt to persuade you, rambling on about how to cope with the crime of murder, the necessity of facing one's conscience, and the need for atonement in prison? Quite the routine, was it not? You have spoken the truth. Indeed, you possess remarkable legal acumen. Nakado and Shirji sighed deeply, clasping their heads in despair. Upon arriving at the court, he engaged in extensive discourse with me, urging me to abandon my appeal and to serve my 20-year sentence in peace, thus atoning for my transgressions. His words may have swayed me. I find myself genuinely wavering now, contemplating whether to forego the appeal. Indeed, Yumaman shook his head. Prior to visiting the court, he had encountered Maori Ran and Maori Kagoro. At that moment, he sensed something amiss. After all, Maori Kagoro, being a resident of Tokyo, would not venture into this rural area without cause. I remarked, you suspects. Could you not be more resolute in your stances? Must you so easily be swayed by mere words and turn traitor to your own cause? This truly undermines the morale of us lawyers. Yumaman's tone was laced with exasperation. Lawyers are here to advocate for your interests, not to bring you harm. How wondrous it would be for you to serve a shorter sentence or perhaps none at all. You ought to feel gratitude, rather than betray your own with treachery. After listening to Yumaman's words, Nakado and Shirji fell silent for a moment. Then, a thought struck him, eliciting a bitter smile. Yet Kagoro has treated me kindly, patiently listening to my grievances, and just moments ago in court. He recalled the sorrowful visage of his former colleague, Terabayashi, weeping in court. Memories of the entries in Terabayashi's diary resurfaced. Perhaps, in an unseen manner, he too had inadvertently harmed others. If this is the way to atone for your sins, are you truly foolish? The acerbic voice of Gomamon echoed once more. You complain to your psychologist, who seems to treat you well. Why not marry the psychologist instead? They merely utter a few words and wish for you to languish in prison longer. How is that not a betrayal? As for that officer earlier, he brought this upon himself. He deserves it for committing infractions and being caught in the act. What concern is that of yours, you imbecile? The bald man blinked, a frown etched upon his face. He couldn't help but recall the lawyer who had defended him during the first trial. That lawyer had spoken with utmost politeness, terrified of losing their position. Yet here, Gomamon had resorted to berating the client instead. Let me make this clear. Abandoning the appeal will also incur a fee. Gomamon ceased his banter, producing the contract he had previously signed with Nakado and placing it firmly against the glass before Nakado. Take note. It states that the retainer is 3 million. Should there be a breach, you will owe double that in penalties, in addition to my service fees, lost wages, and miscellaneous expenses totaling 8 million. How could there be such an exorbitant amount? Nakado exclaimed in a panic. As the client was not him but rather his brother, he had been completely unaware that Nakado had entered into such a substantial contract. Do you comprehend now? The payment is to come from your brother, not you, Gomamon pressed. Now, make your decision. Will you abandon the appeal? My time is limited. I have no desire to hear any further prattle. The countenance of Nakado and Shur fluctuated significantly. It was evident that relinquishing the appeal would betray his brother. In this world, only this brother had ever been truly kind to him, willing to pay to extricate him from incarceration. Contemplating this, he ceased to waver and resolutely nodded, declaring, I have decided to proceed with the appeal. Let us disregard the nonsensical words of Kogoro. Kumamoto exhaled in relief, nodding in satisfaction. Now, this is the right attitude. Maintain your stance firmly. Remember, it is you who is imprisoned, and your true allies are your family, not some errant university acquaintances. Nakado and Shur's expression twitched. To be frank, this lawyer was in stark contrast to the previous one. Having served as a police officer for many years, he had never encountered a lawyer quite like this. The acerbic wit aside, this individual spoke as if he were teetering on the brink of criminality. I still have a few questions for you. Simply answer me truthfully, he instructed. Auhicht. The conversation between Nakado and Shur persisted for over half an hour. It was not until after 3 in the afternoon that Kumamoto took his leave. Upon exiting the gates of the detention center, the adjacent Shao AI glanced back inside. I do not comprehend why you felt the need to counsel him, she remarked, her tone tinged with intrigue. If he is willing to atone for his sins within the confines of prison, can that not be seen as a positive endeavor? Moreover, should the other party breach the contract, you could demand substantial compensation. What is there to lose? Primarily concerning the latter point, given the avaricious nature of Gumimin, Zaioi finds it rather perplexing. Zaioi, have I not mentioned this to you before? Gumimin replied, shaking his head. The essence of a lawyer's role is to safeguard the interests of their clients. This is the most fundamental and crucial duty of our profession. In this case, the client is not the bald man, but rather his brother. Do you understand? I am indifferent to the bald man's circumstances. If he relishes incarceration, then so be it. However, his actions will inevitably impact the true client. When the client's interests are compromised, it is imperative for the lawyer to intervene. Otherwise, one should reconsider their choice of profession. Ah, I see. Zaioi nodded, a flicker of surprise gleaming in her icy blue eyes as she regarded Gumimin. I did not anticipate that you, as a lawyer, would possess such a strong sense of professional integrity. Those in positions of authority must diligently pursue their duties, Gumimin asserted. Now, let us not linger on such matters. We must prepare for the subsequent proceedings following the appeal, as there remains a considerable amount of information that requires your investigation. Understood, Zaioi replied. Chapter 30. Pay attention and learn well. Time flies swiftly, and before we know it, the day of the second trial has arrived. This session will take place at the Tokyo No. 3 High Court. Prior to this, the suspect in the case, Shinichi Kudo's, along with relevant judicial personnel, will be transferred from Chiba Prefecture to Tokyo. The first hearing of the second trial is scheduled to commence around 9 in the morning. Around 8 o'clock, just before departure, Gumin revisited the information collected by Xiao AI. Such a towering stack? He gazed at the mountain of documents before him and turned to Xiao AI, who was diligently typing away on her laptop. Despite her somewhat disheartened appearance, it must be acknowledged that her demeanor was quite earnest, as she continued to work at that moment. To enhance her effectiveness as an assistant, Gumin had invested the remaining funds to provide her with a laptop, an octa-core smartphone, a printer, and a variety of storage tools. These materials contained pertinent information regarding Shinichi Kudo's classmates, including details about their families, careers, social connections, and the professional lives of their relatives and friends, as they are key witnesses whom I believe you might find useful. Pushing her non-prescription glasses up the bridge of her nose, Xiao AI appeared rather intellectual as she worked. No, this is all useless. However, Gumin shook his head, promptly gathering the documents and discarding them into the nearby trash bin. These are of no value, are they? Little AI slightly lifted her head and remarked, I presumed you were in dire need. Given your despicable and shameless nature, it is quite plausible that you would engage in vile acts against witnesses and those surrounding them. Thank you for the compliment. It is rare for you to hold me in such esteem, Kume admitted with a generous smile. Little AI promptly rolled her eyes at him. Kume then elaborated, in other cases, the materials you gathered might indeed prove useful, but in this particular trial, they are of no relevance. Why not? Little AI inquired. Kume smiled faintly, exuding an air of mystery, because the same trick cannot be employed against the saints twice. What do you mean? Just watch closely and learn well. Humph. Meanwhile, in the Tokyo District Prosecutor's office, Prosecutor Reiko Kujo was organizing the materials needed for the court later, while her assistant, Deputy Prosecutor Masanori Ryanosuke, was assisting her. Indeed, today's case regarding Nakado and Shure was to be her confrontation against Kume. Lady Kujo, according to the schedule, this case should not be assigned to you. Ryanosuke voiced his confusion during the process. Why are you so insistent on taking it? Reiko shook her head. Because you do not understand Kume's character. I have spent some time with that man. He is exceptionally unscrupulous, willing to go to any lengths to secure victory, with no moral boundaries. Manipulating evidence is as simple for him as eating or drinking. Absolutely. He is a despicable and shameless scoundrel. Long Su Jingnan, recalling the lawsuit he lost, nodded in deep agreement. In that fateful case, the pivotal evidence, the witness and the material evidence, had all been tampered with by Gu Meimen. The defeat resulted in significant repercussions for him. I know him well, and thus I alone possess the capability to vanquish him, Prosecutor Kudo Reiko remarked. Adjusting her appearance before the mirror, confidently taking her documents and stepping out. Long Su-jungnen followed her with a gaze filled with admiration, hastily trailing behind. Apart from the undefeated queen of the legal realm, Prosecutor Kuda has yet to lose a single case, which is why he has consistently pursued her. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the bustling streets of Tokyo. "Help! Somebody is robbing me! Catch that thief! Help!" The roads of Tokyo were exceedingly crowded, with a continuous flow of people. On his way to the high court, Gu Meimen, as was his custom, encountered several criminal incidents. The city of Sin, Tokyo, lived up to its notorious reputation. Xiao Ai glanced at the chaotic crowd in the distance. Today's unfortunate victims were particularly unlucky, with some having been stabbed by robbers and now being rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Ai spoke up. "Actually, I have a question that I've long wished to ask you." "Go ahead." "Well, you often engage in such risky endeavors. Don't you fear that one day you might end up like those victims, inexplicably killed by someone?" A thought-provoking inquiry indeed. Gu Meimen regarded her with an intrigued glance. Though Xiaoai's face bore no expression, a hint of concern was unmistakably evident in her eyes. After days of companionship, the two had grown somewhat familiar with one another. Xiaoai understood his character. To outsiders, he appeared rather unpleasant, potentially unwittingly accumulating a plethora of inexplicable adversaries. Her apprehensions were not without merit. Nonetheless, in this world, despite the alarmingly high crime rate, the majority of offenses, be it vendettas, crimes of passion, or plagiarism, were typically perpetrated by individuals of a similar ilk to him. Kumiman possessed the ability to gauge the affections of others. Should anyone harbor hostility towards him, approaching with murderous intent, he would be acutely aware and take precautions. However, there existed one scenario against which he could not guard himself. The hired assassins, gangsters, or malevolent organizations employing various specialized tools, such as sniper rifles, to take his life unexpectedly. Nevertheless, the cost of hiring such individuals was exorbitant and required specific channels. Typically, those capable of engaging such services were either affluent or of high status. Given Kumiman's current circumstances, he was unlikely to attract the attention of such individuals. Thus, he need not be overly concerned about Xiaoai's worries for the time being. "I believe you ought to consider hiring a bodyguard in the future," Xiaoai's voice piped up, laced with her usual sharp wit. "After all, with a person like you, one could never know when death might come knocking. It would be prudent to have someone ready to collect your remains." "Indeed, that is a valid point. I shall contemplate it once I acquire some wealth," he replied. Komedo nodded slightly, casting her a glance before letting out a sigh. "Doriman, you truly are of no use. You neither possess formidable gadgets nor can you tear apart a Gundam or catch bullets barehanded. You fail to shoulder the responsibility of protecting me, which forces me to spend extra money unnecessarily. What kind of Doriman are you?" Xiaoai, exasperated, rolled her eyes. "You, a grown man lacking in abilities, still expect protection from a 7-year-old girl? How absurd. Haven't I mentioned? I have always regarded you as being 88 years old. I have never encountered such a shameless individual. You have truly set a new low. I have also never seen such an elderly child. Could you possibly be a transformed old monster from Japanese mythology? You are the real monster. How ridiculous. The anger of a primary school girl is such a rare and unsightly sight. You are far less remarkable than this human ape and 100 times less beautiful." Chapter 31. The courtroom as a battlefield, where gender holds no distinction. As the two individuals strolled along, they engaged in playful banter, their exchanges filled with light-hearted jabs. Despite the numerous criminal incidents occurring along the way, their journey remained uneventful. They arrived punctually at the Tokyo High Court at 8:30, half an hour prior to the commencement of the proceedings. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted by a bustling crowd. The fervor surrounding the second trial significantly surpassed that of the first, with countless journalists on standby, many of whom had previously covered cases involving the esteemed lawyer, Kumamoto. Upon spotting him, they flocked to him like bees drawn to nectar. Kumamoto recited his signature line, "My client is utterly innocent. This is a miscarriage of justice." His tone was earnest, and his expression devoid of any pretense. Having achieved a resounding victory in his inaugural case, the question lingered, what triumph would he secure today? With his brilliance on full display, He had reached the pinnacle of his career right from the outset. The clash between the emerging lawyer and the popular female prosecutor promised to be a spectacle worth witnessing. The journalists, brimming with excitement, hurriedly snapped photographs, eagerly crafting the headlines and narratives for the following day's news. The relentless onslaught from the reporters proved overwhelming, even for Kumamoto. He maneuvered through the throng, making his way to the women's restroom, intending to remain there until the trial commenced. You could be arrested and charged with sexual harassment for brazenly entering the women's restroom. A cold voice interrupted him. Turning around, he found a familiar face. Reiko Kujo, standing by the sink, her expression marked by discontent. Japanese women, often meticulous about their appearance, frequently retouch their makeup. Kogami observed her applying foundation to her face. No matter how much makeup an elderly woman applies, she will never regain her youth. Excellent. Add another charge of insult. Kujo Reiko retrieved a pair of rose-gold handcuffs from her pocket, intending to cuff Kogami. Kogami evaded her, displaying his signature smile. You may restrain me, but you lack evidence for any accusation. Furthermore, as the attorney in this case, I can charge you with obstruction of justice. Your mind remains as nimble as ever. Kujo Reiko retracted the handcuffs, shaking her head. If only you would apply your intellect to more honorable pursuits. After a pause, Kujo Reiko's gaze fell upon AI, who was standing beside Kogami. Is that underage laborer you've employed? She inquired acerbically. Underage laborer? She's my younger sister. Kogami patted AI's head. Come AI, greet Auntie Kujo. AI bowed demurely. Greetings, Auntie Kujo. I often hear my brother speak of you. Kujo Reiko inhaled deeply. The appellations of brother and auntie had instantly aged her a generation. She forced a smile. How obedient, little sister. I am not yet 30 years of age. AI responded with disarming ingenuousness. Auntie, you look so young. You resemble my 33-year-old aunt. These wretched siblings. Kujo Reiko glared at Kogami with intense vexation. She had arrived today brimming with confidence, only to have her good spirits entirely ruined. You had better watch yourself. Having said that, she stormed out of the women's restroom without a backward glance. Indeed, she lived up to her reputation as a child star and a formidable actress. A touch more aggression would have been ideal. Gumaman gave a thumbs up to Xiao AI. Xiao AI's expression reverted to calmness. Is this truly the right course of action? Undoubtedly, women are the most susceptible to emotional influences, particularly during certain times, when such tendencies become even more pronounced. Gumaman maintained a perpetual smile throughout. It turned out that the brief confrontation earlier was, in fact, a calculated maneuver orchestrated by him. While evading the reporters, he refrained from entering the men's restroom, anticipating that Kujo Reiko might be present there. Long ago, Gumaman had conducted an investigation into Kujo Reiko and was aware of some of her more private details. For instance, by counting the dates, he discerned that today was precisely when her menstrual cycle would have just concluded. The fact that she was contemplating a lawsuit on such a day spoke volumes about her character. As her adversary, Gumaman was determined to exploit this knowledge. Now, Kujo Reiko's mood must be exceedingly poor. As expected, this would undoubtedly influence the forthcoming court proceedings. You truly are a despicable and unscrupulous scoundrel, shamelessly capitalizing on a woman's vulnerability. Xiao AI, expressionless, regarded the grinning Gumaman, and without reservation, elevated her assessment of him yet another notch. The courtroom is akin to a battlefield, devoid of distinctions between men and women. Gumaman chose not to engage her in debate. After a brief sojourn in the restroom, Gumaman exited the ladies' room and made his way to the judge's chamber. The space within the High Court's chamber was considerably larger than that of the local court. The spectator seating alone comprised dozens of rows, with a distinctly tiered arrangement reminiscent of a university lecture hall. Before long, the judge, jurors, and both the plaintiff and defendant arrived in succession. The assembly for the second trial was notably more substantial than that of the first, featuring 3 judges and 6 jurors, with correspondingly more spacious seating. Strictly speaking, judges in Japan are referred to as hanshi in Japanese and are classified into 8 distinct ranks. The High Court judges are at least of mid-level rank. The proceedings for the second trial are now set to commence. With the gavel strike, the session officially began. Following protocol, it was the prosecutor's turn to read the indictment. The defendant lured the victim to the billiard room of a hot spring inn, where he utilized a recovered firearm to commit the act of murder. This behavior constitutes a violation of Article 199 of the Japanese Penal Code, categorizing it as intentional homicide. Furthermore, the defendant's possession of an illegal firearm contravenes Japan's firearms and swords control law. The prosecution seeks to impose a sentence for the charge of intentional homicide. Reiko Kujo held the indictment firmly, her tone unwavering as she read at a rapid pace. Several judges could not help but furrow their brows. Generally, it is expected that prosecutors articulate the indictment with clarity and conviction, rather than at such a hurried pace. Her expression seemed to convey a hint of impatience. Jutaro sat beside her, while Ryunosuke, acting as her assistant, gently tugged at Reiko Jukucho's arm. It was only then that Reiko realized. Influenced by the Kume siblings in the restroom moments ago, she had inadvertently let her temper flare. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly cleared her throat. I apologize for my rudeness. I kindly request the prosecution to re-examine the indictment. One of the three judges rapped his gavel. Appearing to be in his 50s, he held the highest rank among the judges, thus occupying the central position, and it was he who wielded the gavel. Laughter erupted from the audience. Reiko composed herself and concluded the reading of the indictment at a steady pace. As she took her seat, her gaze landed on the opposing counsel, where she encountered Kume's infuriating half-smile. To her dismay, he even mimicked the act of sipping hot water with a smirk. Reiko understood the implication behind this gesture. Her jaw clenched in anger, her head nearly steaming with fury, silently cursing him. That despicable scoundrel. Kume, you shall pay for this. The proceedings continued as expected, with the defense required to present their perspective following the prosecution's reading of the indictment. This involved whether they acknowledged the charges or had any commentary on the specific accusations, including potential negotiations regarding the charges. I contest the prosecution's claims. My client is utterly innocent. Only then did Kamaman rise, exclaiming loudly. Indeed, the opponent denied the charges. Reiko Kujo furrowed her brow. She knew all too well that Kamaman would undoubtedly mount a defense of innocence. In his view, criminal cases were a binary affair, guilty or not guilty, with no room for negotiations regarding the nature of the crime. Very well, unleash your cunning tactics, and witness as I dismantle your assaults one by one, Reiko thought to herself. The next phase commenced, wherein both sides began to wrestle over the evidence. This involved the correspondence between the defendant and the victim during their relationship, encompassing emails, letters, and various forms of communication. Reiko spread out a substantial collection of documents, meticulously affixing each sheet to the whiteboard positioned at the center of the courtroom. The letters penned by the defendant to the victim were strikingly clear, each bearing ominous phrases such as, "Do not disturb me again or I will kill you." Given the emotional entanglement between the defendant and the victim, it was evident that the defendant possessed a significant motive for murder. The background of the case was, in essence, straightforward. The defendant and the deceased had been in a romantic relationship for over a decade. However, each time the defendant proposed, the deceased declined. Ultimately, in his disappointment, the defendant sought out a new partner and decided to marry. The deceased, harboring resentment, Reiko Kujo took a deep breath and cast a fierce glare at Kumiman, striving to cast aside the physiological discomfort brought on by her monthly cycle, allowing herself to regain an air of confidence. Kumiman merely shrugged, his face adorned with an unflappable smile. Meanwhile, the judge, along with 3 jurors and 6 members of the jury, scrutinized the authenticity of the documents presented by Kujo, nodding in agreement. What is the defendant's perspective? Kumiman began. First and foremost, I contest the prosecution's evidence regarding the motive for murder, asserting that it hardly qualifies as evidence at all. If such flimsy assertions can be deemed as motives for homicide, then we would be inundated with an abundance of them. With a smile, Kumiman then retrieved a stack of photographs from his file, placing them directly atop the letters and documents presented by Kujo with a magnetic clasp. These photographs depicted young men who had once been in relationships with the deceased. The collection featured an array of youthful men, all in their 20s, showcasing various styles from both Japanese and Korean influences. How could this be? How could Yumi possibly have had so many boyfriends? Exclaimed Kazuharu Nakado from the defendant's seat, his voice rising in disbelief. Kumiman shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "Is it not obvious? Why else would she have kept you dangling for over a decade without committing to marriage? Clearly, she intended to continue her carefree lifestyle." Kazuharu, momentarily at a loss for words, clenched his jaw in frustration. Nevertheless, the court remained indifferent to his turmoil. Kumiman proceeded to present another stack of materials, pointing to the individuals in the photographs as he spoke. "This is Yamada from the Suzy Host Club. The deceased had previously owed him a substantial sum, amounting to over 100,000, and Yamada had resorted to threats through phone calls and letters. This is Jima from the Hashimoto Lending Company, along with the bills from his establishment. The deceased, burdened by a debt of high-interest loans, was coerced into repaying with his body. This is Sarazawa from Suzuki High School." As Kamikado meticulously enumerated these details, Kujireko furrowed her brow slightly, only to have her expression brighten momentarily as she decisively stood up. "Objection. These matters infringe upon the privacy of others. Defense attorney, during your investigation, did you obtain consent from these individuals? If not, it constitutes illegal evidence gathering. Furthermore, how can you prove that this is not fabricated?" Indeed, this was a cunning ploy employed by Kamikado. He had always favored illicit evidence collection and tampering with proof, and this instance was no exception. Prior to her arrival, Kujireko had envisioned countless scenarios, contemplating the various strategies Kamikado might employ to attack, and she had also devised numerous countermeasures. As long as she pinpointed their weaknesses, she would have nothing to fear from their onslaught. Kujireko thought confidently. However, Kamikado's subsequent words shattered her expectations. "All this evidence is genuine. You may call to verify. I secured consent from these individuals in advance." Kamikado winked at Kujireko. She noticed him repeat the gesture of sipping hot water, his face adorned with that infuriatingly smug smile. Kujireko felt an urge to rush forward and deliver a blow to him, her teeth grinding in frustration. "Do not rush. Do not rush." She endeavored to suppress this impulse, gently patting her face. However, the actions of Kume were perplexing. They did not align with his usual conduct. Nevertheless, concerning the defendant's motive for murder, the additional evidence presented by Kume undermined the credibility of the prosecution's case, rendering it temporarily unprovable and forcing her to set it aside for the time being. The prosecution now needed to submit further evidence. "I request the summoning of witnesses." Reiko Kujo addressed the judge. Soon, 4 witnesses took their places in the courtroom. They were all university classmates of Kazushi Nakado, including a married couple, a short and stout man, and Kagoro Mori. "Kazushi, you should file a suit," Kagoro Mori remarked, his gaze at the defendant's seat reflecting disappointment. Kazushi remained silent for a moment before responding, "Kagoro, do you truly wish for me to be imprisoned? It is not about imprisonment. It is about you atoning for your sins within those walls," Kagoro Mori replied, shaking his head. "Is there truly a difference?" Kazushi Nakado met his gaze, asking, "Kagoro, do you understand what imprisonment signifies for a person? And what does murder signify for an individual?" Kagoro Mori did not flinch, maintaining eye contact with him. "That woman has committed numerous despicable acts out there." "Stop." Kazushi Nakado attempted to continue, but a stern voice suddenly interrupted from the side. It was Gumaman who spoke, his expression grave and serious. "What do you perceive the sacred court to be? We are still in the midst of trial. Any brotherly sentiments can be expressed once we adjourn." The two exchanged a glance and promptly fell silent. Something felt amiss. Kujireko furrowed her brow, observing Gumaman's seemingly earnest demeanor. Since earlier she had sensed an underlying issue. Although his attitude remained insufferable, taunting her with his gestures, his conduct within the courtroom appeared remarkably conventional. How should one articulate it? He resembled a typical, competent lawyer. What on earth was happening? For a moment, Kujireko found herself flustered. Her reputation as the Madonna of the prosecution stemmed from her diligence and the importance she placed on every case. Prior to any trial, she would mentally simulate the various strategies employed by her adversaries. However, Gumaman's actions had surpassed her expectations, falling outside the realm of her prior simulations. Coupled with the effects of her menstrual cycle, she momentarily lost her clarity of judgment. "Please allow the witness to present their statements," the judge proclaimed, striking the gavel as the judicial proceedings continued. Thus, it was Kagoro Mori who took the stand first. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Kazuhito accompanied Yumi to the billiard room of the Hot Spring Inn. After an intense game of billiards that left them both drenched in sweat, Kazuhito escorted Yumi back to his room. Around 6:30, coinciding with the fireworks outside, Kazuhito used a pistol he had found to take her life. Due to the vigorous exercise Yumi had engaged in earlier, her body had stiffened prematurely, creating the illusion of an earlier time of death. Kagoro Mori spoke with a steady gaze, articulating each word with precision. This deductive reasoning was a process he had personally undertaken, leaving no room for error. At that moment, Kazuhito had also acknowledged this. When it comes to matters concerning his students, Kagoro Mori exhibits an exceptional level of seriousness. He now only hopes that Kazuhito will confess swiftly and serve his time in prison to atone for his sins. This method has already been confirmed as viable by the prosecutor's office. Reiko Kujo took over from Kagoro Mori, gathering her chaotic thoughts as she rose to her feet and declared loudly, "There are now 4 witnesses, all identifying the perpetrator as Kazuhito. This number provides substantial evidence." Upon finishing her statement, Reiko's gaze shifted toward Kamikado, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Come on, Kamikado, unleash your cunning tactics. There are still 3 witnesses left. Surely you have done something to them, Haven Tiu? Bribing witnesses, altering testimonies. Bring forth all your underhanded schemes. I shall methodically dismantle your FAADE," Reiko silently urged within her mind. However, in the face of Kagoro Mori's testimony, Kamikado appeared unperturbed. His face still adorned with a smile. He extended his hand towards the remaining 3 witnesses, gesturing for them to continue their testimonies. Thus, the remaining witnesses began to recount their accounts. Their testimonies were strikingly similar to that of Kagoro Mori, with nearly identical details. There appeared to be no alterations whatsoever. What on earth is happening? What exactly is going on? Could it be that the witnesses were not bribed? Reiko Kujo stared blankly at Kume's face, completely befuddled by his strategy at that moment. "Please allow the defense counsel to present their perspective." The judge's voice echoed through the courtroom. I have a question." With a slight smile, Kume descended from the lawyer's bench and approached the 4 witnesses. His gaze lightly traversed the couple and the stout man. "May I inquire if these accusatory testimonies are based on what you witnessed firsthand?" The 3 witnesses of Kagoro Mori exchanged glances and shook their heads. "While we did not see it with our own eyes, it is a deduction I have drawn." Mori furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Kume's face intently. He had not previously interacted directly with Kume. However, Conan had mentioned that the defense attorney would mount a case for acquittal. Mori's daughter, Ran, upon learning the attorney's identity, had remarked that he was a most despicable lawyer with a particularly vile character. Additionally, Officer Magyar, an acquaintance of long standing, also held a negative opinion of him. Regardless of the nature of your character, if you wish to assert a plea of innocence, you must first overcome our scrutiny. The individual in question, whom we regard as a significant classmate, must atone for his actions of murder. Kagoro Mori stood tall, his voice resonant, exuding a profound sense of justice. The other 3 witnesses, moved by his fervor, nodded in agreement. Such a commendable display of camaraderie. The sentiment of nearly condemning a dear friend to imprisonment is indeed heartrending. Gumamori smiled subtly, applauding. Kagoro Mori furrowed his brow in response, harboring a distaste for this fellow. His manner of speaking and his smile evoked an unpleasant sensation. "Now, let us address my inquiry," Gumamori stated, directing his gaze away from Kagoro Mori towards the other 3 witnesses. "You mentioned that these incriminating testimonies were not witnessed firsthand. May I inquire as to their origin?" "I've already stated, it is derived from my deductions," Kagoro Mori interjected. "Oh, so they are merely hearsay," Gumamori exclaimed, feigning enlightenment. "That constitutes secondary evidence, rather than original proof." "What do you mean?" Kagoro Mori frowned, perplexed by the legal terminology, a realm reserved for his wife, Irie. Meanwhile, Reiko Kujo beside him tightened her brow in concern. The term original evidence refers to first-hand, unmediated proof, such as direct observations or original documents. In contrast, hearsay evidence pertains to indirect, non-primary sources of information, including accounts relayed from others or copies of documents. The weight of hearsay evidence is significantly inferior to that of original evidence due to the potential for distortion. Strictly speaking, the witnesses in question can all be categorized as hearsay or indirect evidence. Moreover, apart from Kogoro Mori, who deduced his conclusions independently, the testimonies of the other three witnesses were all derived from his reasoning, rendering their evidence even weaker and highly redundant in relation to Mori's statements, to the extent that such evidence could almost be deemed non-existent. How infuriating! How could it come to this? Upon realizing the gravity of the situation and gazing at the smiling visage of Kume, Reiko Kujo found herself utterly flustered. She had meticulously calculated every angle, never anticipating that Kume would employ no underhanded tactics, but rather boldly counter with legal principles. Alarmingly, she had not considered how to navigate this predicament. The opposing argument was exceedingly reasonable. The testimonies of the four witnesses indeed lacked substantial weight. What should she do now? So this is your scheme. In the spectator section, witnessing the evident disarray on Reiko Kujo's face, AI Hybera nodded in understanding. She was a perceptive girl, grasping the intricacies of the situation after just a brief exchange. Reiko Kujo was acquainted with Kume, yet equally, Kume was well aware of her. The notion that the same tactic cannot be employed against the Saint Seiya signifies that Kamikado, in his earlier remarks, implies he will refrain from utilizing methods familiar to his opponent. Thus, engaging in a fair contest using his own legal acumen emerges as the most prudent approach. Everyone, including Kogoro Mori and Reiko Kujo, primarily focuses on Kamikado's character and demeanor, perhaps speculating that he might resort to unscrupulous tactics in the courtroom duel. Yet, they overlook the fact that Kamikado's legal proficiency is, in truth, quite commendable. His extensive qualifications serve as a testament to his capabilities within the realm of law. Much like Picasso and other masters of abstract art, who may evoke impressions of mere abstraction, their foundational skills in traditional painting are undoubtedly robust. Kamikado capitalized on Reiko Kujo's misjudgment, catching her off guard with precision. Little AI remained silent, observing the smile on Kamikado's face, which bore a rather odious expression, akin to the triumph of a well-executed scheme. When it comes to manipulating emotions, this fellow indeed possesses a remarkable talent. In this legal battle, the opposing side has already succumbed to defeat. Chapter 34. You must allow me to work for you for a lifetime without pay. Upon discovering the tactics employed by Kumiyamoto, Xiao AI lost interest in the subsequent progress of the trial. She slowly rose from her seat in the audience and exited through the courtroom's grand doors. Feeling slightly parched, she approached a vending machine at the end of the corridor. Producing a 500 yen coin from her pocket, she inserted it into the machine. Although she was essentially working for Kumiyamoto without compensation, Xiao AI could not shake the feeling that he was a despicable individual thoroughly tainted by capitalism. Nonetheless, the boss exhibited a modicum of humanity, providing her with a small allowance each month for snacks and other trifles. After pressing the button, a can of coffee rolled down with a cheerful ding. Coffee had been Xiao AI's beverage of choice during her late-night research endeavors, serving as her sole companion through the long hours. Over time, it had become as indispensable to her as nicotine. As she cradled the can, poised to open it, a faintly familiar sound reached her ears, the soft patter of footsteps she once knew well. Without turning her head, she remarked coolly, "Stop hiding there. Come out." Conan emerged from around the corner, his hands tucked into his pockets as he gazed in her direction. "Hybera, it's been a while. I trust you've been well." Xiao AI met his gaze and gently shook her head. "Kudo, state your purpose. You must have not come merely to exchange pleasantries." "Your demeanor remains as distant as ever," he replied, nodding in acknowledgement, avoiding unnecessary chatter. "The antidote for 4869. You must possess the formula." "I see." Hybera raised an eyebrow, her gaze revealing understanding. "Let me guess. Is it that Ran is about to uncover your true identity, thus necessitating your temporary transformation to elude her scrutiny? Aside from your aloofness, your intelligence remains unaltered." Conan acknowledged with a nod. Kudo, Hybera spoke softly. One cannot defy the relentless flow of time. Any attempts to forcibly alter it will inevitably lead to repercussions. Such as death? Conan ventured cautiously. Hybera remained silent, yet her expression conveyed everything. After a brief pause, Conan shook his head. I can't concern myself with that. I simply do not wish for Rand to know and to embroil her in troublesome affairs. Oh, is that so? Hybera chuckled lightly. In that case, you should depart rather than cling to her like a stubborn piece of gum. The familiar acerbic words rendered Conan momentarily speechless. After a moment, he lifted his head. Hand it over, Hybera, the formula and the data. I will contact my parents to seek assistance in the research. Ha, what a selfish man you are, Hybera remarked coolly. In the doctor's basement, the third drawer contains a disk with some of my restored research materials. Is that so? Thank you. Conan, hands in pockets, was about to leave when he hesitated for a moment and then stopped. Hybera, is it truly impossible for you to return? He gazed into Shiho's eyes, expressing a willingness to apologize for his past words. He acknowledged that he had acted impulsively, failing to consider her feelings. Shiho looked at him and smiled faintly. My name is Akemi Mayano, not Hybera, she corrected gently. Is that so? Conan remarked, casting a deep glance at Shiho. If the antidote is successfully developed, I will bring you a portion. After uttering this, he hurriedly departed, presumably to hasten back and continue his work on the antidote. Shiho stood quietly in place, cradling a can of coffee. Come out. You've been listening for quite some time, haven't you? From the shadows at the other end of the corridor, Akemi's figure emerged. What astonishing information I have just overheard, he said with a smile, clapping his hands together. So, given how earnestly he pleaded, why did you not return with him? He tilted his head, appearing genuinely curious. Shiho remained silent and inquired, what about your case? Has it concluded so swiftly? Not at all, he replied. There were some issues with Reiko Kujo. The judge posed questions to her, and she stumbled over her words, necessitating a 30-minute recess. That woman is quite easy to deal with. Akemi shrugged and smiled at Shiho. Now let us not digress. Please answer my earlier question. Shiho still refrained from responding, a slight smile gracing her lips. What do you think? He prompted. It is the little one's relentless pursuit of the truth that instills a profound fear within you. Kume looked into her eyes, and on the side of the law, truth was not the sole reality. Xiao Ai remained silent, silently meeting his gaze. After a while, she let out a long sigh. If you were my adversary, you would undoubtedly be the most formidable kind. Oh, conversely, if I were your ally, I would ease your burdens, is that what you mean? Kume chuckled. You are quite something. Xiao Ai gently shook her head. After a brief pause, her demeanor returned to calm. I shall depart tonight, causing you no inconvenience, she stated. What inconvenience? What are you talking about? Kume expressed surprise. He crouched down and gently patted her head. Do not jest. Where would I find such a useful worker who requires no payment? You are not permitted to leave. You must remain and work for me without pay for a lifetime. You shall bear the name Kume Ai for eternity. Kume reached for the can of coffee in Xiao Ai's hand, while simultaneously placing a can of pure milk in her embrace. Moreover, children are not to drink coffee. Milk will suffice. With that, Kume smiled slightly, stood up, and departed down the corridor. Xiao Ai stood there in a daze, watching Kume's retreating figure. She lowered her head to gaze at the milk in her hands. After a long moment, the corners of her mouth gently lifted. Interesting, then let it be as you wish. I hope that in some future moment upon discovering the truth, you will not feel regret. Kokonmato ambled down the corridor, contentedly sipping his coffee. A can of coffee costs 250 yen, whereas a can of milk is merely 150 yen. A veritable steal. He mused to himself, a sly grin spreading across his face. My earlier pronouncements must have struck her as incredibly dashing. Thus, I can delegate any task to her henceforth, and she will willingly work overtime, obviating the need for overtime pay. Her allowance can also be slightly reduced. Kokonmato schemed inwardly, marveling at his own ingenuity. A brief respite in the corridor ensued, followed by a glance at his mobile phone to check the time. Kokonmato then returned to the courtroom, poised for the remaining legal joust. He hummed a tune, appearing utterly at ease, for this case presented no challenge whatsoever. Having thoroughly investigated the entirety of the incident, he discerned a plethora of loopholes within the case. Even without resorting to underhanded tactics, a straightforward confrontation would inevitably result in victory. Chapter 35. The Incident of Classmate Kagoro. The second trial concludes. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and the personnel once again gathered in the judge's chamber. Reiko Kujo adjusted her attire, settled into her seat, and patted her face in an effort to maintain her composure. Kagoro. Observing her, Ryuju Sena attempted to offer some words of comfort. However, as soon as he uttered her name, he was met with a fierce glare from his own superior, causing him to retract his neck, resembling a timid quail. Realizing her lapse in demeanor, Reiko took a deep breath to steady herself. Calmness was essential. She must not fall victim to Kumiman's cunning ploys. She repeatedly murmured to herself, bolstering her resolve. Yet, truth be told, the disadvantages suffered during the first half had drained nearly all of her energy. As a woman, her emotional state was particularly susceptible due to her physiological cycle. The signs of defeat had already become apparent. With all parties present, the presiding judge rapped the gavel, declaring the court in session once more. Regarding the defense's representatives' remarks about the witness testimonies, the prosecution was invited to present its views. In response, the court acknowledged the opposing argument. Reiko Kujo rose, striving to articulate her thoughts clearly. The testimonies of the four witnesses constituted hearsay evidence. Based on the strength of their statements, they indeed fell short of the threshold required to convict the defendant. After a brief pause, she continued, however, the methods employed by the defendant, after rigorous verification by the police department and the prosecutor's office, were undeniably plausible, thus eliminating the possibility of dismissing the suspect's involvement in the murder. Objection. As Reiko Jo's words hung in the air, there stood Gumiman Ma, rising to his feet. If one could secure a conviction solely through deductive reasoning, the world would be rife with miscarriages of justice, would it not, dear slumbering Mr. Kagoro Mori? A sardonic smile played upon Gumiman's lips as his gaze shifted toward Kagoro Mori. You scoundrel! What are you saying? Kagoro Mori fumed, nearly beside himself with rage, ready to leap from the witness stand and unleash a flurry of judo techniques upon this insufferable man. Of course, his intentions were promptly thwarted by the judicial officers present. Gumiman, unfazed, averted his gaze, a slight smile gracing his features as he turned his attention to the judge's bench. The three judges and the jurors engaged in hushed whispers before the central judge rapped his gavel. The objection is upheld. The defense's argument is valid. Prosecution, please present more compelling evidence. What? How can this possibly be valid? Kagoro Mori continued to bellow. The judges exchanged glances, each letting out a resigned sigh. Had it been any other witness, any different detective, they might have weighed the matter carefully. However, this was Kagoro Mori. Before earning the moniker of the slumbering detective, he had collaborated with the police on numerous cases, yet the officers, particularly Officer Magyar, held little regard for him. His frequent misdirection of cases had given rise to countless injustices. Thanks to this individual, the High Court had been inundated with numerous cases, witnessing the release of many wrongfully accused. The examination of this individual's case is nothing short of a futile endeavor. Thus, it is evident that your moniker, Mori Kagoro, has long since lost its luster in the hearts of the judges. Observing the expressions of the judges from the audience, Reiko Kujo sensed an ominous turn of events. In Japan, although the adversarial system is employed in court debates, the ultimate authority to interpret rests with the presiding judge. In other words, a judge can declare your objection valid or invalid, rendering your arguments futile regardless of their merit. Hence, the impression judges form during judicial debates holds considerable weight. Frustrated, Kujo gritted her teeth and resolved to present her final piece of evidence. This court requests the summoning of material evidence. Shortly thereafter, a handgun was brought forth. The Smith Wesson .439, a semi-automatic pistol previously utilized by the United States military, has since been retired, yet some have found their way into the market through illicit channels. Following forensic analysis, we employed polymerase chain reaction technology, which revealed a significant amount of the defendant's DNA on the firearm, particularly pronounced on the trigger, thus implicating the defendant in the suspicion of murder. Kuju waved a stack of forensic reports before the gathered audience. However, her voice lacked conviction. The physical evidence was regrettably tenuous, for the handgun had been compromised prior to its submission as evidence. As anticipated, Ma soon heard Kyogoku make the retort. Is it solely the defendants? I fear that may not be the case. Are your findings not comprehensive? He displayed that classic, disingenuous smile. Like Reiko Kujo, he also presented a set of authentication data. This is the forensic report I obtained from the Metropolitan Police Department, and it is the same document as that of Prosecutor Kujo. Kumiman affixed each report onto the central whiteboard of the courtroom. It was evident that, beyond our client, there were numerous other individuals included, such as the deceased, our dear Detective Mori, and an unknown entity, possibly a mischievous child. As Kumiman spoke, he tilted his head slightly, sporting an expression of curiosity. Thus, one might wonder why, apart from our client and the deceased, there were others included. Suddenly, he appeared to have an epiphany. Could it be that the physical evidence had been tampered with in various ways prior to its submission? If so, it could no longer serve as credible evidence. Komiman's words struck with profound resonance. In the witness stand, Kagoro Mori clenched his jaw tightly. Although Komiman's remarks seemed not to directly reference him, the accusatory tone was unmistakably directed at him. After all, detectives often inadvertently compromise the crime scene before the police arrive. There is no denying that this has posed considerable challenges to the police's evidence-gathering efforts. In the heat of the moment, following the murder of a significant classmate, he had forgotten entirely about the importance of preserving evidence. This lapse in his duties as a detective now became a critical vulnerability exploited by the opposing side. So, does the prosecution have any further evidence? Kurume Men did not glance at Kagoro Mori again. Instead, he turned with a smile, directing his gaze towards Reiko Kuju. The moment had passed. Observing the futility of the situation, Kuju let out a deep sigh. Yet, her heart remained unyielding, prompting her to inquire, since you adamantly claim that the defendant is not a murderer, could you elucidate the true nature of the events? The truth of the matter. At that moment, a victorious smile finally graced Kurume Men's face. He retrieved a stack of documents from the table, faxed materials concerning the deceased Yumi Horikoshi, which he had previously obtained from the household of Michi no T and Yoshikazu. The facts revealed that the deceased was a person of rather extreme personality, and the following points are merely my personal conjectures. Kurume Men systematically presented the faxes to the assembly. The handgun was brought by the deceased, not by our client. The client had followed the deceased back to her room, where she was once more subjected to threats and intimidation. The deceased, brandishing the handgun and extending her arm towards her own temple, threatened the client that if her demands were not met, she would commit suicide, framing the client for her death. At that moment, the handgun accidentally discharged. Pausing for effect, Kurume Men offered a peculiar smile. Thus, this was an ill-fated attempt at suicide that inadvertently resulted in tragedy. The final verdict was, needless to say, predictable. After a brief exchange between the judge and the jury, they promptly declared, due to insufficient evidence, the defendant is acquitted. As for the so-called truth posited by Kurume Men, its veracity or rationality is ultimately inconsequential. In the courtroom, there is no truth, only the presence or absence of evidence, and whether a conviction can be secured. You despicable lawyer! Just as the judge announced the conclusion of the trial and everyone began to depart, Kagoro Mori charged forward, seizing the collar of Kume. He killed someone. How can you defend a murderer? How can you allow him to walk free? Mori shouted at Kume, his composure lost in a fit of rage. Mr. Mori, this suit is quite expensive. If it gets damaged, I shall send you the bill. Unfazed by the outburst, Kume remained calm, a smile on his face that seemed almost taunting. You fiend! The sight of Kume's demeanor sent Mori into a furious frenzy, his hands tightening as he prepared to unleash a judo throw. However, a clear voice interrupted him. Stop this immediately. Turning around, he saw a woman, similar in age to Reiko Kujo, hurriedly standing behind him, halting Mori's advance. The woman possessed striking beauty, her chestnut hair elegantly styled in a bun, adorned in a light blue lawyer's uniform, with a badge pinned to her chest, exuding an air of intelligence. Ayuri, the first female lawyer known as the undefeated queen of the Japanese legal realm. She was also Kagoro Mori's longtime wife. But, Hayuri, this man. Hearing his wife's voice of restraint, Mori's expression wavered with uncertainty. Fei Ingli shot him a glare, exclaiming, "You imbecile! If you do not release him immediately, he may accuse you of provoking trouble. The courtroom is equipped with surveillance cameras, and there are numerous eyewitnesses present. He will ensure you face consequences." At that moment, Mori Kagoro realized the gravity of the situation and hastily let go. Alas, he lamented, they were so close. Had he struck first, compensation would have been within reach. Kumamoto raised an eyebrow and even shook his head, as if expressing a sense of regret over the missed opportunity. This expression nearly drove Mori Kagoro to the brink of exasperation, gritting his teeth in frustration, yet feeling utterly powerless against him. Surely this must be the renowned attorney, Fei Ingli? Kumamoto adjusted his collar, wearing a smile as he regarded the poised woman before him. "Indeed, that is I," Fei Ingli replied, her expression impassive. "I heard recently about a rising star in the legal field and was curious enough to come and observe." "What? So it wasn't he for father's sake after all?" Murmured beside her, Mori Ran, who stood in attendance. Who would come all this way for such a fickle man? Fei Ingli declared loudly, her gaze drifting. "I merely found myself suddenly intrigued. I share that sentiment. Who would covet a woman like you? Hey, I am quite occupied here. Could you two refrain from performing this cliché D romantic comedy in front of me?" Mori Kagoro's words were abruptly cut off by Kumamoto's sharp interjection. Gu Men let out a sigh and said, "If there is nothing of significance, would you kindly step aside and not obstruct the way?" The two exchanged glances, and Mei Ingli cleared her throat, her expression grave. "Attorney Gu Men, although I am reluctant to admonish you, the essence of the law is to bestow upon the guilty their deserved punishment within the realm of truth. Your disregard for the truth in defense of the actual perpetrator is a blatant violation of the ethics inherent to the legal profession." "Well said. Truly eloquent." Gu Men responded immediately, raising his thumb and applauding with exaggerated enthusiasm. "Indeed, you are the foremost female attorney in Japan. Your words have enlightened me profoundly." However, Gu Men's tone seemed to elicit a frown from Mei Ingli. Although he appeared to offer praise, it bore an undertone of mockery, leaving no hint of genuine admiration. To be candid, having navigated the legal arena for many years, Mei Ingli found her greatest disdain reserved for adversaries like Gu Men, those who employed veiled insults, proving to be the most formidable opponents. As anticipated, in the next moment, Gu Men shifted his rhetoric. "Pray tell, Attorney Mei, does your notion of professional ethics entail abandoning the client who once placed their trust in you the instant you uncover the facts of the case, only to embrace the prosecution?" With a smile that feigned admiration, Gu Men continued, If that is the case, then from today onward, I shall earnestly learn from you the art of the subtle betrayal, upholding the ethics of our esteemed profession." Mei Ingli's countenance darkened, her brows knitting ever tighter. She discerned that Gu Men was mocking her regarding the case she had argued a few days prior. The true perpetrator of that case was, in fact, the client, a revelation she came to only later. At that time, she had allied with the prosecution, and together they had skillfully maneuvered to provoke the client into revealing incriminating evidence during the trial, where Mori's reasoning had led to the prosecution being recognized as a witness. Fei Ingli inhaled deeply. "I do not comprehend your words. However, a lawyer must steadfastly adhere to the facts, uphold the law as their guiding principle, practice with utmost diligence, and abide by social ethics. Such is the essence of a lawyer's professional integrity. Indeed, at the very least, we cannot allow the true criminal to evade justice. Your actions are indistinguishable from those of the murderer." Mori Kagoro interjected gravely, casting a glance at the defendant's seat, where Nakato Kazushi, recently acquitted, had yet to depart. Their gazes met, and Nakato averted his eyes. No, please understand this. Throughout this case I was merely defending my client lawfully." Gu Men raised a finger and gently shook it. With a smile, he leaned closer to Mori Kagoro, whispering in a tone meant solely for their ears, "Is it not you, dear great detective, who allows the true criminal to roam free?" Gu Men's words pierced like a needle, effortlessly striking at the vulnerabilities of others. Mori Kagoro was rendered speechless. Beside him, Fei Ingli remained silent as well. Indeed, Kogoro Mori did not resort to any improper means. Throughout the trial, he steadfastly defended his case through legitimate legal concepts. Typically, a suspect would not be so easily acquitted, as there remained a handgun as evidence. Even if the evidence was tenuous, it could have extended the trial, allowing further investigation. However, due to the actions of Mori and Conan, who, upon discovering the body, did not secure the scene and await the police's arrival, but instead interfered with the corpse in various ways, the integrity of the crime scene was irrevocably compromised. By the time the police arrived to gather evidence, what should have been collected had long since vanished. The opposing lawyer had no need to exert effort. He merely fulfilled his standard duties, nothing more. Is it all my fault? Kogoro Mori, lost in thought, could not help but murmur to himself. Chapter 37. Sure. No evidence, very well. Please make way. I must meet with my client. Gu Meimen smiled, disregarding what Maori might be thinking, and confidently pushed past the couple. Darling, pull yourself together. Ingri, is this all my fault? No, it is not. The murmurs of the Maori couple faded into the background. Gu Meimen paid them no mind, humming a tune as he made his way to the courthouse lobby. As previously arranged, his client's brother, Nakado Kazuto, awaited him there, ready to hand over the agreed-upon fee of 3 million for the commission. You're quite something. A sigh accompanied by a shake of the head reached his ears. Do you really have to trample on an ant if you happen to encounter one? Oh, so you witnessed that just now. Gu Meimen turned his gaze to find Xiao Ai leaning against the corridor wall. She held a glass of milk, sipping it as she spoke. I must ask, must you always engage in banter when conversing with others? Is it not possible for you to speak normally? I genuinely fear that one day, you might meet an untimely end in some obscure restroom, and I would be unable to locate your remains. You have no right to say such things to me. Gu Meimen shrugged. Colleagues can often be rivals. It is inevitable that Fei Ingri will become my opponent. I merely seek to temper her spirit and establish my authority. Is that so wrong? Xiao Ai raised an eyebrow. Person like you taking on civil cases? In Japan, the confrontation between lawyers predominantly occurs within civil cases. This is due to the substantial judicial authority held by the public prosecutor's office, which possesses the exclusive right to initiate public prosecutions. Consequently, in criminal cases that entail sentencing, only they can bring forth charges, thereby preventing lawyers from engaging with one another in such matters. Do you harbor a misunderstanding about me? Why would I refrain from taking on civil cases, provided my clients can afford my services? Remarked Guman. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that an attorney's career is not confined solely to the role of a lawyer. Should the public prosecutor's office seek recruits, a lawyer may transition into the role of a prosecutor, contingent upon passing civil service examinations. There is a possibility that Hairi may also become a prosecutor, especially if Kujo Reiko exerts pressure on me. Guman displayed a disdainful smile, for this legal battle has shattered her record of losses in her prosecutorial career, save for those against Hairi. You truly deserve this fate, treating your former mentor in such a manner. What mentor? She only supervised me for 2 months during my internship and frequently punished me with overtime to complete reports. So this is a personal vendetta? This is merely a private score to settle. As the two conversed while traversing the corridor, they neared the hall, only to encounter Kujo Reiko, visibly anxious, concealed behind a potted plant, peering around the wall, her head occasionally darting towards the hall. It appeared she was evading the journalists, as the cacophony from the hall suggested that the police present had been encircled. She had just lost a lawsuit, and with her pride, it was inconceivable that she would simply walk away. Ahem! Startled by a cough emanating from behind her, Reiko Kayat turned around to find Kumijima standing there, regarding her with a teasing expression. Reiko-sensei, how does it feel to taste defeat, my dear student? Kumijima remarked with a smile. Reiko Kayat opened her mouth to respond but ultimately let out a sigh. I should have anticipated this from you, Kumijima. Her tone was tinged with resignation and disappointment. You, with your remarkable ability to analyze human emotions, could hardly be oblivious to my strategy. Had I been able to devise a counterargument to effectively challenge the credibility of Kogoro Mori's testimony, this trial would not have concluded so easily in failure. What's the use of pondering all this here? Just as in life, one cannot relive a trial. Kumijima showed no mercy to her emotional state. He thrived on tormenting the fallen. Thus, he resumed his sharp tongue. So, dear old lady, perhaps you should consider marriage. I must say, the way you appear today, with your hormonal imbalance, is quite heart-wrenching. You... Sigh. Reiko Kayat wearily rubbed her forehead. To be honest, she was too exhausted to argue with this man. Kumijima had an uncanny knack for riling her up. Engaging in a verbal spar with him was merely an exercise in humiliation. I say, with such talent, why not channel it into something more productive? You could be a prosecutor. Upholding justice and punishing wrongdoers would suit you splendidly. I still have a few positions available. Would you be interested in considering them? Oh, Gojo raised an eyebrow. He had not anticipated that Kyujo would approach him for recruitment before seeking out Mei Airi. Nevertheless, without a moment's hesitation, he declined. I apologize, but I have no interest in the pursuit of justice. Please seek someone else. Kyujo Rinko regarded him thoughtfully. Is it because the salary is too low? Gojo smiled without replying, his expression betraying everything. Very well, you must do as you see fit. One Mei Airi is already quite a challenge. Adding a Gojo to the mix might compel me to resign instead. The latter part of her thoughts was a murmur of discontent. The flow of people in the hall gradually diminished. As the journalists found themselves unable to locate anyone, they too began to disperse. Kyujo was the first to leave. When the last journalist had finally departed, Gojo and Shiho stepped out from the corridor. The client, Nakado Kazuto, had been waiting outside all along. This is the agreed-upon 3 million for the commission. Lawyer, I am truly grateful to you. I never expected you would secure my brother's acquittal. With the case won and his brother exonerated, Nakado appeared immensely pleased. He swiftly produced 3 bundles of cash, secured with rubber bands from his bag, and eagerly pressed them into Gojo's hands, continuously expressing his gratitude. The collaboration was indeed delightful. Gojo accepted the money with a beaming smile and placed it into his briefcase. With the transaction complete, both parties exchanged a few casual remarks, having little else to discuss, and then departed their separate ways. On the journey back, the perpetually silent Xiao AI suddenly spoke up. In fact, I have been pondering a question since the commencement of this commission. It concerns the contract between you and the client, specifically the clause stipulating that if you lose the case you shall receive nothing, but if you win, a sum of 3 million must be paid. This arrangement, as I understand it, falls under the definition of risk representation in legal terms. Does it not? She raised her gaze to Gu Meimen. In criminal cases, the law explicitly prohibits lawyers from engaging in risk representation, as it is deemed unlawful, designed to prevent lawyers from inflating their fees through various means. Shoo! Gu Meimen interjected, placing a finger gently against Xiao AI's lips. With a smile, he retrieved a neatly folded contract from his pocket. Simultaneously, he produced a lighter and ignited the document. Whoosh! Flames leapt forth, causing the paper to dance like a moth ensnared in fire. In no time it was reduced to ashes. Now the evidence had vanished. Gu Meimen blew softly, scattering the ashes upon the road, where they were whisked away by the wind. Xiao AI regarded Gu Meimen with a vacant stare. Did you not assert that a lawyer's duty is to safeguard the client's interests? I can hardly believe your audacity. I stand by my words, Gu Meimen winked. The caveat is that, as a lawyer, my own interests must also be assured. He paused, a slight smile gracing his lips. Moreover, did we not ultimately win the case? You are incorrigible. Xiao AI shook her head. Throughout this entire legal battle, Gu Meimen had indeed engaged in an act that was unequivocally unlawful. However, as he mentioned, in the end, the lawsuit was won. Perhaps this embodies the essence of human style. The aftermath of the Kagoro Mori incident lingered for several days, particularly within the media, which went into a frenzy. Major newspapers in Tokyo, online platforms, and state-run media all featured this event prominently on their front pages. In a world where cases arise incessantly and legal battles are the norm, merely defeating the so-called Madonna of the prosecutor's office, Reiko Kujo, was enough for the media to sustain the buzz for several days. A rising lawyer, at the pinnacle of his career from the outset, with eloquence and tenacity, Guman's sharp courtroom arguments captivated all. Prosecutor Kujo faced immense pressure and was rumored to be resigning soon. Was Kagoro Mori to be accused of tampering with evidence? In Shibuya, at Guman's law office, little AI, reclining on the sofa, idly scrolled through the smartphone Guman had gifted her, her fingers dancing across the screen. It froze again. With a sigh, AI expressionlessly set the phone down and raised her head to observe Guman, who was engrossed in playing a Nintendo Switch at his desk. You can afford these childish gadgets, yet you can't buy me a better phone? What childish gadgets? Guman replied without looking up. Life is but a game. Existence itself is a game and gaming is life. Do you understand? I have no idea what you're talking about. Little AI feigned ignorance, her expression eerily reminiscent of those reclusive otakus in Akihabara. Oh dear, once again perished, all due to your incessant prattling beside me, lamented Guman as he set down his handheld console. Little AI rolled her eyes, dismissing him with indifference. After a moment's pause, she spoke. The media has spun your story into a frenzy. Your recent notoriety may attract numerous litigants seeking your counsel. What are your plans? Nothing in particular. I shall focus on my own affairs, Guman replied. A vast majority of media narratives are exaggerated. People will momentarily revel in this fabricated fervor, whether through gossip or cynical commentary. Once the hype subsides, normalcy will return. Office workers will return to their routines, and homemakers will resume their daily tasks. All right, little AI nodded in agreement. Guman was right. Many of these reports were indeed fabricated. Take, for instance, the rumors surrounding Reiko Kujo's resignation under pressure, or the allegations against Kagoro Mori. The truth of the matter was of little consequence to anyone. In this lawsuit, people would only remember that one party emerged victorious while the other did not. The identities of the winners and losers mattered not. Little AI rose from the sofa and approached Guman, extending her delicate hand towards him. Guman glanced at her fair, petite hand, contemplating its potential for prosperity. Money for a new phone, he mused. Little AI dismissed him, it's still functional, merely had a momentary glitch. With a resounding crash, she emphatically hurled her phone to the ground. The phone shattered into pieces, and with a sharp crack, the screen darkened. It's no longer usable, she remarked. You certainly have a point. Raising a child indeed incurs substantial expenses. Gu Meimen sighed, trembling as he extracted a small stack of 1,000 yuan bills from his bag. There was no alternative. She needed her phone for work. As Gu Meimen continued to count the money with shaking fingers, Xiao AI, without a moment's hesitation, snatched the bills from his grasp. The remaining funds shall serve as my pocket money, you miser. Gu Meimen nearly leaped in shock. You are truly a devil. The accusation of a devil against another devil is the most amusing sight I have ever witnessed. Xiao AI rolled her eyes and proceeded towards the door, intent on purchasing her new phone. Just as she opened the door, she was startled to find a young woman standing there, seemingly hesitant and on the verge of knocking. The sudden appearance of Xiao AI startled the visitor as well. I apologize for the intrusion. She quickly retreated a step, bowing repeatedly. Xiao AI shook her head. No worries. You must be here to seek legal counsel, right? Welcome. With a client arriving, Xiao AI, serving as the assistant to the lawyer, momentarily set aside her intention to leave and invited the woman into the office. Meanwhile, Gu Meimen placed his handheld device down, signaling for Xiao AI to prepare tea from the cabinet. Once the tea was brewed and served, the two parties began their discussion. My name is Nishitani Miho, and I am an employee at a pastry shop near the Mihua station. The woman introduced herself first. She possesses a cascade of chestnut hair that gracefully falls to her shoulders, and her beauty is striking, the kind that compels one to follow her. Her request indeed pertains to the matter of being pursued. Recently, as I made my way home from work, I have frequently noticed a man trailing behind me, engaging in multiple instances of harassment and surreptitious photography. Even more alarming, on one occasion, as I returned from the station, he pushed me down the stairs. It seems that Gumaman has grasped the situation. So, Miss Nishitani, you wish to enlist my services to initiate a civil suit against that man, cautioning him to cease his inappropriate pursuits. Frankly, I am on the verge of breaking down. As she spoke, Miho Nishitani covered her cheeks and began to weep. Her demeanor was haggard, and her expression troubled, indicating that this ordeal had tormented her for quite some time. Mihua no Kami, muttered the nearby Xiaoai softly. Yumaman turned to her, inquiring, "What do you mean?" Xiaoai elucidated. Recently, in the vicinity of Mihua town, a notorious stalker has emerged, causing considerable distress to the local women. The residents have dubbed him Mihua no Kami. Is that so? Yumaman rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. The term Mihua no Kami seemed vaguely familiar. It must have appeared in an animated series. The case derives from the animation Mihua no Kami murder incident. Generally, cases depicted in animations tend to involve fatalities. Based on his reasoning, it is conceivable that this woman, Miho Nishitani, might soon devise a plan to eliminate the so-called Mihua no Kami using her unique methods. However, the present circumstances are distinctly different. Due to the presence of individuals like him in this world, his existence embodies the butterfly effect, influencing certain causal relationships. Perhaps Nishitani Meiho has altered her intentions, abandoning thoughts of murder in favor of resolving issues through litigation. How intriguing. Kurum displayed an expression of interest. In that case, Miss Nishitani, you ought to report this to the authorities. I recall that women's rights in Japan have been significantly empowered, and the police should be capable of taking action. Upon hearing this, Nishitani Meiho wept even more fervently. It is futile. I have already reported the incident once, and the police interrogated him, but due to insufficient evidence, they could not apprehend him. Moreover, since then, he has become even more brazen, sobbing uncontrollably. I see. After listening, Kurum could not help but click his tongue. It appears that the Metropolitan Police Department remains as ineffective as ever. Must we lawyers intervene in such matters? It is an outrageous misuse of taxpayer money. After lamenting, Kurum inquired further. I can take on your case, but may I ask how much you are able to afford in terms of fees? Well, I only have 300,000. Nishitani Meiho hesitated, seemingly financially constrained. Upon hearing this, Kurum dismissed her without a second thought. Then it is a moot point. Please take your leave. Ah, very well. I apologize for the intrusion. Nishitani Meiho stood up, her expression one of disappointment as she prepared to depart. A heartless miser, remarked Shiho acerbically from the side. Yumaman rolled his eyes, exclaiming, Come on. Lawyers are not engaged in charity work. If you are merely seeking out useless trash, do so with those who are equally ineffectual. Please refrain from incessantly bothering me. Nishitani Meiho trembled slightly, lowering her head in a state of despondency. However, just as she was about to depart, Yumaman unexpectedly spoke up again. Please wait a moment. Nishitani Meiho blinked in confusion as she looked at him. Yumaman inquired, Do you possess any information regarding the individual you intend to sue, including details about his family? Yes. The man's name is Tatsuya Nagai. Nishitani Meiho replied. The police informed me that he is a candidate for the judicial examination and his family situation seems quite favorable. All right, I shall take the case. Yumaman declared immediately. Wow, has the miser suddenly changed his ways? Xiao Ai remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm. Hey Dora Ai Meng, why have you suddenly become dim-witted? Your intelligence fluctuates so unpredictably. As your boss? Oh no, your brother. This is quite troubling for me, Yumaman sighed, then stated earnestly, if the opponent is wealthy, and we win the case, our fee can be proportionately deducted from the compensation. This is not mere trash. It is akin to gold. I see. Xiao Ai nodded in understanding. Yumaman's assertion indeed pertained to a contingency fee arrangement, which, unlike criminal litigation, is entirely legal in civil cases. Stop calling me Dora Ai Meng, or I shall bite you. Go ahead, howling and biting. At times, I truly fail to comprehend why your temperament often resembles that of a petulant child. Are you a mere child or perhaps an ancient specter? Begone. Vanish. Nishitani Meiho stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding within the office, where a man and a woman, one tall and the other short, waved their teacups at each other. She had come, inspired by the sensationalized newspaper articles that had lauded the Kumgain law firm, harboring a sense of curiosity. Yet, she now felt an unsettling sense that perhaps she had ventured to the wrong place. Could this establishment truly be reliable? Miss Nishitani, you need not concern yourself with such trivialities. As long as you entrust your case to me, I assure you of a victorious outcome, he proclaimed confidently. Oh, is that so? She replied, her skepticism evident. Absolutely, you may place your faith in me, Kumgain asserted, straightening his attire, with a keen insight into human emotions. He perceived the trepidation reflected in the young woman's demeanor, yet he remained unfazed. Regardless of the client's attitude, as long as they engaged his services and signed the contract, he would devote himself wholeheartedly to their cause. Thus, Kumgain refrained from further idle chatter and retrieved a pre-printed contract template from his drawer. The advantage of his renown was palpable. He noted that the girl's level of trust had already reached 2 notches upon her arrival, allowing them to proceed directly to negotiations. Nishitani Miho accepted the contract, glancing at it, only to be momentarily taken aback. A 30% contingency fee? Such a substantial amount. She exclaimed in astonishment. This meant that if a compensation of 10 million were sought, Kumgain would be entitled to 3 million. The figures could escalate even further. The price is quite favorable. Typically, I charge around 50. I made an exception this time because you are my first civil litigation client. Gu Mimin's words flowed like a torrent, feigning concern for the opposing party. Beside him, Xiao Ai rolled her eyes in exasperation. In standard civil litigation, lawyers typically take a commission ranging from 10 to 20. The law stipulates that risk-based contingencies should not exceed 30, excluding additional expenses. Only the most elite lawyers in Japan can command such rates. Gu Mimin seemed to be taking advantage of his client once more. However, this amount appears excessive. Nishitani Miho's expression conveyed her hesitation. Gu Mimin immediately intensified his persuasion. Miss Nishitani, what more is there to ponder? If we lose, you won't owe a single yen. If we win, you'll only need to pay me a modest fee. Such a splendid opportunity is rare to find. Moreover, based on your account, the police lack evidence. Correct? If it were any other lawyer, a loss would be almost inevitable. He paused, smiling confidently. Only I can assist you in winning this case. His words seemed to possess a hypnotic quality, luring her into an abyss of uncertainty. Nishitani Miho lifted her head, her gaze momentarily tricked into perceiving him as a devil with horns. All right, Mr. Gu Mimin, she replied, nodding earnestly as if in a trance. Excellent. Then let us proceed to sign the contract. Kumagain took up a pen and paper, and both parties inscribed their names upon the contract. With all negotiations concluded, he smiled and remarked, Miss Nishitani, you shall find yourself grateful for the decision you made today. This phrase had nearly become his catchphrase during contract signings. Subsequently, Kumagain inquired about several essential details, such as the man's residential address, frequented locations, and the timing of his appearances. Nishitani Miho divulged everything she knew. After listening attentively, Kumagain nodded and said with a smile, Miss Nishitani, you may return home with peace of mind. There is nothing more for you to do. I shall take care of everything. Simply await the court summons, which will be delivered to your residence. Very well. I entrust everything to you, Mr. Lawyer. With that, Nishitani Miho rose and departed from the office. As she left, a serene expression graced her face. The tears of distress had long since vanished, replaced by a sense of calm that contrasted sharply with her earlier anxiety and uncertainty. It must be said that although Kumagain often wielded sharp words, his demeanor and poise after accepting a case were profoundly reassuring, instilling a sense of trust that allowed one to feel confident in entrusting all matters to him. Was this truly acceptable? After the client's departure, Shiho turned to Kumagain, noting that according to her earlier statement, the man had left no evidence while stalking her, and the police were similarly at a loss. In such circumstances, it is utterly impossible to bring the opponent to justice. I say, Doriman, is this the first day you have come to know me? Yumaman sighed, and gradually, a familiar, enigmatic smile appeared on his face. If we lack evidence, shall we not simply create it ourselves? Chapter 40. The lawyer's letter I composed was the result of 2.5 years of diligent practice. In the ensuing period, Kamikado closed his law firm and declined all requests from clients eager to enlist his services for litigation. Kamikado adhered to a singular principle. He would accept only one case at a time, eschewing the multitasking approach favored by many of his contemporaries. The essence of success lies not in quantity but in quality. Taking on numerous cases simultaneously serves little purpose, as human energy is inherently limited. It is far more prudent to devote oneself to mastering a single task, thereby ensuring a higher probability of success and the timely acquisition of fees. In Kamikado's words, I am determined to shatter the undefeated record of Hiyori, becoming Japan's only legendary figure of invincibility. Upon securing the next civil lawsuit, the initial step for the lawyer was to schedule a court hearing. Beyond the traditional method of visiting the local courthouse with the requisite documentation, the modern era offers various alternatives, such as online appointments. Kamikado instructed AI to log onto the website, take photographs of the documents with her phone, upload them, and complete the application form for review. Approximately 2 hours later, the review was approved. Fortune smiled upon them, as they would be able to secure a hearing slot the following week. Kamikado nodded in approval at the screen of his mobile device. Since this was a civil lawsuit, the proceedings would not be held at the Tokyo District Court but rather at a summary court in Mahanko. Unlike the previous world, where judicial processes were notoriously protracted, often dragging on for months or even years, here the efficiency of handling cases is remarkably high, given the sheer volume of cases processed daily, rendering lengthy delays impractical. In a civil litigation case, it is expected to conclude within a fortnight. After applying for a court hearing, a crucial step remains. Gu Maimen opened his computer, accessed a Word document, and began typing fervently. What are you doing? Xiao AI inquired, peering over. Can't you see? I am drafting a letter to the defendant, which I will send shortly. Isn't there a court summons to follow? Upon hearing this, Gu Maimen sighed. Thus, Doraemon, you are still a novice. How can you be unaware of such matters? Oh, what wisdom do you have to impart, esteemed lawyer? Xiao AI crossed her arms, mocking him. Consequently, Gu Maimen set aside his keyboard and spoke earnestly. While a court summons serves its purpose of notification, there exists a pivotal aspect that only a lawyer's letter can achieve. It serves as a means of intimidation and a warning. In the name of the law, we convey the client's intentions to the other party, highlighting the numerous rights they have infringed upon and informing them of the repercussions, instilling a sense of dread. This preemptive psychological effect diminishes their confidence in court, thereby granting us a discernible advantage. I see. Xiao AI nodded, synthesizing the information. So, this is essentially a legal intimidation letter. Indeed, astutely observed, Gu Maimen acknowledged with satisfaction. Although Xiao AI has only recently entered the legal field, her capacity for comprehension is remarkably sharp, allowing her to swiftly discern the essence of certain matters. For the following hour, Gu Maimen, with great flourish and eloquence, composed several thousand words in a lawyer's letter. As Xiao AI leaned in for a closer look, she was astonished to find that the entirety of the document was filled with manipulation and deceit, detailing the misdeeds of the other party, the laws they had violated, the compensation they owed, and the potential prison sentence they might face if prosecuted by the public prosecutor's office, along with the repercussions of having a criminal record. The language was formal and meticulous, devoid of any vulgarity. Yet, the content was saturated with exaggeration and hyperbole, enough to send shivers down one's spine. This was indeed a lawyer's letter, akin to a work crafted by a cultured rogue. Xiao AI rolled her eyes and couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. Of course, who do you think I am? My lawyer's letters have been honed over 2.5 years. The average person lacks such proficiency. Gu Maimen patted his chest, wearing a proud expression. Xiao AI sighed, deeply aware of Gu Maimen's audacity, as he shamelessly reveled in his own arrogance. After completing the letter, Gu Maimen instructed Xiao AI to print it, intending to send it to the defendant, Tatsuya Nagai. Once this task was accomplished, Gu Maimen stretched and rose from his seat. Well, it's time for us to venture out and attend to some matters. What shall we do? Naturally, as he previously mentioned, we are to engage in the fabrication of evidence. Is that so? It seems you already have some plans in mind. With a subtle curve of her lips, Xiao AI displayed an expression of intrigue. Engaging in such illicit activities did not particularly concern her. Rather, she found the actions of Gu Maimen to be quite fascinating, which was one of the reasons she chose to remain by his side. Naturally, in order to bring the adversary to justice, a comprehensive chain of evidence was essential. As Gu Maimen donned his suit and adjusted his tie, he elaborated. The so-called chain of evidence includes the perpetrator's motive, direct evidence in the form of witness testimonies, and indirect evidence such as testimonies and items from friends and family, photographs taken during the crime, letters, and so forth. Do you understand? If we can compile all of this, then the guilt of our opponent will be unequivocally established. I comprehend, Xiao AI nodded. I believe you would be better suited as a criminal consultant than a lawyer. Thank you for the compliment. Given your adept tone, it seems you have engaged in this sort of endeavor numerous times before? Who says that? This is my first experience. Yet you appear rather proud of it. Upon exiting the law firm, Gu Meimin's first destination was the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Why are we heading there? Because, according to the client's description, the police had previously apprehended Tatsuya Nagai. Thus, they must possess his recorded statements. Furthermore, this would include Tatsuya Nagai's phone number, home address, and certain social media information, all of which would be documented by the police. Gu Meimin's primary objective was to acquire this intelligence. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department typically assigns the investigation of violent crimes to the 1st Investigative Division, the very place where Officer Makuro resides. After a lengthy journey on the tram and a subsequent walk, Kamikado arrived at the entrance of the local police station in Mihinoku. Please wait here for a moment, Kamikado instructed AI, glancing at her. To avoid any unnecessary complications, he did not intend to take the child inside. It's all right. I've been here before, AI replied thoughtfully, just like those children. Oh right, the Junior Detective League. Precisely because you have been here before is why I cannot allow you to enter. Understand? Kamikado shook his head. He scanned the surroundings for a moment before approaching a nearby convenience store. Outside the store stood a vending machine resembling Shinchan. Kamikado retrieved a 100-yen coin and inserted it into the machine. Instantly, the machine began to shake. Father's father is called grandfather, and father's mother is called grandmother. Chapter 41. You cannot imagine it. You merely sit in the office. Little AI, with a sullen expression, gazed at the swaying amusement machine before her. What does this mean? You want me to sit on this? Of course, what else could you do? Just sit here and obediently wait for me. I am already 18. Thank you very much. No worries. It is a rare opportunity to experience youthful exuberance once again. So the old monster should savor the joys of youth. Ah! Before Gu Meimin could finish, the expressionless little AI bit down on his arm with a fierce awe. It seemed she truly despised the term old monster. Whenever Gu Meimin uttered this phrase, she would erupt in fury. I am truly exasperated with you. You act like a dog. Hell, if you call me old monster again, I shall bite you to death. All right, I am afraid of you. Gu Meimin bared his teeth, shaking off little AI's grip as if she were a playful kitten, and dashed toward the entrance of the police station. Upon entering the precinct, Gu Meimin adjusted his collar and composed himself. This is my attorney's license. Approaching the front desk, he got straight to the point, explaining his purpose to the officers within and presenting his legal credentials along with a pre-printed court hearing application form. In litigation, lawyers possess the right to investigate and gather evidence, and if the materials are controlled by an administrative entity, they are entitled to apply for access. The front desk officer verified the authenticity and nodded, instructing Gu Meimin to wait briefly while he informed his colleague of the matter at hand. It is you. At that moment, a voice filled with suspicion and anger suddenly emerged from behind. Gu Meimin turned around and found several police officers standing behind him, their expressions displaying displeasure. Oh, it is Officer Mumu. What a long time it has been. Gu Meimin flashed his classic smile. What brings you here? Officer Mumu recalled the unpleasant incident surrounding the dog case and the despicable demeanor Gu Meimin had exhibited at that time, which ignited a surge of anger within him. The police station does not welcome you. If you intend to cause trouble, kindly take it elsewhere. Takagi, Chiba. Officer Mumu signaled to the two officers flanking him. The two policemen, one stout and the other slender, immediately approached to escort Gu Meimin away. Gu Meimin deftly evaded their grasp. Excuse me, please understand, sir. I am here to conduct legitimate business. You have no authority to detain me. He waved the court hearing application form in front of them, his demeanor appearing exceedingly arrogant in the eyes of the other officers. How infuriating. Officer Mumu clenched his teeth. Indeed, he was aware that lawyers possessed the right to investigate and gather evidence. If he were to expel Gu Meimin at this moment, it would provide the latter with leverage to retaliate, potentially leading to a counterclaim against him. For a low-ranking officer like Mumu, who was not part of the professional unit. There were many things one could provoke, but one must never provoke a lawyer. For lawyers are well versed in the law. If you anger them and cannot bring them down, they will find myriad ways to retaliate against you. What do you intend to do next? Officer Magyar exclaimed in anger. Last time, you allowed a genuine criminal to escape, and you also defended the murderer who was a classmate of Kagoro. Are you planning to vindicate yet another wrongdoer this time? What criminal are you referring to? Do not invert right and wrong, sir. She is clearly the victim. Guman clicked his tongue, retrieving a photograph from his briefcase. Do you recognize this girl? It was left here by Nishitani Miho. Officer Magyar scrutinized the photograph, his brow furrowing as he seemed to recall. I remember this girl. Chiba interjected. She came here previously to report being followed. We apprehended the man, but due to insufficient evidence, we had to release him. I see. Officer Magyar turned to Guman. So, you are here to represent this girl? Indeed, I am. Guman replied with a smile. This girl is in peril, and I am her only hope now. Do you understand? I am here to uphold justice, sir. Hearing this, Officer Magyar's expression softened slightly. However, this case lacks evidence. How can you assist her? Guman raised an eyebrow. The absence of evidence is merely a reflection of your police department's incompetence. Are you merely squandering taxpayers' money without action? What did you say? Repeat that if you dare. With those words, Officer Magyar's previously softened demeanor darkened once more, and the surrounding officers, Chiba and Takagi, felt their tempers flare as well. The words of Gu Meimen were indeed harsh, bordering on outright insult. Am I mistaken in my assessment? Gu Meimen raised his head high, undeterred by the furious gazes of the surrounding officers. You ineffectual policemen, who profess justice, claim to protect the populace, and vow to apprehend every criminal. Yet you are incapable of safeguarding even a vulnerable woman? Do you comprehend the immense psychological burden she endures daily? She walks home in fear, unable to eat or sleep properly, terrified that a moment's lapse might lead her into the clutches of a perpetrator. Ultimately, when all else fails and the police prove futile, she turns to me, a lawyer entirely unaffiliated with law enforcement. Can you fathom the expression on her face when she approached me? If I do not intervene, given her current state of near collapse, she might very well follow the path of other offenders, potentially committing a crime and embarking on an irreversible journey. You cannot conceive of this. You merely sit in your offices, passively awaiting incidents to occur, relying on so-called detectives to capture these alleged criminals, all under the guise of justice. What right do you have to consume public funds? What face do you have to occupy this space? In the hall, silence reigned. The sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. Gu Meimen's words, sharp and laden with significance, pierced deeply into the hearts of every officer present, like a series of daggers. Chiba and Takagi, two impulsive souls, fell into a sudden silence. Officer Makuru lowered his head, remaining mute. After a considerable pause, he lifted his gaze. We understand what you say, yet we are powerless. We can only fulfill our obligations. As police officers, there are boundaries we must not cross. He shook his head, his tone grave, imbued with a profound sense of resignation, devoid of the earlier emotions and anger. Kumagain regarded him with a scornful smile. If this is what you deem your duty, then that duty is woefully cheap and far too easily accepted. Pausing for effect, he cast a haughty glance over the assembled officers. If you cannot adequately perform your responsibilities, then let us, the lawyers, undertake this task. Safeguarding our clients and protecting the interests of a pitiable girl, such a seemingly trivial matter, is also my duty as an attorney. Chapter 42. Even the most docile sheep have teeth. As Gu Meimen emerged from the police station, clutching the relevant document copies, the evening sky was beginning to cast its shadows. His gaze swept across the vicinity until it landed upon a familiar sight at the entrance of the convenience store. A small AI, joyfully swaying back and forth on a rocking horse. Father's father is grandpa, and father's mother is grandma, he remarked, observing her antics. Hey, didn't you claim to be 18? Weren't you reluctant to ride? Gu Meimen scrutinized AI, who was holding a skewer of Japanese dumplings, sugar crystals adorning the corners of her mouth. You seem to be enjoying yourself quite a lot, he noted. Mind your own business. AI shot him a glance, taking a bite of her dumpling. Where did you get that to eat? Gu Meimen inquired, his brow furrowing. And I distinctly remember only tossing in a single coin. You haven't squandered your pocket money on this, have you? The kind old lady from the convenience store gave it to me, and she also invited me to ride the rocking horse, AI replied, waving at the elderly lady inside the store. The old woman smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Gu Meimen cast a glance inside the store and then back at the dumpling in AI's hand, clicking his tongue in disapproval. Tell me, are you out of your mind? Accepting food from strangers? Who knows what their intentions are? Aren't you afraid they might have slipped something in there to sell you off? Why are you always so sordid in your thoughts? AI retorted, rolling her eyes. The elderly lady I know once visited the police station, where she kindly offered me food and invited me to play on the rocking horse. How could your words twist her into a scheming villain? It seems your heart has been devoured by a dog. I suspect you are the one whose judgment has been clouded, living 18 years only to resemble a fool. Gumimin retorted without hesitation. Remember, do not assume the best of others. Age, gender, and appearance are not definitive indicators. There are no entirely benevolent souls in this world. Even the gentlest sheep possess teeth, and what you perceive as prey may merely be a hunter in disguise. I can't be bothered to engage with you. Xiao AI rolled her eyes. Gumimin has a penchant for spouting nonsensical reasoning, rendering him seemingly irredeemable in the eyes of others. She glanced at the documents in Gumimin's hand. Is everything taken care of? Indeed, this material is quite useful. Gumimin retrieved a photocopy of Tatsuya Nagai's information to present to her. It contains some personal details about Tatsuya Nagai, along with police inquiries regarding his stalking of Mihu Nishitani. There are his phone number and social media accounts. Later, you should investigate and see if you can gather any valuable information. Understood. Xiao AI nodded, accepting the documents. She scrutinized Gumimin's face, a slight smirk playing on her lips. Given your character, did you not just unleash a torrent of harsh words upon those officers at the police station? Gumimin raised an eyebrow. You seem to understand me quite well. You do vex me, Xiao AI sighed. You've provoked so many, even daring to scold the police. Are you not afraid that these individuals will conspire against you in the future, employing excuses or underhanded tactics to bring you to ruin? No, those individuals would not, smiled Gu Meimen. This smile was one he reserved for moments of keen insight into the human heart. Among those I have encountered thus far, including Maori Ran, Maori Kagoro, Officer Magyar, and Conan, they would not resort to such means. Why? Xiao AI inquired. Because they have all expressed their anger towards me, whether through shouting or the desire to strike me. This indicates that their blood still runs warm and fervent, and they revel in that very passion. Gu Meimen explained. As long as they continue to feel this way, they will not engage in actions that contradict their fervent expectations. Do you understand? All right, Xiao AI nodded. Gu Meimen's words were rather abstract, yet she grasped the essence. This is precisely why he dared to act with such impunity, confronting these adversaries without hesitation. You truly are insufferable, exploiting the righteousness and kindness of others. What righteousness? It is merely self-satisfaction. Do you not see how they commit offenses under the guise of justice? When others break the law, it is for a noble cause. When you do, it is deemed a wrongdoing. Is there truly a difference? Before the law, there exists no notion of good or evil. A cultured rogue, a morally bankrupt lawyer adept at crafting legally intimidating letters. This unscrupulous lawyer is currently providing you with food and shelter. You ought to express your gratitude. Gratitude for withholding my wages, perhaps? The two continued their customary banter, exchanging barbs as they made their way home. As the hour grew late, it was prudent to return and rest, devising plans for the coming days. Xiaoa was also tasked with utilizing the information provided by Kumamoto to investigate Tatsuya Nagai, striving to complete her work before the night enveloped her in slumber. However, this particular matter was ultimately set aside for the evening, as she was beset by stomach troubles, making frequent trips to the restroom. I warned you against consuming others' food indiscriminately. Kumamoto sighed, knocking on the restroom door. Your antics have rendered it impossible for me to access the facilities. So tedious, came Xiaoa's faint voice from within. How was I to know that dumpling was nearing its expiration? Nonsense. If it weren't expired, would it be offered to you for free? Do you believe others run businesses out of charity? Ugh. Xiaoa had lost the will to argue with Kumamoto. The sounds of distress echoed from the restroom. When she finally emerged, her complexion was ghastly pale, her previously rosy cheeks now resembling those of a vampire's victim. It is said that the excretions of beautiful maidens are fragrant. Yours, however, are more foul than that of a donkey. Kumamoto couldn't help but tease her. Little AI shot him a fierce glare, choosing to ignore him as she stumbled to the sofa. With a plop, she embraced the blanket and turned her back to the sofa, falling asleep in a fit of stubbornness. The night passed in silence. The following afternoon, Gu Meimen first instructed little AI to attend to her responsibilities. Subsequently, he adorned himself, donning a blue worker's uniform and grasping a toolbox, before taking a tram to Green Platform number 3. This location was near Mihanacho, and following the information from his sources, he arrived at the apartment of Nagai Tatsuya. He knocked on the door, and after a short while, a man opened it. The man had a darker complexion, long hair, and a somewhat sullen demeanor. Gu Meimen donned a friendly expression and said, "Good day. Is this the residence of Mr. Nagai? I am from the property company here to repair the plumbing." The man, Nagai Tatsuya, scrutinized Gu Meimen from head to toe, nodded, and permitted him to enter. "I intend to sleep for a while, so please do not disturb my belongings," Nagai Tatsuya warned, his tone grim. "Be assured, I am always very cautious in my work," Gu Meimen replied with a smile. Nagai Tatsuya cast a glance at him before lying down and shutting his eyes. Before long, he began to snore. Once Nagai Tatsuya had fallen asleep, Gu Meimen surveyed the room. It was a Western-style apartment, quite spacious, equipped with a private bathroom and kitchen, basking in ample sunlight. This location is adjacent to a bustling commercial street. Such an apartment, assuming no fatalities have occurred, would undoubtedly command a rental fee of at least 100,000 per month. It appears the family in question is indeed well off. Gu Meimen set down his toolbox and donned a pair of white gloves. What was his purpose here? Undoubtedly, it was to fabricate evidence. To accuse someone of a crime, one must first establish a motive. Do not underestimate the significance of motive. It is crucial as it reflects the suspect's premeditated intent regarding the entire affair. In legal terms, there exists a principle of unity between subjective and objective elements. If one cannot demonstrate that the suspect harbored an intention to commit the crime, conviction may not be possible in certain circumstances. Gu Meimen opened his toolbox to reveal a chaotic assortment of props. Adult-rated DVDs, a dozen items related to stalking, several adult-themed books, and numerous adult cards and gaming discs. While these items may not constitute evidence, they will serve as a link in the logical chain. Gu Meimen scattered these items, concealing them within the bookshelf, under the bed, and in various other locations. Additionally, the toolbox contained common burglary tools such as a knife, glass drill, leather rope, and tape. While Tatsuya Nagai lay soundly asleep, Gu Meimen spread his palm, allowing him to touch these props, leaving behind his fingerprints. Subsequently, Gu Meimen would discreetly hide these tools in a nearby thicket at Meiho Nishitani's residence, ensuring that the judicial police would easily uncover them during their search. Thus, the subjective motivation was established. One might ponder whether, in engaging in such actions, Gumiman would experience any psychological burden. Perhaps a slight one. After all, it was his inaugural endeavor of this nature. Upon completing the task, Gumiman wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a pressing urgency, and made his way to the restroom. Upon a fleeting glance, he noticed a blue and white package beside the toilet, inscribed with the word sports. The presence of a sports-related parcel in the restroom was rather peculiar. Driven by curiosity, Gumiman unwrapped the package. Upon revealing its contents, he was momentarily taken aback, only for an intriguing expression to gradually adorn his face. Inside lay a knife, a screwdriver, tape, and a glass drill, items strikingly similar to the tools he had brought along. Furthermore, nestled among these implements, he spotted a bottle of lubricant and a pink package bearing the katakana inscription for Durex. It appeared that he need not fabricate evidence, as the adversary had already exhibited a motive for breaking and entering. This was a predicament of their own making. At this revelation, Gumiman felt an utter absence of psychological burden. He casually slung the package over his shoulder and exited the restroom, casting one final glance at the unsuspecting Nagai Tatsuya, still soundly asleep. Such audacity to slumber so peacefully. One could hardly blame others for their actions. With a shrug, Gumimin strode confidently out of Nagai Tatsuya's apartment. Certainly, before his arrival he was fully equipped, ensuring that he left no traces such as fingerprints, footprints, or hair. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the day of the hearing had arrived. Is all the documentation prepared? At 8 in the morning, just before their departure, Gumimin once again confirmed the situation with Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai nodded and handed over the documents to Gumimin for his review. Gumimin casually perused the materials and nodded in approval. The motives for the crime, direct evidence, and circumstantial evidence were all present. Half of this evidence was induced and fabricated by you, wasn't it? Observing Gumimin's satisfied expression, Xiao Ai pondered for a moment before speaking. If this individual is subsequently prosecuted by the public prosecutor's office and ends up in prison, wouldn't that mean you are the one responsible? Doriman, what are you talking about? He was destined for prison regardless, Gumimin retorted, his demeanor exuding confidence. I merely gave him a slight push on his way there. Is that so? Xiao Ai couldn't help but scoff. I think you are the one who truly deserves to be imprisoned. Therefore, let us focus on finding my evidence first, he replied. Exiting the law office, the pair took a tram and walked for a while, soon arriving at the prearranged simple court. Compared to the local court specializing in criminal proceedings, the simple court was significantly smaller. In the waiting area, seated among the chairs, was the plaintiff in the civil lawsuit, Gumimin's client, Nishitani Miho, who had been waiting. Lawyer. Upon catching sight of the figure of Mr. Kamikado, the previously anxious Miss Nishitani instantly displayed a joyful expression, rising to wave at him. Mr. Kamikado regarded her and suddenly inquired, Miss Nishitani, do you typically dress this way? Miss Miho Nishitani, slightly taken aback, replied with a smile, yes, I believe that dressing beautifully can elevate one's spirits. Xiao Ai glanced at her, acknowledging that Miss Nishitani's attire today was indeed quite lovely. She wore a cream-colored off-shoulder dress, complemented by an ultra-short skirt that revealed her straight, long, fair thighs, creating a striking visual impression. Xiao Ai could not help but remark, it would be quite unfortunate if such a beautiful girl were to attract the attention of a rogue. Perhaps, Mr. Kamikado nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The group patiently awaited in the hall until nearly 9 o'clock, at which point they entered the judge's chamber. Shortly thereafter, the judge, the plaintiff, the defendant, and other relevant parties were all present. Unlike criminal cases, civil proceedings involve only a judge without a jury. The hearing would be conducted in accordance with the Japanese Civil Code. The judge tapped the gavel and announced, Now, please, the plaintiff's representative may present your claims. Mr. Kamikado surveyed the courtroom, noting the defendant, Tatsuya Nagai, seated at the defendant's bench, his hands fidgeting restlessly, exuding an air of great unease. It appeared that the previously dispatched legal letter had indeed made an impact. Moreover, it seems that the disappearance of the tools used in the crime has left him in a state of utter disarray. The corners of Kamamin's mouth curled ever so slightly. This legal battle presents no challenge whatsoever. Rising from his seat, Kamamin cleared his throat. I am here to represent my client, Miss Miho Nishitani, in this litigation. Firstly, the defendant, Tatsuya Nagai, has repeatedly followed Miss Nishitani in public spaces, infringing upon her personal freedom. Secondly, the defendant, Tatsuya Nagai, has, in front of the Mahana station, pushed Miss Nishitani down a flight of stairs, resulting in minor injuries, thus violating her rights to life and health. Our demands in this lawsuit are as follows. Firstly, the defendant, Tatsuya Nagai, must issue an apology to Miss Nishitani and compensate her with 30 million yen for the emotional distress and medical expenses resulting from the infringement of her personal rights. Secondly, all costs associated with this trial shall be borne entirely by the defendant. This concludes my statement. I implore the presiding judge to render a verdict in accordance with the law. On a separate note, I must express my astonishment at the reception of this book, which has exceeded my expectations. Within mere days of its release, it remarkably ascended to the pinnacle of the light novel new release rankings, leaving me feeling quite humbled. I wonder what the reason could be. Could it truly be, as some readers suggest, that my themes are innovative? That the protagonist is compelling? That the plot possesses a captivating tension? It seems rather far-fetched, as I initially wrote this casually, only dedicating myself more seriously after signing, having completed nearly 40,000 words before then. I wish to share my reflections on writing this book. Writing fanfiction undoubtedly stems from a specific motivation, primarily to remedy unfulfilled desires. What regrets do I harbor regarding Conan? For instance, while watching the animation, I often find myself contemplating the remorseful kneeling of the culprit, wishing they might evade capture. Indeed, many may share such sentiments. At times, I even feel the victim deserves their fate, as exemplified in the first case of my book, involving that unfortunate dog. Furthermore, I personally find it rather irksome when Conan, the protagonist, emerges to deliver grandiloquent moral lessons at such moments. So, how can one ensure the culprit remains unapprehended? Numerous fanfictions have explored this, mostly portraying scenarios where the perpetrator eliminates the victim beforehand or is persuaded against committing murder. However, after encountering such themes repeatedly, one inevitably experiences a sense of aesthetic fatigue, prompting me to ponder alternative approaches. Thus, I considered the possibility of employing legal loopholes, allowing the culprit to evade capture with a semblance of legitimacy. After all, the world of Conan is rife with inconsistencies. Should one scrutinize thoroughly, many pieces of evidence would fail to hold up. Nevertheless, simply presenting this notion lacks depth and purpose, rendering the protagonist's stance precarious. In truth, a lawyer as the central character is inherently vulnerable, particularly within the realm of web literature. I have yet to encounter a narrative where the protagonist remains within legal bounds. If one were to craft a story featuring a lawyer as the protagonist, any illicit actions taken by them would undoubtedly invite accusations of hypocrisy from readers. How could a lawyer prosecute others for their transgressions while simultaneously engaging in unlawful conduct? Thus, the development of the protagonist's character becomes paramount. Firstly, he must not be portrayed as morally infallible, for engaging in unlawful activities would irrevocably tarnish his character. Thus, it is essential to establish a lower moral standard for the protagonist from the outset, or perhaps forgo the moral characterization entirely. Consequently, should anyone accuse the protagonist of hypocrisy, they may do so at their leisure. However, this approach complicates the portrayal of the protagonist's charisma. Therefore, it is imperative to firmly establish the protagonist's understanding of the law. While moral considerations may be negotiable, legal standards must not be. The protagonist must acknowledge the significance of the law, thereby compensating for any deficits in personal charm. This foundational premise leads to the overarching theme of the narrative, the supremacy of law. The protagonist embodies a lawful neutral alignment rather than a chaotic neutral one. To date, readers have frequently criticized the protagonist for hypocrisy, asserting that if Conan commits illegal acts, so too does he. Some even follow the story closely, ready to deride the protagonist whenever he states that evidence must be found before declaring someone unlawful. The persistent complaints about hypocrisy stem from a fixation on the protagonist's moral and professional ethics, which is ultimately inconsequential to the thematic essence of the work. This narrative upholds the primacy of law, not morality or truth. The emphasis in character development does not rest upon moral grounds. Yet, does he possess the right to criticize Conan and his ilk? Absolutely, for the protagonist recognizes the law. This acknowledgement alone suffices to grant him the authority to voice his criticisms. His character is defined by lawful neutrality, which entails not merely adhering to the law but also recognizing its authority. His transgressions are not committed in defiance of the law itself. In essence, the law mandates that wrongdoing must be met with appropriate judgment, contingent upon the presence of evidence. It is not permissible to render a verdict in the absence of proof. This principle embodies the essence of orderliness, which is a central theme of this book. I sincerely hope that readers will refrain from excessive lamentations regarding this matter, particularly those who critique incessantly while reading. Each day, the first comment I encounter is often a complaint of this nature, which is quite exhausting. Although my prose may lack sophistication, being rather straightforward, the intricacies of the law cannot be simplified. One should not evaluate it through a lens of simplicity. I am grateful for everyone's support. I can only assure you that I will exert every effort in my storytelling capabilities to deliver novel and satisfying narratives. The words of Attorney Gumiman resonated powerfully within the courtroom, his voice reverberating with clarity. This is the bare minimum. A lawyer must possess eloquence. Stammering, clumsiness, or mere introversion are inadequate for this profession. The plaintiff's representative has concluded their presentation. The judge now turns to the defendant's bench. The defendant and their counsel are invited to express their views on the plaintiff's claims. The defendant, Tatsuya Nagai, appeared slightly anxious, yet he endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. For reasons unknown, he found the opposing counsel somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered him before, though he could not quite place it. Naturally, he could not recall, for Gumaman had previously disguised himself with the assistance of Xiao AI, altering his hairstyle and features, even lowering his voice intentionally. In the realm of Japanese makeup artistry, discerning a person's true identity is an exceptionally challenging feat. We do not concur with the plaintiff's claims. Tatsuya Nagai's defense attorney was a middle-aged man with a tuft of beard on his chin. Guman glanced at him, feeling a twinge of recognition. Sakafumi, the defendant in his previous case, was the defense attorney for Nakamichiko during the first trial, and a friend of lawyer Haim Irie. Guman's assessment was rather dismissive. In Japan, a person capable of securing a mere 20-year sentence for a murder charge was hardly noteworthy. Facing such an opponent felt akin to a gift of easy points. With conviction, Sakafumi stood and began to refute the plaintiff's claims. First, the plaintiff alleged that our client had engaged in stalking behavior, which is patently false. Our client is a judicial preparatory examinee who attends a legal training center daily, conveniently located near the plaintiff's workplace. Their paths home simply coincide, failing to meet the criteria for stalking. Second, the plaintiff asserted that the defendant had pushed them down the stairs, resulting in minor injuries. I request the presentation of tangible evidence. Absent such proof, this should be regarded as slander. That is all. Sakafumi exchanged a reassuring glance with Tatsuya Nagai, signaling him to remain calm. After all, such matters require substantiation, particularly the second claim. If one alleges that another pushed them down the stairs, there ought to be evidence. Should there not? Eyewitnesses? Surveillance footage? According to Sakufumi's investigation, the surveillance cameras near Mahana Station had been malfunctioning for quite some time, rendering evidence collection impossible. Even if there were witnesses, one could easily argue that they were mistaken about who pushed whom, as they were merely passersby with no prior connection. A bit of face blindness is quite common. After all, Tatsuya Nagai comprehended the intentions of his attorney and exhaled in relief. He gazed at Miho Nishitani seated in the plaintiff's section, licking his lips, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Miho Nishitani shuddered, her head instinctively lowering in fear. Should this lawsuit culminate in failure, one could only imagine the nightmares that awaited her in the days to come. However, amidst her trepidation, a distinct, mocking voice interjected, "Oh, you speak of evidence? There are more of those than the cockroaches in your restroom." It was Kamikado speaking. His tone was acerbic yet oddly reassuring. He cast a disdainful glance at the two individuals across the aisle, radiating an air of contempt. They represented the legal training center and the patisserie where Miss Nishitani was employed, both bound by their respective working hours. Kamikado produced two documents for scrutiny. It was evident that the legal training center held no classes on weekends, while the patisserie remained operational, concluding its day at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. As he spoke, Kamikado unveiled a stack of photographs, presenting them to the judge and the clerk beside him. The images, captured by a digital camera, bore timestamps in the upper right corner. Each photograph depicted distinct scenes, showcasing Miho Nishitani, burdened with a bag, walking ahead with a tense expression, while Tatsuya Nagai stealthily trailed behind her. The timestamps indicated the weekend, specifically between 5 and 6 in the afternoon, the very hours when he was not scheduled for classes. Kamikado smiled, his gaze fixed on the perspiration forming on Tatsuya Nagai's brow. "Excuse me, sir, may I inquire why you have been trailing behind this young lady during this period? Are you perhaps waiting for the night to fall in order to flaunt your newly purchased luminous watch?" Laughter erupted from the audience in attendance. I merely happened to encounter her. Is that not permissible?" Daisuke Nagai stammered, struggling to find his words. Saito Norifumi, sensing the precarious situation, interjected, "Objection. The photographs taken by the opposing party are unlawful. Such actions infringe upon our rights." "Oh, so you are suggesting that my casual snapshots of the scenery can encroach upon your rights?" Kamikado feigned astonishment. Let me clarify, these locations are public spaces, where the notion of rights does not apply. Perhaps, esteemed lawyer, you should consider revisiting the civil code? From the audience, Xiao AI rolled her eyes. How casually he speaks of taking pictures of the scenery. In truth, it was she who had captured those images. Last weekend, she had meticulously positioned herself along the route where Miko Nishitani would emerge from work, patiently awaiting her target's appearance. Her youthful appearance aided in remaining inconspicuous, thus facilitating a smoother photographing process. Daisuke Nagai followed closely behind Miko Nishitani, while she trailed behind him, a mantis stalking its prey. This tactic proved to be indeed a potent weapon. In terms of evidence, photographs serve as direct proof with high credibility. How can you prove that these are not digitally altered? The opposing lawyer clenched his teeth, struggling to articulate a response. Gu Meimen shrugged, suggesting, we could request a judicial appraisal. Zaku Hashiji found himself at a loss for words. There were numerous photographs, taken in quick succession, providing irrefutable evidence. The act of tailing was as solid as a rock. No skilled attorney could mount a defense against it. After a brief pause, he wiped the sweat from his brow and stated, I request the plaintiff to present evidence for the second allegation. How can you prove that our client pushed the plaintiff down the staircase? Oh, so you admit to the act of tailing? Gu Meimen smiled lightly. He then retrieved several photographs from the folder on the table. The images, captured in a continuous sequence, depicted Tatsuya Nagai pushing Miho Nishitani down the stairs, resembling a slideshow. How is this possible? Tatsuya Nagai and his defense attorney, Zaku Hashiji, exclaimed in unison. What sort of photographs could have captured this moment? Gu Meimen raised an eyebrow, replying, I was merely enjoying the scenery and happened to take a few snapshots. Is that not permissible? Their expressions mirrored the unpleasantness of consuming spoiled herring, with the taste lingering in their throats. Such a fleeting event, captured while admiring the view? Are you attempting to deceive us? Regardless, there were photographs for both allegations made by the plaintiff. The origin of the images mattered little. The fact remained that they were candid shots taken by Xiao AI, and that was inconsequential. The courtroom is solely concerned with evidence and its legality. Even if you were struck by a truck and managed to capture 2 series of photographs in the air just before your demise, no one would take notice, provided the provenance of the evidence is legitimate, thus adhering to procedural norms. Such sequential snapshots not only serve as direct evidence but also possess a degree of logical coherence, rendering them incontrovertible, easily leading to a verdict in favor of the plaintiff. The judge nodded, poised to strike the gavel. However, at that moment, Gumiman unexpectedly interjected. I request the summoning of a witness and additional pieces of evidence, for I have more testimonies to present in court. The judge cast a peculiar glance at him and tapped the gavel. The request is granted. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged, overweight woman was brought forth. This is Ms. Bingu, the neighbor residing next to the apartment of Nagai Tatsuya, Gumiman introduced. Now, Ms. Bingu, please share your testimony. The stout woman nodded, her gaze fixed upon Nagai Tatsuya, her expression betraying fear. Every night, I hear strange noises emanating from next door, akin to the sound of sharpening knives, the clattering of a hammer striking the ground, and eerie laughter, all of which arise from this man's room. Upon hearing this, Nagai Tatsuya became agitated. You were lying? I was asleep at that time. The stout woman disregarded him and continued, Your Honor, I assure you, my words are unequivocally true. This man engages in unknown activities every late night. Nagai Tatsuya shouted in fury, I have already stated, I was asleep. The judge rapped the gavel. Silence. Once the courtroom settled, the judge turned to Gumiman. Counsel for the plaintiff, could you please elucidate the connection between the witness you summoned and the facts of this case? Certainly. Gumiman paused, then articulated deliberately, we assert that the defendant harbors suspicions of premeditating other crimes, such as homicide and sexual assault. This proclamation sent waves of shock throughout the courtroom. This is slander utterly baseless. Nagai Tatsuya nearly leaped from his seat. Premeditated murder? Premeditated rape? While he indeed had such intentions and procured the necessary tools, he has never disclosed this plan. There was no sharpening of knives at night, nothing of the sort. Meanwhile, Gumimin paid no heed to the agitated Nagai Tatsuya. I request to summon new witnesses. Soon, several additional witnesses took the stand. This individual purchased some hardware tools from me. I distinctly recall he inquired whether the glass cutter was sharp, and his smile at that moment was quite repulsive, strikingly lewd, which left a lasting impression. This was the owner of a hardware store. This person once visited my shop and bought lubricant and condoms. His expression suggested he was about to commit a crime. This was the proprietor of an adult store. This individual previously patronized my establishment, purchasing DVDs related to stalking. This person also frequented my shop, acquiring books concerning stalking. These two establishments are an imaging shop and a bookstore. The more Tatsuya Nagai listened, the more sweat trickled down his forehead. Indeed, a portion of the testimonies from these witnesses bore truth, particularly regarding the hardware store and the adult goods shop, which he had frequented. However, the latter two were entirely fabricated. There exists surveillance evidence from both the hardware store and the adult goods shop that can substantiate the defendant's visits. Moreover, for several consecutive days, the defendant had been lurking beneath my client's apartment building, spying. Here are the photographs. Gumimin presented a USB drive, accompanied by several images. This deluge of evidence left everyone in a state of bewilderment. All eyes were fixated on the defendant of this litigation, Tatsuya Nagai. A moment of hushed whispers ensued, filled with doubt, suspicion, and an array of murmurs. Tatsuya Nagai was drenched in perspiration, his mind in disarray. At this juncture, he finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The opposing side had come prepared. This evidence, a mixture of truth and deceit, contained deliberately forged elements aimed at incriminating him, seeking not only civil compensation but also to subject him to criminal prosecution and imprisonment. An objection. His defense attorney, Masashi Saku, swiftly rose to his feet. He asserted that the plaintiff's statements were irrelevant to this case and should warrant a separate lawsuit. The judge cast a glance at him and rapped the gavel. Objection overruled. Please continue with the presentation of evidence. Plaintiff. Masashi Saku could only sit back down, begrudgingly. Generally speaking, in such circumstances, a judge would not permit the plaintiff to continue. As strictly speaking, this pertains to two distinct cases, one civil and one criminal. According to procedural law, a separate lawsuit should be initiated. Criminal cases can only be prosecuted by the public prosecutor's office. However, this particular judge, she, not he, is a woman. Legally, she is not supposed to favor either party, yet emotionally, she may lean towards those of her own gender. Moreover, this is a premeditated case of rape and murder. The authority to interpret the law resides solely with the judge, leaving the defense with little recourse. Thus, Kamiyama continued his discourse, producing the final and most crucial piece of evidence. This is a photograph taken beneath the apartment building of our plaintiff, Miss Mifune Nishitani. The image reveals a partially open blue and white sports bag, strategically positioned near a thicket on the earthen ground, rendering it quite concealed. From the partially ajar opening, one can faintly discern several tools, such as a glass drill and a screwdriver, implements conducive to breaking and entering. As this is a significant piece of evidence, we have refrained from tampering with the bag, intending to request the prosecutor's office to extract the evidence later. Kamiyama inhaled deeply and spoke with resounding conviction. Coupled with the witness testimonies, the logical coherence of the arguments presented provides us with ample grounds to suspect that this may very well be the defendant's instrument of crime. He possesses sufficient suspicion to be charged with premeditated murder and rape. At that moment, the courtroom erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. No one anticipated that a seemingly trivial civil lawsuit would gradually escalate into a criminal case. Tatsuya Nagai, seated in the defendant's chair, was drenched in perspiration, his complexion shifting erratically. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, fleeing desperately towards the exit. The judicial officers flanking him acted decisively, swiftly apprehending him with remarkable efficiency. "Let me go. I haven't committed any crime. You cannot arrest me." Tatsuya struggled with all his might, shouting as he did so. Yet, against the trained officers, his efforts were feeble, and he was firmly pinned to the table, unable to move. In the audience, Xiao Ai observed the unfolding scene with her customary calmness, though a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. Indeed, she had harbored a question prior to this moment. If this was merely a civil lawsuit, the initial 2 factual claims presented would suffice for a victory, as the 2 sets of photographs she had captured earlier were adequate evidence. Strictly speaking, these photographs did not constitute fabricated evidence. They were merely generated evidence, remaining within the confines of legality. Therefore, why was Kamikado insistent on further fabricating evidence, concocting motives, and even coaxing certain witnesses into providing false testimonies, such as the plump woman next door, and the proprietors of the audiovisual store and bookstore, all of whom were manipulated into providing perjured accounts? The client's demand was solely for a civil suit. In truth, incarcerating the opposing party was not part of the client's request. Why did Gumiman undertake so much unnecessary work, gathering an abundance of superfluous evidence, in an effort to ensnare the opposing party in a criminal case? Xiao AI finds herself perplexed, struggling to comprehend the motives behind such actions. She resolves to seek out Gumiman personally to inquire further. Chapter 46. The hunter can also masquerade as prey. The trial has concluded. The verdict is hereby delivered. Firstly, the defendant, Tatsuya Nagai, is found guilty of infringing upon personal rights and is required to compensate the plaintiff, Miho Nishitani, with 30 million yen, along with issuing a formal apology. Secondly, the defendant shall bear all expenses incurred during this trial. With the pronouncement of the judgment, the court is adjourned. Tatsuya Nagai collapsed to the floor, his face ashen. The judge did not convict him on charges of premeditated murder and rape, as the present litigation was confined to the scope of civil proceedings. However, as a candidate for judicial examination, he likely comprehended that his future prospects were now irrevocably ruined. Swiftly, Tatsuya Nagai was escorted away by judicial police officers, after which he would be transferred to the Metropolitan Police Department, followed by the Public Prosecutor's Office, where he would face indictment. Miho Nishitani, the plaintiff, finally wore a look of serene contentment, her face adorned with a tranquil smile. "Esteemed counsel, I am truly grateful," she expressed, clasping Kumian's hand with heartfelt gratitude. Kumian waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Not at all. This triumph is primarily attributable to Ms. Nishitani's cooperation, which facilitated such a seamless victory." AI nodded in agreement from the sidelines. The second cause of action, concerning the defendant's act of pushing her down the stairs, hinged on evidence that would ordinarily be challenging to obtain. They had forewarned Miho Nishitani, and she promptly pledged her cooperation. On that particular day, she deliberately positioned herself on the staircase, anticipating the defendant's second attempt to push her, thereby securing the necessary evidence. Miho Nishitani expressed her profuse gratitude, bid farewell to Kumian, and departed joyfully. "I have a question." At this juncture, AI articulated her prior misgivings. "Given the stipulations of this civil suit, you were not compelled to resort to perjury. My photographs alone would have sufficed for a favorable verdict. Why then, did you incur the risk of illegality by fabricating a plethora of supplementary evidence to ensure the defendant's incarceration? This was not within the purview of the client's mandate, was it?" That, replied Kamikado. "Have I not reiterated ad nauseum that the advocate's raison d'etre is to safeguard the interests of their client? Merely that?" I queried, her cerulean eyes fixing upon Kamikado's. Kamikado smiled, meeting her unwavering gaze. "Merely that. I see," AI responded, diverting her gaze to the departing figure of Nishitani Miho. At this moment, Ms. Nishitani was as blithe as a lark, her joy stemming from the assurance that she could rest easy, free from the apprehension of retaliation or stalking, or the dread of premeditated intrusion, for her tormentor was soon to be behind bars. Subsequent to the lawsuit's resolution, in the ensuing days, the Metropolitan Police Department and the Public Prosecutor's Office sought and obtained an arrest warrant for Nagai Tatsuya, followed by a period of evidence collection, including the physical evidence package presented by Kamikado in court, as well as a search of his residence. The Forensic Science Laboratory extracted copious amounts of his DNA from the tools within the evidence package. At his abode, law enforcement discovered an abundance of adult-oriented items. Furthermore, in conjunction with the other pieces of evidence presented by the esteemed lawyer, Gu Meimen, during the court proceedings, along with the testimonies of witnesses, a relatively coherent chain of logic was established. Shortly thereafter, the prosecution initiated a public lawsuit, leading to a trial where the charges of premeditated murder and attempted rape were substantiated. As a result, the defendant was deemed guilty of criminal conspiracy, albeit with serious circumstances, resulting in a sentence of 5 years of imprisonment. The Gu Meimen law firm. This individual is truly foolish, remarked Xiao AI after perusing the news. You previously left numerous inappropriate items at his residence. Inexplicably, he failed to dispose of these foreign belongings, allowing the police to discover them. What were you expecting? A person capable of stalking must have little left in their mind, Gu Meimen casually remarked. There exist 2 types of villains in this world, those who are astutely wicked and those who are both foolish and malevolent. Are you implying that the cunningly wicked refers to yourself? Xiao AI asked with feigned innocence. Ah, thank you for the compliment. Your skin remains as thick as ever, Gu Meimen replied. You have yet to mature beyond the thick layer of foundation on your face. Pooh, I never wear makeup. Are you suggesting that you possess natural beauty? I perceive it as an old hag. Forget I said anything. Gu Meimen observed Xiao Ai's teeth bared in a mock threat and wisely chose to remain silent. Glimpsing at the time, he declared, all right, we must set forth. Following the verdict of that lawsuit, Nagai Tatsuya is mandated to compensate Nishitani Miho with 30 million yen. This sum has already been secured by Miss Nishitani. The past couple of days have been somewhat hectic. In order to claim the fee he is owed, Gomen must take the initiative to visit. Boarding the train and following the address provided by Miss Nishitani over the phone, Gomen arrived at a bustling commercial street in Edagawa, Tokyo. After receiving the compensation, Miss Nishitani rented a storefront here to establish her own patisserie, stepping into the role of proprietor. Welcome, exclaimed Miho Nishitani, her face lighting up as she spotted Gomen. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the pleasant ambience, with fresh cakes displayed enticingly in the window and a handful of customers perusing the offerings inside. Business appeared to be thriving. Of course, it is all thanks to you, dear lawyer, that I can run such a lovely establishment. Miho beamed, presenting a slice of cake for Gomen and AI to sample. Gomen took a bite. It was smooth and exquisite, clearly crafted with care. Even the notoriously discerning AI offered a rare compliment. Yes, my dream has always been to open a patisserie. I worked tirelessly towards this goal, Miho declared with joy. Now that my dream has finally come to fruition, I couldn't be happier. Well, I wish you a splendid future, Gomen said, engaging in casual conversation with his client. After collecting his fee, he made no further delay and, accompanied by AI, departed the shop, heading back to the office. On the way, AI reflected on the entire series of events, unable to suppress a sigh of wonder. The denouement was quite satisfying. Miss Nishia realized her aspirations, and the stalker was incarcerated. Kamikado turned to her, a profound expression on his face. Indeed it is. Were it not for Miss Nishia's premeditation. Upon hearing this, AI furrowed her brow, perplexed. What do you mean? I discovered online that Miss Nishia had lamented on her blog her desire to open a confectionery, yet she was hindered by a lack of funds. So, are you implying? AI's brow furrowed more deeply, her countenance darkening. Haven't you noticed? From the moment this woman arrived at the firm, Kamikado articulated slowly, deliberately. Firstly, when I entered into a contract with her, she exhibited shock and discomfort at the exorbitant fee I offered. This is peculiar, as money should not have been her primary concern if her intention was merely to caution a pervert. Secondly, when I inquired about information regarding Nagai Tatsuya, she responded fluently, evidently possessing intimate knowledge of him. Thirdly, when I requested her cooperation in staging a scene where Nagai Tatsuya pushed her down the stairs, she acquiesced readily. Fourthly, she frequently wore revealing attire, which attracted the attention of men. AI lapsed into complete silence. Kamikado's words, though understated, were like a bucket of frigid water, instilling a profound sense of chill. After a long pause, AI spoke with difficulty. Do you mean to say that all of this was actually orchestrated by Miho Nishitani? Oh, I did not assert such a claim, as I possess no evidence. Guman displayed a quintessential smile. Therefore, the following is merely my personal conjecture, lacking absolute veracity. In order to secure funds for opening a pastry shop, Miho Nishitani devised a plan, intentionally donning provocative attire each day while commuting, wandering the streets with the aim of enticing lecherous individuals to harass her, so that she could subsequently file a lawsuit and obtain compensation. Soon enough, a predator indeed became fixated on her, stalking her with malicious intent. This individual being Tatsuya Nagai. However, Nagai's obsession surpassed her expectations, as he once even shoved her down the stairs at a station. Fearing for her life, she reported the incident to the police, but due to the brief time frame, insufficient evidence was collected. In utter desperation, she resorted to preemptively planning to enlist my services as a prominent lawyer for the lawsuit, for the media had widely reported on my formidable capabilities, suggesting there might be a chance of victory. The subsequent events unfolded as we have witnessed, culminating in the triumph of this legal battle. So it was like this? I cannot believe it. Upon hearing Yuman's account, Xiao Ai murmured to herself. Yuman gently patted her head with a smile. Did I not mention this to you previously? In this world, there exists no individual of absolute benevolence. Even the gentlest sheep possess teeth, and what you perceive as prey may merely be the hunter's disguise. Xiao Ai remained silent. Indeed, Kumimin had uttered such words. She never anticipated that this would manifest into a profound truth, resulting in this outcome. Yet, Xiao Ai parted her lips, seemingly wishing to articulate something further. There is no yet. Kumimin shrugged and remarked thus. The offender was incarcerated, and she received compensation to establish her business, resulting in a harmonious conclusion for all involved. The outcome of events is of little consequence. The legal profession is inherently indifferent to the truth. Law itself harbors no truth. Kumimin's gaze was serene, his tone unperturbed, with a glimmer of insight illuminating his pupils. Chapter 47. The client, Yueshue Chichi. Unbeknownst to all, spring has quietly drawn to a close. Time rushes forth, and summer has arrived. The weather grows warmer, and passers-by on the streets gradually don lighter attire. Short sleeves and skirts, sun hats and umbrellas appear in succession. At the Kamikado Law Office, Xiao Ai kneels on the sofa, observing Kamikado, who, as usual, is immersed in his handheld gaming device while seated in his executive chair. She can't help but sigh. On such a splendid day, you choose to remain cooped up in the office indulging in this pastime. Don't you think that's a bit of a waste? If you say that, Link and Princess Zelda would be heartbroken. Kamikado replies without lifting his gaze, his fingers tapping away on the buttons of the Nintendo Switch. He is engrossed in a game titled Tears of the Kingdom, a recent release from Nintendo for the Switch, which he had waited in line for half an hour in Akihabara to acquire. Damn it, the frame rate is dropping again. In the midst of his gaming, a glitch occurs, prompting Kamikado to curse vehemently and forcibly shut down the device. Those vampire capitalists at Nintendo could at least improve the console's specifications instead of selling us this electronic trash. Have they lost all sense of conscience? Xiao Ai rolls her eyes. Do you even hear what you're saying? With unyielding conviction, Kamikado retorts, I stand by my words. They are vampire capitalists, devoid of conscience. Is that incorrect? Not at all, but perhaps those words should not come from you, Xiao Ai counters. Why not? I am a consumer, aren't I? Kumigane curled his lips and remarked, do you think I am one of those inept gamers who cannot even discern their own stance? Consoles are worthless, smartphones are worthless, and computers are worthless. It is the consumers who should voice their discontent, rather than blindly defending the manufacturers like some gullible creature. Such behavior is utterly foolish. No, that's not what I meant. Xiao Ai sighed, helplessly rubbing her forehead. Kumigane had an intense passion for gaming, and whenever the topic arose, he transformed into someone unapproachable, as if one were playing music for a cow. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ai said, you have already amassed quite a fortune. Shouldn't you consider utilizing it wisely? Kumigane cast her a glance. How should I utilize it? Investments? Stocks? Funds? Engaging in finance? Starting a business? Making money from money? He had indeed contemplated such matters. His love for wealth naturally led him to consider how to increase it. However, the realization dawned that such aspirations were difficult to actualize. Engaging in finance was not merely a matter of navigating risk. It was a realm often manipulated by unseen hands. Kumigane possessed a clear self-awareness. He was no prodigious polymath, and his skill set did not encompass such domains. Forcing his way into that world would only render him a foolish lamb, susceptible to being torn apart by wolves. Apart from legal matters, he had no intention of pursuing other endeavors. As for rewriting novels from his previous life or adapting manga, please, how could one be certain that different worldviews would yield similar outcomes? The success of such literary endeavors hinged upon luck. Thus far, Kumagane had resolved 3 legal cases. The accumulated commission has dwindled to less than 10 million, and one must also account for certain taxes which are unavoidable. Each time Gu Meimen receives funds, he makes a trip to the tax office, for he does not wish to leave any incriminating evidence in the hands of others. What can one do with a mere 10 million in Tokyo? Can it even buy a restroom? Thus, it is imperative to save diligently and to refrain from entertaining absurd notions. Gu Meimen affectionately ruffled Xiao Ai's hair. Xiao Ai shot him an indignant glance and swatted his hand away. Stop patting my head. I am not a child. If I don't pat your head, where else can I touch you? Oh, I never would have guessed you had such intentions. Dream on. I have no interest in a flat-chested little brat like you. Get lost, you perverted old man. You ancient monster. In an instant, papers flew around the office as they engaged in a spirited duel with brooms, akin to the legendary clash between Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu, creating a cacophony that obscured the sun and moon. Amidst their tumultuous quarrel, the doorbell suddenly rang. The two momentarily paused their skirmish. Gu Meimen straightened his disheveled attire and gestured for Xiao Ai to answer the door. Upon opening it, they were greeted by a young girl with short brown hair. She possessed a delicate beauty, with an air of vigor that suggested a boyish charm. Hello, is this the Gu Meimen law firm? Indeed, welcome. I apologize for the intrusion. It appeared that a client had arrived to commission a case. With business at hand, Gu Meimen was determined to maintain a courteous demeanor. After instructing Xiao Ai to brew tea, the two began their discussion. My name is Yu Shui Chiju, and I am 20 years old. I am a private detective. The young girl introduced herself first. Oh, a detective? Gu Meimen raised an eyebrow. It is indeed rare for a detective to seek the assistance of a lawyer. Yu Shui Chiju nodded and replied, Yes, I originally resided in the Kyushu region in southern Japan. I came across your esteemed name in the newspapers and specifically traveled to Tokyo to solicit your help in a legal matter. Traveling all the way from Kyushu? Gu Meimen squinted his eyes. I am quite curious about the nature of the case that compelled you to journey from such a distance. Are there not other lawyers available there? Yu Shui Chiju acknowledged with a nod. It's not that there are no other lawyers. Rather, I believe you are more suited for this case. Oh, how so? Gu Meimen gazed at her with keen interest, eager to hear her explanation. Yu Shui Chiju smiled and said, Do you recall the recent Wolf of Rice flower case? Of course, I remember. The defendant was imprisoned, he responded. The Wolf of Rice flower trial had indeed made headlines across major media outlets and circulated throughout Japan and online. It was not solely due to Gu Meimen's prowess in vanquishing formidable opponents, but rather because he meticulously gathered evidence, transforming a civil lawsuit into a criminal case that led to the incarceration of the suspect. Such instances are indeed rare. It is unusual for lawyers to engage in activities beyond their entrusted duties. In this world rife with high crime rates, this is rather remarkable. Uesue Shichi gazed at Gumimin for a while, and after a brief pause, she suddenly remarked, In this lawsuit, Gumimin, you have employed rather extraordinary tactics, have you not? Oh, you are quite perceptive, Gumimin replied, raising an eyebrow and admitting it candidly. After all, it was evident to anyone that the crux of the civil suit lay in the photographs he had made Zaioi capture, depicting the defendant pushing the plaintiff down the stairs, an act that, unless one were a fool, could only be interpreted as premeditated. But so what? Everything I have done is within the bounds of legality. A lawyer's duty is to advocate for justice. The public will understand my actions. We must never allow a villain to escape. Light must combat darkness. Gumimin spoke rapidly, adopting a serious demeanor. Beside him, Zaioi rolled her eyes. This fellow was at it again, spouting insincere words and absurdities. However, the girl before them, Uesue Shichi, appeared to be no naive listener. She smiled slightly and said, I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiments. They are quite reasonable. After a pause, she added, however, I was referring to the means by which you intend to send the opposing party to prison. Gumaman raised an eyebrow, studying the girl before him. It seemed she was well prepared. After the conclusion of this case, I investigated relevant witnesses, such as the stores where the perpetrator procured the items and literature. Shichi locked her gaze with Gumaman's. Under my continuous probing with various questioning techniques, they inadvertently revealed certain details. For instance, they may not have been entirely certain whether the perpetrator had indeed purchased relevant items from their store. They were merely influenced by someone's words, leading them to believe they had genuinely seen the culprit making a purchase. So what are you implying? Gumen inquired with a light chuckle. You don't mean to suggest that I coaxed them into such statements, do you? No, you misunderstand me. Shichichi shook her head. I have no such intention. After all, I possess no evidence. Her gaze remained fixed on Gumen, and after a brief silence, the girl suddenly stood up, took a step back, and bowed deeply. Mr. Gumen, I require your assistance, for the case I am entrusting to you is exceptionally unique. The law cannot bring them to justice. I see. Gumen mused, resting his chin on his hand, his interest in the girl's eyes intensifying. This is indeed intriguing. In Gumen's worldview, detectives were typically those who, under the banner of justice and the law, sought to uncover the truth and bring criminals to account. Yet, this detective girl before him seemed to lack such a conventional sense of justice. Instead, she was straightforwardly asking him to undertake actions that the law would not permit. Pray tell, what is your request? Very well, Shichichi nodded, resuming her seat on the sofa as she began to recount her tale. A year ago, I had a friend who worked as a maid in a villa adorned with blooming lavender. As the girl recounted her tale, Komedo began to grasp the essence of her narrative. It turned out that this was an event from an animated series. Refer to the animation 3 Days with Hattori Heiji, particularly the latter 2 episodes concerning the Kushian detective case. He recalled this particular case more vividly than others, as it was a well-known miscarriage of justice within the realm of Conan. The girl, named Nanaki Kashimizu, had a friend named Kane Mizuguchi, who was employed in that very villa. A year prior, the young mistress of the villa had taken her own life, and the police were on the verge of closing the case. However, a high school detective, whose origins were unknown, arrived at the police station and insisted that it was a murder. Her friend, Kane Mizuguchi, became a suspect and was subjected to extensive interrogation by the authorities. The police in the Kansai region were well aware of the circumstances. Ultimately, the immense pressure led Kane Mizuguchi to leap from a cliff, ending her life. After listening to her story, Komedo nodded. So, you wish for me to assist you in prosecuting that reckless high school detective? Because your friend committed suicide, the law is unable to bring the true perpetrator to justice. Indeed, and let us not forget the butler of that villa, Renzo Kataguchi. Nanaki Kashimizu declared with indignation. Renzo Kataguchi was aware that his mistress had committed suicide and understood the true cause, which involved the consumption of a significant quantity of illicit drugs. Yet, in his insistence to protect her reputation, he colluded with that detective and failed to disclose the truth to the police. He is the mastermind behind my friend's demise. Shichichi's expression was tumultuous. Her grip on the glass teacup was firm, causing the water within to sway, and her fingers nearly turned white from the pressure. I see your point. Gumaman nodded, rising to his feet. Shall I please escort our guest out? Shichichi was momentarily taken aback. You won't accept my commission? Oh, I understand now. Her expression transformed to one of sudden realization. She then placed her handbag down and unzipped it, revealing stacks of 100 yuan bills. Here is 5 million serving as a deposit. Upon completion, there will be an additional reward of 5 million, totaling 10 million. Shichichi's demeanor was earnest. However, the typically materialistic Gumaman did not even cast a glance at the money. Take it away. This is not about money. Oh, has Grangtai changed his disposition? Xiao Ai interjected with a smirk. Why is that? Shichichi inquired, her face a mask of bewilderment. From my investigation, you seem quite materialistic. Given that the 3 commissions you've accepted all received substantial fees, which are recorded at the tax bureau. TSK, this is precisely why I detest detectives. Gumaman sighed. Individuals like you are eager to unearth every last detail, leaving no shred of privacy. On that note, you have no right to criticize others. Xiao Ai quipped from the sidelines. Yumaman rolled his eyes. Go on, go play, child. After a brief pause, he shook his head and scrutinized Yu Shuichichi from head to toe. Then, with a sardonic smile, he inquired, pray tell, what identity do you intend to use to sue them? As the long-lost sister of Mizukuchi Sakana? Or perhaps as her cross-dressing brother? Or as a member of a transgender family? You must be mistaken, I am a woman. Yu Shuichichi's face flushed crimson as she sprang to her feet. Kume Gate had a sharp tongue, and indeed, her attire often led others to mistake her for a male. That is not the crux of the matter. I wish to know under what identity you plan to sue Mizukuchi Sakana? Am I not permitted to sue them? Of course not, for you are not her direct relative. Kume Gate sighed, raising a finger and shaking it gently. My dear detective, I implore you, before seeking my counsel, could you perhaps familiarize yourself with the law? In civil litigation, only the direct relatives of the party involved may file a suit. Others may do so only with the authorization of the concerned party, which the court will then accept. Have you devoted all your mental faculties to prying into people's private lives? Such a simple matter, and yet I must spell it out for you? Your friend has long since passed. This is a miscarriage of justice that cannot be rectified. Do you understand? Kume Gate's unflinching words were almost scornful, tearing apart Yu Shuichichi's confidence piece by piece. Her complexion grew increasingly pale, the self-assurance she had upon entering the office now entirely diminished. Is that so? She murmured, collapsing back into her seat, utterly dejected. After a long while, she struggled to lift her head, managing to force out an unappealing smile. I'm sorry to disturb you. Yu Shuichichi picked up her bag and stumbled toward the door. Wait a moment. At that instant, a voice suddenly emerged from behind her. It was Kamikado. Yu Shuichichi turned her head silently. Is there anything else, Mr. Lawyer? Her eyes had lost all their luster. Kamikado gazed into her eyes, revealing a knowing smile. Miss Yue, although I cannot assist you with a civil lawsuit, in the future, should you find yourself in a situation from which there is no return, the doors of Kamikado Law Firm will remain open for you. Yu Shuichichi looked deeply at Kamikado. I understand, I will remember. She bowed to him and exited through the doors of the firm. Chapter 49. The intermission, bringing Conan to court after Ms. Uesue Nanaki departed. Shiho turned her gaze towards Kagoro. You are inciting criminal behavior, she remarked. What are you talking about, Doryman? Kagoro feigned astonishment. Which of my ears heard me instigate her to commit a crime? My previous remarks were merely an attempt to drum up business for myself. Shiho sighed. Isn't that tantamount to encouraging her to commit a crime and then seek your defense? What if she truly goes on to commit murder? Isn't that your doing? What do you mean by my doing? She might have been inclined to murder regardless, Kagoro replied, dismissing the matter. He certainly could not confide in Shiho that the girl, upon entering, had displayed a level of recognition towards him exceeding 2 positive marks, while her fondness was below 2 negative marks. Typically, when 2 individuals are unrelated, such a disparity in these measures signifies only one possibility. The other party harbors a deeply ingrained negative perception, perhaps even on the verge of committing a crime. However, the girl merely sought to consult a lawyer before embarking on her path of wrongdoing. Let us hope, Ms. Uesue, that you do not act foolishly, Shiho silently mused. Yet such hopes proved futile, for soon enough, their paths would cross once more. During the subsequent period, Kagoro's law office continued to operate as usual. He undoubtedly needed to sustain himself and remained open to accepting cases. However, he was selective about the cases he chose to take on. In an endeavor to ensure an impeccable victory rate, cases that are evidently destined for defeat, such as those involving irrefutable evidence like surveillance footage or photographs of the suspect committing the crime, will undoubtedly be dismissed. The futility of attempting to fabricate testimonies in the face of such direct evidence renders such pursuits a complete waste of effort. Conversely, there are instances that appear straightforward, akin to a gift of monetary compensation. I am fully authorized to represent my client, Ruji Fujiwara, in matters pertaining to civil litigation. The facts of the case are as follows. On May 3rd, my client ventured to the residence of President Yoshida Go, where he fatally stabbed him. During his flight from the scene, he was struck by a soccer ball kicked by the elementary school student, Conan Adagawa. Following an evaluation at the hospital, my client was diagnosed with a secondary concussion, an infringement upon his rights to life and health. The demands of the lawsuit are as follows. First, the guardian of the defendant, Kogoro Mori, is required to compensate my client with 10 million yen for medical expenses and emotional distress, along with an apology. Second, all litigation costs for this hearing are to be borne entirely by the defendant, Kogoro Mori. This concludes my statement. I implore the presiding judge to adjudicate in accordance with the law. Human meticulously read through the indictment. This lawsuit is rather intriguing, as the defendant is none other than the detective Kogoro Mori. The circumstances are quite straightforward. My client, Ruji Fujiwara, is a laborer who has encountered a nefarious employer. His situation exemplifies the plight of many workers. Rising before the dawn, laboring tirelessly, subsisting on meager provisions, and enduring a life of misery. Tardiness is penalized severely. A mere second incurs a deduction of 1,000. Employees are compelled to participate in mandatory, high-energy exercise routines upon arrival. The employer habitually assigns tasks at the last possible moment before the end of the workday, effectively prolonging work hours, and overtime compensation is non-existent. Furthermore, employees bear all expenses related to business travel. Despite these unfavorable conditions and meager wages coupled with lofty expectations, the employer frequently erupts in fits of rage, subjecting underperforming employees to public humiliation. Eventually, the simmering resentment of the workforce reached a boiling point. Fujiwara Ruji sought out his employer at his residence and fatally stabbed him. However, during his escape, he was inadvertently spotted by Conan Edagawa, who was idly wandering nearby. Observing Fujiwara covered in blood and brandishing a knife, Conan swiftly kicked a soccer ball with considerable force, striking Fujiwara in the head and rendering him unconscious. Subsequently, Conan contacted the authorities, leading to Fujiwara's apprehension. While the matter might have concluded there, Fujiwara's family harbored feelings of injustice. They reasoned that regardless of the crime committed, Conan, not being a law enforcement officer, had no justification to assault their son. Driven by this conviction, Fujiwara's mother enlisted the services of Kamikado to initiate a civil lawsuit. The plaintiff has concluded their statement. The court now invites the defendant and their counsel to present their perspective, the judge announced, striking the gavel. The opposing counsel, a woman named Yuzui Ritsuko, an acquaintance of Eri Kasaki, as seen in the animated series The Suspect Kogoro Mori, immediately rose to her feet. Objection. I contest the plaintiff's depiction of the events, she declared, proceeding to articulate her argument. My client's actions were purely those of a good Samaritan. In a moment of urgency, when confronted with a fleeing murder suspect, he found himself unable to intervene, resorting instead to using nearby objects to defend against the assailant. Legally speaking, this constitutes a case of emergency self-defense. Indeed, it is an instance of urgent self-preservation, Kogoro Mori exclaimed passionately, striking the table with fervor from the defendant's seat. His gaze turned towards Kamado, filled with anger, dissatisfaction, and a myriad of negative emotions. Following the last courtroom battle at the alumni gathering, he had succumbed to a severe illness, unable to forgive himself for the oversight that allowed the suspect to elude justice. The media relentlessly attacked him, marking a nadir in his illustrious detective career. Now, after a painstaking recovery, he found himself once again embroiled in legal proceedings instigated by the opposing party. It is easy to imagine the turmoil within his heart at this moment. Meanwhile, Kamado paid no heed to Mori's nearly lethal glare. After listening to the defendant's extensive account, he wore his signature almost complacent smile. The term emergency self-defense has nearly become a catch-all loophole within the judicial system. Kamado retrieved a USB drive from the table, containing surveillance footage from the scene, capturing the moment when Conan discovered the suspect and incapacitated him with a swift kick. He inserted the USB into the computer and projected the footage for all present to witness. One can observe that this troublesome child, Edagawa Conan, upon his first glance at my client, promptly brandished a soccer ball and launched an attack, all without any prior verification. In other words, he was utterly unaware of whether the individual before him had committed any heinous acts. He merely perceived blood on the assailant and a knife in hand, leading him to act with unwarranted aggression. What if my client had merely slaughtered a chicken at home? Or if he were simply a theater actor returning from work? Yet to clean his attire? The concept of emergency self-defense necessitates confirmation of the opposing party's harmful intentions, and such actions should only be taken when absolutely unavoidable. Therefore, it is evident that Edogawa Conan's conduct does not constitute emergency self-defense, but rather stems from a subjective intent to cause harm. Kumigane articulated each word with clarity, methodically expounding on the concept. The judge in the courtroom could not help but nod in agreement, as the arguments were well-founded and aligned with legal principles. Objection. At that moment, the opposing counsel, Ritsuko Yujui, raised her hand. Casting a glance at the defendant's seat, where Edogawa Conan sat beside Kagoro Mori, she forcefully countered, "My client is merely a child. Under normal circumstances, the soccer ball he kicked could not possibly inflict a concussion. I have reason to suspect that the opposing side is deliberately exaggerating the facts of this case." Chapter 50. Is he not endowed with innate strength? The arguments presented by the defendant's attorney regarding Conan's inability to inflict a concussion through a kick may indeed resonate with common perceptions. After all, how much power could a child's foot possibly possess? However, this is a courtroom, and the law cannot be swayed by such simplistic notions. In light of the defendant's forceful defense, Guman displayed a smirk of disdain. His opponent was simply too feeble, lacking the caliber of formidable adversaries like Higurashi Airi and Kujo Reiko. "This is the hospital's assessment report concerning our client's injuries," Guman stated, producing a document for all present to behold. The court clerk took the document to the judge, who verified its contents and nodded in acknowledgement. The assessment was conducted after Edogawa Conan had struck the suspect's head with a soccer ball, and upon the suspect's subsequent admission to the hospital, it was determined that the injuries were indeed caused by the soccer ball kicked by Edogawa Conan. The judge rapped his gavel. The plaintiff's evidence is valid. The defendant may now present their remarks. How can this possibly be valid? Kagoro Mori almost shouted. He is just a child. How could he possess such strength? There must be some foul play involved. The report is undoubtedly a fabrication. Mr. Mori, the report is unequivocally authentic. You may investigate the local hospital, Guman replied, casting a glance at him before sighing. He then directed a beaming look at Edogawa Conan. Is it not plausible that he is endowed with remarkable strength? At that juncture, Conan Edogawa, his teeth firmly clenched, gazed upon the odious, smiling visage of Kamikado, remaining taciturn. Never had he conceived that he would one day find himself as a defendant in a court of law. He who was merely endeavoring to apprehend a malefactor. He who was on the side of rectitude. Why then had he become the accused? He found himself unable to disentangle this reality. The ensuing legal proceedings were, for all intents and purposes, inconsequential. Regardless, the outcome of the trial was manifestly evident. The court is adjourned, and the verdict shall now be delivered. Firstly, the defendant, Conan Edogawa, is found guilty of infringing upon personal rights. His guardian, Kagoro Mori, is hereby ordered to remit 10 million yen to the plaintiff, Ryu Fujiwara, and to issue a formal apology. Secondly, all expenses incurred during this trial shall be borne entirely by the defendant. The trial is concluded. Court adjourned. With a resounding strike of the gavel, the judge brought an end to the litigation, which had been devoid of any genuine suspense. You incorrigible scamp, you're nothing but a source of vexation. Kagoro Mori, incensed beyond measure, seized Conan, who was attempting to abscond, and cradling him against his waist, proceeded to administer a resounding spanking. After all, this lawsuit had directly cost him over 10 million yen. Previously, Conan Edogawa's mother, Fumio Edogawa, had only provided him with a mere 10 million yen in alimony following the animated abduction incident, and now it had all been forfeited. Uncle, I was wrong. Please cease. Conan, his face flushed with embarrassment, cried out in pain as his buttocks stung with fiery agony. At that moment, an execrable voice echoed from behind. What a heartwarming scene it is. A parent chastising a mischievous child. Kagoro Mori's face darkened with fury. Without needing to turn around, he knew it was Kumiman mocking them. That sardonic tone was all too familiar. The individual you are defending is undeniably a murderer. He is a thoroughgoing criminal. Kagoro glared at Kumimin with indignation. Are you aware that on that day, had Conan not intervened, he would have escaped? He had already booked a flight to Osaka, making his capture exceedingly difficult. I am well aware. The evidence against him is irrefutable. There are surveillance recordings and physical evidence. No celestial being could absolve him of his crimes. Kumimin smiled. But so what? You acted outside the bounds of the law, assaulted someone, and were apprehended. The evidence speaks for itself. He leaned closer to Conan, a grin on his face, ruffling the boy's hair. Do not presume that a lack of complaints grants you immunity. Next time you contemplate wrongdoing, perhaps you should exercise a modicum of intelligence. At least ensure it's in a location devoid of evidence. My young friend, at your core you are no different from them. The law is merciless. Anyone caught, regardless of circumstances, is deemed a criminal. Kumimin laughed heartily as he strode away. He was off to collect his fee from the client. A 30 contingency fee amounting to 3 million. Conan clenched his jaw, speechless, silently watching Kumimin's retreating figure. On that day, he refrained from confirming whether the other party had committed murder before launching his attack. This was due to the empirical knowledge gained from his long-standing detective work. Having handled numerous cases, he could discern a true murderer with just a glance. The absence of concrete evidence, such as photographs of the assault, never crossed his mind, for this had always been his modus operandi, and no one had ever brought charges against him. Over time, this practice became an accepted norm. Little did he realize that this would become a chink in his armor during the trial. The words of Guman earlier were almost a direct assault on his credibility, accompanied by a facial expression that conveyed a sense of disdain, as if he were saying that more cases like this were merely an invitation for easy profit. However, Conan found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. His previous actions, though technically illegal, had gone unpunished simply due to a lack of complaints. Yet this time, he had been caught, evidence existed, and there were accusers. Thus, he was compelled to compensate others. It was infuriating. Everything he had done was undeniably right. Why had it come to this? Conan lowered his head, instinctively clenching his fists. After a moment, he raised his gaze once more. Indeed, all his actions were justified. No matter the circumstances, the perpetrator deserved punishment. It was as if he was reaffirming his resolve, murmuring to himself. He would never concede to Guman's perspective, and if he encountered him again, he would not yield so easily. This was the conviction that resided in Conan's heart. Certainly, at that moment, he was unaware that soon this notion would materialize into reality. How effortlessly he acquired this 3 million. Guman hummed a tune, laden with bags filled with various games, as he made his way back to his office from Akihabara. This lawsuit was akin to a gift, with ample evidence at hand, requiring no underhanded tactics. Victory was assured solely through legal principles. He even felt that the compensation demanded by the plaintiff was rather paltry, lacking in generosity. Look at that girl, Nishitani Miho, who audaciously requested 30 million. Future defendants ought to learn from her. Purchasing such a multitude of games, one might as well risk indigestion. The money would hardly be spent on noble pursuits. Xiao Ai observed his jubilant demeanor and couldn't help but roll her eyes. My entire life revolves around gaming. What's wrong with that? The money I spend is earned through my labor. I am proud to be a working person. Guman proclaimed with conviction. Let us refrain from calling yourself a working person, shall we? Xiao Ai retorted, utterly exasperated by his shamelessness. Just as he was reveling in his merriment, his phone rang. At such a splendid moment, who could it be? Guman's expression instantly soured, and he reluctantly handed a bag to Xiao Ai, freeing a hand to answer the call. Upon connecting, a voice emerged from the other end. This is Tokyo Detention Center number 40. May I speak with Guman, the attorney? Yes, what is the matter? A suspect by the name of Mizuki Nanatsuki has specifically requested to see you. Chapter 51. Have you really killed someone? After hanging up the phone, Gu Meiman's lips curled into a faint smile. The previous business involving 10 million had ultimately returned to my hands. It seems the call was from Miss Yokosue. Although lawyers belong to a high-income bracket, such a substantial commission is generally deemed a rare opportunity. She has indeed taken a life. Xiao Ai sighed with regret. Enough with your lamentations. We must be on our way, Gu Meiman urged Xiao Ai. The two first took a tram back to the law firm to properly stow away their purchases, then traveled by subway and walked a distance to the designated Tokyo Detention Center. After a brief conversation with the on-duty officer, they were escorted to the meeting room. Before long, Yokosue Nanaki was brought in by the police. Her short brown hair framed her face, and she still bore a somewhat boyish appearance. However, unlike their first encounter, there was now a sense of nonchalance on her features, devoid of the previous weight of bitterness, with a relaxed glimmer in her green eyes. "Gu-mei-men. As per our agreement, I have summoned you to meet with me," she greeted with a smile. "Oh, you seem quite cheerful," Gu-mei-men observed, scrutinizing her. "Does killing bring you comfort?" "Killing is not comfortable, but eliminating those who deserve it is," Yokosue Nanaki replied, resting her hands behind her head, embodying a sense of vindicated satisfaction. Gu-mei-men nodded and retrieved a document from his briefcase. "Very well, let us proceed to sign the contract." The document outlined numerous matters pertaining to this commission, with a total fee of 10 million, excluding miscellaneous expenses. Yukisue Nanaki took the document without a glance and swiftly signed her name. Gumaman raised an eyebrow. "How forthright! Are you not afraid of any traps I might have embedded in the contract?" The girl shrugged. "It matters not. If you can get me out, splendid. If not, so be it." "Excellent," Gumaman replied with satisfaction. He appreciated such clients, those who were unequivocal about payment, unlike the previous ones who hesitated interminably. "Now, recount to me every detail and incident of your wrongdoing." "Very well," Yukisue Nanaki began to narrate. After leaving Gumaman's office that day, she commenced her planning. Under the guise of a television station, she proclaimed the organization of a detective tournament, inviting 3 detectives from various regions of Japan: Heiji Hattori, West; Hakuba Risuk, Winter; and Tokutsun Junya, North, while also including herself under the name of the South, alongside a young student, Conan Edagawa. She lured several detectives to a deserted island, also inviting Hiroshi Tsukio and Renzo Katajiri as staff and caretakers, individuals connected to the Lavender Villa case from years past. On the deserted island, through her probing, she unveiled the true perpetrator behind the misclassification of suicide as homicide, implicating the northern representative, Tokutsun Junya. Employing a method that involved removing the screws from the doorframe to create an illusion of a locked room, she killed Tokutsun Junya with a hammer before fleeing the scene. After thorough analysis by 3 detectives, each identified a different perpetrator. However, it was ultimately Edagawa Conan who correctly identified her. Following their departure from the small island, she was apprehended by the police and subsequently handed over to the Tokyo Detention Center, awaiting prosecution by the public prosecutor's office. "I cannot forgive those 2 scoundrels. Curse it. I wish I could have eliminated that individual as well." Upon concluding her statement, the previously carefree demeanor of Yosui Nanaki was overshadowed by a resurgence of hatred, tinged with a hint of regret. "I have uncovered the truth. A year ago, the mastermind behind it all was the butler, Kato Renzo, who had colluded with Takitsu Junya. He claimed he wanted to protect the young lady's reputation, thus enlisting a detective to falsely report the suicide as a homicide." "Halt!" Yosui Nanaki attempted to continue, but was interrupted by a finger raised by Kamikado. "I have no interest in the wrongful case you mentioned." Kamikado raised his finger and gently shook it. "Merely inform me of the events that transpired during your involvement in this case. I have no desire to hear any further nonsense." "Oh, is that so?" Yosui Nanaki was taken aback. Gazing at Kamikado's face, an expression of peculiarity mingled with a hint of amusement surfaced. "Mr. Kamikado, you are truly unlike anyone else. To be honest, this is my first encounter with such a lawyer." "I too have never encountered a detective quite like you," Kamikado replied casually. After a brief pause, he continued, "Miss Yosui, I now wish to ask you several crucial questions." Yushuichichi nodded lightly. "Understood. First, was there any surveillance equipment at the venue?" "No, there wasn't." "Secondly, did any of the detectives present carry recording devices?" "There shouldn't have been. I established regulations and conducted checks before arriving on the island." "Thirdly, were there any cameras or mobile phones capable of taking pictures?" "Did the mobile phones have signal?" "None of those either. It's a deserted island with no signal." "Excellent," Gu-mei-men said, nodding with satisfaction. Beside them, Xiao AI pondered for a moment and remarked, "So, there are no direct physical evidences as proof, only testimonies." Astute. Gu Meimen smiled, gently ruffling her hair. "You've made some progress after being by my side for so long, Dora AI Meng. Keep up the good work." Xiao AI rolled her eyes and swatted Gu Meimen's hand away. "Lawyer, with such confidence you must have a good chance of winning, right?" SHINICHI smiled, recognizing her own cleverness in interpreting Gu Meimen's demeanor. "Of course," Gu Meimen replied with a smile at the corners of his mouth. "Without direct physical evidence. This trial is as simple for someone like me as snatching money from a customer at a bank." Subsequently, Gu Meimen inquired about some details from SHINICHI, the conversation lasting for over an hour. "This intelligence is exceedingly valuable, Miss Yueshue. You may rest assured here, indulging in the fleeting moments of your time in the detention center." Gu Meimen tidied himself up, preparing to depart. However, at that moment, he suddenly recalled something and took a seat once more. "For the sake of caution, I wish to pose one more question." "Well, go ahead. Are you truly certain that you have taken a life?" "What do you mean?" Yueshue Nanju furrowed her brow. "I mean, it is possible that you did not actually kill anyone. Perhaps you merely believe that you did." "Ah!" She was taken aback for a moment. "Do you not find it peculiar?" Gu Meimen remarked that Kagatani Renzin, the esteemed steward of a villa, who holds Mrs. reputation in the highest regard, would abandon the villa and venture to a desolate island solely to engage in a detective game prompted by your letter? "Are you suggesting that?" Yueshue Nanju's expression shifted dramatically, as if a revelation dawned upon her. "Of course, this is merely my conjecture," Gu Meimen added. "After all, this is a world grounded in reality." He was not well versed in the animated narrative. Perhaps, in the real world, the perpetrator is not necessarily the character depicted in the original work. For instance, the case of Nishitani Miho may very well have been orchestrated by Miss Nishitani herself. The real world is replete with countless uncertainties. Chapter 52. Doraemon, you must adopt Kudo's mindset. This method is ineffective. Enough of idle chatter. Gomen stood up. Before departing, he recalled something and confirmed once more. "Miss Yueshue, before I came to see you, was there anyone? Perhaps a detective who visited you?" Yueshue Nanaki blinked, shaking her head. "No, you are the first to see me." "Excellent, very good." Gomen nodded with a smile. This commission was, in every aspect, exceedingly satisfactory to him. His expression then turned serious as he spoke earnestly. "If any detective comes here later, attempting to persuade you to serve your sentence properly, discussing atonement and such, heed my counsel. Simply expel him with a spit." "Oh, all right." Yueshue Nanaki blinked again, nodding as if she understood. Upon exiting the gates of the detention center, Xiao AI glanced back, contemplating, and remarked, "This lawsuit lacks direct evidence, yet there are several witnesses and material proofs. How do you intend to resolve this?" "Doraemon, did I not mention this to you?" Gomen raised an eyebrow. "In any case, all indirect evidence is merely a collection of uncertainties, akin to SHR Dinger's cat. Until you open that box, you cannot fathom what lies within." Xiao AI squinted slightly. "In simpler terms, you plan to tamper with the evidence again, correct?" "What tampering with evidence? I am merely seeking confirmation. Do you understand? Did you not hear what I just said to Yusuji Nanaki? The guilt of the accused in this case remains uncertain." With an exaggerated roll of his eyes, Gumiman remarked, "In essence, whether a case results in conviction or acquittal hinges solely on the tug-of-war over evidence. If all the evidence favors the opposing side, do you still expect divine intervention to present you with some loophole in the law to exploit? Thus, engaging in such actions, you bear no sense of guilt, do you? The term guilt is merely self-deception. In this day and age, conscience holds little value. How brazen of you to call yourself a scoundrel of a lawyer, a petty little brat, a worthless gaming recluse." The two continued their usual banter. At that moment, Gumiman abruptly halted. He spotted a familiar figure crossing the road opposite the detention center. A boy in a blue outfit with a bow tie, Edagawa Conan. Beside him stood a dark-skinned individual, resembling someone who had just emerged from a coal mine, a high school student. "Ah, Conan-kun," Gumiman exclaimed with a beaming smile, waving at the two. However, his smile bore an unmistakably sinister undertone. "How does it feel to be the defendant?" I had the entire proceedings of that trial recorded by someone else. Would you like me to share the video with you later? You wouldn't believe the splendid expression you wore at that time. What a rascal. I once heard Conan mention that the lawyer was indeed you. The individual beside Conan, with a temperament as fierce as a coal mine, appeared to be impulsive. Upon hearing Guman's words, he was instantly filled with rage, clenching his fists, ready to strike Guman. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he was restrained by Conan. Hattori. Conan glanced at Guman with seriousness and shook his head. What are you afraid of? My father is the chief of police in Osaka. Person like this. Let me go, I will teach him a lesson. The coal miner, or rather Hattori Heiji, broke free from Conan's grasp and marched forward, seizing Guman by the collar, shouting furiously, "Oh, I see, a privileged offspring." At that moment, Guman remained undaunted. He scrutinized the coal miner from head to toe, a smirk playing on his lips, his tone laced with mockery. So, does being a privileged offspring give you the right to resort to violence? Is this how you wield your police identity? The notion of Japanese bloodlines. You people, don't you merely exploit your family status to act without restraint? Strip away those things, and what do you have left? Those ridiculous detective deductions? If you wish to continue this, then by all means, come at me. Use your badge as a police officer. Listening to Guman's powerful and taunting rhetoric, Hattori Heiji's face flushed crimson with fury, his anger boiling over. You despicable bastard. You scoundrel. He clutched Guman's clothing, his fingers turning white from the pressure. He yearned to strike, yet his fists felt powerless. The words of Kamaman struck a profound chord, akin to an arrow firmly embedded in a target. In the Kansai region, particularly among the citizens of Osaka, the spirit is fierce, and the demeanor of law enforcement reflects this tenacity. Growing up in such an environment, Heiji Hattori has become accustomed to leveraging police connections, often heedlessly, as Kamaman noted. Such recklessness could lead to falling into a cunning trap. Beside him, Conan displayed a demeanor markedly more composed than that of a coal miner. He extended his hand once more, pulling Hattori aside, shaking his head in disapproval while subtly indicating the onlookers nearby. Hattori paused, glancing around to find a throng of spectators had gathered, some among them eager to capture the moment with their smartphones. We have pressing matters to attend to. It would be prudent to leave swiftly, Conan urged, his expression grave. That scoundrel. Hattori's eyes flashed with reluctant defiance. After much hesitation, he finally released his grip on Kamaman's attire. Remember this, you insufferable lawyer. With that parting remark, he stormed away alongside Conan, brushing past Kamaman as they entered the gates of the detention center. Kamaman observed their retreating figures, resting his chin upon his hand. Their trajectory suggested they intended to visit Nanatsuki Yojui, having recently shared a brief acquaintance that may have fostered a modicum of camaraderie. Fortunate am I for my astuteness in having uttered those words beforehand, Kamaman mused, nodding in acknowledgement. Why do these detectives behave like children, neglecting serious matters and spending their days trying to persuade others to embrace their prison sentences? You are no different, are you? Xiao Ai remarked sarcastically, suggesting that you secretly hope for others to commit crimes, as that would ensure you have work. Gu Meimen maintained his composure. What nonsense! I stand for justice, advocating for those unfortunate souls wrongfully accused by detectives. Anyone who believes your nonsense is a fool. Xiao Ai rolled her eyes. After a moment's reflection, a faint smile graced her lips. I've noticed that you tend to act impulsively, often rushing to confront Kudo with words intended to provoke him. Oh, you've caught on. Gu Meimen admitted candidly, indeed, I find that little brat quite irritating. Is that not permissible? Xiao Ai shook her head. I'm not saying it's wrong, but your approach is misguided. How so? Have you not realized that after each reprimand, Kudo always wears that stubborn expression, remaining utterly silent? Gu Meimen pondered, acknowledging the truth in her words. He genuinely desired to witness Kudo's frustrated and uncontrolled reactions, which would undoubtedly be amusing. Alas, Kudo always remained as stoic as a statue, rendering the experience rather dull. This is because you do not understand Kudo. You have not spent time with him. Xiao Ai stated matter-of-factly. Kudo's inner self is fundamentally that of a deeply self-centered individual. This is evident in his constant declarations of wanting to protect Ran, yet his refusal to distance himself from her side. Furthermore, he often imposes his own values upon suspects after apprehending them, disregarding any feelings they may have had prior to their crimes. Occasionally, he may exhibit a fleeting sense of compassion, but more often than not, he acts according to his own whims. Thus, to compel such a person to submit, one must employ alternative methods. Chapter 53, Doraemon. All I desire is to witness men engage in combat. After listening to Xiao Ai's words, Gu Meimen nodded in agreement. Her insights were profoundly sensible. If Conan's character is indeed, as she describes, exceedingly self-centered, then employing a strategy of incessantly mocking his legal transgressions and humiliating him with his own criminal deeds in an attempt to force him to concede would prove exceedingly arduous. Individuals with such self-absorbed tendencies possess an unwavering self-perception. They steadfastly believe their actions are justified, and even when confronted with the truth, they will merely rationalize their behavior with various justifications, insisting that their reasoning is sound and beyond reproach. There exists a classic adage, "My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All my deeds are rooted in righteousness." While this may appear to be profound, it essentially encapsulates the mindset of such individuals. Then, how should we address this issue, Miss Mysterious Conch? Miss Mysterious Conch? Please refrain from burdening me with these nonsensical nicknames. Xiao Ai retorted with an eye roll. After a brief pause, she continued, "If you aim to compel Kudo to yield through legal concepts, it would be akin to playing music to a cow, for Kudo's expertise lies far outside this realm. In truth, he scarcely comprehends the true significance of the law." Xiao Ai articulated each word with precision. "Therefore, you must defeat him in the arena of his own pride to instill any sense of defeat within him." Understanding dawned upon Gu Meimen. "So, what you mean is, I should conquer him in the realm of detective work?" Xiao Ai nodded slightly. "Indeed. Does that mean I, a respectable lawyer, must descend to the level of those lowly detectives, seeking the so-called truth and engaging in a showdown with them?" Gu Meimen let out a derisive laugh. "The duty of a lawyer has always been to uphold the interests of their clients. The law has never been about truth. I believe I have mentioned this to you before." Xiao Ai lifted her gaze to meet Gu Meimen's eyes. "Essentially, you and Kudo belong to the same category of individuals," she remarked. Gu Meimen turned his head, a playful expression dancing on his face. "Oh, you believe I am akin to him? Isn't it so?" Xiao Ai replied coolly, "Kudo is self-centered, and you share that trait." "Is that so?" Gu Meimen's lips curled into a classic smile. He regarded Xiao Ai's seemingly impassive face with interest before suddenly asking, "I have a question. Why are you so eager to orchestrate a confrontation between me and Conan? What benefit do you derive from this?" "There is no benefit." Xiao Ai's demeanor shifted slightly. A faint smile gradually emerged on her delicate face, reminiscent of a mischievous little demon. "I merely find it entertaining to watch men fight. Nothing more." Gu Meimen gazed into her eyes. They held each other's stare for a long while, and eventually, a profound and inexplicable smile graced Gu Meimen's face. "Since you desire it so fervently, let it be as you wish. Is this not the essence of truth?" Human has never been particularly concerned with the truth, yet that does not imply he lacks the capacity to seek it. In fact, the professions of lawyer and detective share a certain degree of overlap. However, Human has never focused on this intersection in his legal battles. He has never presented the true essence of the matter in court with the fervor of a detective. Now, however, he embarks on a new endeavor. Of course, he will still employ his unique methods. "Let us proceed," Human remarked, turning away nonchalantly. Xiao Ai nodded in agreement and followed closely behind him. Their first destination was, as always, the police station. All witness testimonies and personal information pertinent to this case were stored there. According to the account provided by Yueshue Chichi, aside from a few detectives, there were 2 additional individuals involved, an actor from a theater troupe named Tutsui Hiro, and the butler of the Lavender Villa, Kato Renzo. Human's initial task was to obtain detailed information about these 2 individuals. After navigating through various channels, Human arrived at the entrance of the police headquarters. He had previously visited this location during the case involving Nishitani Miho, thus he was somewhat familiar with it. He instructed Xiao Ai to wait outside while he entered. Presenting his lawyer's license and briefly explaining the situation to the on-duty officer, He soon acquired the relevant information. Just before departing, he encountered Muro and his companions at the entrance. Their appearance was travel-worn, as if they had just returned from a laborious task. Flanking them were tall officers escorting a suspect, making their way toward the interrogation room. "Officer Muro, how do you fare?" Attorney Kamikado greeted them with a smile. Officer Muro halted, his expression grave as he regarded him. "Attorney Kamikado, regarding the case of Miho Nishitani, you employed various underhanded tactics to secure the incarceration of the accused. Did you not?" Kamikado raised an eyebrow, replying with a smile. "Ah, sir. Such assertions require substantiation." Officer Muro shook his head. "You need not feign innocence any longer. Following your visit that day, we commenced an investigation into Tatsuya Nagai." "Oh, you are quite diligent regarding that matter," Kamikado feigned surprise. "It seems that even those who pilfer from the public coffers occasionally engage in genuine service to the citizenry." Officer Muro disregarded his comment and continued, "Half of the witness testimonies are fabricated. Subsequent inquiries revealed that Tatsuya Nagai likely never visited their establishment. According to Nagai's later testimony, it was revealed that an individual clad in work attire had visited his residence under the pretense of plumbing repairs, absconding with tools intended for his criminal endeavors and leaving behind a collection of yellow discs and books." The smile on Kamikado's face remained unwavering. "And so? His testimony merely confirms that those were indeed his instruments of crime. This constitutes irrefutable evidence." Officer Muro inhaled deeply. "What I wish to convey is that although you have employed such dubious means to incarcerate the offender, such actions cannot be sanctioned by the law. You are trampling upon the dignity of the legal system." "Ah, here we go again, the ever-persistent sermon of righteousness." Gumimin sighed, raising a finger and gently shaking it. "First and foremost, allow me to clarify that I am an attorney. In terms of legal acumen, what qualifications do you, low-ranking officers beneath the rank of inspector, possess to lecture me? Secondly, if you intend to accuse me of employing any underhanded tactics, please present your evidence. Video recordings? Photographs? Do such direct evidences exist? Or do you simply presume to condemn someone based on hearsay?" In the face of Gumimin's inquiries, Officer Muku lowered his head. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. "We have no evidence." "Then kindly step aside, thank you." Gumimin smiled slightly, pushing Muku's shoulder aside and departing with his documents in hand. Chapter 54. The quest for truth requires the pursuit of evidence. Have I not always created evidence? I mused. "Officer, are you truly allowing him to depart?" Observing the silhouette of Gumimin as he exited the precinct, Takagi and Chiba beside me clenched their fists, their discontent palpable. "There is no alternative. We lack concrete evidence." Officer Magyar sighed. "Gumimin is far more formidable than you perceive. While we are aware of his methods, he never leaves a trace that could incriminate him. Should this matter reach the courtroom, we would find ourselves powerless to charge him. Are we to permit him to continue unabated?" Takagi retorted, indignation lacing his voice. "If we lack evidence, we shall fabricate some. Let us detain him in the interrogation room for 24 hours of relentless questioning. We shall see if he can maintain his arrogance." "What nonsense is this, Takagi?" Magyar shot him a fierce glare, causing the latter to immediately silence himself in fear. "We are officers of the law. How can we engage in such illegal actions? Return and compose a thorough self-reflection. I shall not tolerate hearing such words from you again." "Understood," Takagi mumbled, his head drooping as he sulked. "What do you mean by illegal? You have consistently flouted regulations by allowing Kudo Shinichi to rummage about the scene." "What did you say?" Magyar glared at him once more. Takagi quickly lowered his gaze, refraining from uttering another word. Meanwhile, Gumimin had acquired the documents and stepped through the precinct's doors. "Ensure that you thoroughly investigate the information on these two individuals, including this seemingly unrelated character," he instructed. Kume pointed to the information regarding Suji Hiroki and addressed Xiao AI. She took the document and inquired, "Why investigate this individual? Didn't your earlier conversation with Yojui Nanaki suggest that Kakagu Renzo might be the true culprit in this case?" "Indeed," Kume shrugged. "I merely indicated a possibility. However, in the absence of absolute certainty, anyone could potentially be a suspect." "I understand," Xiao AI nodded. "So you are in pursuit of evidence. After all, You need to ascertain the truth of the matter. Evidence? Kume's lips curled into a mysterious smile. You seem to have misconstrued my intentions. I never seek evidence. Here, I am always in the business of fabricating it. Xiao Ai's efficiency was truly remarkable. By the following day, she presented a towering stack of documents before Kume. He glanced at the mountain of files and mused, I genuinely wonder what you did before this. Could it be that your so-called drug research is a FAAD, and your true identity is that of a clandestine agent sent by some nation? Xiao Ai rolled her eyes. Agent? I am merely a beleaguered worker, burning the midnight oil, with a boss who refuses to pay me. Oh, you could choose not to work overtime. I never compelled you to do so, and then next month, you won't give me any pocket money, will you? What nonsense. I am merely safeguarding your funds until you are older, at which point I shall return it to you. You capitalist vampire. Aren't you satisfied with your board and lodging? Leave. Kagoro ignored the insults hurled by Shiho, nonchalantly cleaning his ears. Regarding their relationship during the second trial, Conan had sought her out for information about the growth potion, and after Kagoro eavesdropped on their conversation, they nearly laid their cards on the table. Shiho disclosed her transformation into a child and recounted her experiences with Shinichi, yet she remained tight-lipped about the black organization and the true effects of the drug. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Kagoro had no particular interest in the dark side, and his decision to shelter Shiho was solely based on her capabilities and the fact that she required no remuneration. That day, he had intentionally listened in on their exchange, simply to avoid feigning ignorance in her presence later on. Kagoro perused the materials thoroughly, and as he did, a classic smile graced his face. Excellent. I believe I have deduced the identity of the culprit. Indeed, I have come to a similar conclusion, Shiho nodded. But you lack evidence, don't you? Moreover, the deserted island is far from here. Acquiring evidence will be quite troublesome. Kagoro shook his head. Did I not mention? I do not seek evidence. I create it. So, what do you propose? Precisely. First, you shall follow my instructions and prepare these items. Subsequently, Kagoro assigned Shiho several tasks. It must be said, Shiho's efficiency in executing her work was truly remarkable. In merely a single day's time, amidst a flurry of overtime work, he managed to prepare all the necessary materials. On the morning of the third day, Gumimin made a phone call. Is this Mr. Chuewe Hiro? A man's voice emerged from the other end. Yes, it is I. How may I assist you? Greetings, I am Gumimin, the attorney representing the case of Ueshue Nanaki. An attorney? What do you require of me? I wish to discuss a matter with you, specifically regarding your involvement at the scene of the incident. I see. There was a pause on the other end, however. The police have already questioned me, and I shared all that I knew with them. You might as well inquire with the police. A slight smirk graced Gumimin's lips. No. I am referring to your actions at the scene of the incident. A sudden clatter resonated from the receiver, as if the microphone had fallen. After a considerable silence, the man's voice returned, trembling slightly. What are you talking about? I did nothing. Excellent, the bait was taken. Gumimin continued. Discussing this over the phone is rather inconvenient. Shall we arrange a private meeting instead? There was a moment of silence before the man replied. Very well. Where shall we meet? How about a CAF near Shibuya Station at 3 o'clock this afternoon? The two agreed on the location and ended the call. As the time approached, Gumimin tidied himself and prepared to leave. Be cautious, he was advised. Little AI pondered for a moment before speaking. Do not push a person to their limits. This world is filled with all kinds of individuals, and many may, in a fit of impulse, commit irreparable acts. Rest assured, I am aware. With that, Gu Meimen exited the room. After walking for a while, he arrived at the designated CAF. The establishment exuded an elegant and comfortable ambience, and being the afternoon, the number of patrons was sparse. Gu Meimen casually chose a seat and settled down. After some time, a portly, balding man entered, panting heavily. Gu Meimen gestured for him to come over and sit. Mr. Lawyer, what brings you here? The man, Tsukawa Hiroshi, appeared somewhat anxious, fidgeting with his fingers incessantly. I shall be brief then. Gu Meimen tapped the table with his thumb, a smile gracing his face. Mr. Tsukawa, the true murderer of Shimizu Ryuya on that deserted island is, in fact, you, is it not? Chapter 55. Who is the easiest to deceive? The illiterate is the most easily deceived. Tsuji Hiroshi's corpulent body trembled. Sir, I do not comprehend what you are saying. He forced a smile. There is no need for pretense. Kume-men fixed his gaze upon him. The individual who sought to extinguish Shirtami Ruintai's life was indeed Ueshiue Nanju. According to the records of the White Horse investigation, she departed at 7:26, but at that moment, she did not entirely terminate Shirtami Ruintai's existence. The hammer was quite diminutive, and with a girl's strength, she merely rendered him unconscious. Upon her return to the dining hall at 7:39, at 8:06, you feigned a need to return to your room for cigarettes and proceeded to Shirtami Ruintai's quarters to assess the situation. At that time, Ueshiue Nanju's method of tampering with the doorframe, due to the brevity of the moment, had not yet allowed the adhesive to dry. Thus you could once again remove the doorframe and infiltrate. Subsequently, upon inspecting the victim, you discovered that Shirtami Runtai was not yet fully deceased. Hence, you utilized the same hammer from the room to deliver several more blows. After confirming his complete demise, you exited through the window, re-adhered the window with the adhesive, and lingered outside until it had thoroughly dried. It was not until 9:28 that you returned to the dining hall, feigning innocence as if nothing had transpired. This also explains why you were entirely drenched. As he described, Tsuchiwa Hiroshi's demeanor grew increasingly tense. His pupils dilated. His arms pressed tightly against his legs, and his fingers stood erect. These subtle expressions incessantly revealed the turmoil within him. Kamikado smiled and inquired, "What do you think, Mr. Tsuchiwa? Am I correct? These are merely your wild conjectures." The portly man suddenly slammed his hand on the table and sprang to his feet. "What evidence do you have to accuse me of murder? Aren't you a lawyer? How can you make such baseless allegations like those incompetent detectives?" No. Do not conflate me with those absurd detectives," Kamikado interjected, raising a finger and gently shaking it. "Those detectives merely observe the scene with their eyes and rely on antiquated logical reasoning, a method rife with flaws that often leads to wrongful convictions. I, however, employ modern investigative techniques backed by solid evidence." Kamikado opened his briefcase and produced a document, tossing it onto Tsuchiwa's desk. "This is the account information for your account at the Tokyo Mizuho Bank, detailing your income and expenditures over the past 6 months. Tsuchiwa's face paled, beads of sweat forming as he seized the document before him. His expression trembled, and his fingers turned white from the intensity of his grip. "The data reveals that you have been in a state of borrowing for the past 6 months, with virtually no savings to speak of. However, prior to your time on the deserted island, you received 2 substantial sums of money. One was your labor fee of 500,000 yen from Ueshiue Nanju, and the other, a staggering amount of 5 million yen. Yumaman smiled. "Mr. Chuewei, could you elucidate the source of this mysterious sum?" This. Chuewei Hiroki stammered after a prolonged silence. "I won the lottery. Is that so hard to believe?" "That is simply implausible," Yumaman retorted, tossing a stack of documents onto Chuewei Hiroki's desk. "These are the names of all lottery winners in Japan during the period you received that amount, and I assure you, there is no one by the surname of Chuewei among them. Well, perhaps it was borrowed from friends or relatives. That too is improbable. Here are the account details of everyone within your social circle, and their deposit amounts have shown little to no fluctuation. You've investigated all of this?" Chuewei Hiroki gasped as he gazed at the multitude of documents, instinctively swallowing hard, his scalp prickling with unease. Yumaman smiled. "Of course, I have a diligent employee who works tirelessly without demanding a salary." Meanwhile, far away at the Yumaman office, Xiaoi was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, when she suddenly sneezed. Chuewei Hiroki, with his head bowed and teeth clenched, suddenly recalled something and lifted his gaze. "What does this even signify? Is this the evidence you speak of? Ha, this certainly does not prove that I committed murder." He laughed maniacally, as if he had escaped a dire situation, pointing at Kamikado. "Indeed, this is not evidence, but rather a piece of the puzzle." Kamikado shrugged and once again placed a document before the rotund man. "These are the forensic reports I obtained from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police's Forensic Division. Utilizing advanced PCR technology, the forensic team discovered that the hammer, identified as the murder weapon, bore the DNA of 2 individuals, one of whom is you. Furthermore, traces of your DNA were also found by the window. This is physical evidence. How do you explain this? This is impossible. Tutsui stood up abruptly, slamming his hand on the table. That day, I was certainly wearing gloves and had even checked for hair and other items. How could this be? Mid-sentence, he suddenly realized his blunder and quickly covered his mouth. He looked at Kamikado with a mixture of fear and anger, his face almost screaming. You dare to set me up? Do not be anxious, Mr. Tutsui. Even if you have inadvertently revealed something, this is not a courtroom. Even in a courtroom, if you slip up, it still would not matter. Kamikado's smile remained unchanged as he raised a finger, signaling him to calm down. Tutsui, filled with uncertainty, stared blankly at Kamikado's face. The demeanor of his opponent appeared to diverge from what he had anticipated. At that moment, he felt increasingly confused about the true intent behind Kamikado's South invitation to this place. Are you implying that you committed the crime while wearing gloves, thus leaving no evidence? Gu Meimen raised an eyebrow. Mr. Chuewei, I presume you have not indulged in literature? You may be unaware of the remarkable advancements in contemporary forensic technology. Beyond fingerprints, any trace you leave behind can be traced. A slight smile played at the corners of Gu Meimen's mouth. For instance, sweat. PCR technology can extract relevant DNA from sweat, which constitutes irrefutable material evidence. Chuewei Hiroki felt a jolt of alarm. Indeed, while he had donned gloves during the act, the anxiety he experienced had rendered sweating inevitable. Perhaps, at that very moment, his traces had adhered to the weapon and the window. The forensic report before him was undeniable proof. As he pondered this, Chuewei Hiroki clenched his jaw in frustration. How could this happen? At that moment, observing the man bowing his head in ceaseless struggle, Gu Meimen's smile broadened into a seemingly sinister grin. The other party appeared convinced. Yet, in truth, Gu Meimen was deceiving him. PCR technology can indeed extract DNA evidence from bloodstains, hair, skin flakes, and other minute traces found at a crime scene. However, this technology cannot extract DNA from sweat, as sweat lacks human cells and is composed solely of inorganic salts and water. This so-called appraisal report was fabricated by Gu Meimen, intended to deceive the other party. In this world, there exist 2 types of villains, the cunningly malicious and the foolishly malevolent. The foolishly malevolent are destined to be perpetually duped by those who are both clever and wicked. Chapter 56. It is precisely due to the prevalence of illiteracy that detectives and police find their tasks remarkably effortless. Tuewei Guangxing wrestled with his inner turmoil for an extended period. Ultimately, he succumbed, his corpulent form collapsing akin to a burst dam. Indeed, I am the one responsible. Everything aligns with your analysis. Tuewei Guangxing exhaled deeply and shook his head. However, he quickly added, I was merely an employee. The true mastermind is another individual present at that time, the steward of Lavender Villa, Kaku Rinsan. Indeed, the mysterious sum of 5 million, of unknown origin, was transferred to you by him. Gumimin smiled. On the deserted island, Kaku Rinsan was also identified as one of the 3 suspects, accused by the detective Hattori Heiji. Yet, at that moment, he merely knocked to ascertain the situation, confirming that there was no sound from within before coming to inform everyone of Tsutsumi Junzai's murder. Let me ponder this. He may have leveraged the incident involving the maid's suicide at Lavender Villa from a year prior to coerce you into his service. After all, you were the one who removed that window, and he could have claimed that the maid's death was your doing. If you did not comply with his demands, he threatened to divulge this to those around you. It appears you have deduced everything. Tuewei Guangxing offered a wry smile. He gazed deeply at Gumimin. I truly question whether you are a detective or a lawyer. I find myself curious as to how you could unravel the entire affair without even visiting the scene. Gumimin smiled faintly, offering no response. It is quite simple. His approach lacks the quintessential detective mindset. A detective meticulously seeks out clues, piecing together a fragmented puzzle step by step, relying on a few inconsistencies and evidence found at the scene. Yet he fabricates a puzzle, disregarding evidence entirely, and should any part of the puzzle remain incomplete, he resorts to extraordinary measures to finalize it. What kind of extraordinary measures? Just like the method he employed earlier, using forged evidence to deceive the other party. This aligns perfectly with the style of Guman. However, such evidence cannot be presented in a court of law. Hence, additional tactics must be employed. Mr. Tutsui, you may not be aware of my purpose for coming here. Guman descended from his seat, extending his hand with a smile as he gently patted Tutsui Hiroki's shoulder. I am an attorney, and I approached you with the intention of assisting you. You must believe that I am on your side. Guman whispered in a voice that was almost beguiling, close to Tutsui's ear. Tutsui looked up, puzzled. You are here to help me? Of course. Do you understand the legal implications of your actions? Guman continued softly. You are merely an accessory to the crime. Do you know what that means? You acted under duress. The act of murder did not stem from your personal volition. Everyone will empathize with you because the true perpetrator is not you. Tutsui's eyes suddenly brightened. He understood the meaning of being an accessory. Legally, the degree of culpability for an accomplice under duress is typically less severe than that of the principal offender. Counsel, will you defend me? How many years am I likely to be sentenced? He gazed at Gumaman with a look filled with hope. Gumaman remained silent, gesturing a numeral with his hand. 3 years. Is it truly so long? Chuiwei Guangxing frowned slightly. This figure surpassed his expectations. Ideally, he wished to serve only a year or 2 at most. By the way, the only person privy to this matter is this lawyer. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chuiwei Guangxing's expression gradually morphed, taking on a somewhat menacing demeanor as if he were devising a scheme. Yet, at that moment, Gumaman's voice floated across the table. Do not entertain thoughts of violence against me. Gumaman smiled, assuring him, there are my subordinates strategically positioned in this CAF, ensuring my protection from afar. What? Chuiwei Guangxing exclaimed, hastily glancing around. The CAF was sparsely populated. A few individuals were engaged in conversation while others were engrossed in their phones. It was impossible to discern who among them might be Gumaman's associates. If you doubt my words, you may take a gamble. Gumaman tapped the table, exuding an air of calculated confidence. Should you choose to kill me, your sentence would escalate from 3 years to life imprisonment. If fortune does not favor you, you may find yourself confined for eternity. With my demise, you would account for 2 lives taken, a matter of grave severity. Upon hearing Gumaman's words, Chuiwei Guangxing's expression shifted dramatically, his inner turmoil manifesting as a fierce struggle. At last, he let out a deep sigh and sat down in resignation. I understand. I shall adhere to your instructions, Mr. Lawyer. Excellent, Gumaman replied, nodding in satisfaction, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Tutsui Hiroshi forced a bitter smile. He found himself utterly at the mercy of this lawyer before him, having been thoroughly outmaneuvered during their tense exchange of a mere 10 minutes. Each of the lawyer's statements struck at the very heart of the matter, exposing all of his vulnerabilities. The lawyer's gaze resembled that of a feline, while he was akin to a hapless mouse ensnared within its clutches. The conversation with Tutsui Hiroshi persisted until 5 in the afternoon. After outlining all the pertinent details, Gumaman returned to the office. Is the matter resolved? Xiao Ai yawned, rubbing her eyes. Having exhausted herself with work over the past few days, she had taken a nap that afternoon. Gumaman nodded. Yes, the opposing party was far more manageable than anticipated. Half of the information you gathered went unused. He briefly recounted the proceedings of their discussion to Xiao Ai. From this perspective, he truly is foolish, Xiao Ai remarked without reservation upon hearing the account. You clearly lacked direct evidence, and yet, based solely on a forged appraisal report, he confessed completely. Moreover, there was no one from your side present at the CAF, yet he believed it. It is because he is illiterate, Gumaman stated. In this world, many criminals are illiterate, and it is precisely due to this multitude of illiterates that detectives and police find their tasks so effortless. Oh, are you implying that if one were to commit a crime, no one would be able to apprehend them? No, no, no. Even the most astute individuals are prone to lapses, and I, too, cannot guarantee that I would remain unscathed. Thus spoke Komiyamoto, pausing momentarily to reveal a subtle smile. However, I can assure you that even if I were caught, there would be no means to convict me. This statement, Zhang-san, is undeniably indicative of him. Xiao Ai cast a deep glance at Komiyamoto. Such a person is indeed formidable. one who is well-versed in the law, deftly manipulating the very rules of reality to his advantage. Xiao Ai could not help but recall her past organization. Even though its members were powerful, they were forced to scurry like rats in the shadows, unable to emerge into the light. Yet Kumiyamoto, a figure shrouded in gray, walks boldly in the sunlight, embodying integrity. This is the most terrifying aspect of a society governed by law. Chapter 57. Can't you detectives refrain from incessantly advising people to serve their time in prison? Time passes swiftly, and before one knows it, the day of the trial for the Ueshui Nanchi case has arrived. The trial is scheduled for 1:30 in the afternoon. At 8 in the morning, Kume Gate made another visit to the detention center to meet with the defendant and inform her about the true culprit. Is that so? Upon hearing Kume's words, Ueshui Nanchi appeared astonished. Are you implying that Conan's deductions were erroneous, and the truth is that I did not kill Tokatsun Junzai, but merely rendered him unconscious? Subsequently, Tutsui Hiroki entered through the window and delivered the fatal blows, thus sealing his demise? Indeed, Tutsui Hiroki has already confessed. Kume nodded. However, you are still culpable of attempted murder. Should the true perpetrator be charged, you cannot escape this accusation. Nevertheless, as long as you adhere to my instructions during the afternoon trial, incarceration will be avoided. Is that so? Ueshui Nanchi murmured, seemingly deep in thought. After a brief hesitation, she tentatively inquired, is it possible, just a possibility, that I might still be the one who killed Tokatsun Junzai? Although Conan's deductions may not be wholly accurate, could it be that he identified the right person as the murderer? Huh? What are you saying? Kume furrowed his brow slightly, then scoffed. If you were suggesting that Conan's father or Hattori Heiji's father implicated you, I might consider it, but these two young lads, a 7-year-old and a 16 or 17-year-old, both still reliant on their parents for living expenses? Well, actually, you scoundrel, who are you calling a child? Before Shuichiji could finish his words, a sudden outburst with a Kansai accent erupted from the doorway. Turning around, he saw Hattori Heiji, his expression fierce and menacing. Beside him stood the familiar figure of the composed elementary school student, Conan, his hands tucked into his pockets. They had been brought over by the duty officer from the detention center. It's you two again? Men raised an eyebrow, remarking, aren't you two little kids supposed to be focused on your studies instead of visiting the detention center to scout out your future abode? You insolent lawyer. Keep babbling like that and I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. Hattori Heiji's impulsive nature remained unchanged. His eyes bulged like a bull's as he glared at Men, his fingers cracking ominously. Am I mistaken in my words? Men met his gaze unflinchingly. Aren't you both just children? Don't you depend on your parents for everything? Or have you ever earned even a dime? What kind of detectives are you? Other than being a source of trouble for your parents and having them clean up after you? It's an understatement to call you boys. At your age, you should be labeled as neats, living off your parents. What did you say? Hattori Heiji's face turned a deep shade of red, his chest heaving with agitation. In Japan, the so-called NEET individuals, who depend on their parents, are regarded unfavorably, occupying a position of profound social inferiority and marginalization, shunned by society. Do not speak so recklessly, Hattori Heiji exclaimed. I have never squandered a single penny of my parents' money. I have even earned prizes in kendo competitions. He then shook Conan's shoulder urgently. Conan, you should speak up in my defense. However, at that moment, Conan remained silent, his expression as grim as a statue. Hattori, growing anxious, urged, Conan, why are you not responding? Counter his claims. Yet, Conan clenched his jaw, refusing to utter a word. For, once again, Kumimin had struck a chord of truth. While Hattori might have occasionally earned some money, Conan had not earned even a fraction. Moreover, he sometimes splurged using his father Kudo Yusaku's credit card, taking Rand to upscale restaurants, earning the label of a spendthrift. Although Kumimin's words were harsh, they resonated with reality. After a prolonged silence, Conan lifted his gaze. You need not resort to your deceptions any longer, he stated coldly. Manipulating hearts with your words has always been your tactic, but I will not fall for it. Is this my scheme? Then what brings you here today? Kumimin retorted with a sneer. To deliberately meet my client on the very day of the trial. Are you plotting some underhanded scheme? Ignoring him, Conan turned his attention toward the direction of Yoshui Nanaki. Miss Yoshui, have you come to a decision during this time? Regarding our previous conversation. Yoshui Nanaki nodded. Yes. After your last visit, I contemplated many matters. Ultimately, I have resolved to entrust everything to my defense attorney, Mr. Gumaman. I see. Conan appeared somewhat disheartened. He glanced at Gumaman and shook his head. Miss Yoshui, you ought not to have sought this individual. Regardless of the reasons, you have taken a life defying societal order and the moral conscience one ought to possess. You should earnestly atone for your sins in prison. Only then will your future be free of regret. Such lofty principles you espouse. Before Yoshui could respond, Gumaman's sardonic voice interjected from the side. He scrutinized Conan and his companion with a smirk. I wonder, do you detectives have nothing better to do than frequent the detention center, urging individuals to serve their sentences? Is it truly enjoyable to play the role of the meddlesome interloper? She took a life. She herself confessed that day. She is a murderer. Conan's voice suddenly rose in intensity. His demeanor shifted, his face slightly flushed. Gumaman narrowed his eyes. A murderer? Who decreed that? You? Even if she confessed, can you truly consider her a genuine criminal? Do you presume to wield the authority to condemn her to imprisonment? A murderer must atone in prison. It is imperative. Conan appeared oblivious to the surroundings, incessantly shouting and reiterating his words. Suddenly, he turned his head, fixing his gaze intently upon Guman. Tell me, have you ever witnessed a murder scene? How many times have you seen it? At that moment, Conan's demeanor began to subtly shift, losing the tranquility he previously exhibited. I am a detective, and to this day, I have encountered countless murder scenes. Those who have been slain, some drowned in agonizing despair, some decapitated, others burned alive, display a myriad of harrowing spectacles. The bodies of the decapitated bleed profusely, their blood congealing, while insects swarm around. The drowned exhibit grotesque bloating, their bodies swollen as bacteria proliferate within, emanating a foul stench of decay. The victims of arson have their subcutaneous tissues charred beyond recognition, their fingers flailing in a desperate struggle, their faces contorted in the anguish of their final moments. I cannot comprehend this. I cannot fathom why anyone would harbor the desire to take a life, why one can so easily snatch away another's existence. What, in the eyes of these individuals, is the value of life? I shall never understand. I will eternally remain perplexed. As if stirred by some unseen force, Conan murmured to himself, seemingly interrogating Guman while simultaneously seeking affirmation, continually articulating his thoughts. Chapter 58. You represent no order, only yourself. Guman squinted, observing the scene before him. Conan's demeanor was entirely different from what it had been in the past. This was the first time he had spoken so extensively, and the first time his emotions had nearly spiraled out of control in front of Guman. Kudo. Hattori Heiji beside him seemed momentarily stunned, even forgetting to disguise Conan's name. So it is. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Guman's lips. This was the unwavering conviction that this young lad had held all along. Excellent, he had thoroughly discerned the weakness within the shield. It must be said, Conan's emotionally charged words were profoundly moving. Had an ordinary person heard them, they might have felt a stir within. However, regrettably, such tactics would have no effect on someone like Guman. Thus, Guman adopted his customary tone of mockery. So what? You pity those who have been murdered, and you expend every effort to seek out their killer, convinced by your own reasoning that your chosen suspect is indeed the perpetrator of this case. Correct? Yes. Is there a problem? Conan met Guman's gaze unwaveringly. Guman's smile deepened. Have you ever considered that if your deduction regarding the murderer is erroneous, you would unjustly condemn an innocent person? You would imprison someone for no reason? At that point, upon what grounds would your so-called justice stand? Conan was taken aback. The question posed by Guman was exceedingly simple, yet it was something he had never contemplated. This is impossible. My reasoning is undeniably sound, Conan declared emphatically with a wave of his hand. For the truth is always singular. Once again this classic line. G. Mayman gazed at him with a smile. What an arrogant and laughable little brat he is, self-proclaiming himself as the embodiment of justice, incessantly proclaiming his commitment to upholding order, while elevating his own values above genuine order, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge his own mistakes. I can assert with certainty that this little brat is the most detestable individual I have encountered in my lifetime. And you are the most loathsome person I have ever met, Conan retorted coldly. To take a life necessitates atonement, not evasion of responsibility. I shall never comprehend those who defend murderers. Ha! A completely ignorant child of the law, spouting notions of atonement. This is the most delightful jest I have heard of late. G. Mayman chuckled lightly. Do you understand what crime entails? Until one has undergone judicial trial, all are deemed innocent. It is not your place to judge. That responsibility lies with the court, with the judicial system that embodies order. G. Mayman extended a finger, gently shaking it before Conan. Remember, you do not represent any order. You can only represent yourself. Your truth holds no value before the law. Conan remained silent, casting a deep glance at G. Mayman. Hattori, let us depart, he said, shaking his head as he walked toward the exit. Momentarily paused, then hastened to follow. Weren't we intending to persuade that woman to acknowledge her culpability? It's futile. With that fellow present. What's there to fear? No one's around. I'll thrash him. Don't be imprudent. Do you wish to be sued by him, as I was? Scratched his scalp, belatedly recalling the incident when Conan was sued by Kamikado some time ago. At that time, Conan suffered a significant setback and was severely reprimanded by Kagoro Mori upon his return. Had Ran not intervened, he might have been kicked out and sent back to his parents. Damn that lawyer, muttered, glancing back at Kamikado. The latter still wore that signature, infuriating smile. Gritted his teeth. He couldn't afford to be like Conan. If he were sued, his father, Heizo Hattori, would severely punish him, as it would tarnish the reputation of the Osaka Prefectural Police. Once the two had departed, Kamikado shrugged. Those two rascals. I knew they weren't up to anything legitimate. I simply can't fathom the mentality of those who constantly seek to persuade others to willingly go to prison. Actually, I thought what Conan said earlier was quite pertinent. Etsui Nanatsuki, who had been silent for a while, remarked. Kamikado turned to her. Miss Etsui, surely you're not contemplating a last-minute defection? There's no need for concern, Mr. Gumin. Uesue Nanaki chuckled. I merely concur with Conan's earlier remarks regarding the essence of life. After all, I am also a detective. However, I never claimed I would relinquish my defense. That is reassuring, Gumin nodded. Subsequently, they deliberated on the matters pertaining to the afternoon court session. Gumin advised her to adhere strictly to her own words, as this would maximize her chances of exoneration. Once their discussion concluded, Gumin departed from the detention center and returned to his office. At that moment, within the confines of the office, Shiho was still sprawled on the sofa, appearing utterly drowsy. Has her sleep pattern truly regressed to that of a child? Gumin raised an eyebrow, advancing towards her and abruptly yanking the blanket off her. Return that to me. Shiho glared with her lifeless eyes, snatching the blanket back and cocooning herself anew. Isn't this all your fault? I work late every night. What harm is there in sleeping a bit longer in the morning? Gumin rolled his eyes. What do you mean, my fault? You haven't been working at all lately. You've been staying up late scrolling on your phone. Oh, is it so wrong for me to catch up on sleep from those late nights of work? The audacity of your statement is remarkable. I learned it from you, that shameless individual. Without further engagement, Shiho reclined and resumed her slumber. Gumin shook his head in resignation. Well, it matters not. After all, Shiho cannot attend the court proceedings, so I shall go alone. Moreover, it is unwise to allow her to roam outside for prolonged periods, particularly in areas frequented by court reporters equipped with various recording devices. Should she inadvertently be captured on film, and if such occurrences become frequent, it could attract the attention of nefarious organizations, which would be quite detrimental. With this thought in mind, Gumiman ceased to concern himself with her and began to organize his documents in preparation for the afternoon's court proceedings. Before long, noon arrived. After partaking in lunch and checking the time, Gumiman donned his briefcase and dressed impeccably, ready to head to the Tokyo District Court for his defense. On the table lay red bean bread and self-heating rice, which he could indulge in if hunger struck. Before departing, Gumiman offered a brief admonition. Xiao Ai remained asleep on the sofa, She did not respond but merely waved an arm, signifying her understanding. How perplexing it is, he mused, that I have employed a staff member, yet it feels as though I am merely babysitting. With that, Gumiman exited the office. Chapter 59. Gumiman. My client is absolutely guilty. At noon, Gumiman indulged in a bowl of ramen at an intriguingly named establishment. Ramen so delicious it could kill. It was rumored that a homicide had once occurred within its walls. Typically, such establishments would quickly lose their patronage. However, the exquisite taste of their ramen became a form of advertisement, drawing countless patrons and resulting in an exceptionally thriving business. Having satisfied his hunger, Gumiman arrived at the Tokyo District Court by 1:30 in the afternoon. The waiting area of the courthouse was already teeming with a considerable crowd, reporters, onlookers, and an assortment of enthusiastic fans. This case garnered significant attention, particularly due to the involvement of several high school detective prodigies. Among them were Hakuba and the father of Hattori Heiji, a figure of prominence within the upper echelons of the Japanese police. The media buzz surrounding this case was more than sufficient to captivate public interest. Mr. Gumiman, what are your thoughts on this case? It is said that you have never tasted defeat since your debut, yet this case involves renowned detectives. Do you feel confident in your victory? Do you still maintain that your client is innocent? A throng of reporters, as usual, crowded around him. However, Gumiman had no time to entertain their inquiries, as he was pressed for time. Reporters, in his view, were akin to useful tools when needed and a nuisance when they were not. He pushed through the throng of journalists and hastily made his way into the courtroom, where all relevant personnel had already gathered. The judge, the jurors, the prosecutor, and the parties involved in this case, particularly the defendant Uesue Chiji, were present. Notably, the special witness stand was occupied by Conan and Hattori Heiji. The prosecutor, a nondescript individual in his 50s or 60s, was of little consequence. Gumiman shifted his gaze towards the special witness stand, where Conan and Hattori Heiji returned his stare with an unfriendly demeanor and cold expressions. They were, in truth, his formidable adversaries in this trial. The special witness stand is a unique provision within this judicial system, typically designated for detectives who may apply for this position in advance. Detectives frequently testify in court, providing reconstructions and deductions regarding homicide cases. Generally, the occupants of the special witness stand align with the prosecution, although in certain ambiguous cases, they may side with the defense. For specific reference, one might consider the animated series featuring Hayui Ari's confrontation with Kyuju. In this particular trial, the special witnesses were Conan and Hattori Heiji. As for the other anticipated special witness, Hakuba Suguru, due to personal matters, was currently abroad and would not be present in court. Once all parties were assembled, the judge struck the gavel. The court is now in session. Prosecution, please read the indictment. The prosecutor nodded and rose, clutching the indictment. The defendant, Yojui Nanaki, age 20, on a certain date in XX year, under the guise of organizing the Detective Gakuen event, extended an invitation to Heiji Hattori, Shinichi Kudo, Junya Tokuzun, Conan Adagawa, Hiroshi Agasa, and Renji Kogata, a total of 6 individuals, to a deserted island in Tokyo Bay. During their time there, he employed a locked room technique and utilized a hammer from his toolbox to murder Junya Tokuzun, an act that constitutes a violation of Article 199 of the Japanese Penal Code, amounting to the direct perpetration of homicide. This court hereby brings forth the indictment and requests a lawful sentence. The prosecutor has concluded the reading of the indictment. The judge nodded and turned to the defendant's seat. Do you and your representative acknowledge the criminal facts as presented by the prosecution? As these words echoed in the courtroom, all eyes turned to Kagoro Mori. Conan's gaze was fixed intently upon him. In order to evade the black organization, he would not have recklessly involved himself in court proceedings. However, the presence of someone like Kagoro Mori compelled him to disregard all other considerations. Conan had anticipated this moment. He had scrutinized Kagoro's past cases and was aware of his strategies, knowing that Kagoro would undoubtedly mount a defense of innocence for the suspect. No, the criminal. At that juncture, he would unveil irrefutable evidence, shattering the facade of this individual. Coughing to clear his throat, Kagoro Mori rose amidst the collective gaze of the attendees, his expression grave and sorrowful. I deeply regret to say And it pains me greatly, for as the prosecution has asserted, my client is unequivocally guilty. The courtroom fell into an almost palpable silence upon the utterance of these words. In the spectators' gallery, the journalists, who had been diligently taking notes, abruptly halted their writing, their eyes wide with astonishment as they fixed their gaze upon him. This was inconsistent with the established demeanor of the charismatic newcomer lawyer, Gumiman, since his debut in the courtroom. Conan's expression was one of shock as he stared intently at Gumiman's face. The lawyer's actions surpassed his expectations. He had not exonerated his client but instead outright admitted her guilt. How could this be possible? Conan furrowed his brow, silently urging himself to remain composed. Even if fortune were to smile upon him, he could not possibly believe that someone like Gumiman would exhibit a change of heart. There must be some ulterior motive at play. Indeed, it was not long before Gumiman shifted his rhetoric. However, this was not without reason. My client's actions stem from her emotional impulses as a woman, a spontaneous and desperate act. As Gumiman spoke, he subtly gestured towards Yueshue Chichi. Understanding his cue, Yueshue Chichi immediately rose to her feet. I am aware of my wrongdoing, and I deeply regret my actions sobbing. I am a person burdened with sin. I should never have harbored thoughts of murder. If the divine were to grant me another chance, I would never act so again. Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her fair cheeks like a string of broken pearls, her pitiful demeanor adding an air of fragility and injustice to her delicate features, evoking a sense of compassion. What a pitiable girl surely. There must be a deeper anguish behind her actions. Her tears seemed genuine. Perhaps she truly was in a state of repentance. It must be out of desperation that one resorts to murder. Observing her weep so sorrowfully, it seems she may have come to terms with her own transgressions. Whispers of discontent ripple through the audience. At the judge's bench, 3 jurors exchange hushed words. An elderly lady, moved by the scene, even wipes away her tears. Every soul present is undeniably touched by the genuine emotion displayed by Yueshue Chichi. The elder sister spoke with such eloquence. Especially from the witness stand, Hattori Heiji gazes at the girl's tear-streaked visage, lamenting. It appears we may have misjudged her. Her profound sorrow conveys a semblance of remorse. However, before he could finish his thought, he was sharply interrupted by Conan's stern admonition. Hattori, do not be deceived. This is a premeditated scheme. At this moment, Conan clenches his jaw, directing his gaze towards the defense attorney's table. Kume's expression remains unchanged, even feigning empathy in tandem with Yueshue Chichi's lamentations. Damn it, I never anticipated they would resort to such tactics. Conan's face darkens, his fingers gripping his thigh until they turn pale. There are 2 types of schemes, the covert and the overt. In judicial proceedings, many lawyers accept remuneration for their services, typically employing the former. For instance, Kume previously resorted to manipulating evidence to disrupt the logical chain. Alternatively, exploiting loopholes in legal statutes to mitigate a suspect's culpability or evade conviction altogether. However, beyond this, there exists a second approach. Without violating any rules and solely based on existing conditions, one can strive for better hopes and outcomes by adapting to circumstances, acting with integrity, and employing strategic wisdom. This is a form of subtle maneuvering. The esteemed lawyer Gumiman utilizes such tactics. By capitalizing on the advantages held by Yueshue, a woman of remarkable presence, she feigns vulnerability in court to elicit sympathy, thereby enhancing the favorable impressions of the judge and jury. Yueshue's performance is commendable, indicating her considerable talent in acting. Japan is a nation that places great importance on women's rights. In the subway, should a woman confront a lecherous man, it is not uncommon for the assailant to retaliate with a punch, transforming the incident from sexual harassment into a brawl, as the repercussions of harassment are deemed far graver than those of physical altercation. In such a society heavily influenced by women's rights, what will be the outcome of this judicial judgment? Hatred indeed wields a cruel blade. My client, driven by the anguish of losing a childhood friend to an unjust death, succumbed to a moment of impulsive rage, allowing hatred to cloud his judgment, resulting in an irrevocable act, truly lamentable. At this moment, Gumiman retrieved a handkerchief to wipe away his tears, maintaining a facade of profound sorrow. Naturally, Every expression and tone he exhibited was contrived. In terms of performance, while Yueshue might score a commendable 9, Gumimin would undoubtedly achieve a near-perfect 9. 9. The art of deception is a skill he has mastered since birth. I believe that if fate granted her a chance for redemption, she would not repeat such folly, and I trust she has found remorse within her heart. As Gumin sighed, he discreetly winked at Conan, who was seated in the special witness stand. At that moment, Conan's emotions were palpable. Faced with such provocation, his face turned ashen, and his eyes blazed with fury as he glared fiercely at Gumin. Damn it, that scoundrel! Conan cursed silently. He was well aware of Gumin's cunning strategy. By leveraging his female identity, Gumin had intentionally confessed to his guilt first, presenting a seemingly contrite demeanor to gain an advantage. If his deductions were correct, Gumin would subsequently twist the narrative, perhaps by highlighting inconsistencies in the evidence, prompting the judge to unhesitatingly declare the opposition not guilty, bypassing any deliberation or procedural delays. With each step intricately connected, Conan, with his superior intellect, had even anticipated the forthcoming courtroom proceedings. The opponent's intentions were undeniably insidious, advancing with calculated precision. Yet, despite this, Conan found himself powerless. Gumin had not resorted to illegitimate tactics nor employed any fallacious arguments. He had merely been stating the facts. This was the essence of overt manipulation. One could recognize the adversary's scheming yet remain utterly helpless against it. Objection. Hattori Heiji, upon grasping the situation, impulsively leaped to his feet. This fellow's statements are clearly inciting the crowd. He pointed at Gumin and Yojui Nanaki, exclaiming, "Don't be deceived. Their expressions are nothing but a fade, entirely fabricated." However, the judge promptly rapped his gavel, declaring the protest invalid. Please keep the special witnesses quiet and adhere to judicial procedures. Refrain from actions unbecoming of your position. Hattori Heiji had no choice but to sit down, feeling disgruntled. After all, he was not the prosecutor. Even if he were, at this moment, the protest would still hold no weight, as the proceedings were being conducted in accordance with the established protocol, currently at the stage where the defendant was allowed to express opinions regarding the prosecution's case. Kudo, this trial is not in our favor, Hattori whispered. Indeed, this fellow possesses a remarkable aptitude for manipulating people's sentiments, Conan remarked, his expression grim as he cast a cold glance towards Gomen. Yet, he soon spoke in a subdued tone, "It matters not. I possess irrefutable evidence." The first phase concluded swiftly. Under the vivid performance of Yusuji Nanaki, everyone present was profoundly moved by her expressions. The scales of their hearts had tilted in favor of this unfortunate woman, driven to revenge by a momentary impulse. Gomen observed the shifting sentiments of the audience with a slight smirk. Excellent. As long as we proceed according to plan, the outcome of this trial remains predetermined. Next came the second phase, the evidentiary tug-of-war. This segment was undoubtedly essential. Even if the defendant confessed to the act of murder, immediate conviction was not permissible. To declare someone guilty, concrete evidence must be presented. It is inconceivable that one could simply walk into a police station and confess, only to be apprehended on the spot. The prosecutor presented a forensic report, which detailed that the Metropolitan Police's Forensic Division had utilized PCR technology to extract relevant DNA from the murder weapon, a hammer. The analysis confirmed that the DNA belonged to the suspect, Yueshue Chichi. Additionally, her fingerprints were found on the weapon, providing evidence that the defendant had indeed handled it. The prosecutor submitted the report to the court through the judge's clerk for examination. After reviewing the document, the judge nodded and turned to Kume, inquiring whether the defendant or her representatives had any objections to this evidence. There were none. Kume smiled slightly, offering no rebuttal, stating that only Yueshue Chichi's fingerprints were present on the weapon. At the time of the crime, she had not worn any gloves, as she had no intention of fleeing. She had initially planned to murder and then isolate everyone on a deserted island, even destroying the sole means of communication on the island. Ultimately, however, she was discovered by Xiaolan and He Yi, childhood friends of Hattori Heiji. Kume understood that he could not manipulate this evidence as he had previously, since it remained securely in the possession of the prosecution. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. Evidence is not absolute. At times, The pieces of the victory puzzle may rest in the hands of the adversary, yet ownership is merely temporary. What appears disadvantageous may ultimately reverse in favor of one's position due to unforeseen factors. After the defendant's acknowledgement, the judge turned once more to the prosecutor, requesting that the prosecution present further advantageous evidence. Merely possessing fingerprints and DNA on the murder weapon is insufficient, as it only establishes that the defendant had contact with the item, not that she wielded it to commit the act of murder. The prosecutor nodded in acknowledgement of the judge's concerns. The court calls upon the special witness, Conan, to testify. Consequently, all eyes turned towards the small boy in a blue outfit with a bow tie seated at the special witness stand. With a serious demeanor, Conan reached into his pocket and, after a brief moment, produced a device resembling a listening apparatus. The device was diminutive, akin in size to a fingernail, and capable of being affixed to any surface. Its appearance was unremarkable, resembling a button, making it nearly indistinguishable upon casual inspection. Your Honor, this device contains a recording of Miss Ueshue's self-incrimination while on the deserted island. Conan pressed a button on the device, and immediately, the sound of conversation emanated from it. The recording captured the voices of all individuals invited by Ueshue Chichi at that time on the island. The audio was remarkably clear, devoid of any electrical interference. As this device had been upgraded by Dr. Agasa at Conan's request, proving to be exponentially more effective than the previous recording pen he had used. In the recording, the three detectives identified three suspects, ultimately leading to Conan's arrival on the scene, where he pointed out Ueshue Chichi. Following this, Hattori Heiji employed a ruse, compelling Ueshue Chichi to inadvertently reveal the crucial piece of evidence, a screw from the window. Subsequently, Ueshue Chichi confessed, revealing before all present the manner in which she committed the murder, the techniques employed, and the intricate reasons behind her actions. This evidence unequivocally substantiates that Miss Ueshue is indeed the perpetrator. Conan deactivated the recording device. Furthermore, a crucial piece of evidence, the screws from the window, had been analyzed, revealing Miss Ueshue's DNA, thereby confirming the completeness of the evidence. As he spoke, Conan's gaze shifted towards the defense attorney, Gumaman. In that moment, Conan shed all pretense. The trivialities of being a mere elementary student faded from his mind, leaving only the singular focus of unveiling the truth before the assembled audience. A subtle smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of triumph sparkled in his eyes, as if he was assured of the veracity of his revelations. Gumaman narrowed his eyes. This wretch had indeed devised a clever maneuver. During his initial visit to the detention center, when he inquired of Ueshue Chichi whether anyone on the uninhabited island possessed a recording device, she had confidently asserted that it was highly unlikely, as a thorough search had been conducted. Clearly, she had underestimated Conan, for he was but a child, and most would not direct their attention towards him. Nevertheless, such a lapse was inconsequential, as Gumaman had anticipated this scenario long before the trial commenced. Everything was well within his control. With a smile adorning his face, he descended from the defense podium and leisurely approached Conan. Little one, are you quite certain that your recording can serve as evidence? Eavesdropping is, after all, an illegal means of obtaining testimony, Gumaman remarked, his eyes narrowing with a fox-like cunning. Conan furrowed his brow and stated, I am indeed certain that this can serve as evidence, for it is not obtained through eavesdropping. It contains the voices of all present at the time, including my own, and does not fall under the category of illegal evidence as per legal stipulations. Oh, young one, it appears you have delved into quite a bit of research, smiled Goman, nodding appreciatively. He then continued, I have heard that there exists a device on the market known as a Mask Hero Voice Changer, which can mimic another person's voice. How can you assure me that the recording is authentic and not fabricated? Observing Goman's smiling demeanor, Conan's furrow deepened. The inexplicable attitude of Goman instilled a flicker of unease within him, as if there were some hidden trap. Suppressing his disquiet, Conan replied, I can indeed guarantee that the voice is not fabricated and has not undergone any editing. The voice print within the recording can undergo forensic analysis to ascertain the identity of the speaker. Ah, splendid, splendid. Very well indeed, Goman remarked, clapping his hands in delight. At that moment, he abruptly shifted his line of questioning. Young one, May I inquire whether this recording was made with the consent of the parties involved? Conan was taken aback for a moment. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and the expression on his face finally changed. In the civil code, without the consent of the parties involved, surreptitiously recording conversations and broadcasting them in public, disseminating them to others, is indeed a violation of privacy. The contents of this recording encompass my client's personal experiences, social relationships, hobbies, and more. Your act of clandestine recording and distribution is a blatant infringement on her right to privacy. Have you ever considered that such actions might hurt the feelings of an innocent girl? As he spoke, he suppressed his smile, adopting a demeanor of deep sorrow. Simultaneously, he cast a knowing glance towards the defendant, SHINICHI. The girl immediately understood, complying with the cue, and began to cover her face, sobbing softly. Her appearance, so pitiful and delicate, was akin to a flower drenched in rain, evoking deep sympathy. A murmur of whispers arose from the audience. How could this child behave this way? Which family does this unruly child come from? The parents clearly do not discipline their offspring. Learning to invade others' privacy at such a young age is alarming. What will become of them as they grow? They are nothing short of a criminal, a wretched creature. Individuals like this will inevitably turn to crime. I must return home and educate my child properly. Listening to the voices around him, Gumimin's lips curled slightly in amusement, though he quickly masked the expression. My dear child, although I am exceedingly reluctant to proceed in this manner, Gumimin feigned hesitation, letting out a sigh. However, should my client consent, I shall subsequently send a letter of attorney to your guardian, contemplating the initiation of civil litigation against you, should you concede that the recording is authentic rather than fabricated. At this moment, Conan had long since lost the composure he once possessed. He glanced around, whether it was the judge and jurors on the dais or the ordinary spectators in the audience. All were casting him peculiar and disdainful glances. Conan found himself gritting his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Damn it! He pondered why Gumimin's demeanor had remained unchanged. It dawned on him that this fellow had been waiting for him all along. Clearly, Gumimin had orchestrated yet another cunning scheme. If he were to acknowledge the recording as genuine, he would subsequently have to face civil litigation, leading him back to the courtroom once more. Conversely, if he claimed the recording was forged, he would be unable to reveal the truth, allowing the criminal to evade justice. The truth or civil litigation. He was compelled to choose one, yet regardless of his selection, he would inevitably fall into the opposing party's trap. Conan lifted his head, teeth clenched, fixing his gaze upon Gumimin's odious smirk. That scoundrel, that wretch. A protest erupted nearby, as Hattori Heiji's urgent voice pierced through the tension. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Hattori sprang to his feet, pointing at Gumimin and exclaiming, Your Honor, this individual's statements are an intimidation of witnesses, coercing their testimonies. Such conduct is unlawful. The judge furrowed his brow and cast a glance in his direction before striking the gavel. Special witnesses, please maintain silence. This is a warning. Should there be any further outbursts in the courtroom, you will be immediately held in contempt of court and expelled at once. How vexatious. Heiji Hattori gritted his teeth and resigned himself to sitting down once more. He had no choice but to remain silent, for this was his second admonition. His impetuous nature had tested the judge's patience, which appeared to be nearing its breaking point. Chapter 62. Murder is not a game. You are unworthy. After delivering a stern admonition to Heiji Hattori, the judge cast a glance at Kume. Counsel for the defendant. Please speak appropriately and return to your seat immediately, or face consequences for disrupting the court's order. Kume shrugged and returned to his seat. Observing Conan's expression, which fluctuated between turmoil and determination, and the reactions of those surrounding him toward this elementary school student, a smirk crept upon Kume's lips. His objective had been achieved. The opposing party was undoubtedly grappling with a choice between truth and civil litigation. Yet, irrespective of the path chosen, a favorable outcome was beyond reach. After a prolonged silence, Conan finally lifted his head once more. This recording is absolutely authentic, he declared, taking a deep breath, his gaze resolute. He then retrieved a document from the table, a signed paper by the son of the Tokyo police chief, Hakuba, acknowledging his presence at the scene and affirming the authenticity and accuracy of the recording. As he spoke, Conan cast a glance toward Kume, his eyes reflecting an indomitable spirit reminiscent of protagonists in Japanese anime. Kume narrowed his eyes. It appeared that the opposing party had opted for what they perceived as the truth. Even if it meant facing civil litigation and the prospect of substantial financial compensation, they were undeterred. He utterly failed to consider the potential turmoil his actions might inflict upon those around him, particularly his current guardians, Kagoro Mori and Ran Mori. Just as Shiho remarked, Edagawa Conan no Kudo Shinichi is an exceedingly self-centered individual. Ha! Kaguru smirked disdainfully. So be it. The higher this boy climbs now, the harder he will fall later. Subsequently, the clerk presented the signed documents extracted by Conan for the judge's examination. Upon confirming their authenticity, the judge nodded in acknowledgement. The son of the police chief, naturally, holds considerable weight in his assurances. The judge then cast a resigned glance at the defendant, Nanatsuki Uemozuki, while the jurors beside him sighed in unison. This development meant that both direct and circumstantial evidence were firmly established. Even if the jurors felt sympathy for the unfortunate girl, they were compelled to declare her guilty. The judge shook his head, preparing to strike the gavel for the verdict. Yet at that moment, Kaguru suddenly rose again. Your Honor, I have a few lingering questions regarding this case. I wish to summon a new witness. The jurors exchanged glances. Conan furrowed his brow, observing Kaguru's confident demeanor, and an ominous premonition washed over him. Could it be? He forcibly quelled his inner unease, striving to maintain his composure. It was impossible. The truth he designated must be accurate, for the defendant had indeed confessed to the act of murder. The truth, unequivocally, is singular and eternal. Following an extensive discussion, the judge rapped the gavel. The application is approved. Summon new witnesses for the defendant. Shortly thereafter, a portly middle-aged man and a gray-haired elder were ushered into the courtroom. Tutsui Hiroki, who had been invited to the deserted island under the guise of a production staff member, and Kagaya Renzen, the chief steward of the Lavender Villa, who was also summoned to the island to attend to the needs of the detective team, stood before the court. Mr. Tutsui, please recount what you knew at that time, Gu Meimen said with a smile, observing them closely. The demeanor of the two men differed markedly. Tutsui appeared visibly anxious, his face betraying uncertainty, while Kagaya exhibited a blend of unease and trepidation, perhaps already suspecting the reason for his summons. I, Tutsui stammered, his words faltering. He struggled to suppress his anxiety, taking a deep breath. The true murderer of Tutsui Runtai is not Miss Yojui. It is, in fact, I. The revelation sent shockwaves through the courtroom. Gasps erupted from the audience. Disbelief etched on every face. No one had anticipated that a seemingly definitive conclusion could still be challenged. This is impossible, Conan exclaimed, slamming his hands on the table as he sprang to his feet. He fixed an intense gaze upon Tutsui's face. The culprit had already been identified, had confessed, and there was a clear chain of evidence. How could there possibly be any alternative scenario? I speak the truth. With a resounding voice, Suai Hiroki pointed at the visibly altered expression of Kakuya Rensuk. The true mastermind behind it all is this individual. A year ago, in the case of the tragic death of the Lavender Villa heiress, this man had bribed Shurjin Runzai to alter the truth at the police station, which led to the suicide of the villa maid, Mizukuchi Kanai. Now, he has returned to coerce me into silencing Shurjin Runzai. This has all been his elaborate scheme. Suai Hiroki laid bare the genuine truth in court, recounting every detail without reservation. The reactions of those present varied widely, ranging from astonishment to disbelief. The truth articulated by Suai Hiroki was nothing short of a twist upon a twist. You're talking nonsense. How could this possibly be your doing? Conan was genuinely alarmed, nearly ready to dash from the special witness stand. Young one, I am quite curious. How can you be so certain this was not the work of someone else? Goemon's lips curled into a smirk as he observed Conan's nearly uncontrollable expression. This reaction was, indeed, quite delightful. In the face of Goemon's inquiry, Conan faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. There were indeed suspicions cast upon Suai Hiroki at the time, particularly by the absent Detective Hakuba, But this conclusion was swiftly dismissed by Hattori Heiji. The detectives steadfastly believed that reasoning must align with the principles of sound logic. From the analysis of the scene, Suai Hiroki appeared to be a typical red herring in homicide cases. Is this not glaringly evident? Heiji Hattori rose to his feet, pointing at Katsuchi Oka and bellowing. How could such a person truly commit murder? The circumstances at the scene defy the logic of a detective's reasoning. The logic of deduction. Kume-myun gazed down with an expression that was both amused and mocking. He stood up from his chair, looking down upon the two detectives who had lost their composure. Pray tell, what is it that you speak of? The logic of deduction? Do you truly believe that, with such flimsy reasoning, you can arbitrarily accuse someone of being the murderer? Merely based on the so-called scene, the so-called clues, you jubilantly seize upon whatever evidence you find, as if you have uncovered the truth you deem valid. You give no thought to the intricate backstory of the case, the interpersonal relationships of those involved, their potential methods of operation, or the possible grievances and enmities that may exist. You consider none of this. You focus solely on your scene. The scene is everything. What exists there is the murderer, is the truth, while what is absent is merely a distraction. Tell me, do you treat homicide as a game? As if it were your version of a deductive challenge? Life is not a game, and neither is existence. With such a mindset, what right do you have to proclaim the sanctity of life? What authority do you possess to seek justice for the victim? Chapter 63. The turnabout judge. The atmosphere in the courtroom was suffocatingly silent. Conan and Hattori Heiji stood in a daze, rooted to the spot. The words of Kumazawa struck them like a powerful hammer, resonating heavily in their minds. I am unworthy? Conan's face drained of color as he sank into his seat. Kumazawa's earlier statements had underscored the significance of life, echoing the sentiments he had expressed that morning at the detention center. Conan had always held steadfast to the belief that through deduction, he could unveil the true culprit and uphold the dignity of the victim's life. Yet, Kumazawa's words pierced through his proud convictions like a needle, effortlessly deflating his inflated sense of purpose. Could it be that I am indeed mistaken? Conan pondered, his expression distant as he murmured to himself. Until now, he had clashed with Kumazawa on numerous occasions. The latter's meticulous thoughts and incisive rhetoric had consistently posed profound challenges to his very being, and this time was no exception. It struck closer to the heart than ever before. No, I refuse to accept this. Suddenly, as if a realization struck him, Conan lifted his head with renewed vigor. Indeed, there is always but one truth. Unyielding, he seemed to reaffirm his own convictions, slamming his hand on the table as he stood resolute, locking eyes with the witness, Tsuenai Hiroyuki. Mr. Tsuenai, since you claim to be the murderer, then present your evidence. Indeed, evidence constitutes the pivotal element in a murder case. It is not merely the admission of guilt by an individual that determines their culpability. Perhaps this person has been coerced by the cunning Gumaman, orchestrating a nefarious plot. Conan harbored a flicker of hope as he contemplated this notion. Certainly, if you intend to accuse me of being the mastermind, you must present irrefutable evidence. Meanwhile, Kagawa Renzo endeavored to maintain his composure, echoing this sentiment. Gumaman, throughout the proceedings, maintained an enigmatic smile. Rest assured, evidence does exist. He signaled to Tutsui Hiroki. Tutsui nodded and retrieved a pen from his pocket. The moment Conan's demeanor had stabilized, it swiftly transformed once more. This was the latest model of a voice recorder. Tutsui pressed the button, and a voice emanated from the device. Mr. Kagawa, I have already committed the murder. Excellent work. I will transfer the remaining 5 million to your account afterward. I do not wish for the remaining funds. I only seek the surveillance footage from a year ago when I pilfered from the Lavender Villa. Surveillance footage? Do not even think about it. How could I possibly part with such a valuable item? I will need your assistance for many matters in the future. You despicable scoundrel. Followed by uproarious laughter. The recording abruptly ceased. A wave of commotion rippled through the room, and all eyes turned towards Kagawa Renzo. It appeared that the situation had become exceedingly clear. This recording served as undeniable evidence, exonerating Miss Yojui from being the true perpetrator of this heinous crime. With a smile, Gomen winked at Conan again. Conan's expression darkened. Goman's demeanor seemed to convey a message. Do you not relish eavesdropping? Did you think I was unaware of such tactics? How can you prove that the recording is not fabricated? Conan clenched his teeth, questioning each word with intensity. Oh dear, why does that sound so familiar? Goman feigned surprise. Isn't that what I just said? Young one, what mindset do you possess that allows you to shift your stance so readily? You insufferable scoundrel! Conan glared at Goman with palpable disdain. If circumstances permitted, he would have relished the opportunity to retrieve his football and deliver a forceful kick to this man's head. Yet, he knew he could not act upon such impulses. To do so would only serve Goman's interests, leading him into yet another legal entanglement. The judge on the dais rapped his gavel. Please have the defendant's representative respond to the special witness's inquiries. Goman shrugged, retrieving a document from the table. This is the voiceprint analysis report from the Metropolitan Police's Forensic Division, which can attest to the authenticity and accuracy of the recording. I must admit, it took quite a bit of effort to procure this. After all, Goman's rapport with the Metropolitan Police was not particularly amicable. However, it was primarily with the investigative division under Inspector Makubo that tensions ran high. Other departments, such as the Forensic Division, were not as adversarial. The court clerk presented the analysis report for the judge's perusal. The judge examined the documents, nodded in acknowledgement of their validity. However, this evidence does not conclusively prove anything. Conan gestured emphatically, fixating on Guman. The recording must be contextualized within the environment and the dialogue. How can you assert that their conversation is intrinsically linked to this murder case? Indeed, this was merely a rehearsal for a play between him and me. Kaku Renzin quickly chimed in, expressing his recent fascination with theatrical performances, asserting that this was simply part of the act. Oh, the detective, who once fervently claimed to seek the true culprit for the victim, now seems to be conversing with the very perpetrator. Guman smiled, his sharp tongue as venomous as ever. Conan endeavored to disregard the remarks, gritting his teeth. Answer my question. At this moment, the judge rapped his gavel. Does the defense have any more definitive evidence? Without further evidence, the judge would adjourn the court, awaiting both parties to gather clearer evidence for a future hearing. After all, the case had taken a turn, effectively reaching a stalemate. Under the scrutiny of the gathered audience, Guman smiled faintly. Wasn't the more definitive evidence already presented at the outset? The jurors exchanged glances. Conan furrowed his brow, perplexed by Guman's insinuation. Have you all forgotten? It was the forensic report regarding the murder weapon, the hammer, presented by the prosecutor at the very beginning. As Guman spoke, he descended from the attorney's bench and approached the center of the courtroom. A whiteboard stood prominently, adorned with the appraisal submitted by the prosecutor moments ago. The report clearly indicated that, in addition to the presence of our client's DNA on the hammer, fingerprints were also extracted from it. Guman pointed to a particular line in the report. However, upon closer inspection, regarding the fingerprints, it stated the hammer's striking part, rather than the handle of the hammer. This implies that only the area where the hammer struck the deceased bore a slight trace of our client's fingerprints. This raises a perplexing question. Why is there an absence of fingerprints on the hammer's handle, the most critical part to grasp? Guman paused, his face illuminating with a classic smile. As he previously mentioned, sometimes the pieces of the victory puzzle may lie in the hands of the adversary. Yet, ownership is merely temporary. What appears disadvantageous to us may, at the final moment, undergo a reversal due to unforeseen factors. And now, the moment for such a reversal has arrived. The only plausible explanation is that the fingerprints on the hammer's handle were obscured by some other means, perhaps by someone donning gloves, who subsequently grasped the hammer again, erasing the original fingerprints through friction. So, who would undertake such an action? I need not elaborate further. Chapter 64. The defeated. The crumbling Conan. A profound silence enveloped the courtroom. One could hear a pin drop. Moments later, sporadic applause began to resonate from the spectators' gallery, gradually swelling into a thunderous ovation that reverberated throughout the entire court. Everyone was astonished, marveling at the dramatic turn of events in this trial. The evidence presented by Guman formed an unequivocal logical chain, and significantly, it was sourced from the prosecution. The outcome of this case was now beyond dispute. As the situation turned dire, Conan's complexion drained of color, and in a state of despondency, he collapsed onto the floor. Strictly speaking, given his intellectual prowess, he should have discerned this evidence. However, as Guman had previously articulated, his excessive focus on the scene and the intricacies of logical reasoning led him to overlook the crucial elements that ought to determine the nature of the homicide. Modern forensic techniques possess a far greater persuasiveness than mere deductive reasoning. Beside him, Kagaya Renzo also succumbed, his legs giving way beneath him. As the mastermind behind this case, he now faced the inevitable consequences of the court's decision. A prosecution from the district attorney for the charge of intentional homicide as an indirect perpetrator, from which there would be no escape. The court now delivers its verdict. The prosecution's request is denied. The defendant is found not guilty of intentional homicide, but guilty of attempted intentional homicide. Taking into account the defendant's remorse and the relatively minor nature of the crime, he is sentenced to 3 months of detention, with a 3-month probation period. Upon establishing the truth of the case, the judge and jurors reached this conclusion with little deliberation. Even if the truth were as such, it constitutes an attempted homicide. Surely, you cannot deem the sentence so lenient. Before the judge could even retire from the courtroom, Hattori Heiji could no longer contain himself, pounding the table and exclaiming, 3 months of detention? 3 months of probation? Such a punishment is virtually non-existent. Moreover, it is not even a direct incarceration, but rather a suspended sentence. It amounts to not serving time at all. Unfortunately, no one paid heed to Hattori Heiji's outburst. The judge cast a fleeting glance in his direction and, striking the gavel, declared, "The special witness has disrupted the court, having been warned multiple times in vain, and is thus being removed for contempt of court." Swiftly, the judicial officers stepped forward, disregarding Hattori Heiji's protests, and escorted him out into the corridor. In Japan, the public prosecution and judiciary are, strictly speaking, not entirely unified. They are marked by the power struggles characteristic of capitalist nations, rife with overt conflicts and covert skirmishes, with the powerful preying upon the weak. Despite Hattori Heiji's formidable police father, the court remained impervious to such familial influence. The law would proceed as it must. Once the trial concluded, the judge announced the adjournment. The judicial officers took away Tsukawaki Hiroshi, alongside the already incapacitated Kataguchi Renzo, who would soon be handed over to the Metropolitan Police Department, followed by the public prosecutor's office, which would pursue additional charges and render a verdict on their crimes. As the personnel began to disperse, the courtroom quickly fell into an eerie silence, leaving only Conan, staring vacantly, seated in the special witness stand. Why? He murmured, repeating those words as if they were a mantra. In that very moment, he appeared cloaked in a pallid hue, stripped of the former vigor that had characterized his pursuit of justice and the identification of culprits. All that remained were boundless despondency and lethargy. Was it regret for having misidentified the perpetrator? A familiar, sharp, and acerbic voice pierced his thoughts. The figure of Kumijima loomed before Conan, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he looked down upon him with an air of superiority. "Oh, I misspoke. It cannot be so, can it? How could a mere child like you ever experience regret? The notion of misidentifying a murderer or wrongfully accusing an innocent would never cross your mind. Would it?" Conan's body trembled, and he stiffly raised his head, his gaze lifeless as he stared blankly at Kumijima's face. "Have I truly erred?" was all that remained in his thoughts. No, your correctness matters not to me at all." Kumijima raised a finger, gently shaking it before Conan. With a grin, he leaned closer, whispering into Conan's ear, "In this case, you are a complete failure. I simply revel in witnessing your expression, akin to that of a lost dog. Aren't you the one who staunchly upholds your so-called justice? Don't you take pleasure in expounding your lofty principles before others? Conan-kun, persist a little longer in your impotence. Endure a bit more and then fail a little more." Ha 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 ha. The audacious Gumaman laughed heartily, taking a step back, distancing himself from Conan, before turning and exiting the courtroom. Conan uttered not a word. Like a forsaken statue, he gazed vacantly at Gumaman's retreating figure. He found himself at a loss for words, for, as Gumaman had articulated, he was an unequivocal failure in this case. Prior to the trial, Conan had contemplated various strategies to counter Gumiman's cunning tactics, to dismantle the potential ruses he might employ. However, to his astonishment, Gumiman refrained from resorting to any underhanded schemes. There were no tampered pieces of evidence, no coaxing of witnesses, nor any fallacious arguments. Throughout, Gumiman relied solely on straightforward maneuvers. Such maneuvers are akin to knowing there are pitfalls ahead, yet being compelled to leap into them without a means of evasion. Thus, he faltered. He succumbed. He was a complete loser. As he stepped out of the courtroom, Gumiman's eyes lit up upon spotting a familiar petite figure in the corridor. "Oh, did you not claim you would be sleeping in at the office and would not attend?" Gumiman greeted her with a smile. "How could I possibly miss such an intriguing trial? I observed every captivating performance you gave," along with Kudo's rather discomfited expression from the audience. Little AI raised an eyebrow, revealing a mischievous smile. "Did I not mention? I derive great pleasure from watching men brawl." Goman scrutinized Xiao AI for a moment, clicking his tongue in contemplation. "Who would have thought you harbored such a dark side?" "I never claimed to be a paragon of virtue," Xiao AI responded with a smile. Goman nodded thoughtfully. "So, what do you think of my performance?" "Frankly, it made me want to laugh," Xiao AI retorted sharply. "What do you mean by saying life is not a game? How could you utter such words when you are perpetually clinging to your games? I take issue with your remark. Can that Kudo even be classified as a game? Does it even compare with the games I play? Is he aware of the intricate dynamics between Link and Princess Zelda? Oh, you." The two walked side by side, their conversation fading into the distance. After concluding this case, Goman intended to meet Ueshue Nanaki once more. Firstly, to collect the remaining payment. Secondly, during their earlier meeting that morning, it seemed she had left a thought unexpressed, which piqued his curiosity. On the topic of reflections, seeing others share their thoughts, I shall contribute a few words myself. This book has genuinely surpassed my expectations, achieving remarkable success with merely 2 category recommendations, and yet it has reached Sanjiang. The editor mentioned that this book has a high reader retention rate. Initially, I thought he was pulling my leg, and I am immensely grateful for his support. To be candid, I started writing this book rather casually. My pen name reflects that. Summer Irkshu, just a haphazard attempt, wouldn't you agree? Certainly. Once the contract was signed, I began to take matters seriously, for it was evident that there would be charges incurred thereafter, and I could not maintain the same approach as before the agreement. The narrative style of the book has indeed undergone a notable transformation following the signing. The disparity between the initial case and the subsequent ones is quite apparent. Initially, I focused extensively on the protagonist's unique abilities, but as the story progressed, I devoted my energy to the intricacies of the plot and the development of the protagonist's character, leaving little room for the exploration of those abilities. Fortunately, I have observed from readers' comments that they are not particularly concerned with the depiction of these abilities, which has alleviated my worries. This book was contracted rather late, with nearly 40,000 words written before the agreement was finalized. The journey was fraught with challenges, including a report that compelled me to alter the earlier plot and revise the subsequent outline. Consequently, many of the themes I intended to convey became less pronounced. For instance, in the second case, the original premise involved a genuine murderer, with the protagonist employing no means other than detective work to destroy evidence and the police's excessive force to mount a legitimate defense for the innocent, thereby illustrating the principle of legal supremacy. After the modifications, the perpetrator was no longer the true culprit, which diluted the intended message. A lamentable outcome, as this case was the first I undertook post-contract and I approached it with great seriousness. However, I had no choice but to make these changes. I mourned this loss for an extended period and harbored resentment towards those who reported me, for they had marred my hard work, akin to damaging a cherished creation. Yet, not long thereafter, I came to terms with it, reassuring myself that I would produce even better work in the future. I am attentive to the reader's comments and closely observe the feedback on each chapter. I am well aware of the storylines that everyone wishes to see, so rest assured, I shall refrain from incorporating any elements that may be displeasing. Any suggestions from the readers that align with my writing vision will certainly be taken into consideration. I sincerely appreciate your support. The release is scheduled for the 1st of next month. Chapter 65. She committed no crime, For subjective and objective discrepancies, Shiinichi was sentenced to 3 months of detention, with a 3-month probation period. What, then, is probation? It is the suspension of the execution of a sentence. If the duration of probation coincides with the time served in detention, it effectively means one need not serve any additional time in prison. However, during the probationary period, the individual must not commit any further offenses. Should they be caught engaging in criminal activity again, the probation will be revoked, and they will face cumulative penalties for their transgressions. After leaving the courthouse, Gumimin proceeded to the detention center where Shiinichi had been held. Upon arrival, he found her just completing the necessary formalities and preparing to leave. Upon seeing Gumimin approach, she greeted him with a smile. "Thank you very much, Attorney Gumimin, for your defense. It is thanks to you that I can walk out of here with my head held high. Let us dispense with the pleasantries," Gumimin replied, waving his hand as he scrutinized her visage. "Miss Uesue, this murder case, was it not orchestrated by you?" Shiinichi blinked, her smile unwavering. "I do not comprehend your meaning, Mr. Attorney." "Do not feign ignorance," Gumimin retorted, shaking his head. "You were prepared to confess this morning. Now you deny it? Such behavior is rather unbecoming, my dear lady." "Well, indeed, it was all my design." Upon hearing Gumimin's assertion, Shiinichi chuckled lightly and ceased her pretense. She then candidly recounted the events. "In truth, the moment I first laid eyes on Tuewe Hiroshi aboard the boat to the deserted island, I knew he would soon take a life. Indeed," Nanatsuki Kashimizu remarked with an air of nonchalance. Her gaze lingered upon Takitsu Junya, noting the palpable trepidation, the palpable nervousness, and the subtle agitation, an ensemble of emotions often betrayed by those on the cusp of committing a heinous act. "Ah, your astuteness is indeed commendable," concurred Kamikado with a nod. While Kashimizu's assertion might have seemed far-fetched to some, Kamikado found himself receptive to her reasoning. In this world, seasoned detectives often possess an uncanny intuition for identifying perpetrators. He recalled the instance when he prosecuted Conan for inflicting a concussion upon an individual. A mere glance into the eyes of the true culprit had been sufficient for Conan to discern their culpability. "And thus you turned the tables on them," Kamikado surmised. "Your initial scheme involved orchestrating a murder, ensuring the isolation of everyone on the island. However, you foresaw the potential complications should external intervention lead to your rescue, thereby exposing you to the full weight of a premeditated murder charge. Consequently, you adapted your strategy on the fly. In the act of aggression, you deliberately tempered your force, merely rendering the victim unconscious. To facilitate a plausible alibi later on, you abstained from employing gloves or implements, intentionally leaving traces of your DNA and fingerprints upon the weapon. It was imperative for you to act preemptively, as you couldn't ascertain whether Kabuya Renzo and Suitate Hiroki would proceed with their scheme should you abandon your own. You suspected their plan might entail murder, with you conveniently positioned as the scapegoat. The entire sequence of events unfolded according to your machinations. Following your departure, Suitate Hiroki, as anticipated, discreetly trailed behind, infiltrating Takitsu Junya's chamber to deliver the coup de grâce. After leaving the island, you sought my defense. Are you certain that, after your scheme, I will mitigate your transgressions to the greatest extent possible? You have previously investigated me and deemed me a person willing to employ any means necessary to win a lawsuit. Am I correct, Miss Uesue? Kamegawa articulated each word, gazing into the eyes of Uesue Nanaki, who maintained a persistent smile. Upon hearing his words, she erupted into applause. You have encapsulated everything perfectly. You truly are Kamegawa, the esteemed lawyer. I did not misjudge your capabilities. Pausing briefly, she inquired, "So what will you do, Mr. Lawyer? Will you once again hand me over to the judicial authorities?" The girl licked her lips, her gaze fixed on Kamegawa's large eyes, her originally innocent visage transforming into something slightly bewitching in that moment. "Do you presume I am like Ms. Hiyori, a lawyer who cries out for justice and would betray her client for the sake of truth?" Kamegawa raised an eyebrow, scoffing. "You are my client, and my duty is to defend you, regardless of your actions or the nature of the truth. Those matters are of no concern to me." Uesue Nanaki scrutinized Kamegawa's face. "Is that so? It seems I have indeed chosen the right person." She smiled and continued, "Moreover, you have not committed any other offenses, have you?" Kamegawa replied with a smile, legally speaking, you have only committed the crime of attempted murder. Even if this was indeed your design, there is no way to incarcerate you. Isn't this considered a crime of omission? The act of ignoring someone in peril? Xiao Ai interjected. Gu Men glanced at her. Dora Ai Meng, it seems you still need to delve deeper into the intricacies of the law. A crime of omission can only be established when there exists a duty to assist and yet no action is taken. What relation does the deceased have to her? Is there any connection? Is he her long-lost father? Or her beloved husband? Without a duty to assist, it cannot be deemed a crime. However, she did incapacitate the deceased beforehand and failed to render aid, allowing the true perpetrator to take the deceased's life. Isn't this a case of prior action leading to inaction? Shouldn't it be classified as attempted murder with intent? Foolish one, your assertion that she allowed the deceased to be killed is flawed. Dora Ai Meng, how many times must I elucidate this for you to comprehend? Gu Men sighed, displaying an expression of exasperation. The act of incapacitating the deceased and the act of the true perpetrator killing him are, objectively, not causally linked. If the deceased merely remained unconscious, he would not be in any life-threatening situation. His subsequent murder falls into a different scenario and does not constitute prior action. Do you understand? One can only argue that she had such intent subjectively, but objectively, the death of the deceased has no correlation to her actions. In matters of omission, subjective and objective elements are not in harmony. Thus she can only be charged with attempted murder, you know? Fine then. Xiao Ai glanced at Gu Men with a slight grimace. It seems this fellow has thoroughly grasped the nuances of the law. If such a fellow were to truly embark on a path of crime, there would be no one capable of incarcerating him. The knowledge you lawyers possess is indeed intricate. Yushui Chichi, observing the conversation between the two, couldn't help but chuckle. I once harbored a dream of becoming a lawyer in my youth, but upon realizing the vast expanse of knowledge required, I felt overwhelmed and ultimately relinquished that aspiration. Not pursuing law, you possess remarkable talent as a detective as well, remarked Gu Meimen, turning to her with a meaningful gaze. In this entire affair, everyone has been deceived by you. I must concede, your methods are truly ingenious, even I was nearly fooled. Oh, when did you discover this? Yushui Chichi inquired with intrigue. In the courtroom, Gu Meimen replied. Your performance at that moment was so convincing that it captivated nearly everyone. A woman shedding tears so effortlessly must certainly raise suspicions. Thus, at that moment, I realized that all of this was orchestrated by you. In the realm of understanding human nature, Gu Meimen has never been bested by anyone. The instant his opponent exhibits even the slightest flaw, he will seize upon it like a serpent, delivering a fatal blow. Of course, this is contingent upon the opponent revealing a weakness. Indeed, it seems that in this world, women are the most formidable adversaries. Gu Meimen mused. The previous case involving Nishitani Miho was similar, as is this one. Women are undoubtedly the finest performers in this world. He paused for a moment. Enough of the small talk. I am indifferent to your condition. Gomen extended a hand toward Yushui Chichi. The remaining remuneration amounts to 5 million. He had come for this very purpose. However, Yushui Chichi merely glanced at him and shrugged. What does that mean? Gomen furrowed his brow. It means quite simply, I have no money, replied Yushui Chichi. No money. You dare to claim you are broke. Upon hearing this, Gomen's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to a cat that had just had its tail stepped on, leaping up in agitation. Hey, do you not recognize who is aiding you? Who extracted you from that prison? It was I. At this juncture, do you truly wish to renege on the agreement? Yushui Chichi shook his head. I am not attempting to evade my debts. I genuinely have no funds. Spare me the nonsense. Did you not receive 1 million last time? Last time is last time, Yushui Chichi blinked innocently. Subsequently, I expended the remaining 5 million in organizing the Detective Conan event, thus leaving me without funds. Blast it! Gomen nearly lunged forward to seize Yushui Chichi by the collar. If you are broke, then resort to working in a brothel. Go solicit on the streets. Become someone's mistress. In any case, do not think you can escape without paying today. Yushui Chichi glanced at him, then turned to the side to look at Xiao Ai. Is your brother always like this? Yes, he has always been this way, Xiao Ai nodded. This fellow is a hopeless miser. As Ueshichichi turned her face towards Kamikado, she took a deep breath and delicately gathered the strands of hair at the back of her head. Her elegant oval face transformed in that moment, revealing a captivating allure as her rosy lips parted slightly. Dear lawyer, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I found myself enamored. As long as you don't demand repayment, I would be willing to do anything for you. Get lost. Spare me your antics. However, in the face of the girl's overt seduction, Kamikado appeared utterly indifferent. He regarded the temptress before him with a look of disdain. You, a transgender individual with a fairy-like visage, before attempting to allure men, perhaps you should consider undergoing some enhancements? At the very least, elevate yourself to the standards of Takamine Aika. Ueshichichi's seductive gestures faltered abruptly. Takamine Aika? Who is that? Is she your girlfriend? Her expression turned to one of confusion as she glanced at Xiao AI. She is the protagonist from a romantic adventure game on a gaming console. Xiao AI sighed. Don't take it to heart, he is simply like that. Ueshichichi twitched her lips momentarily. After a long pause, she gazed at Kamikado and sighed deeply. You, my dear, are by far the most astonishing and formidable type of man I have ever encountered. It is you women who are misguided. If you believe that every problem can be resolved merely by shedding your trousers, then perhaps all men should consider transitioning. Kamikado retorted without reservation. What should I do? I have no money. You can't seriously expect me to resort to selling myself. Ueshiue Nanaki lamented, throwing her hands up in exasperation. Guman frowned, lost in contemplation for a moment. You could sue that little brat for compensation, he suggested. The boy named Conan exposed the recording of your voice in court. Did he not? You could use this to take legal action against him. But wasn't it your intention to deceive him at that time, to exert psychological pressure? Xiao AI interjected from the side. If I recall correctly, presenting evidence in court adheres to legal procedures and cannot be deemed unlawful. Who said it is not illegal? Guman countered. Presenting evidence is one matter, while infringing on someone's right to privacy is another. Legally, they are distinct issues, and one must not conflate the two. Strictly speaking, the courtroom is a public venue, with numerous journalists in the audience. If Conan recorded someone's voice without permission and played it in a public setting, it constitutes a violation of privacy under civil law. By your reasoning, all witnesses presenting recorded evidence in court would be committing illegal acts and infringing upon others' privacy rights. Then, no. It depends on the extent of the infringement, Guman clarified, revealing a classic, somewhat enigmatic smile. He then turned to the bewildered Ueshiue Nanaki, who seemed entirely lost in the legal jargon. Miss Ueshiue, your assistance is required here. Should you be willing to sacrifice a small measure regarding the purity of young women? It matters not. Umezuki Shiki shrugged. The innocence of young girls, such notions had long been discarded, lost to the unknown after my high school graduation. Gumiman raised an eyebrow. You truly embody a certain aspect of the modern woman. Likewise, subsequently, Gumiman and Umezuki Shiki engaged in a discourse regarding civil litigation. As for the soon-to-be defendant Conan, who cares? The law is sufficiently lenient, bestowing certain rights upon minors. If further leniency is granted to these unruly children, the very existence of the law would render itself a farce. As twilight descended, the cityscape transformed. Skyscrapers illuminated one by one. Within Tokyo, myriad lights flickered to life. Neon signs glimmered, creating an atmosphere as bright and bustling as day. Conan walked alone down the street, his head bowed, lost in thought. In the distance, another street over, Ran Muri anxiously searched for him, seeking this wayward child who had yet to return home. Conan remained oblivious. His world was tranquil, untouched by the city's clamor, indifferent to the vibrant chaos, and detached from the worries of family and friends. Nothing pertained to him. In his mind, only the resonant words of Gumiman during their confrontation echoed, like the tolling of a bell. Am I truly in the wrong? He repeated to himself. He walked as if a mere specter. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself standing before a telephone booth. He took out a coin and slipped it in. This action was instinctive for Conan. He subconsciously yearned for someone to confide in, to articulate the torment within his heart. However, as he lifted the phone to dial a number, A sudden realization struck him. Who could he call? Who was there to whom he could reach out? Hattori Heiji? They shared a good rapport, yet he was from Osaka, and their encounters had been few and far between. Moreover, given the events of today, he likely had no respite. His family would not easily forgive him, and they were probably delivering a severe reprimand at that very moment. Kudo Yusaku? Kudo Yukiko? His parents spent most of their time abroad, their long-distance relationship creating a chasm between them. What could he possibly say to them? Or perhaps he could call Mori Ran using Kudo's voice. Yet she would not comprehend his feelings. After much contemplation, Conan came to a disheartening realization. He, of all people, had no one to whom he could reach out for solace. After a prolonged silence, Conan quietly extended his hand and dialed a series of numbers. After a series of beeps, a robust and amiable voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, this is Officer Magyar. How may I assist you?" Indeed, after much deliberation, the only person he felt he could call was a police officer, someone he frequently encountered at crime scenes, with whom he had no personal connection, yet shared a significant intersection in their lives. "Officer Magyar, this is Kudo Shinichi." "Oh, it's Kudo, my young friend. What brings you to call at such a late hour?" "It's nothing serious. I just wanted to have a chat." "Ah, Kudo, your voice sounds rather somber. Has something happened recently?" "Well," Conan lowered his head. I'm merely positing, if I were to encounter a case and, after considerable deduction, identified the perpetrator with absolute certainty, only to ultimately discover that the true culprit was someone entirely different." "I see." Magyar seemed to comprehend. "Kudo, a few failures do not define you." He offered a comforting smile. "In the past, you have frequently aided us in solving cases. Your contributions have significantly enhanced our success rate. You are hailed as the savior of the Metropolitan Police Department. So cheer up and strive again next time." The savior of the Metropolitan Police Department. Upon hearing this phrase, Conan's small frame trembled slightly. He lifted his downcast head just a fraction. Indeed, he was the savior of the Metropolitan Police. This title once shimmered with prestige and honor. Yet now, did he truly deserve such a designation? Conan once again lowered his head. The words of Kagoro Mori from earlier echoed in his mind, swirling and intertwining. If I am merely approaching this as a game while assisting the police, then what does that make me? Magyar smiled gently. Regardless of your motives, whether it be for amusement, genuine intent, or simply the youthful desire for recognition, it matters not. What truly matters is the outcome, not the process. Brother Kudo, in the past, you have indeed assisted the police in unraveling numerous cases, confronting perpetrators who were exceedingly cunning, some even fabricating elaborate deceptions to obscure the truth and implicate the innocent. Your presence has aided those wronged individuals in clearing their names, and your unwavering pursuit of justice and truth has deeply moved all the officers, evoking admiration. Therefore, I implore you to persist in this endeavor, regardless of the challenges you may face. Confront them with courage. Always remain steadfast in your commitment to justice and truth. Officer Muro's heartfelt words prompted Conan to lift his head once more. What truly matters is the outcome, not the process. He murmured to himself. In that moment, the light that had flickered in his eyes reignited. He finally comprehended the root of the discord between himself and Gomen. Indeed, he bore no fault whatsoever. What he has relentlessly sought is pure outcome, pure justice, and pure truth. It is certainly not some inexplicable courtroom procedure. The error lies with Gomen. Officer Muro, I am grateful for your guidance. A self-assured smile graced Conan's face. You are correct. A mistake here or there does not signify anything significant. It merely reflects my current limitations. I shall strive to enhance my deductive abilities, advancing in pursuit of the truth and justice I hold dear. After hanging up the phone, Conan raised his head, standing tall as he made his way toward the Mori Detective Agency. Reflecting on the recent incident, Conan contemplated the lessons learned. Perhaps, in addition to honing his deductive skills, he should also enhance his knowledge of contemporary criminal investigation techniques. It might be prudent to reach out to his estranged father, whom he had not seen in many years, and perhaps undergo training in Hawaii. More than 3 days had passed since the courtroom debacle involving Detective Kaito. During this time, the media landscape had erupted in a frenzy. Headlines blared. Astonishing scandal. The police chief's son testifies falsely? Osaka's reputation shattered again. Police chief's son ejected from court. Detective wrongfully accuses innocent, almost causes a miscarriage of justice. Is there a need to abolish the detective's position in court? High school detective becomes a subject of ridicule. Major newspapers and news websites echoed similar sentiments. Public outcry was fervent, with widespread condemnation and emotional expressions. High school students should focus on their studies, not play detective, they exclaimed. Look at that girl. She is so pitiable, crying like that. Clearly wronged, the children of officials were seen as abusing their privileges. Remove their fathers from office. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police and the prosecutor's office found themselves overwhelmed, inundated with countless complaints from the public. Despite employing some official public relations efforts, the outcry only intensified, proving impossible to quell. At the Kumamoto law firm, the situation has escalated considerably. Xiao Ai lay languidly on the sofa, her slender legs together like a salted fish, engrossed in her smartphone. What shall we do? This matter has reached the upper echelons of the Japanese police. She turned her head to glance at her boss, Kumamoto, who sat in his chair, revealing a smirk of schadenfreude. What is there to do? Just carry on as usual. Kumamoto, as ever, was absorbed in his Nintendo console, diligently playing The Legend of Zelda. In just a few days, he had unlocked the entire map and completed the Dragon's Tears memories, a feat that would astound any gamer. You, my dear. Xiao Ai sighed as she observed his intense focus on the game. What I mean is, aren't you afraid of the higher-ups coming after you? Coming after me? How so? Kumamoto raised an eyebrow. Everything I do is above board. Who could possibly find fault with me? Unless they assign someone to surveil me day and night. But the consequence of that would merely result in me sending a few more legal letters to them. After a brief pause, he raised a finger and gently shook it. Moreover, this is Japan, not some other countries. If someone were to come after me, there would undoubtedly be those who would protect me, understand? All right then. Xiao Ai pouted. Indeed, this is the nature of Japan's national conditions. The roots are so thoroughly decayed, with worms incessantly gnawing from within. Most alarmingly, these worms will even turn on each other to extract more sustenance. You are rather unremarkable, boasting so grandly, yet in the end you may still rely on others. Xiao Ai never misses an opportunity to mock Gu Meimen. What does it matter? Life is challenging enough, and merely surviving is no easy feat. Thus, one should pursue whatever brings comfort. Gu Meimen nonchalantly waved his hand, unfazed. Chapter 68. I believe you require an employee akin to a detective. How magnanimous of you, came the cheerful voice of a girl from the sofa opposite Xiao Ai. Gu Meimen turned to glance at her. Of course, not as magnanimous as you. A woman who orchestrated a vengeful murder, eliminating an enemy and imprisoning 2 others, yet sits here as though nothing has transpired. Did you not say earlier that I have not committed a crime? Yushui Kyuki chuckled softly, retrieving a box of cheesecake from a nearby plastic bag. She opened the box, revealing a cake that was a delightful blend of yellow and white, exuding a tantalizing aroma. I bought this from the new cake shop across the street. Would you care to try some? Pass. Gu Meimen waved his hand dismissively without a moment's thought. I never consume offerings from others so carelessly. Who knows what might be concealed within, perhaps something as nefarious as cyanide? What nonsense! Do you truly believe I would harm you? Yushui Kyuki smiled slightly. You are my defense attorney, after all, and you will need to assist me in litigating against that little brat. Gu Meimen smirked. Whether you would harm me is uncertain, especially given your remarkably low favorability. Favorability? What on earth is that? Perhaps he had confused the realms of gaming with reality. Xiao Ai rolled her eyes nearby. This was his nature, an inept recluse who could not distinguish between games and the real world. Gu Meimen shrugged his shoulders. He certainly could not disclose to these 2 women that he had the ability to perceive others' affections. As for Uesue Nanaki, her approval ratings were notably high, yet her affection levels were quite dismal, lingering in negativity. Previously, they had been in the negative, and astonishingly, they remained there. Gu Meimen could not be bothered to ponder the reasons behind this. Perhaps it was simply Ueshue's nature. A woman who could so easily speak of a girl's purity, and then abandon such sentiments after graduating high school, could hardly be expected to harbor any fondness for men. Regardless, Gu Meimen would certainly maintain a safe distance from individuals with low affection levels, exercising caution at all times. After a while, having saved his game progress, Gu Meimen set down his console and began to discuss more serious matters. Miss Yueshue, have you completed the tasks I assigned to you? They are essential for our upcoming legal proceedings. Rest assured, I have accomplished them, Yueshue Nanaki replied, nodding. The public opinion surrounding my affairs is rather intense. She paused momentarily. However, with this situation, I fear my previous work as a private investigator may no longer be viable. Clients are unlikely to seek my services thereafter. You were already ineligible to continue, as you now have a criminal record, Gu Meimen remarked. In this world, detectives belong to mainstream professions. However, to become a legitimate investigator, as opposed to a mere high school detective, one must adhere to certain stringent protocols. Detectives exist within the bounds of the law and possess specific legal powers bestowed upon them. For instance, the detective's most common task is to investigate infidelities, which involves surveillance and capturing photographs. If an ordinary person were to undertake such actions, they would be infringing upon privacy rights. However, detectives are exempt from such constraints. Upon completion of the necessary procedures, law enforcement agencies grant a detective's license. This credential serves numerous purposes, the most significant of which is to act as a permit for entering crime scenes. Without this license, any unauthorized interference at a scene constitutes a violation, much like the blatant misconduct exhibited by characters such as Shinichi Kudo. In this realm, obtaining and maintaining a valid license necessitates a strict adherence to legality. Consider this. If one were to commit murder, how could they possibly retain the right to assist the police in solving crimes? The case of Nanatsuki Yueshue exemplifies this. Although she faced merely 3 months of detention, suspended and without imprisonment, she nonetheless stands accused of attempted murder. Strictly speaking, her detective's license has been rendered invalid, relegating her to trivial tasks such as searching for lost pets. The typical work of infidelity investigations, which requires surveillance and photography, is beyond her reach, as such activities demand a valid license. Without it, one would be violating civil law and facing inevitable defeat in any legal proceedings. Therefore, I am unable to practice as a detective now. Can it be said that you are the cause of my predicament? Nanatsuki Yueshue cast a sidelong glance at Gumimin, her expression a blend of skepticism and reproach. If you could successfully defend me and secure my acquittal, I would not be burdened with the anxiety and troubles of unemployment. Ultimately, is it not a reflection of your own inadequacy? Cease your histrionics. The ludicrous scheme you concocted would, in the eyes of divine judgment, be deemed nothing short of aggravated assault or attempted homicide, retorted Guraiman, arching a brow with disdain. You ought to express gratitude, for had another advocate taken up your cause, you would languish within the confines of incarceration, devoid of any prospect of reprieve. Considering this, would it not be prudent to augment my remuneration twofold? You aspire to further recompense? Then you must first prevail in the forthcoming legal contest, Mizuki Nanatsuki declared, pausing momentarily before inquiring. What quantum of damages do you surmise we can extract from the opposing party? Guraiman deliberated briefly before responding. 5 million, perhaps. Mizuki Nanatsuki furrowed her brow slightly, evincing dissatisfaction. So meager? Indeed. What sum did you envision? Such an amount is already substantial. In pursuing civil litigation to exact monetary compensation from the opposing faction, one cannot simply propose an arbitrary sum and expect it to be duly remitted. The extent of the damages must correspond to the degree of harm sustained by the aggrieved party. For instance, in the case of Nishitani Miho, although she was merely subjected to stalking, the perpetrator harbored intentions of forcible violation and homicide, and even propelled her down a flight of stairs, thereby inflicting profound detriment upon her life and mental well-being. In such circumstances, one may boldly demand a considerable sum. The impending legal matter in which Mizuki Nanatsuki is embroiled is, at best, a matter of emotional distress. Procuring such compensation would be an estimable outcome. Does this not imply that, after compensating you, I shall be left with naught? That is beyond my purview. You are at liberty to depart wherever your inclinations dictate. Yueshue Chichi's countenance was a tapestry of conflicting emotions, as if she were mulling over some indecision. After a moment's pause, she lifted her head. I wonder, does your esteemed company have an inclination to hire a diligent and conscientious new employee? The girl fluttered her large, expressive eyes, smiling brightly. Huh? Gu Meimen scrutinized her for a moment. I apologize, but we are not in the business of running an establishment of ill repute. Even if we were, your caliber would undoubtedly place you at the very bottom. My intention is to offer my services as your assistant, she clarified. I already have an assistant, Gu Meimen replied, gesturing towards the diligent and earnest sister at his side, who, incidentally, works without remuneration. The aforementioned assistant shot him a disapproving glance. Is that so? However, I believe that might not suffice, Yueshue Chichi remarked, glancing at the assistant. After a brief pause, she continued, I believe you would benefit from having an employee akin to a detective, one who could assist you in gathering intelligence. Chapter 69. She will not betray me in the manner you suggest, for that is against her beliefs. Upon hearing this, Gu Meimen propped his chin on his hand and scrutinized her intently. A playful expression soon graced his features. Do tell, what specific talents do you possess? Merely crying does not qualify. I have no need for the inept. So, how about makeup? Or perhaps disguise? With a smile, Yueshue Chichi retrieved a wig from her bag. Turning her back, she busied herself for a moment. When she finally faced him again, the girl had transformed entirely. Her long chestnut hair was fashioned into a lively ponytail, and her oval face radiated innocence, adorned with a cherubic smile. Is that Yoshiko Kano? Beside her, Xiao Ai's ice-blue eyes widened in astonishment. To call it a disguise was an understatement. It was as if she had become an entirely different person. Next, Yueshue Chichi produced another wig and, without any fuss, swiftly altered her appearance with a few strokes on her face. In an instant, she had morphed into yet another distinct persona. My Karaki? Xiao Ai gasped, genuinely taken aback. Typically calm and unflappable, she was now utterly astonished by the rapid transformation into two utterly different styles. Such an ability was indeed formidable, reminding her of tales from her days in the organization, where she had heard of someone possessing similar skills. How do you like it? Yueshue Chichi asked with a triumphant wink, twirling gracefully. The voices were strikingly similar, almost indistinguishable from those of the two popular idols on television. However, there was a significant gap. Gumaman cast a downward glance at Yoko Noyama and Mai Kuraki, noting that they did not resemble men in any way. Umezuki Nanaki hesitated momentarily, then retorted with irritation. What do you mean? I simply haven't developed yet. The 20, you still haven't developed, have you? At your age, even excessive consumption of papaya milk would be futile. Umezuki Nanaki rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. She had spent some time with Gumaman and had certainly experienced his sharp tongue on numerous occasions. After a brief pause, she shook her head and looked at Gumaman, saying, So, do I qualify to join your company now? Her tone was laced with confidence, for her unique abilities were indeed rare. In this world, aside from a few exceptional talents like Kaito Kuroba or the long-past Yuki Fujimine, she had not heard of many possessing such extraordinary disguise skills. However, Gumaman's next statement shattered her hopes. I apologize, but this is a law firm, and we only hire professionals related to legal affairs, he said with a smile. Thus, Miss Umezuki, I must ask you to leave. Taken aback, Umezuki Nanaki stared intently into Gumaman's eyes. Seeing his serious expression, disappointment washed over her. Never mind, she sighed, shaking her head as she rose from the sofa, grabbing her bag and preparing to depart. Since Kamikado is not hiring, she will have to devise her own solutions for future employment. However, just as Yueshue Nanaki opened the door and was about to exit the office, a voice from behind interrupted her. Miss Yueshue, although you may not become an employee of our firm, should any collaborative opportunities arise in the future, I shall be sure to reach out to you first. I will require your assistance then. Yueshue Nanaki raised an eyebrow and turned around. Kamikado was gazing at her with a profound expression. The two locked eyes for a moment. I understand your intentions. Yueshue Nanaki smiled before departing the office. Once she had left, Xiao Ai turned her head, puzzled. Why complicate matters? Given the skills she just demonstrated, wouldn't she be quite valuable to someone like you? Rather than seeking her help later, wouldn't it be more convenient to hire her directly? Indeed, you raise a valid point, Kamikado nodded. Just as Uesue Nanaki had articulated, he currently requires an assistant akin to a detective. Although Xiao AI, as an assistant, could temporarily handle tasks involving information gathering, she is not particularly adept in that domain. After all, her primary responsibilities involve online hacking, acquiring digital intelligence, and organizing documents. Engaging in physical tasks like surveillance is rather awkward, especially since she is still a child and cannot consistently manage such demanding work. In contrast, Uesue Nanaki possesses formidable skills. Her ability to disguise herself serves not only as a means for detective work and surveillance, but also allows her to adopt various identities to extract intelligence. Akin to the traditional Japanese profession of a ninja, a lawyer like Kumamoto, who constantly navigates the murky waters of legality, often resorts to certain dubious methods, making the presence of such a ninja-like talent particularly indispensable. This woman possesses formidable skills, and I must admit, I hold her in high regard. Yet, Kumamoto acknowledges this while simultaneously shaking his head. However, as I have mentioned before, her level of affection towards me is rather low. I could never allow a ticking time bomb to linger by my side. The thought of being confined in the same office daily, anxiously contemplating whether she might attempt to harm me, is a burden no one could endure for long. So what exactly do you mean by level of affection? Xiao AI responded, somewhat at a loss for words. It simply means a level of regard. You need not comprehend or dwell upon it, Kumamoto replied casually. What matters is that I cannot place my complete trust in her. I see. Xiao AI nodded, likely grasping Kumamoto's sentiment. He cannot entirely trust Uesue Nanaki, which is why she has not been brought into the firm. Nevertheless, he appreciates her capabilities, which is why he chose to leave a glimmer of hope for a collaborative relationship in the future. If you do not trust her, are you not concerned that one day she might betray you or provide you with misleading information? No, that is unlikely, for she holds me in very high esteem, Kumamoto replied, extending a finger and gently shaking it. In the realm of psychology, identification refers to the individual's alignment with those who possess a higher status or greater achievements in certain aspects. The deeper waters within my heart recognize me, as she perceives a resemblance between her conduct and mine, believing us to belong to the same category of individuals. This engenders a sense of fulfillment derived from seeking validation from one's peers, embodying the quintessential admiration for the strong. Although I must concede that this woman possesses a certain cunning, as long as I continue to act in this manner, she will not betray me in the way you suggested, for such behavior aligns with her own philosophy of engagement with the world. Unless, of course, a day arrives when I transform into a character akin to those foolish heroines of morning dramas, naively proclaiming empty rhetoric in the name of justice. Little AI curled her lip, casting a glance at the earnest expression of Gu Meimen. To be candid, she found herself utterly perplexed by Gu Meimen's notions of favorability and identification. However, given the earnestness with which he articulated his thoughts, she deemed it prudent to acquiesce to his perspective. After all, Gu Meimen had never faltered in his ability to perceive the intricacies of human emotions, a trait that stood as both his greatest strength and pride. Chapter 70. Cease your worrying over that incorrigible childhood friend whose whereabouts are unknown. Time flies swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the day of the civil litigation concerning Uesue Chiju has arrived. Early in the morning, Gu Meimen meticulously organized the necessary documents before setting off for the corresponding summary court. After a series of twists and turns, he soon arrived at the courthouse entrance. Upon entering the hall, he spotted the defendant, Mori Kagoro, vehemently berating Conan from a distance. You troublesome brat. You've once again landed me in such a predicament. A primary school student should devote himself to his studies, rather than squander his time playing detective games. Do you aspire to be like Kudo Shinichi, that worthless prodigal? Mori Kagoro was utterly incensed and thoroughly distressed. Just the other day he had visited the racetrack where, against all odds, he struck a fortune, winning a staggering 1 to 2 million yen. Elated, he had purchased a copious amount of beer, eager to indulge in a celebratory drink upon returning home. However, to his dismay, upon entering his abode, he was met with a document laid upon the table, dousing his exuberance like a bucket of cold water. It was a lawyer's letter penned by Gu Meimen. That insufferable lawyer had once again dragged him to court. and the party initiating the lawsuit was none other than Conan. Now, it seemed he would be forced to part with a significant sum of money yet again. The mere thought of it ignited a fresh wave of fury within Mori Kagoro. "You insolent brat! Do you have any idea how much I am going to lose because of you?" he exclaimed, lifting Conan by the back of his collar as if he were a mere kitten, and unleashed a torrent of indignation upon him. "Stop pulling, uncle! I realize my mistake." Conan flailed his arms and legs, adopting a child's voice to feign remorse. Yet he murmured quietly, "Is it just a few million? You're being rather petty, uncle." "What did you say?" "And nothing." "All right, Dad. Conan understands his mistake. Please forgive him." Maoli Ran stepped forward, tugging at Maoli Kagoro's arm, pleading on Conan's behalf. "Don't persuade me, Ran. Today, I intend to teach him a proper lesson." Maoli Kagoro rolled up his sleeves in anger. "Listen to what he just said. Is it just a few million? Does this child comprehend the significance of such a sum?" "Well said." As the group continued their heated exchange, a familiar voice resonated from behind. Accompanied by a round of applause, the familiar face of Kume appeared, wearing his characteristic smile. "When dealing with a little brat who belittles the value of money, a firm hand is necessary," Kume exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Mr. Kagoro, I wholeheartedly support you. Teach him a good lesson, perhaps even banish him from home, so he may experience the harsh reality of hunger on the streets. Only then might he grasp the true importance of money in our lives." Maoli Kagoro halted, furrowing his brow at the man before him. "Lawyer Kume, I fail to understand why you insist on opposing us. Conan is merely a child. No matter how unreasonable or troublesome he may be, there seems to be little justification for perpetually dragging him into court. Does there?" No, Mr. Kagoro Mori, you are mistaken," Kume stated with a smile. "In the eyes of the law, there exists no distinction between children and adults. Any individual apprehended and made a defendant is treated with equal impartiality." Mori Kagoro retorted angrily, "You scoundrel, haven't you once?" "What was that?" Kume interjected. "I am a reputable lawyer. Do not slander me, Mr. Mori." Infuriating, Mori Kagoro clenched his teeth. Truth be told, he yearned to step forward and deliver a suplex to that insufferable man. Yet reason admonished him against such actions. Otherwise, this legal battle would only give rise to another. Alas, why have I not encountered the esteemed attorney Hayuri? Kume's irritating voice echoed once more. He glanced around, feigning surprise. "As your beloved, shouldn't she be the first to emerge when you find yourself in trouble, cleaving through thorns to pave the way for you? She did not show up last time. Is she absent again today?" Mori Kagoro suppressed his fury and replied tersely, "Hayuri has matters to attend to. She cannot come today." "Is that so? Might there be another reason?" Kume's expression of feigned astonishment deepened. A smirk then crept across his lips. "Perhaps she wishes to maintain her unblemished record of victories in this case. Knowing well that this was a battle destined for defeat, she relinquished her desire to protect her family in order to preserve her own reputation, retreating into." Before she could finish her thought, a gust of wind swept past her. Gumaman instinctively tilted his head, narrowly avoiding a straight punch delivered by Morlin. "You scoundrel, do not dare slander my mother," Morlin exclaimed, her anger palpable, her hair standing on end like a fierce demoness ready to strike. Typically a gentle girl, such fury was rare for her, yet since encountering Gumaman, she found it increasingly difficult to restrain her emotions. Yes, this was the very stance. Gumaman sidestepped, raising an eyebrow as he regarded her. "Maintain that posture. Throw your punches as you wish, act as you desire. Cease fretting over your childhood friend, who is likely lost in his own affairs." Morlin hesitated, indignantly retorting, "I will not allow you to speak of Shinichi in such a manner. He is not fooling around. He told me he is entangled in troubling cases." "Oh, he said that to you and you believed him? So you remain here, foolishly waiting for him? You are speaking nonsense," Morlin exclaimed, her temper flaring as she nearly lunged forward again. "Very well, believe what you wish. Consider my words mere nonsense." Gumaman cast a sidelong glance, bending slightly as he smiled at Conan, who was wedged between Morlin and Kagoro Mori. At that moment, Conan had reverted to his former demeanor, gazing coldly at Gumaman. silent yet resolute. You truly embody the quintessential protagonist of a Japanese anime, a self-proclaimed indomitable cockroach that refuses to perish no matter the onslaught. Gu Meimen chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Conan's hair. Conan defiantly turned his head away, stubbornly refusing to meet his gaze. It's quite all right. You may continue on this path, Gu Meimen whispered conspiratorially into Conan's ear. Disregard those around you, regardless of their concern or worry for you, as they strive for your so-called justice and truth. I am curious to see how much wealth your family possesses to compensate, and how many individuals will be affected by your reckless actions. Therefore, break the law a little more, become a defendant a little more, and let those who care for you care even more. Gu Meimen laughed heartily as he departed the hall, making his way toward the judge's chamber. Conan clenched his fists, his gaze fixed resolutely on Gu Meimen's retreating figure. He would never acknowledge this individual, no matter what he said. Absolutely not. As for my thoughts upon this release, I have already expressed quite a bit in the previous remarks. I am but a humble individual who has previously dabbled in writing without achieving such commendable success. This book represents my resurgence. Thus, I shall approach it with utmost seriousness. The release is scheduled for approximately 12:05 a.m., and I will initially publish 2 chapters. Do not be surprised by the limited number of chapters. These are the fruits of my recent labor. Subsequently, during the daytime, I will update with 2 to 3 additional chapters, resulting in a total of 8,000 to 10,000 words. While it may seem that I have few comparisons to others, I truly find myself at a loss, particularly after a wave of reports that has deeply affected me. Initially, I had several chapters prepared, but they have since become obsolete. This book has achieved a commendable level of success, yet the writing process has proven to be quite challenging. Crafting character development, plot lines, relevant knowledge, and interspersing elements of humor requires considerable mental effort, especially since this genre is relatively uncharted territory. My aspirations for this work, as well as for myself, are clear: to maintain stability and avoid collapse. Regarding updates and additional chapters, I will continue to release 2 chapters daily, with an extra chapter added for every 10,000 in tips. My maximum output in a day is 6,000 words. Exceeding that could lead to a breakdown, a common plight among online writers. I prioritize the quality of the narrative over the frequency of updates. I kindly ask readers to refrain from tipping for the position of leader, as I may not be able to keep up with the demands. However, the role of leader is indeed a rare opportunity. In a light-hearted manner, I seek initial subscriptions and express my gratitude for all the support. Upon leaving the hall and walking down the corridor to the judging room, my companion, Xiao AI, recalled a previous incident and couldn't help but comment. The last time I evaluated you, I would have stomped on an ant I encountered by the roadside, perhaps even misjudged it. Gu Meimen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, how so? You should have not only stepped on the ant, but also left its carcass in the sunlight to dry, subsequently tossing it to a mantis or grasshopper lurking in the grass, and finally, feeding what the mantis excreted back to the ant's kin. Such vivid imagery is indeed flattering. Engaging in such a relentless pursuit of Kudo's mindset, do you not fear that he might, in desperation, summon his parents to confront you? Gu Meimen cast a sidelong glance at her. What, are you feeling compassion? Not at all. Xiao AI shook her head, a slight smile playing at the corners of her lips, revealing her uniquely devilish grin. Rather, one should intensify the pressure. Gu Meimen regarded her with a smile in his eyes. You truly show no mercy. Was he not once your beloved? Beloved? Do not speak nonsense. Xiao AI rolled her eyes. I merely know Kudo. My sole concern has always been for Xiao Lan. After all, she has been perpetually entangled with that self-absorbed reasoning fanatic. Oh, a cheerleader? Go away. I cannot expect to hear anything commendable from your lips. Unrequited love. Thus you wish for me to dismantle the presence he holds beside Xiao Lan. You perverted fiend. Utter another word, and I shall bite you. Old hag, if you dare. Come at me. Hell, come on. I was merely jesting. As Gu Meimen entered the judge's chamber, his suit had become disheveled, adorned with marks from where Xiao AI had grasped and nibbled at him. He hurriedly straightened his attire, casting an irritated glance at Xiao AI, who was seated in the audience, rolling her eyes incessantly at him. This woman truly must have been a dog in her past life. No, she must have been an actual dog. Shortly thereafter, the room filled gradually with individuals. The plaintiff, the defendant's lawyer, the judge, and others, all arriving in the judge's chamber. With a subtle upturn of his lips, Kamaiman cast his gaze upon the judge's seat, where a woman, poised on the precipice of menopause, presided. The legal profession, being a domain of the humanities, often sees women in its ranks, particularly with the increasing prominence of women in society, fueling the call for female judges, prosecutors, and lawyers. Let the trial commence. The judge declared, her gavel striking with emphatic force. This hearing shall be adjudicated in accordance with the Japanese Civil Code. Counsel for the plaintiff, present your claim. The resounding strike of the gavel betrayed a certain emotional volatility, perhaps influenced by physiological factors. This confluence of gender and heightened emotion presented a distinct advantage, a victory all but assured. Having completed his assessment, Kamaiman cleared his throat and rose to his feet. I am Kamaiman Kensuke, attorney at law, and I represent the plaintiff, Miss Kasamizu Nanatsuki, in this matter. The facts of the case are as follows. First, during the Detective Conan incident a month prior, my client, Miss Kasamizu, invited several detectives to an uninhabited island. During this time, the defendant, Edagawa Conan, without Miss Kasamizu's consent, surreptitiously recorded their conversations. Second, during the Detective Conan trial half a month ago, Edagawa Conan presented and disseminated these recordings in court, which were subsequently circulated by various news outlets. The content of these recordings infringed upon Miss Kasamizu's privacy and caused her significant psychological distress. In summary, the actions of Edagawa Conan have infringed upon the privacy rights of our client. Our litigation requests are as follows. First, the defendant Edagawa Conan's guardian, Kagoro Mori, is required to compensate our client with 5 million yen as damages for emotional distress, and to issue an apology. Second, the costs of this court proceeding shall be borne entirely by the defendant Kagoro Mori. This concludes our statement. We respectfully ask the presiding judge to rule in accordance with the law. Kumamura articulated his case with remarkable clarity, delivering each word of the lawsuit with precision. During this time, he stole a glance at the female judge on the bench. Even before the trial had truly commenced, upon hearing the phrase infringement of privacy rights, a flicker of sympathy and indignation crossed her face. Ah, the advantage of gender. How could the opposition contend with him? The plaintiff has completed their statement. Now, we invite the defendant and their representative to express their views. The judge, suppressing her emotions, rapped her gavel firmly. Kagoro Mori's attorney, a woman he had previously encountered, stood up. Ritsuko Yujui, a close associate of Eri Kasaki. On both occasions, Eri Kasaki had been absent, leaving her to represent their family in court. The opposing counsel appeared conflicted, likely aware of the daunting challenge they faced in securing a victory, especially against a formidable opponent like Kumamura. Yet, she steeled herself and rose to her feet. I object. I contest the facts of the plaintiff's statement. She began to articulate. The actions of our client are entirely in accordance with legal procedures. Firstly, at the time of the recording, there were 3 to 5 individuals present in the vicinity, which strictly qualifies as a public setting. Secondly, my client presented evidence in court, and the procedure adhered to judicial protocol, rendering any claims of privacy infringement unfounded. Upon hearing this, the ever-vocal Kagoro Mori immediately interjected, exclaiming, "Indeed, we are innocent. It was merely a recording. The notion of privacy infringement is a gross exaggeration by the opposing party, and there should be no compensation whatsoever. What a farce, demanding 5 million. Do they comprehend the significance of 5 million? In the realm of Crayon Shinchan, the average salary of a salaryman, Hiroshi no Era, is merely 300,000. While Japan is a developed nation, the income of most ordinary citizens barely reaches this figure. Nevertheless, the presiding judge remained unfazed by Kagoro Mori's outburst. Upon hearing his loud protestations, she merely rapped her gavel with an impassive expression. Defendant, please maintain silence. Otherwise, you shall be charged with disrupting judicial order. How infuriating! Kagoro Mori begrudgingly took his seat. Even someone as oblivious as he could discern that the judge evidently favored the plaintiff. Yet, he found himself powerless. The summary court exclusively adjudicates civil cases and does not even appoint jurors, leaving the decision solely in the hands of the presiding judge. Please allow the plaintiff's representative to express their views. After the judge had reprimanded Mori Kagoro, she turned her gaze toward Kume, her expression softening as she looked at the tearful and distressed Weijui Nanaki beside him, who was feigning her emotional turmoil. Objection. Kume immediately joined in, displaying a facade of sorrow and indignation. Listen to the words uttered by the defendant. Are these the remarks a respectable man should direct towards a woman? What does he mean by it was merely a recording? Do you comprehend the psychological harm this behavior has inflicted upon my client, a pitiable girl? End of the chapter. Kume's brief remarks, repeatedly emphasizing male and female, resonated deeply with the female judge on the bench. She couldn't help but recall her own husband, who, after long nights of socializing, would return home only to collapse into bed, dismissing her lovingly prepared meals as unpalatable and neglecting to take her and their children out during weekends. Even more egregious was his failure to contribute to household duties, all while incessantly proclaiming, "You women ought to behave this way." As she lamented, the female judge rapped her gavel. Objection sustained. The defendant must speak reasonably, respect women. Moreover, her gaze toward Mori Kagoro now bore a hint of disdain for the stereotypical male. Mori Kagoro. Witnessing the dire turn of events, Weijui Ritsuko promptly rose to her feet. The opposing party claims an infringement of privacy rights. Please provide factual evidence. Just as Mori Kagoro articulated, if a mere recording could determine a violation of privacy rights, then virtually everyone in the world would be guilty of such an infringement. Factual evidence? A subtle smile graced the corner of Gumaman's mouth. Before he could launch a proactive assault, the opposing party inadvertently fell into the trap. Gumaman picked up several pre-cut newspapers from the table and displayed them for all present in the courtroom. These were headlines from Sato News, Asahi News, and Nikkei News, published a week prior, detailing the contents of the recording presented by Edagawa Conan in court. The articles encompassed various matters, including the defendant's penchant for detective work, frequently visited personal spaces, snippets of private life experiences, and social connections, among others. These newspapers had set sales records for the quarter, and it seemed that everyone in the streets of Tokyo was well aware of this individual and the events surrounding him. Gumaman set the newspapers down, a smile in his eyes as he turned to Conan seated nearby. Pray tell, is it the act of a psychologically sound child or adolescent to lay bare the private life of a delicate woman, exposing her as a vulnerable lamb before the public, and allowing such information to be disseminated widely? Conan bit his lip, turning his head away in silence. After hearing Gumaman's remarks, the female judge furrowed her brow and cast a sympathetic glance towards Conan before looking at Yusui Nanaki, her expression increasingly filled with compassion. This is merely normal reporting by those media outlets. Ritsuko Yujui interjected vehemently. Moreover, what evidence do you possess to substantiate that the plaintiff has been harmed? I see this young lady as perfectly sane. She cast a defiant glance at Mizuki Nanatsuki. Indeed, Kamikado winked at Mizuki Nanatsuki, who, understanding the cue, began to sob theatrically. Kamikado produced a tablet, connecting to the internet and navigating to a blog website's homepage. This is a trenchant commentary, published 2 days prior by the renowned blogger Landland Island, concerning the Detective Conan lawsuit, which references various media outlets' content regarding the audio recording. Below were the blog's comments, which the assembled company perused. Landland Island, a well-known advocate for male rights, had fostered a comment section with appalling remarks directed at the plaintiff. Why hasn't this inferior woman perished yet? A woman acting as a detective is an insult to the profession. Is being a detective a license to kill? The recording reveals the female detective's residence. Let's go bomb it. I suggest a couple of individuals lie in wait at her frequented locations and ambush her with a few blows. Comments of this nature were ubiquitous. As you can see, this not only concerns my client's reputation but also extends to the entire sphere of female detectives. This transcends a mere violation of privacy rights. It concerns the very dignity of all female detectives. And the originator of all this is the defendant, Edagawa Conan, who shamelessly sits here after committing such an unconscionable act. Kamikado, clenching his fists, spoke with righteous indignation, as if he were the spokesperson for all female detectives. Of course, it was all a performance. After his rhythmic rhetoric, a wave of whispers swept through the courtroom. The female judge's demeanor spoke volumes, and every gaze directed at Conan was tinged with a peculiar mix of disdain and aversion. No, that is not true. At that moment, Conan could no longer contain himself. He rose to his feet. I solely aimed to unveil the truth of the matter. I harbored no ulterior motives. He exerted every effort to persuade those present, seemingly attempting to convince himself as he spoke with fervor. The unveiling of truth, is it? Kumagoro remarked with a sly grin. Then, pray tell, what is the ultimate truth of that case? This line of questioning struck a painful chord within Conan. He opened his mouth, cast a glance at Nanatsuki Yojui, then lowered his head, succumbing to a profound silence as he retook his seat. To strike while the iron is hot, Kumagoro discreetly nudged Nanatsuki's foot beneath the table. Realizing the cue, she stood up, her voice quivering with emotion as she began to articulate her thoughts. I am but a trivial detective, whose sole aspiration has always been to assist others and resolve their predicaments. I confess, in a moment of folly, I did entertain thoughts of murder on that fateful day. Yet, I promptly regretted my intentions. I ceased my actions during the crime and did not truly take another's life. However, I never anticipated that this would not be the end of my ordeal, as one day, I became a victim of cyberbullying. So many people have questioned and insulted me, and some even wish to hunt me down in reality. This incident has profoundly affected my mental state and daily life. Words can be a double-edged sword. Witnessing the multitude of hurtful comments has shattered my composure, leaving me emotionally drained and devoid of interest, resulting in a daily existence shrouded in unhappiness. I fear I am on the brink of depression. If this is indeed the universe's retribution for my past thoughts of violence, I can only bear it in silence. Yet, I refuse to accept this fate, for such punishment should not be administered by a mere boy with whom I share no connection. Thus, I shall not relent in my pursuit of justice. Moreover, this matter extends beyond my personal plight. It encompasses the rights of the entire community of female detectives. I will fight relentlessly for the rights of all women in this profession. Having expressed these impassioned sentiments, Shuei Chiji clenched her fist, signaling her determination and resolve. In the courtroom, every gaze was fixed upon her. Gradually, applause began to ripple through the audience, growing louder and enveloping all in attendance. The case that Shuei Chiji was fighting transcends her individual struggle, delving into the crucial issue of women's rights to privacy. Thus, the majority of those present to observe were women, drawn in by the gravity of the matter. Even the female judge on the dais exhibited a look of contemplation. If it were not for the constraints of her judicial position, she would have been compelled to rush down and embrace the impassioned words spoken on behalf of women by this remarkable figure, even desiring to offer her a resounding applause. End of chapter 73. I have already been quite benevolent by not forcing him to prostrate himself at this juncture. The lawsuit has essentially reached its conclusion. Observing the expression of the female judge on the podium and listening to the applause resonating around her, the defendant's attorney, Ritsuko Yujui, let out a deep sigh and resignedly took her seat. It must be acknowledged that the plaintiff's performance was profoundly moving. Who could withstand the formidable weapon of depression? Were it not for the knowledge of the opposing party's deceitful tactics, even she, as a woman, would have been swayed by the plaintiff's eloquent address. If it weren't for her stance, she might have joined in the applause. With the court session concluded, the verdict is now to be announced. Firstly, the defendant, Conan Edagawa, is found guilty of infringing upon the right to privacy, and his guardian, Kagoro Mori, is ordered to pay the plaintiff, Miss Nanatsuki Yojui, 5 million yen and issue a formal apology. Secondly, all court costs will be borne by the defendant, Kagoro Mori. With the judgment rendered, the court is adjourned. The female judge showed no hesitation. Her demeanor was exuberant as she forcefully struck the gavel, declaring the outcome of the trial. Ah, my 5 million! I am about to incur a significant loss. Kagoro Mori's head lay on the table as he lamented, pounding his fists in anguish, displaying a visage of utter despair. Uncle, do not be disheartened. It is merely 5 million. Conan could not help but interject from the side. Merely 5 million? You insolent brat! How casually you speak! Upon hearing this, Kagoro Mori's temper flared dramatically. He grasped Conan's arm firmly, as was his custom, pinching it at his waist while delivering a series of playful slaps, reminiscent of a traditional once drum performance. Do you, a pampered child, understand the arduousness of earning a living? Are you aware of the meager monthly wages earned by ordinary individuals? Do you comprehend the plight of those middle-aged office workers, toiling tirelessly to provide for their families, enduring subservience to their superiors and engaging in obligatory socializing with colleagues, returning home to a spouse's indifference and children's silence? When I say 5 million is not excessive, I mean it. Mori Kagoro exerted all his strength, his left hand firmly clenching Conan, while his right hand continued to deliver playful spanks. Conan wailed as if struck by iron, his cries echoing in distress. "Pardon the interruption amidst your busy schedule," came a familiar, irksome voice. Without needing to glance, Mori Kagoro recognized it as Kumiman. His temper could no longer be contained. He lifted his gaze, glaring fiercely at him. "You've already won the lawsuit. What more do you desire? Is it to humiliate us? What more do I want? Naturally, I am here to ensure the defendant abides by the ruling," Kumiman replied with a raised eyebrow, producing the judgment document and pointing to a specific line. He then smiled at Conan, who remained defiantly fixated on him. However, contrary to his bravado, Conan's expression was far from pleasant. One hand clutched his sore backside, grimacing in pain, indicating he would likely be in discomfort for a day or two. Certainly, there was no hint of pity from Kuman. "Did you hear the judge's ruling just now? In addition to compensating us 5 million, he is also required to apologize." He gestured subtly towards Yueshue Chichi beside him. Yueshue merely shrugged, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Accompanying Kuman, her sole interest lay in the financial recompense to settle debts. The apology was merely a formality. Conan cast a silent glance at Yueshue Chichi, then shifted his gaze to the insufferable Kuman, who wore a smug smile. "Why should I apologize to you?" He gritted his teeth, forcing each word from his mouth. If it were merely Yueshue, Conan would indeed feel a twinge of guilt, for he had nearly wronged an innocent person. However, to apologize in conjunction with Kuman, he would rather perish. "Of course, you must apologize to me," Kuman replied with a smile. "In this lawsuit, I am the authorized representative of Miss Yueshue. Thus, your apology to me is tantamount to apologizing to her, holding equal legal weight." That wretched scoundrel, wielding the authority of another. Conan nearly ground his teeth to dust. Defiantly, he turned his head away, refusing to behold Kuman's loathsome visage. "A friendly reminder, should you choose not to apologize, I may seek judicial arbitration to amplify your financial penalties," Kuman added with a grin. The moment the prospect of increased compensation was mentioned, Mori Kagoro, seated nearby, could no longer remain composed. "You brat, hurry up and apologize." He forcefully grasped Conan's head and twisted it around. Conan's face turned crimson, his mouth tightly shut, refusing to utter a single word. Mori Kagoro, growing desperate, reached out once more and struck him sharply on the backside. "Ah!" Conan could not restrain a scream. The force was sufficient. The pain on his rear was already intense, and this blow felt as though blades were rolling across his skin. "Yes, I'm sorry." He finally reached his breaking point, tears streaming down his face. What truth, what justice? In this moment, words felt hollow. The physical pain was all too real. Ultimately, he was just a high school student, having sailed through life without encountering significant setbacks. If it weren't for the black organization and Kume, he would still be living his life as a high school detective, a so-called savior of the police department. Suddenly, a clicking sound pierced his thoughts. Wiping his tear-filled eyes, Conan looked up to see Kume holding a digital camera, snapping pictures of him incessantly. "What an expression!" Kume exclaimed, grinning as he continued to take photos. "Conan, give me more of that expression. I want to capture this moment. Your tear-streaked visage is truly delightful." Conan glared at Kume with anger. At such a moment, this person still persisted, using this vile method to humiliate him. At that instant, Mori Ran could no longer bear to watch. "Enough already," she exclaimed, swiftly extending her hand to snatch the digital camera from Gumiman's grip. With her hands clasped tightly together, she crushed the plastic casing of the camera into a crumpled mass and discarded it on the ground. Conan is merely a child. He has already apologized. Is such an extreme reaction truly necessary? This is utterly excessive. Mao Lilan declared indignantly. You deem my actions excessive? Gumimin arched an eyebrow and scoffed. According to Japanese tradition, in cases of civil apologies, one is expected to perform a formal bow. I did not insist he kneel but merely required him to stand and apologize. Is that not sufficient? Mao Lilan paused, then retorted, yet you ought not to have photographed him in such a manner. Your behavior is nothing short of. She frowned, seemingly grappling for the right term. It is a blatant infringement upon his personal rights, specifically his dignity, is it not? Gumimin interjected, completing her thought. He sighed, raised a finger and gently shook his head. Miss, if you aspire to be a lawyer, I implore you to study the law diligently instead of merely absorbing your mother's casual ramblings. Such superficial understanding will only serve to render you a source of ridicule. After a brief pause, Gumimin glanced at Conan, then at Mao Lilan's visibly altered expression. A hint of amusement danced in his eyes. However, with your apparent lack of character, it is unlikely you will entertain the thought of becoming a lawyer in the future. Let me ponder for a moment. You might be contemplating how the new character would respond in such a situation. Or something of that nature, right? The third update will be written later tonight. Thank you all for your support. End of this chapter, Chapter 74. Do you have a peculiar interest in women's menstrual cycles? A single remark from Kumagoro rendered Mori-ran, who was initially poised to express her indignation, utterly speechless. It was evident he had struck a chord. She had indeed been contemplating how Kudo Shinichi, her childhood companion, would navigate such a predicament as a defendant. After all, Kudo Shinichi was not merely her childhood friend but the very essence of her world, her deity. I wasn't thinking that at all. After a prolonged struggle, Mori-ran finally managed to utter this retort. That detective fiend can go wherever he pleases. It would be best if he perished out there and never returned. Her words seemed to serve as both a persuasion to others and a self-reassurance, as she fervently declared. Kagome, Conan, standing nearby, moved his lips but ultimately bowed his head in silence, saying nothing. Kumagoro observed the girl before him, striving with all her might, and offered a gentle smile. Ah, the traditional Japanese woman, yearning to claim her rightful place and boldly champion the feminist movement, yet subconsciously desiring to rely on men, entrusting her most vital rights to them. Such a contradiction is both tragic and poignant. Having imparted this observation, Kumagoro refrained from further comment and, accompanied by Yojui Nanaki, exited the courtroom, leaving behind Mori Kagoro, still simmering with anger as he repeatedly swatted Conan's backside. Alongside the stunned Mori-ran. Upon leaving the courtroom and entering the corridor, Yojui Nanaki smiled and said, Mr. Kumagoro, let us part ways here. Her spirits appeared to be quite high. This was only natural, as she had avenged her friend and managed to avoid imprisonment, while also settling her debts. Now, a new chapter of her life awaited her. However, Miss Ueshue, the matter does not end here. Kumiyamoto cast a glance her way and retrieved a document from his briefcase. Have you forgotten? This is the contract you signed with me in relation to this legal case. He pointed to a line in the contract. Ueshue Chiku's expression shifted dramatically as memories resurfaced. Indeed, this lawsuit had been facilitated by Kumiyamoto. This meant that in addition to repaying him 5 million, she also owed him a fee for his legal services. Miss Ueshue, based on 30% of the compensation, you still owe me 1.5 million. I am keeping a record of this, Kumiyamoto stated with a cheerful smile. Ueshue Chiku's mouth twitched in frustration. Given the nature of our relationship, surely I need not repay such a trivial amount? What relationship do we share? I have no connection with you, Kumiyamoto replied, his expression stern and businesslike. Should you refuse to repay, we reserve the right to pursue legal action to enforce repayment. You're truly ruthless. I will find a way. Ueshue Chiku sighed helplessly, casting an angry glare at Kumiyamoto before turning to leave. Kumiyamoto watched her retreating figure with a smile. Ah, you dare to challenge me? He muttered, as if releasing a breath of relief. You truly embody the spirit of vengeance. A faint voice emerged from beside me, belonging to Xiao Ai. Just because she outsmarted you in the Detective Conan case, you have harbored resentment. seeking revenge only now. Of course, I never claimed to be a virtuous person. Gumiman shrugged. In truth, he had meticulously orchestrated this lawsuit from the outset. Originally, he could have demanded a higher compensation from the defendant. After all factors, timing, location, and circumstances, were in his favor. The issue of privacy concerning Yueshue Nanju, when amplified, could be framed as a broader commentary on women's rights. Particularly with that female judge, given her judgment style, she would undoubtedly grant even a 10 million request without hesitation. Yet, Gumiman chose to request only 5 million, intent on relishing the sight of Yueshue's anxious demeanor over money. A miser like you? Any girl who marries you will surely be doomed, Xiao Ai remarked, her eyes glazed over. It matters not. I never contemplated marriage. I have countless wives in my games. Who needs those ephemeral beauties of reality? You, my friend, are truly beyond saving. Xiao Ai sighed in exasperation. After a brief pause, she continued, I have a question for you. Why are you so certain the judge will side with you? I have researched her background. She is a woman of integrity, dedicating her days to work and her family, much like Mao Lilan. There is no indication in her profile of her ever participating in any women's rights movements in Japan. Do you even need to ask? Mitora chuckled softly. It's quite simple. I discerned it from her demeanor that she was experiencing her menstrual cycle. As I've mentioned before, women are highly susceptible to this factor. Is that all? Indeed. AI was rendered speechless. I must inquire, why do you repeatedly exploit this vulnerability in women? Do you harbor some peculiar fascination with the female menstrual cycle? No such predilection exists. I merely avail myself of any exploitable element, Mitora stated, pausing momentarily. He turned his gaze upon AI, scrutinizing her from head to toe, a subtle curve forming at the corners of his lips. Now that you mention it, you've been residing here for quite some time, and I've observed that you never seem to experience menstruation. AI arched an eyebrow. It's hardly unusual for a 7-year-old child to be without a menstrual cycle, wouldn't you agree? But you were originally an 18-year-old woman, Mitora countered, his gaze unwavering. What's so strange about that? I've simply regressed in age. Mitora fixed his gaze upon her eyes. AI met his gaze with equanimity, her icy blue eyes flickering ever so slightly. After a brief pause, he uttered, Turritopsis dornii. The girl's petite brow furrowed imperceptibly, yet she remained silent. Mitora continued, I stumbled upon this particular keyword within a file on your work computer, along with a plethora of related biological research data. Intrigued, I conducted some online research. The immortal jellyfish, currently the only known organism that can be deemed as immortal, possesses the extraordinary ability to revert from its mature stage back to its juvenile form after reproduction. It then grows again into maturity, continues to reproduce, and once more returns to its juvenile state, perpetually repeating this cycle. This remarkable phenomenon has led to its monikers of the immortal or the rejuvenating creature. I find myself intrigued as to why such information resides within the computer I have provided for you. Listening to the inquiries of Kamikado, Shiho merely lowered her head in silence. Observing her reticence, Kamikado continued, I have mentioned before, you are my employee, destined to serve me without remuneration for eternity. He gazed into her eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he tenderly stroked the girl's head. Therefore, cease any thoughts of entanglements with the past. You are not Miyano Shiho, nor are you Hybera AI. Legal studies are your primary vocation, and all else may be relinquished. Your true name is Kamikado AI, and you shall bear the Kamikado surname for all your days. Remember this. I express my gratitude to Quasar for the generous reward of 5,000 Chidian coins amidst the trials of existence. End of this chapter.